Chapter 1 IX Leaping X Yamcha. Chapter 1 IX Leaping X Yamcha. In the year 746 of the AIG era, the cold north wind kept whistling past, like a sharp blade scratching people's faces. What came into view was the endless desert, with rocks eroded by the wind and sand like deformed children standing in a forest. Occasionally, a group of black tumbleweeds rolled by. There is nothing but endless yellow sand and strange rocks around, and even insects and small animals are very rare. Even the most evil real estate developers would not spend time and energy to develop here. Desolation and loneliness are synonymous with this area. This is an unknown desert area located hundreds of miles away from the foot of the famous and legendary Flaming Mountain. According to legend, there lived here a fearsome desert bandit who killed people without blinking an eye. He specialized in robbing passers-by of their property and was extremely greedy. He committed all kinds of evil, such as burning, killing, and looting. He would even pluck the feathers of a wild goose that flew by. In the western area of the desert, there is a huge strange rock that is more than one circle larger than the other stone forests. It stands out like a crane among chickens and is very eye-catching. Like other strange rocks, this huge stone is also riddled with holes. The difference is that the holes on the huge stone do not seem to be formed naturally, but have traces of artificial creation, like windows one after another. This huge strange rock is indeed not formed naturally. Through the gaps in its holes, one can vaguely see some simple daily necessities placed inside, indicating that there are people living inside. The 4 traditional Chinese characters, 1,000 hammers and 100 refinements, engraved in the center of the strange stone undoubtedly prove this point. The characters cover almost half of the stone from top to bottom. A boy of about 13 years old was standing under the huge rock. His long, shiny black hair that would make people envious and his handsome face that would instantly kill most people were enough to make some guys with special fetishes scream, and then cover their chests and shout "Away is dead." If it weren't for the slightly regrettable look in the boy's eyes, he could really be considered a handsome and elegant boy. Although the eyes were resolute, they looked a little dull. Maybe they were not dull in the true sense, but some people's eyes were born like this, with a bit of dead fish eyes and drooping eyes. The boy had a yellow scarf tied backwards around his neck, and wore only a thin green waistcoat, which was a bit Tang style. In the middle of the waistcoat was a large and eye-catching word. It was just that he was still wearing such simple clothes in the late autumn when the weather was gradually getting cooler. I think this boy is not a simple character. Of course, it could also be because of poverty. The most abundant animal in the desert is the wolf. The teenagers living there often fight with wolves in the desert. In the repeated fights with the wolves, they mastered a move by imitating the wolves' attack movements. Its name is Lang Fang Wind Fist. With a loud shout, the young man struck a posture, gathering his strength. In a trance, he seemed to hear wolf howls in his ears. Then, a hungry and ferocious wolf seemed to appear behind him, staring at the front with eyes glowing green. It was greedy and ferocious, and would not stop until it tore the opponent to pieces. If an ordinary person faced such a horrifying scene, he would probably be scared to death at first sight. Whether it is a pack of wolves or a lone wolf, they are both synonymous with ferocity. Sometimes wolves are even more terrifying than the king of the mountains, the tiger. The next moment, the young man moved, and swung his hands forward in a grabbing manner, with fierce fist wind whistling continuously. At the same time, the wolf that appeared behind the young man also moved. It opened its bloody mouth, and let out a loud howl towards the sky. The sound kept echoing in the stone forest, as if countless wolves were responding. It was as if there was not just one wolf here, but a group of wolves. And the young boy is the Wolf King who commands the 4 directions. This is the Wolf Fang Wind Fist. I don't know how long it took, but when the Wolf Fang Wind Fist was finished, the boy's body was already soaked with sweat. Not enough, this is not enough. Just a mere Wolf Fang Wind Fist makes me tired. The young man muttered to himself, clenching his sore hands. From his words, we can tell that this young man, who possesses power far superior to that of most ordinary people, is still very dissatisfied with his own strength. He even regarded the extremely terrifying Wolf Fang Wind Fist as nothing more than a mere trifle. Not to mention just being able to skillfully use the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, even if his current strength was 10, 100, or even 1,000 times stronger, and even if he could perform the Wolf Fang Wind Fist to great effect, it would still be nothing compared to the people in his impression. Those people. Blonde hair. Red hair. Blue hair. Even green hair. It's too far away. But not bad. Master Yamcha. Just as the boy was lost in his memories, a sound of intimate and coquettish voice interrupted his thoughts. Then a blue creature that looked like a cat but not a cat, and like a fox but not a fox, flew out from the window of the strange rock while making human voices, and floated to the boy's side. Yamcha is the boy's name, but it is the name of his second life. Yes, it is the famous Yamcha in the Dragon Ball world. He is the most handsome male character in the early stage and a supporting role with decent roles. In the middle stage, he becomes cannon fodder. He is famous for his death pose and even became so popular that he was ridiculed by countless people. He is the tragic T. The boy is a time traveler. He can't remember how he came here. He only remembers that when he regained consciousness, he became Yamcha, 4-year-old Yamcha. Human beings are very adaptable, and it only took a month for him to adapt. Now, he thinks he is Yamcha. It's Pool. Yamcha looked at the blue creature with a pacifier in its mouth, put away his slightly disappointed expression, and said with a slightly gentle smile. When did you come back? Is the Transfiguration Kindergarten closed for the holidays? I came back when Master Yamcha was practicing boxing. Today, a bad boy named Wulong made trouble in class and secretly lifted the teacher's skirt. He was kicked out of the classroom. So the teacher let us go back early. Pool looked very happy, and kept talking to Yamcha about what happened today. However, his speech was a little unclear because he had a pacifier in his mouth. Pool is 5 years old and a student at the South Transfiguration Kindergarten. The Southern Transformation Kindergarten is an excellent school that only a very small number of beast-type humans can attend. The most famous thing about it is that it teaches a variety of transformation techniques. In this magical world, in addition to the original humanoids, there are many other humanoid creatures with beast-like appearances, such as tiger men, wolf men, and even dinosaur men. They are all called beast men. They have the same wisdom as humans and live on this land and planet. It is said that the king of the country where Yamcha is located is a beast-like human with a dog's head and face. Well, the dog-headed king. If Yamcha himself was not incapable of learning, he would also like to learn the transformation technique with Pool. After playing with Pool for a while, I let him rest. After all, he was only a 5-year-old kid, and the journey to the desert in the south was exhausting. Even if he was a beast-like human, he was still in the early childhood stage, so he must have been very tired. After settling Pool, Yamcha prepared his breakfast. The food was a large amount of pickled meat and an even larger amount of steamed bread, which was considered a simple meal in this world where food is relatively developed. It's not because Yamcha has to work hard to do some hard training. It's just because. No money. After all, Yamcha was only 13 years old, and many of his money-making tricks were not available. Even if he was a desert bandit and could rob, there were not even birds in this desert area, let alone many travelers. There were quite a few wolves, geckos, and scorpions, and of course, the annoying flies. Coupled with the previous bizarre rumors about desert bandits, even fewer people passed by here. In addition, although Yamcha is a robber, he is an extremely principled robber. He does not rob the poor, but only robs the rich to help the poor, himself. At first glance, robbing the rich to help the poor seems to be very rich, but it is not the case. Split the poor's money 70% to 30% and return the rich's money in full is actually the way of survival for most robbers in this world or in any world. But Yamcha didn't want to. For him, breaking the bottom line was just a matter of zero and countless times. His strength is not bad, and the desert area is a barren place. If you can't beat him, just take a detour. Ever since, the word poor became a true portrayal of him. There was not a single human hair to be seen in the entire desert area except him. In addition, the technology tree of this world is a bit crooked, and the overall technological level is even higher than that of Yamcha's previous life. There is also a kind of black technology with space attributes called the Universal Capsule. It is even more difficult to get money through other means, mainly because Leaping in the previous life and Yamcha in this life are just ordinary people among the countless living beings, and their knowledge reserves are not high. The pickled meat was made from wild wolves killed by Yamcha. It was woody, smelly, and unpalatable. There is also some scorpion sauce and dried gecko at home. The taste is hard to describe. But some of it is good to eat. As he was thinking this, Yamcha swallowed the last bite of the steamed bun. Then he touched his stomach, which was still growling in protest. Walked into the kitchen and looked at the little rice left in the jar. If I have the chance, I will go and hunt an animal to improve my food. When he thought of eating, Yamcha's eyes gradually became sharp. For a time traveler struggling for a living, especially in this extremely dangerous world he is currently in, it's desolate just to think about it. As for his parents, Yamcha has never seen them since he can remember. After not drinking the wine or eating the food, Yamcha came to one of the rooms in the strange stone burrow. There is an object placed in this room, which is the only way to increase strength besides the wolf fang wind fist that Yajiba practices. End of this chapter. Chapter 2 Doraemon Super Training Box. Chapter 2 Doraemon, Super Training Box. Yamcha glanced at Pool, who was sleeping soundly in the bedroom, then quietly walked to another room and carefully took out something from a corner of the room. It was a semicircular box with alternating red and blue colors, and both the style and color were extremely lowbrow. If this thing is placed in front of outsiders, it will only be regarded as a crudely made plastic toy, the kind that others won't even take a second look at. But Yamcha placed the box gently on the ground as if he was holding a priceless treasure. Then Yamcha sat cross-legged and began staring at the ridiculous-looking box without saying a word. 1 second, 2 seconds, 10 seconds passed. Yamcha still didn't move. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 10 minutes, or even an hour passed. Yamcha's eyes began to feel dry. However, he still stared at the box. Is Yamcha crazy? He's not. If someone looks closely, they will find that the box is suspended about 1 millimeter above the ground. Yes, the box floats in the air. It was Yamcha who did it. This is something that is totally out of this world. Super Training Box is the name of this box. It comes from the world of Doraemon. Super Power Training Box, Superman Training Box, a secret item from the 22nd century in the Doraemon world. This is a magical item that can develop 3 superpowers in an incredible way. The 3 superpowers are telekinesis, clairvoyance, and instant movement. Each of them is a very practical superpower. Needless to say, telekinesis is the most versatile ability with a wide range of uses. Perspective is also very versatile, and it is a first-class ability whether it is used to improve life or fight. Needless to say, teleportation is a magical skill for traveling and dodging. However, these 3 superpowers cannot be acquired in an instant, so this prop is not called a superpower training box but a superpower development box. If you want to use these 3 abilities, the prerequisite is that you need to spend 3 hours every day concentrating on this superpower training box and performing mysterious meditation exercises. To fully develop and master the 3 superpowers requires 3 full years of training. If the time is not reached, there will be delays in using the superpowers. So the question is, 3 hours of training a day for 3 years can develop 3 superpowers. What if you only choose 2 or 1 of them? Can the 3-year period be shortened? The answer is yes. Training the 3 time modes simultaneously would take too long. In order to improve his own strength as quickly as possible, Yamcha completely gave up on clairvoyance and temporarily gave up on teleportation, focusing on the superpower of telekinesis. All 3 hours of the day are used to train my mind power. Although I don't know what the principle of this item is, it can really develop superpowers. At least Yamcha has now made some progress in the so-called telekinesis. It is worthy of being a secret prop in the Doraemon world. It is powerful, its principle is unknown, and it is very unreasonable. As the training time went by, the weight of objects that Yamcha could control became heavier and heavier. He was very satisfied with this. One more ability meant one more means of self-protection. After fully mastering telekinesis, Yamcha was ready to start training in teleportation. As for perspective, it can only be put aside for the last item for now. This ability won't be of much help for now. Although Yamcha knew that the world he lived in also had the magical skill of teleportation, which might be more powerful than the one developed in the psychic training box, there was still a restriction to learning teleportation in the Dragon Ball world, that was to reach the planet Yadrit, and the people of Yadrit had to be willing to teach him. Yamcha didn't know where Yadrit was. He didn't even know what the people of Yadrit looked like. So it's still easier with the superpower training box. He is only 13 years old now, and his fighting ability is much stronger than in the original book. As to how much stronger it is, that is still unknown. After all, he didn't have a combat effectiveness tester. In the original Dragon Ball, the concept of combat power first appeared at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z. When Son Goku, Kakarot's brother Raditz first came to Earth, he used a strange instrument to measure that the combat power of a farmer holding a gun was 5. It was because of this sentence that there was a famous meme, a scum with a combat power of only 5. According to the official setting, when Yamcha first appeared, his combat power was only 8, which was only 3 points higher than the peasant with a gun. At that time, Goku's combat power was 10, but due to the Scion's physical condition, Goku knocked out Yamcha's front teeth with just one punch. That was also the time when Yamcha's strength was closest to Goku. In the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, he was slapped out by Master Kame, who went by the alias Jackie Chan, and was eliminated in the top 8. In the 22nd World Martial Arts Tournament, he was mercilessly broken one leg by the unrepentant Tien Shinyan, and was eliminated in the top 8. In the 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, in order to catch up with Goku and others, he practiced hard to the point of disfigurement on his face, but was knocked down by a god who possessed an ordinary person, and was eliminated in the top 8 again. In the Z Scion chapter, he was killed by the self-explosion of the Vegetable Man because of his negligence, and his death posture was nicknamed Yamcha lying. Then, Bulma, his girlfriend with whom he had been in a bumpy relationship for many years, was stolen away by the second male lead, Vegeta. Of course, this was also because Yamcha himself was too fickle. In the Android chapter, he was almost killed by Android 20, Dr. Gero, who drained his energy, and he even wasted a senzu bean for it. By the time of the Buu arc, he could no longer be called a Z warrior, and he no longer participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament. He even told Krillin's daughter Marin, "Your father is the strongest person on Earth," admitting that he was not as good as Krillin. After that, he basically didn't appear in any scenes in either GT or Super. Although M doesn't want to say it, it is indeed the fact. Yamcha is the first supporting character to appear in the early stage, and also the supporting character with the lowest martial arts achievement. In the Dragon Ball Super chapter, he actually chose to become a baseball player. He even prided himself on his own Wolf Fang Wind pitching punch. At that time, Yamcha had completely abandoned martial arts and could not be considered a martial artist. He was originally a major supporting character, but eventually became a minor supporting character. He was originally in love with the main heroine Bulma, but they broke up because of his infidelity. In the end, he was still unmarried until he was in his 40s. The name of Tragedy T is well deserved. After traveling through time, the current Yamcha doesn't want to repeat the mistakes of the original work. So he wants to become stronger. There is actually another fundamental reason. He is afraid of death. I hope everyone will support my new book. If you like it, you can collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 3, Breaking the Fourth Wall. Chapter 3, Breaking the Fourth Wall. Being afraid of death is not a shameful thing. Most living beings are afraid of death. Especially for Yamcha, who has died once, he is more afraid than ordinary people. Yes, that's right. In the original Dragon Ball, no matter what the crisis was, it was eventually resolved by the protagonists like Goku. But here comes the problem. How do you know for sure that the world you live in is the world in the drama? How do you know that everything is going according to your memory? How do you know that the world you are in is not the future Dragon Ball world where Goku died of a heart virus and was nearly destroyed by the androids? How do you know that Vegeta and his crew won't arrive early to find helpers? How do you know that Frieza's army won't suddenly visit for the Dragon Balls? How do you know that the egg hidden in the earth that seals Majin Buu won't be opened early? How do you know that the world won't be destroyed by some villain who suddenly appears? How do you know that there have been no irresistible changes in the Dragon Ball world due to your time travel? These are all unknown factors X, or Schrödinger's Dragon Balls, somewhere between what may happen or what may not happen, and no one knows until the time comes. Yamcha had no way of being sure. He couldn't even be sure whether the world he was in was the future Dragon Ball world, the GT world, the Super world, the Dragon Ball Heroes world, or the hyperdimensional war world. There are too many ifs involved, and Yamcha doesn't want to gamble his fate on others. So Yamcha hopes to become stronger, super strong. At least it will be enough to deal with the enemies we will face in the future. In the Dragon Ball world, the easiest way to become stronger in the early stages is undoubtedly to become an apprentice, to learn from a famous teacher, and to receive training from a famous teacher. Among them, the most famous teachers on earth are Master Roshi, the teacher of Wu Tian, Master Kailan of Kailan Tower, and the three gods of the earth. They all taught the protagonist Sun Wukong. However, Yamcha is currently unable to accept these three people as his disciples. Where is the island where Master Roshi lives? Yamcha only knew that it was on a certain island, but he didn't know where exactly it was. That's a vast ocean. I don't even know where to start looking. Since Master Wu Tian, who is known as the god of martial arts, is living in seclusion, he must be living in a place where ordinary people cannot find him, unless you have a force like the Black Silk Army to help you find him. Furthermore, Yamcha also didn't know where the Kailan Tower was. He had been cultivating since his rebirth, and he had never been to the famous West Capital and the Baizai Mountain, where everything started. His range of activities was limited to the area near the Flame Mountain, let alone the Kailan Tower. Since we can't find the Kailan Tower, let alone the temple hidden above the Kailan Tower. Even if you ask him to climb, he can't climb up. Of course, this is just a method of becoming stronger in the early stages of the original Dragon Ball. If everything was as in the original and it was just a matter of traveling through Yamcha, then Yamcha would definitely spare no effort and at all costs find Master Roshi's residence and the location of Kailan Tower. The problem is that Yamcha has other methods. That's how the super training box from Doraemon's world came about. That method is called breaking the fourth wall and traveling to another world. Or use a simple name. Through. The super training box was obtained by Yamcha when he broke the fourth wall and traveled to the world of Doraemon in exchange for some small gadgets from the protagonist Nobita Nobi. As for why he has such ability, Yamcha himself doesn't know the reason. As for how he mastered it, Yamcha can't say it at all, or there is no way to explain it in words. It is an indescribable and wonderful state, just like the ability to breathe, which is innate. For example, if you ask someone to explain to you why you breathe or why you poop, the other person will probably be hesitant for a long time and still not be able to give a clear answer. However, that trip through Doraemon's world was not a pleasant experience. In that world, there are time and space patrols, who are the law enforcers of the 22nd century. Yamcha was almost arrested by them for disrupting time and space. If he had not run fast and decisively traveled back, he would probably have been caught by now. Doraemon's super-powerful time and space patrol in the 22nd century is an organization countless times larger than the Galactic Patrol in the Dragon Ball world. They have an endless supply of secret props with magical effects, cause and effect props, world-destroying and toy-like magical props. Not to mention fighting against the Time and Space Patrol, even Yamcha is far inferior to any random person in the Galactic Patrol. If he is caught by the Time and Space Patrol, who knows if they have a secret prop that can limit Yamcha's ability to break the fourth wall. Yamcha really didn't want to gamble and didn't dare to gamble. Even though the Doraemon world has many secret gadgets that are so powerful that they make people extremely jealous, Yamcha doesn't want to go there again without sufficient self-protection ability. At least not now. Fortunately, the risk and reward are proportional. In addition to getting this superpower training box, I also got half a bag of Momotaro rice balls and small things like translation konjac. It's because Nobita is a good person, otherwise Yamcha wouldn't be available. Although he didn't get any of those incredible props such as the time baggage, the what-if telephone booth, 100 lies, etc., Yamcha was already very content. So Yamcha expressed regret for not being able to become a disciple of Master Roshi and other great names, but it was just a regret. Behind every successful man there must be a great woman who silently supports him, and now there are countless dimensions standing behind Yamcha. He has 10,000 ways to become stronger and countless possibilities for growth. For example, now Yamcha feels that he can make a new journey through time. Yamcha's time travel did not rely on the so-called system, so no one explained it to him, and no one guided him. All he could do was act on instinct. The last time he traveled to the world of Doraemon by chance. Since it happened suddenly and nothing was prepared, we only got some small things. This is also thanks to the protagonist being Nobita Nobi. If it was someone else, they would probably return empty-handed. Of course, time travel is not just about going wherever you want. For example, in One Punch Man, Yamcha instinctively feels that he cannot travel to that world at present. Another example is Saint Seiya, he also feels that he cannot reach that world. I don't know the reason, but I just can't go. Yamcha thought that it might be related to his current strength. As for why he could go to the world of Doraemon, it was probably because that world was more humorous and children's oriented. However, the proud prince of Suba Sion once said, "Never fight with funny characters." After the last lesson, Yamcha remained highly vigilant about the world of comedy and children's entertainment, and would never easily go there without a complete solution. Fortunately, the world he was going to this time was not a funny world, and the power in it just happened to fit his desire to become stronger. Yamcha slowly closed his eyes and took a step forward. The next moment, Yamcha disappeared out of thin air. It was as if he had never existed. The only sound in the world was the howling wind in the desert and Pool's tiny snoring. End of this chapter. Chapter 4, What is the first thing to do when you arrive in another world? Chapter 4, What is the first thing to do when you arrive in another world? The scene in front of me suddenly changed, from the endless lonely desert far away from the world to a relatively prosperous but unique city. The place where Yamcha appeared was a narrow alley at the junction of houses, which was a gathering place for gangsters and biker gangs. No one would notice this place, or even if someone noticed it, they would not pay too much attention to it. Walking out of the alley slowly, looking at the bustling street ahead, the fountain rising and falling not far away, and the old cars on the road that could not fly, a very wonderful experience arose in Yamcha's heart. He traveled through time, and once again, he broke through the wall and came to another world. It's a magical ability that makes people intoxicated. Yamcha closed his eyes and felt the different air, carefully experiencing the difference from the previous world. Morning, 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 Joe. Buenos dias. Good morning. This is Morio Radio. A familiar yet strange music rang in his ears, pulling Yamcha back to reality. Looking at the scene in front of him and listening to the music, Yamcha laughed. The laughter, coupled with his clothes that were different from modern ones, attracted the attention of passers-by around him. However, it was rush hour and no one wanted to meddle in other people's business, so there was no noise. This is the destination of Yamcha's journey, a place full of legends. Morio Town. This is the world of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. What is the first thing to do when you arrive in another world? This thought came to Yamcha's mind. What to do? Of course, it is very important to make sure your life is not in danger and find a way to integrate into this world. Don't let anyone notice your abnormality, don't let the world notice your abnormality, and don't make yourself conspicuous. If Yamcha were to write a time traveler's manual, this item would definitely be placed in the most prominent position. You have no way of being sure whether the world you come to will reject you. In Yamcha's understanding, some worlds will even give birth to their own consciousness, that is, Gaia consciousness. As the sun sets, night falls silently. The darkness swallows up everything in the world and dyes it with its color. Only light can dispel the darkness. In a deserted alley in Moriocho, a man wearing a baseball cap and a mask covering his face stood under a street lamp. The dim light reflected his hazy shadow. From a distance, he looked like a liaison in some profession in the movies, as if he was about to do some illegal transaction that was not to be revealed. This is true. There were slight footsteps, and another man dressed similarly but shorter in stature walked over from the other side of the street. It was Yamcha, who at this time also covered his face with a mask and a baseball cap. Just as the two passed each other, the man quickly stuffed the thing in his hand into Yamcha's pocket. Your stuff. The man's slightly cold voice sounded. The latter just nodded slightly and they separated at the same time. There were no unnecessary movements or conversations, everything was as smooth as silk. Only when they walked through the street did the latter take out the things in his pocket. It was a key with a tag on the end. He shook it gently in his hand, put the key into his pocket again, and soon Yamcha disappeared into the midnight street. At Moriocho Station, in front of locker number 996, Yamcha opened the locker door with the key and took out the contents very naturally. It was a tightly wrapped cloth bag. After taking out the cloth bag and feeling its weight, Yamcha frowned slightly. There are fewer things than I expected. But he didn't stay for long, because he knew it was good enough to be able to sell the things. People have their own way, Buddhas have their own way, and desert bandits like Yamcha also have their own way, which is the so-called underground forces. The cloth bag contained money and documents, which were the things he needed most at the moment. Whether they were real or fake, they at least symbolized his identity. After all, this is a modern world that is different from the strange concepts of the Dragon Ball world. Documents and other things are still very important. So is money. You can't let Yamcha go back to his old job as a desert bandit in Morio Town. As for the things that are sold, what is the most abundant thing in the Dragon Ball world? The answer is arms. Other things in the Dragon Ball world may be very difficult to obtain, but arms can be obtained by any passerby or robber. Pistols, machine guns, and even bazookas. You never know how many weapons the other side has. This is truly a Dragon Ball world with simple folk customs. Moreover, the price of arms in the Dragon Ball world is very cheap, thanks to the Black Silk Army, who are the largest arms supplier on the earth in the Dragon Ball world. It is indeed a powerful force that can contend with the Doghead King's regular army. Unfortunately, Morio Town is a relatively peaceful place, which resulted in the price not being that high, and the money received was much less than expected. But it's enough. Of course, in addition to arms, Yamcha also has one or two of the oldest universal capsules, one for storing items, and the other is an old-fashioned jet car capsule. However, he doesn't plan to take action on these two things for the time being. Smuggling arms makes him a dangerous person at most, but taking out technology that does not belong to this world is much more dangerous. He is not going to sell the universal capsule unless it is absolutely necessary. Even if you want to sell it, you have to wait until you are about to leave and make a big profit. Including the cloth bag given by the man in black, these are all of Yamcha's current assets. Although breaking the fourth wall was Yamcha's instinct, due to his lack of experience, it happened earlier than he expected. Question 2. After ensuring that your life is not in danger, what is the second thing to do after crossing? Determine the timeline. No matter what you want to do, it is very important to determine your own timeline. This involves the reasonable arrangement of subsequent events when you come to other worlds. Intelligence is the most important thing at all times. Yamcha had roughly determined his current time point 3 days ago. During this period, he used the local underground forces to sell arms several times. Not only did he change his clothes into modern ones to avoid conspicuousness, he also rented a house and bought some daily necessities. Today was his last transaction. Arms are sensitive items in all worlds except the Dragon Ball world. If they are used too often, they will easily be targeted. Yamcha does not want to attract too much attention because it will be troublesome. He is very afraid of trouble. Now there's only one thing he needs to do. That is to wait for the best time to appear. This is also a very important point. Please collect and read. End of this chapter. Chapter 5 Peaceful and Entohu Town. Chapter 5 Peaceful and Entohu Town. It's another Monday, and after a happy or unhappy weekend, students begin their busy lives. Everything was the same as countless Mondays before. The difference is that today, a private yacht docked without attracting much attention at the small port of Morio Town, a town with 53,000 residents. Hey, you kid! On the way to school, a few high school students who looked like gangsters gathered in 2s and 3s. In front of a small fountain, they were surrounding another bad boy with a crew cut and an open chest with bad intentions. Rather than calling it a plain head, it would be more accurate to say that it is a flattened steak or a burnt steak head. The shape is very peculiar. Judging from his attire, the color of his uniform was lighter than that of the other troublemakers, so he should be a junior. It was very common in Neon School for a senior to teach a junior. As for the reason, it's simply because I don't like you, so I came to teach you a lesson. He is a typical example of someone who is looking for trouble. The noisy noise made by the gangsters attracted the attention of passers-by, because they knew at a glance that they were gangsters looking for trouble. So, based on the principle of less trouble is worse than more and not causing trouble for others, almost no one paid any attention to them and left the place at a quickened pace. Only a few people stopped where they were, among whom one tall and one short were the most eye-catching. The tall man was about 1.9 meters tall, wearing a white suit similar to that of a sailor. Under the loose clothes, he concealed explosive power. He was very tall and sturdy, and looked around with a pair of sharp eyes. He looked wild and courageous. You can tell at first glance that he's not a good person. The other one was about 1.4 to 1.5 meters tall, with an ordinary appearance and no special features on his face. Judging from his clothes, he seemed to be a high school student. The reason why he attracted attention was because of the person next to him. Several senior bad boys beat and scolded the junior bad boy and even extorted money from him. However, the one being extorted had a surprisingly good temper. Not only did he not fight back, he actually planned to pay the money and even apologized. The tall man looked as if he had just watched an ordinary farce, with no change on his face, and was about to leave. At this moment, the bad guy opened the other person's student ID. Kid, your name is Higashikata Yasuke. I'll call you Jojo from now on. Yes, thank you for the nickname, senior. The 4 words Higashikata Yasuke seemed to have magic, causing the tall man to stop and leave. Perhaps because he felt that the other party was too cooperative, the senior delinquent leader became a little arrogant. In addition, the bus he was supposed to take arrived, so he pointed at the other party's head and cursed, "Don't talk nonsense, hand over the money quickly. Otherwise, I will shave your atom boy-like head." The moment he said this, the air around him suddenly froze. A terrifying aura suddenly emanated from Higashikata Yasuke, and he seemed to be bathed in flames. He pointed at his unique hair shape and said, "Hey! Senior, what did you say about my hairstyle?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strange energy wave emanated from his body. And then an invisible fist wind swept across the bad boss's face. Puff! The fallen teeth mixed with blood suddenly spurted out from the mouth of the bad guy. His whole face became abnormally distorted as if he was hit by a punch head-on. The whole person flew into the air and collided heavily with other bad guys. Nose, my face. It took the bad guy a second or two to react. He rolled on the ground, covering his face. His head was covered with sweat because of the pain. He didn't look as arrogant as before at all. "If you dare to say something about my hairstyle and make me angry, I will never let you go, even if you are the Emperor's father. You just said that my head shape is like Miss Snakey." I never said that." Before he could finish his sentence, the bad leader was kicked hard on the head again. "You also said that you would want to vomit as soon as you see my hairstyle." "I really didn't say that." Another kick. "You're going to shave my hair off." After a few kicks, the bad leader's mouth was full of dragon fruit. Higashi Yasuke trademark. Deceiving too much. At this time, Higashikata Yasuke behaved like a real delinquent, violent and completely unreasonable, as if the good boy who was manipulated by others before was just an illusion. "Ah, today is another peaceful day in Morio Town. Oh, I'm tired. Oh, I'm tired." The 1.9-meter tall sturdy young man in the two-person group watching the fun saw this scene, the corners of his mouth slightly raised, and he muttered unconsciously. He found his goal. There was another person who had the same idea as him. Higashikata Yasuke is an ordinary high school student in Morio Town. He looks bad but actually has a gentle personality. However, whenever someone criticizes his hair, his sanity seems to be broken, which is basically consistent with the information in his mind. The possibility of partially crossing into a mutant world can be ruled out. Yamcha thought to himself as he watched this scene from a distance. In addition to the tall and short two, there was another person who witnessed everything that just happened, and that was Yamcha, including the moment when the bad guy flew up as if he was punched by the air. That is a stand, also rumored to be called the Phantom Wave, a special ability that ordinary people cannot see at all, a magical ability between superpowers and summoning, and also a unique ability in this world. It is also one of Yamcha's most coveted abilities. If you can acquire the ability of time or space, you will definitely make a fortune. That's right, the world that Yamcha came to this time is the fourth part of JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, Diamond is Unbreakable. The scene just now was the official opening scene of Diamond is Unbreakable. The bad guy with a crew cut, Yasuke Higashikata, is the ostensible protagonist of this film. The other person's stand user ability is exactly the purpose of his coming to this world. He wants to become a stand user and gain the power of a stand. Stands are a major feature of the JoJo world. A powerful stand even has the ability to control or even change the rules of the world, and manipulating time and space is no problem. The reason for choosing this time period was that Yamcha planned for a long time and made a careful decision. Compared to other JoJo series, the risk factor in this one is relatively small as long as you are not a woman and do not seek death. However, this is only much smaller than other JoJo series, and there is still a certain degree of danger. With Yamcha's current abilities, he can't gain any advantage against those invisible stands with strange powers. The previous experience of time travel taught Yamcha that he must be cautious, and even more cautious when traveling to another world. Even if that world is exactly the same as what you remember, who knows if there will be any unexpected changes. It is definitely not wrong to be cautious. Only by staying alive can you live longer. End of this chapter. Chapter 6 IQ 160 in the setting. Chapter 6 IQ 160 in the setting. Unfortunately, it's not time for me to show up yet. Be careful. With a hint of regret, Yamcha withdrew his gaze from Yasuke Higashikata, lowered the hat on his head, and turned away without looking back. Now is not the time to make friends with the other party, and showing up suddenly is not a wise decision. The tall and strong man in white clothes just now is the protagonist of the third part of the JoJo series, Stardust Crusaders, Jotaro Kyujo. A powerful character with both strength and popularity. One of the purposes of his coming to this small town was to look for the romantic debt left by his grandfather Joseph Joestar when he was 65 years old. In terms of seniority, it was his uncle Higashikata Yasuke. Although Jotaro's overall strength has been weakened countless times compared to his golden period in the third part, he is now much wiser than before. His appearance at this time has no meaning other than arousing the opponent's suspicion. The most crucial point is that you can't beat the other party. Yamcha is very aware of his own strength, so he is confident that he can deal with small fry. However, if his opponent is Jotaro, he is not sure, even with the help of telekinesis. In particular, the ability of Jotaro Kyujo's stand user, Star Platinum, is to stop time. Although there are only 1 to 2 seconds left now, currently only 0.5 seconds, which is a significant decline from its peak period, even without a stand, even the original Aura himself will most likely be knocked to his knees by a punch from him. Jotaro Kyujo, who is suspected to be of the Pillar Man's bloodline, is no joke. Vampire Dio is a lesson for us. However, he and Jotaro Kyujo are not on opposite sides, and their goals do not conflict. It's just that for the sake of caution, he needs the help of Yasuke Higashikata's stand ability. Now all he needs to do is find a suitable opportunity to gain Yasuke Higashikata's favor, and he can easily achieve his goal. If the butterfly effect is not caused, this opportunity will soon come to you. Yamcha thought so and looked into the distance. His eyes were deep. This seemingly inconspicuous town hides an unimaginable number of stand users, even more than the subordinates of the evil savior more than a decade ago. Shortly after Yamcha left, Jotaro, whom Yamcha was extremely afraid of, glanced casually towards where he was originally. Later, during a conversation with Yasuke, Jotaro casually mentioned his hairstyle, and after a friendly exchange, he then stated his second purpose for coming here. The first purpose was to find Yasuke. He handed Yasuke a stack of photos with a man on them. Yasujiro Katagiri, also known as Angelo, is 34 years old this year. He has spent 20 years in prison. He has been living between crime and prison since he was 14 years old. It is said that his IQ is as high as 160. He is the worst, most disgusting and low-level vicious criminal in the history of neon crime. He escaped from prison when he was last captured and executed, and it is said that he used incredible strength to escape from prison. Although he's not sure what the specific ability is, Jotaro is sure that it must be a stand. In other words, this Angelo is a stand-in. Through the telepathic ability of Joseph's stand Hermit Purple, we learned that the criminal Angelo came to Morio Town and was lurking somewhere, ready to make a move. He may have targeted Yasuke. Jotaro's second purpose for coming here is to protect Yasuke and capture Angelo. After warning Yasuke to be careful with his abilities, Jotaro said goodbye to him and went to investigate Angelo alone. Unfortunately, what Jotaro didn't know was that Angelo was not directly targeted by Yasuke. Instead, the policeman who arrested the criminal Angelo for the first time was none other than Higashikata Ryohei, Yasuke's grandfather who lived in Morio Town. He was a truly good man who had been diligently protecting Morio Town for many years. Perhaps the saying stand users are attracted to each other is true, because after a robbery was prevented, Angelo has now set his sights on Higashikata Yasuke, the grandson of Higashikata Ryohei. Then he discovered something that made him ecstatic. It turned out that Higashikata Yasuke was the grandson of Higashikata Ryohei, the man he planned to come back to take revenge on. This is really... It's great to experience the pleasure of double revenge at once. The milkman who was silently watching the Dongfang family's house pressed down the red and white hat on his head, suppressed the restlessness in his heart that was about to be suppressed, and then a bloodthirsty smile appeared on his face. He is the criminal Angelo. As a bad guy with 20 years of criminal experience, he would carefully observe the situation of the target and obtain enough intelligence before taking action. He is a very cunning, courageous, patient, well-planned criminal who can seize every opportunity and has an IQ of 160. According to his continuous observations during this period, only Higashikata Yasuke's mother Higashikata Tomoko is at home in the Higashikata family. Let's start with you. Angelo looked at Dongfang Pengzi, who was 37 years old but looked like she was in her 20s, with greedy eyes from behind. He stuck out his tongue from under his cap and showed a perverted smile. I want to let the two of you taste the feeling of losing a loved one. I'll savor it. Your taste might be a little rough. Angelo whispered to himself, and then his substitute turned into a stream of water and entered the Dongfang family's reservoir through the pipe. This guy Angelo raped, for harmony, 2 teenagers when he was 14 years old and killed them in a brutal way that was outrageous. If Dongfang Pengzi really fell into his hands, she would definitely have a miserable end. But he didn't expect that his investigation results were completely wrong. Not only was Yasuke Higashikata at home today, he was also talking on the phone with his nominal nephew Jotaro Kyujo. Then, as expected, he was discovered by Higashikata Yasuke. Mr. Jotaro, I think I should have found him. Higashikata Yasuke silently put down the comb he used to style his crew-cut hairstyle, picked up the empty glass bottle next to him, and walked towards his mother Higashikata Tomoko with great momentum. At this time, Angelo's stand, silver water chain, made a provocative face at Yasuke on Tomoko Higashikata's lips, and whoosh entered Tomoko Higashikata's body. The silver water chain can enter other people's bodies through liquids, thereby controlling their actions. In Angelo's understanding, as long as he doesn't want to, no one can let the silver water chain leave Dongfang Pengzi's body. Unless he chooses to kill his mother. Otherwise, even Jotaro, who has the power to stop time, would be helpless standing here. Well, in the plot of Diamond is Unbreakable, Jotaro's stand ability is to stop time, and any stand user knows it. Angelo seemed to have seen the scene of revenge. What he didn't expect was that Higashikata Yasuke's stand, Crazy Diamond, appeared behind him and gave his mother a heartfelt and friendly greeting. The next second, a magical scene happened. Dongfang Pengzi's pierced body and the broken glass bottle returned to their original state in an incredible way. This is the ability of Higashikata Yasuke's stand, Crazy Diamond. As expected, Angelo's stand user silver water chain was caught by Yasuke Higashikata and locked in a bottle. If you think this book is good, please collect it. End of this chapter. Chapter 7 I'm just an Interpol passing by. Chapter 7 I'm just an Interpol passing by. The strength of a stand is judged not only by the abilities and types of the stand itself, but also by its ability values. There are 6 values in total: destructive power, range, endurance, speed, precision, and growth. Each value is divided into 5 levels: A, B, C, D and E. As a stand with a destructive power of only C, silver water chain is okay against ordinary people, but when facing other stands, especially the stand Crazy Diamond with the destructive power of A like Yasuke Higashikata, it is as fragile as a chicken. If he had attacked Dongfang Pengzi directly, he would have had the opportunity outside the door, but he had to choose to torture and retaliate against the target psychologically. The most crucial point was that the information he investigated was completely different from the actual situation. Then, and was caught. Knowing that Higashikata Yasuke was a stand user, he acted rashly without even investigating his abilities. I can only say that it is not unfair that he was caught every time in his 20 years of criminal experience. Setting an IQ of 160 is like a joke. Just take a look. I am so old and I am still working the night shift. This is really asking for my life. An old man in police uniform rode a bicycle to Higashikata Yasuke's house, muttering something like "time is unforgiving" while holding his waist and opening the door. Maybe it was not his fate, or maybe it was destined. When Yasuke was waiting for Jotaro to come home, his grandfather Higashikata Ryohei just came home. "Don't move. Yasuke, you little bastard, it's time to go to school now, why aren't you going to class?" As soon as he entered the door, he saw Yasuke Higashikata playing the Famicom. He was so angry that he took out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Yasuke's head. "Could it be? You skipped class? Grandpa, I think we should not do such a dangerous thing." Yasuke was so frightened by his grandfather's actions that he even loosened his hand holding the game controller. "I'm not skipping school. I'll be there soon. I'm just waiting for someone. Put it down quickly, or it will go off accidentally." Seeing that Yasuke was frightened, Higashikata Ryohei immediately said with a grin, "Yasuke, you've been fooled, idiot. This is a toy gun. My mom is in the kitchen because she was scared to death by you. Go play with her." Looking at his grandfather's naughty look, Yasuke spoke like he was coaxing a child. "Yasuke, let me play video games with you." "No, you're too bad." Yasuke looked disgusted. "Then you missed a great opportunity. When I was young, I was known as the electric ghost." Dongfang Liangping had an expression that said, "You've lost a lot. You're lying. There were no electric cars in your time. Do you think I'm a kid who can be fooled?" Wow, Yasuke has grown up and doesn't need grandpa anymore. Okay, I'll play with you." "Ha ha ha, idiot Yasuke, you've been fooled again. I won't fight with you." Watching the heartwarming scene through the eyes of the stand trapped in the bottle, Angelo, who was lurking in the bushes not far away and was originally panicked because his stand was caught, once again showed a bloodthirsty smile. There is a saying that goes, "The person who knows you best is actually your enemy." Eastern Patrolman, I know everything about you. The way out of the predicament has been found. Ha 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 ha, Higashikata Yasuke, you're dead. The source of Angelo's confidence is the ability of his stand. As long as he doesn't fight head-on, his ability is extremely disgusting. Has no substance, dissolves in water and controls water. At this time, a piece of news was broadcast on TV, "Since today, there have been 7 sudden deaths in the town." Yasuke just thought that this news was a bit problematic but didn't care. However, Higashikata Ryohei put away his original cheerful attitude and his eyes gradually became sharp. "I feel the breath of crime in this news. My intuition tells me that there are dangerous people lurking in this town." Yasuke did not take Higashikata Ryohei's words seriously. In his opinion, his grandfather was just a cynical old man who liked to joke with him and was just wasting his time waiting for retirement. He didn't know that his grandfather once had a glorious past and guarded the peace of Morio town every day. Yasuke, whose attention was drawn to the news, did not notice that a turbid liquid that could be seen by ordinary people gradually emerged from the bottle that trapped the silver water chain. Just at this time, Jotaro Kujo also arrived, and Yasuke Higashikata hurried to open the door, but he ignored the bottle on the coffee table that had completely changed. The moment Yasuke left the room, a big K logo was printed in the middle of the bottle. That was the symbol of brandy, and Dongfang Liangping would drink a glass after every shift. Dongfang Liangping just happened to see the bottle and subconsciously picked it up and was about to unscrew it and take a sip. "I don't remember leaving a bottle of brandy here. Yasuke must have drunk it secretly. He has grown up now. I don't know when he will bring back a girlfriend or something." His fingers were already pressing on the lid of the glass bottle. As long as the bottle is opened, Angelo's stand-in can escape. At this time, Yasuke was talking to Jotaro outside the door. Snap! It's the sound of the bottle cap being twisted. Good, saved. Angelo was delighted. If everything goes as Angelo expected, then he can not only escape but also get revenge. He had already thought it through. He planned to let the silver water chain disguise itself as brandy and enter the other person's body to kill the old policeman who had caught him, Dongfang Liangping. For Angelo, the first thing to do to escape is to kill. With a loud bang, the window was shattered by a stone, attracting everyone's attention. Even Dongfang Liangping, who was about to drink, stopped. Then an agile figure jumped in through the broken window. A low but slightly childish voice sounded. "Hey, old man! That thing in your hand is not alcohol. It's something very dangerous." "Who?" It was not until the sound of shattering windows was heard that Yasuke Higashikata suddenly remembered that the bottle that trapped his stand was still in the room, and he rushed into the room with Jotaro Kyujo. What caught their eyes was Yamcha, who was wearing an exquisite black suit and sunglasses. "Interpol." Yamcha said this as he skillfully took out his ID from the right pocket of his suit and waved it in front of Jotaro and Yasuke. No expression could be seen on his face because he was wearing sunglasses. "I am affiliated with the Special Ability Investigation Division of the Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Number 4399, Team Code, Men in Black." Without giving the two a chance to speak, Yamcha barged in a long string of titles that were incomprehensible but impressive nonetheless. End of this chapter. Chapter 8. Arresting criminals is the job of the Japanese police. What does it have to do with me, I? Chapter 8. Arresting criminals is the job of the Japanese police. What does it have to do with me, Interpol? What? What are you talking about? Wait, who are you? Yasuke had a head full of question marks when he heard that. The amount of information was too much for his brain to handle. However, when he saw the ID and heard the first word detective, his body subconsciously relaxed. At least in most people's perception, criminal police are not bad people. Although this is international. Only Jotaro Kyujo stared at Yamcha without relaxing at all, and was ready to attack at any time. As a former member of the Egyptian team that fought against Dio, he is not as naive as Higashikata Yasuke. I have been commissioned by the Neon government to investigate the case of a bizarre prison escape. Yamcha also knew that it was not easy to make Jotaro Kyujo trust him easily. He also had no intention of making Jotaro trust him with just a few words. As long as they don't attack me and as long as I'm not hostile, I have achieved my goal. I know you, Mr. Jotaro. You are well known in our department. No, I should say that you are also well known in the entire Strategic National Defense Attack and Logistics Support Bureau. Yamcha spoke to himself and nodded at Jotaro, seemingly not paying attention to the other's vigilance. Then he changed the subject and pointed at the bottle still in Toharyohei's hand with a tone full of regret. But Mr. Jotaro, you are really too careless. How could they put something so dangerous where ordinary people could touch it? If I hadn't stopped him in time, this old man would have met with an accident. Looking in the direction pointed by Yamcha, they noticed that the bottle containing the substitute was held in the hand of Dongfang Liangping, and the brandy logo was printed on the bottle. Yasuke naturally knew that his grandfather had the habit of drinking a glass of brandy after returning from duty. If he drank the opponent's stand user, then... Thinking of this, Yasuke's back was instantly soaked in cold sweat and he was filled with fear. To be honest, Yasuke has no idea what the limit of his stand, Crazy Diamond's healing power is, and whether there is any way to save his grandfather. If it fails, the consequences will be disastrous. At the same time, he developed a great liking for Yamcha, who prevented his grandfather from dying, and he believed at least 90% of what Yamcha said. It can be said that the better the relationship between Higashikata Yasuke and his grandfather, the higher his favorability towards Yamcha at this time. Higashikata Yasuke, who has no experience, has such a simple mind. He is almost the biggest idiot in the entire JoJo series. In the end, he is just an ordinary high school student. Jotaro in the third part is not an ordinary high school student, and neither is Kachin. Are you also a stand user? Among all the people present, only Jotaro was still wary of Yamcha, but after all, he saved people, so he was not as targeting him as he was at the beginning, so he asked tentatively. He knew very well that stand users would be attracted to each other. Yamcha shrugged, unfortunately, I'm not. If you are not a stand user, then you definitely can't see the stand. Why is that? Jotaro's suspicion, which had just subsided, rose again. And his eyes gradually became sharper. Mr. Jotaro, you don't think that the only special ability in this world is stand, do you? Without waiting for the other party to reply, Yamcha continued, your grandfather, Mr. Joseph Joestar, doesn't just have a stand, he also knows Ripple Kigong. That is a very ancient inheritance. There are also cyborgs from Country D. And my telekinesis. Yamcha showed off his ability a little bit, using telekinesis to lift the teacups around him and started to circle around his body. These are just one of the many special abilities in this world. This world is bigger than you can imagine. Yamcha deliberately misled Jotaro by telling him that he could see the stand through other means. He used telekinesis in front of Jotaro to prove to him that he was not a stand user. In fact, Yamcha, who did not have a stand, could not see the stand at all. If it were not for the plot, he would not know where Angelo's stand was. So his words are 8% true and 2% false. He is simply using known information to fool and mislead others. As a time traveler, the best way is to take advantage of the information gap. It is also possible to pretend to be a prophet, but as long as there is the slightest error, it will be easily exposed. Don't treat others as fools. Yamcha had never thought of it this way, his eyes were always on Jotaro. Ah! A unique female scream sounded, attracting everyone's attention. Oh no! It's Mom! Yasuke was startled when he heard the familiar voice. I don't think now is the time to talk about this. Catching that vicious criminal is our top priority now. What's the best way to unite people? Find a common enemy. Angelo, who was outside the door, was strangling Dongfang Pengzi with one hand and holding a dagger in the other hand, with the tip of the sharp blade against her neck. Although Tomoko Higashima was usually a hot-tempered woman, she was unable to break free from Angelo's restraints due to the huge size difference. Give me the bottle. Otherwise this woman will die. Angelo, with red eyes, stared at the glass bottle in Yamcha's hand. Angelo's ending is destined to be miserable. Under Crazy Diamond's power, he is transformed into a Picasso-style sculpture. The battle was not as thrilling as in the original plot. Having lost his stand, he had no chance of winning against the super-powerful combination of two powerful stand users and Yamcha. This guy is indeed the most disgusting and low-level criminal. When his double was caught, he disguised himself as a milkman again and wanted to take Dongfang Pengzi hostage, and even wanted to molest her in front of everyone. Yamcha, who had been keeping an eye on him, took the opportunity to use the uniform. Angelo's astonishing operation finally angered Yasuke Higashikata. In Yasuke's heart, there were only two people who were the most important, one was his mother Higashikata Tomoko, and the other was his grandfather Higashikata Ryohei, and he offended both of them. After being beaten with merciless fists of justice, it merged with the stone and ended up with the same fate as before. Yamcha, aren't you Interpol? Is this really okay? Will this count as a failure in your arrest? After venting his anger, Yasuke Higashikata said apologetically as he looked at Angelo, who had turned into a sculpture. After fighting side by side just now, the relationship between the few people became much more familiar, and they all knew Yamcha's name. No problem. Catching criminals is the job of the Japanese police. What does it have to do with Interpol? My job is just to make sure he can't harm society. End of this chapter. Chapter 9, Ordinary Life in Morio Town. Chapter 9, Ordinary Life in Morio Town. Higashikata Yasuke and his family didn't think there was anything wrong with Yamcha's explanation. After all, they knew nothing about Interpol. Besides, Yamcha had saved them twice, and they were so grateful to him that how could they still have doubts? Only Jotaro Kujo still had some doubts about Yamcha's identity, but he did not pursue it further. After all, the other party didn't do anything to harm them. Maybe Jotaro will arrange people to continue to investigate Yamcha's background, but Yamcha doesn't care. Even if the Joestar family is now one of the richest families in the world and their intelligence system is top-notch, they still want to investigate the information of a person who didn't exist before. That's impossible. Since they couldn't find any information about Yamcha, they would subconsciously think that Yamcha's information was covered up by someone. After all, in the normal people's cognition, it is impossible for a person to appear out of thin air without any logic. This is the result of information asymmetry. Even if we can finally find out that Yamcha suddenly appeared in Morio Town, that will be at least a long time in the future, and he will have long left this world by then. Therefore, Yamcha has nothing to fear and can continue to bear the unfounded title of Interpol's Man in Black. The most important point is that there are so many weird people in Morio Town, including some who claim to be aliens, so it shouldn't be a big problem to have one more Interpol officer. Something very terrifying is brewing beneath this seemingly peaceful town. Mr. Jotaro must have noticed something, right? Otherwise, you wouldn't have come all the way here. In order to ensure that his next plan would not go wrong, Yamcha prepared to find something for Jotaro to do. The Jiji, old man, at home thinks so too, Jotaro said calmly. The old man he mentioned naturally refers to his grandfather, Joseph Joestar, the protagonist of the second part of the JoJo series, a character famous for his battle of wits. Although now he is just an ordinary Alzheimer's patient. Do you know something? After hearing what Yamcha said, Jotaro looked at him. According to the information we have, there have been many people with special abilities in this town recently. They are what you call stand-ins. Yamcha selectively revealed the information he knew, 9 out of 10 of which were true and 1 out of 10 were false. This situation is very abnormal, just like 11 years ago. Yamcha said this and looked at Jotaro meaningfully. Cairo. Jotaro's expression suddenly became serious. Is there someone artificially creating a stand user? Ever since the battle with the 9 gods and Dio in Cairo, Egypt, Jotaro has been paying close attention to the news of stand users and has been eliminating Dio's remnants. However, the number of new stand users he has seen over the years is only handful, otherwise his time stop ability would not have dropped to only 0.5, because the ability of Star Platinum is basically not used. The situation of a large number of stand users appearing now is exactly the same as when Dio appeared in the world, so he can't help but pay attention to it. I don't know, but I'm sure there's someone in this town who can create a substitute. If the person is a normal person, it's fine. But if the person's mental state is abnormal, it will definitely cause a terrible disaster. Yamcha said as he made a very exaggerated gesture. Yale Dane, the so-called commission to investigate Angelo is just a cover-up. Your real purpose is actually for this. It seems that you, Interpol, and the local police are not in solidarity. Yamcha neither confirmed nor refuted but shrugged, neither agreeing nor denying. I believe that Mr. Jotaro will not stand idly by after learning what happened. I see. If I have any clues I'll let you know. Then I'll leave it to Mr. Jotaro. Seeing that Jotaro agreed, Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief. If this guy keeps staring at me, it will be difficult to carry out the next plan, so Yamcha deliberately reveals part of the plot to Jotaro. Cold on the outside but warm on the inside, with a strong sense of justice, this is the core character of Jotaro Kujo, especially when it comes to the premise of a stand user. If the opponent is a young version of Joseph Joestar, it won't be so easy to fool him. The old guy's actions when his IQ is online are sometimes really amazing. Even though his strength is no longer as strong as it was in his golden days, as long as Jotaro is not careless, it would be easy for him to face any stand user in the fourth part. Diamond is unbreakable, with his strength. When there is a chance, he plans to reveal to Jotaro the information of a certain office worker who wants to live a peaceful life. Although Kira Yoshikage is the least threatening among all the bosses in the JoJo series and only looks for women with beautiful arms to commit crimes, he is also a pervert and does not show any mercy when killing people. A few days passed quickly. After learning that Yamcha had no current residence, Higashikata Yasuke's family warmly invited him to stay, so Yamcha temporarily lived with Higashikata Yasuke's family. Men's friendship lies in carrying guns together. Ahem. Yamcha had fought with Higashikata Yasuke and saved the lives of his grandfather and mother. In addition, they were close in age, with Yamcha looking like 15 despite his 13 years old, and Higashikata Yasuke 16. In addition, the two often played games together, so it was natural that they became very close. At least in Yasuke's opinion, he and Yamcha are already good friends. "Yasuke, how about we go get some Italian food?" Yamcha asked, pointing to an Italian restaurant not far away called Toricity. "Italian food? I haven't tried it yet." After hearing Yamcha's suggestion, Yasuke was a little tempted. He subconsciously took out his wallet and then his face became embarrassed. This month's pocket money has been used up. Yamcha noticed Yasuke's embarrassment, patted his shoulder and said, "It's my treat, eat as much as you can." "Hey, that's so embarrassing." Although Yasuke said this, he acted faster than Yamcha. "What are you waiting for? I'm starving." The two pushed open the door of the restaurant. Looking at the restaurant's standard Italian decoration style, Yamcha randomly found a seat nearby. Although it is said to be casual, there are actually only 2 tables in the entire restaurant. There was no menu on the table, and the dishes were served in a customized manner. This novel approach made Yasuke very curious. The timeline of Diamond is Unbreakable is in 1999, an era when private cuisine was uncommon in Tokyo, let alone in a small town like Morio. A seemingly polite man received the two people very warmly. "I'm sorry, I'm both the boss and the chef. As you can see, I have limited energy, so I can only serve 2 tables of guests at a time. Even so, I'm exhausted." The man called himself Tonio Tolasati, a chef who had practiced cooking around the world. He opened a restaurant in Japan because his amazing cooking skills were not trusted in Italy. "I will customize the most suitable dishes according to the needs of the guests," Toricity said as he turned his gaze towards Yamcha, and the next moment his eyes seemed to sparkle with light. "I saw the hidden disease in you. This is no ordinary restaurant, the chef Tolicity is a stand-in." End of this chapter. Chapter 10, Food that doesn't glow but can heal. Chapter 10, Food that doesn't glow but can heal. You must be overdrawing your body frequently, which is not a good thing for someone your age. Yamcha lives in the vast desert area of the Dragon Ball world. He naturally has no famous teacher, no grandfather who is a disciple of the god of martial arts, and no noble bloodline. His training method is entirely dependent on himself, training hard, and practicing diligently. His objects are all wild beasts, wolves, and the like. It would be strange if he didn't have hidden diseases if his training method was incorrect. It is also because of this that he has the strength that surpasses the original work before he is even as old as the original work. Yamcha was not surprised by Toricity's words because that was the purpose of his visit. "I have traveled all over the world in pursuit of dishes that can make my guests feel more energetic. I have studied Chinese medicinal cuisine and learned the techniques of a herbalist from an indigenous tribe in the Amazon. I have also studied the efficacy of various rare herbs in Africa and then applied these learned techniques to my dishes." Tolicity talked eloquently about his experience. "This is the first time I've received a guest like you. It's quite an experiment. But don't worry, these problems are trivial. I will prepare a special dish just for you. Torasity said with a smile and walked into the kitchen, leaving Yasuk with a confused look on his face and Yamcha with full of expectations. Torasity would formulate targeted dietary recipes based on the physical problems of his customers, but the dietary treatment process was a bit horrifying. I think this was why he was expelled from Italy. After all, any normal person would find the entire dietary treatment process horrifying. In fact, Yamcha had investigated this Italian restaurant not long after arriving in Morio town. He waited until now to be on the safe side. And for the sake of caution, Yamcha called on the strongest nanny Higashikata Yasuk. As long as you don't die immediately, Yasuk's crazy diamond can save you. This ability can be said to be the strongest healing skill in the entire JoJo series. According to Yamcha's intelligence, Torasity is really just a pure chef who cares about the health of his customers, but everything has its contingencies and with Yasuk around, the safety factor skyrockets. Hey, Yamcha! Yasuk leaned over and whispered, so-called healthy food like this will taste terrible because they pursue health too much. If you think it tastes bad, we can just turn our backs on it and leave. We can't waste our money on a place like this. Yamcha just nodded slightly at this. Given the information asymmetry, Yasuk's attitude was actually normal. In fact, Torasity is running a business at a loss. All his ingredients are precious medicinal materials, and he charges only 3,500 yen per serving for the special menu, which is a huge loss. His attention was now on the glass of water on the dining table. Even the water in this restaurant is medicinal. This ordinary cup of water is made up of melted snow from Mount Kilimanjaro in Africa 50,000 years ago. This alone is something you may not be able to get even if you have money. Yamcha drank the water in the cup in one gulp. Very delicious water. At the same time, Chef Torasity came over with his appetizers. This is a dish specially made for you. Thank you for the treat, the food was really delicious. After a process that seemed horrifying but was actually a treatment, Yamcha felt as if he had unloaded 100 kilograms of rice. He felt relaxed all over, and even his punches became more powerful. Hey, Yamcha, are you really okay? Asked Yasuk, who had watched the entire horror diet process. No problem, Yasuk, I suggest you have one portion too. It's really delicious. Yamcha suggested. He could clearly feel that after eating these dishes, his training efficiency would be greatly improved when he went to exercise. Yasuk shook his head, indicating that he still couldn't accept this kind of treatment. After paying, Yamcha looked at the Italian chef who was still smiling. Mr. Torasity, I am deeply impressed by your superb cooking skills, so can you teach me? The body is the capital of life. If you want to become stronger, a strong body is an indispensable condition. Although the reason why the effect of Torasity's diet therapy was so immediate was thanks to the ability of his stand pearl jam, his knowledge of pharmacology was also indispensable, which was what Yamcha valued. Without the knowledge and cooking skills in his mind, it would be impossible to achieve the current effect by just getting pearl jam as a substitute. That knowledge Yamcha wants to learn. You want to learn? Okay, I'll teach you. Torasity smiled. He is not a closed-minded person. He wants more people to fall in love with Italian cuisine. Spreading the deliciousness of Italian cuisine to more people is also one of his lifelong dreams. If Yamcha wants to learn, he will teach, although Yamcha only wants to learn his pharmacology knowledge and is not interested in cooking. But before you study, be sure to wash your hands. For the first time, Torasity put away his smile and looked at Yamcha seriously, handing him a piece of soap with the words medicinal soap written on it. The kitchen is a sacred place and must be kept clean and hygienic. Torasity said seriously. This guy is absolutely obsessed with the kitchen. Afterwards, Yamcha's days began to become fulfilling. He was no longer just hanging out with Yasuk, but went to the Toricity restaurant to start studying. Toricity is truly a man who has traveled the world. He is impeccable in both pharmacology and cooking. He was able to answer almost every question, which made Yamcha's pharmacology level improve rapidly. After a period of study, he could even prescribe basic medicine according to the other party's condition. As for my cooking skills, my progress has been mediocre. Yamcha is really not good at cooking. The taste is just so-so, but the appearance can only be described as horrible. He has a big knife, but he just can't use it well, and Toricity has criticized him a lot for this. Days passed by, and the number of people who died mysteriously in Morio town began to increase. Even with Yamcha's hint, Jotaro still had no idea what was going on and was almost knocked over by 2 mice. It was a pity that his era was over. The star platinum who could kill the world with one punch is no longer invincible. That day, Yamcha came out of Toricity, took out the calendar he carried with him, drew a circle on it, and looked up at the sky. The time is almost ripe, it's time to plan your ultimate goal in this world. What is there in JoJo Part 4 Diamond is unbreakable that is worth Yamcha's coming? The answer is, stand user. End of this chapter. Chapter 11 The safest way to get a stand. Chapter 11 The safest way to get a stand. Hey, Angelo. When Yamcha, Yasuke, and Hirose Koichi were passing by a strange-looking ugly stone sculpture, Yamcha and Yasuke greeted the strange ugly stone very naturally. Today Toricity went out to buy ingredients, so Yamcha didn't have to report to the restaurant, so he hung out with Yasuke. Koichi Hirose was the short guy, about 1.4 meters tall, who stood next to Jotaro. According to legend, Higashikata Yasuke is only the superficial protagonist of JoJo Diamond is Unbreakable, while Hirose Koichi is the hidden real protagonist of the show. This guy is like Krillin in Dragon Ball, a winner in life who finally takes a beautiful woman home. Although that beautiful woman is a yandere. Hey? Was there such a strange sculpture before? Kong Yi was very confused when he looked at the extremely ugly sculpture. Yes, although it wasn't like this before. Before. Kong was confused, but finally did the same thing as Yamcha and Yasuke. Hey, Angelo. I don't know what this means, but I just do it. How are you doing, Mr. Jotaro? Oh, he is still investigating other situations. I don't know much about it. Under Yamcha's intentional or unintentional guidance, the 3 of them walked around for a long time and came to an old 2-story building that was full of patches and looked quite old. What's the situation with this house? Looking at the sign "No Trespassing" on the door plate of the small Western-style building in front of me, a faint mist is gradually spreading, which is very similar to the plot of a haunted house in the movie world. Oh, this house. It's said that no one has lived in it for 3 or 4 years. I guess no one would buy such a rundown and old house, right? In a trance, Kong Yi seemed to see a figure flash by on the windowsill on the 2nd floor. Kong Yi rubbed his eyes and found nothing. Strange, is it my eyes that are dazzled? Is there no one here? I feel something is wrong. Yasuke seemed to have sensed something and stared at the small Western-style building in a daze. Could it be a homeless person nearby? Koichi immediately asked, Yasuke, did you notice anything? Hey, how come the lock on the door is open? That's weird. Yamcha stood aside and stared at the gate, wondering what he was thinking. After a few seconds, he quickly walked past Koichi who was about to enter the building. Since you're not sure, let's go up and check it out. As he spoke, whether intentionally or unintentionally, Yamcha gradually walked in front of Koichi, with the angle just right to block him. Hey, you little brats! Don't enter other people's houses casually. A slightly rough and hoarse voice sounded. A high school student with a very old Jackie Chan face walked over from one side of the Western-style building's garden. Although his face showed displeasure and a bit of arrogance, as if he was a bad guy, he always looked like a not very smart person. Nijimura Okuyasu is also one of Morio Town's stand users. This is my father's house. You little brats are not allowed to have any ideas about it from now on. Do you hear me? Nijimura Odasul looked at the three people with ill intentions and said. Just as Yasuke was about to step forward to negotiate, he heard a whoosh and the sound of breaking wind, and a sharp arrow shot out rapidly. The target is directly aimed at Hirose Koichi, the weakest of the three. The sudden attack made no one react, except one person. Here it comes. This is the moment I've been waiting for. It happened in a flash. Yamcha pounced forward and pushed Hirose Koichi away. However, he suddenly stumbled and was a little slow, and was pierced by the sharp arrow in the abdomen. His clothes were instantly stained red with blood. Brother, what are you doing? Nijimura Oda shouted at the dilapidated villa in confusion. He came out just to teach these guys who were pointing fingers at his house a lesson. He didn't think of shooting them with arrows. After all, he was just a delinquent, not a big villain. He was answered with a cold snort. Shut up, Yaitai, how could I have such a stupid brother like you? This guy is also a stand user. Yamcha, are you okay? Hirose Koichi was frightened by the sudden attack. He stood there at a loss as he looked at Yamcha, who had an arrow in his abdomen and blood gushing out. Damn it! Yamcha! Yasuke Higashikata's reaction was much faster than Koichi's. A strange energy rose from his body, and then a humanoid creature appeared behind him. White armor, red skin. That's Higashikata Yasuke's stand. Crazy Diamond! The stand pulled the arrow out of Yamcha's abdomen, and then punched Yamcha's abdomen with both fists. Tulalalalalalala. A magical scene appeared. The continuous beatings did not worsen Yamcha's injuries. Instead, the wounds healed quickly in an incredible way. Oh, not only the wounds, but also the blood and clothes pierced by the arrows recovered miraculously. This is the ability of Higashikata Yasuke's stand, Crazy Diamond. As long as the person is not completely dead, their body can even be repaired at the moment of death. This is why Yamcha always takes Yasuke with him when something happens. Having Crazy Diamond is equivalent to having an extra powerful treatment. But Crazy Diamond also has shortcomings. It cannot cure diseases, cannot resurrect the dead, and cannot repair its own injuries. Saved. Yamcha, whose injuries were completely healed, stood up, and at the same time, a faint energy gradually rose from his body. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. His purpose was achieved. There are several situations in which one can become a stand user in the JoJo world. One is to be born with a stand, such as Yasuke Higashikata, Jotaro Kyujo, and Toricity, or to have it through heredity or life experience, and one day the ability of the stand will be awakened. The second is to obtain a substitute later in life. This situation is the most common. There are many ways to obtain a stand, such as going to the Devil's Palm in the 7th part of the JoJo series, or going to the Wall-Eye in Morio Town in the 8th part. Or the remains of a saint, and. That's right, it was the arrow that Yamcha had just been hit by. From the 3rd part of JoJo, Stardust Crusaders, this is an arrow shot by Granny Enya. The arrow is attached with a magical power. Once the person who is shot by the arrow survives the test, he can become a qualified person, the so-called stand user. If you fail, there is only one way left, death. To put it simply, as long as you survive being shot by an arrow, you can gain the ability of a stand. With Yasuke by his side, he can rely on his Crazy Diamond to ensure immortality. Of course, if he has the specialty of the Dragon Ball world, Senzu Beans, he can achieve the same effect. This is the opportunity that Yamcha has been waiting for. This is also the easiest, best, and safest way to obtain a stand in the entire JoJo series. The real protagonist Hirose Koichi obtained his stand ability through this method. I'm considering whether to update at night. End of this chapter. Chapter 12, I can see the substitute. Chapter 12, I can see the substitute. There is no inherent superiority or inferiority between natural stand users and artificial stand users. The strength of a stand user depends mainly on their values, abilities, and how they are used. The most important thing is the spirit. The stand-in is the embodiment of the spirit. In order to obtain a stand user, Yamcha did a lot of preparation. Combining the method by which Koichi Hirose obtained the ability of a stand in the original plot, Yamcha made the most prudent arrangement. Although if you can survive the arrow, you can gain the ability of a stand user, but what if you can't survive it? What if Yamcha is not the qualified person chosen by the arrow? So there was a process of stopping Angelo from killing Higashikata Ryohei and building a good impression with Higashikata Yasuke. Otherwise, why would Yamcha go to so much trouble to do all this? And why is he pretending to be Interpol so unstable? Is it just to meet the protagonists? With Yasuke Higashikata's crazy diamond, he can guarantee his immortality to a certain extent. As long as you survive being shot by an arrow, you can obtain a stand user. Although doing so may seem like taking advantage of Yasuke, his grandfather is still alive, so he is also a beneficiary. It's beneficial to both parties. This is win-win, which means win-win. Looking at Yasuke and Okuyasu who were fighting against each other, Yamcha picked up the arrows on the ground without saying a word. Although it is not a bug arrow, it is still a pretty good item. If used properly, it can theoretically create an army of stand users. Of course, stand users are only 1 in a million, and to create such an army, at least tens of thousands of lives must be sacrificed. But it cannot hide the fact that this arrow is a good thing. Of course, if there is a treatment, it can be mass-produced. Yaitai, what are you doing, you idiot? Seeing the arrow being taken away by Yamcha, Nijimura Kyojo upstairs couldn't help but shout. He didn't expect that Higashikata Yasuke had such strong healing abilities, and he healed Yamcha's injuries almost in an instant. The current situation is very unfavorable to them, and he can't help but be anxious. Your name is Yaitai. It must be Nijimura Yaitai, right? You call him brother, so you are Nijimura Kicho? I know you two brothers. I have seen your information in the archives. In fact, you are also victims. Yamcha said to the two Nijimura brothers. Essentially, the two brothers were victims of the Dio incident. Since you haven't committed any serious crimes, you can be given a lighter sentence if you surrender now. If you continue to resist in vain, you won't be able to get out in a short time. You should know my identity. Yamcha was trying to put psychological pressure on Nijimura Kicho by using the tiger's skin to deceive people. What should we do? If my brother gets caught, he will go to jail. Nijimura Oyasu also woke up at this time. He panicked when he heard what Yamcha said. He looked up at Nijimura Keisuke at the second-floor window with a nervous face. Stupid brother, how could I have such a stupid brother like you? Nijimura Kyojo upstairs glared at Nijimura Okuyasu unhappily. He was not affected by Yamcha's words at all. This guy's psychological quality is much stronger than that of ordinary people. But he is Interpol. After being scolded, Nijimura Okuyasu whispered in grievance. This isn't a game. Can't we just kill them right here? The hand you have is a terrifying substitute that makes my scalp tingle when I think about it. Get rid of these guys quickly. I understand, brother. After hearing his brother's words, Yaitai's eyes gradually became sharp. A substitute in white mixed with a little blue emerged from behind him. Is this a stand user? Being able to see the stand means that you are already a stand user. After clearly seeing the stand user behind Nijimura Okuyasu, Yamcha thought to himself, the most direct way to tell if someone is a stand user is to see their stand. Before being shot, Yamcha couldn't see the stand user, but after being shot, Yamcha could see it clearly. This undoubtedly confirmed that he had acquired the ability to become a stand. Although the stand ability has not yet been fully awakened. Nijimura Okuyasu's stand is called Bombing Space, the hand, and its 6-dimensional data are Destructive Power B, Precision C, Durability C, Range D, Growth C, and Speed B. The numbers are average, but as his brother said, his stand has a very scary ability. The right hand of Bombing Space has the ability to cut off space. This is a very, very terrifying ability. Can completely ignore the opponent's defense. He can even use the ability to shave off space to teleport over short distances. If you are not careful, the person who is hit will die. The kind that even Crazy Diamond couldn't save. But, such a powerful bug ability was given to Nijimura Okuyasu. Just as Yatai looked on the surface, his brain really wasn't working very well and he was completely unable to use this ability effectively, which made his danger index drop rapidly. Typically powerful, but a mediocre user. If it were used by someone with a good brain, it would at least be at the boss level. When facing Higashikata Yasuke, Nijimura Okuyasu was almost completely defeated unilaterally. The powerful ability can only exert half of its effectiveness. The 6-dimensional value was completely defeated by Yasuke's Crazy Diamond. Not to mention an effective attack, it couldn't even touch a hair of Yasuke. Idiot brother, you are so useless. Crazy Diamond seized the opportunity and knocked Nijimura Okuyasu down with one punch. Nijimura Keisuke, who was watching the fight upstairs, finally couldn't sit still anymore. Apart from expending some physical strength, Yasuke didn't get hurt at all when fighting Okuyasu. That is the only holy arrow. In order to achieve our goal, we must retrieve it. Since you, my incompetent brother, can't handle them, I will have to do it myself. After saying that, Nijimura Gyosho looked up at the sky. The originally clear sky gradually became a little grey. Fortunately, God is helping me. The same words as a boss, the same opening as a boss. Yamcha, who was standing aside and observing, found that the fog around him seemed to have become thicker, mixed with a somewhat weird atmosphere. Foggy day? With a bang, the door of the villa was pushed open from the inside, but no person or animal appeared. It seemed that there was something hidden in the dark room. Then, a few stars flashed in the dark room, accompanied by extremely subtle crackling sounds. Countless tiny bullets were fired rapidly, covering the people in the yard like a dragnet. Those bullets are countless times smaller than ordinary bullets. And theoretically their lethality is relatively reduced, but facing such intensive attacks, you will definitely get hurt. Unfortunately. Ding ding ding, a series of gong sounds rang out at the same time. The densely packed tiny bullets were all blocked by countless floating stones. Yamcha raised his index finger, and countless stones floated around him, protecting Yasuke and Koichi. Yamcha's telekinesis. End of this chapter. Chapter 13. It makes sense for an Interpol officer to carry it with him, right? Chapter 13. It makes sense for an Interpol officer to carry it with him, right? As long as the difference in strength between the two sides is not too big, as long as the intelligence of the other party's ability is obtained, the battle will become much easier. The battle between stand users can also be said to be a battle of intelligence. Nijimura Gyosho, I know all the information about your stand's abilities. Especially now that Yamcha can see the stand as well. Nijimura Gyosho's stand is called the Evil Squadron, and just as its name suggests, it is composed of a group of toy-sized legions, and is a very rare multiple stand. The 6-dimensional data are Destructive Power B, Precision C, Durability C, Range B, Growth C, and Speed B. This army includes infantry, tanks, combat helicopters, etc., and can also use ammunition and weapons to attack. It is not an exaggeration to call it a miniature regular army. Combined with the unique characteristics of the stand's strong vitality and close cooperation, it can be said to be quite formidable. If it weren't for the small size that reduced the lethality, the evaluation of the Evil Squadron could be even higher. However, the current heavy fog has greatly enhanced its concealment. It's a pity that this kind of stand ability is naturally countered by Yamcha's telekinesis. Without the ability to follow special rules, the lack of lethality is a major flaw. The attacks of the evil squadron were easily blocked by the dense group of stones wrapped by Yamcha's telekinesis. The attacks of microbombs and missiles were replaced by worthless stones in the garden by Yamcha, and apart from a little aftermath, they could not hurt Yamcha and the other two at all. After getting the information about the evil squadron from Yamcha, Yasuke Higashikata also joined the battle. With Crazy Diamond and Yamcha's telekinesis, the evil squadron can't do anything to them. Theoretically, if the evil squadron with a growth level of C could grow further and evolve into miniature weapons of mass destruction, Yamcha and Yasuke would definitely not be able to withstand it. Unfortunately, such a temporary explosion can only happen to the protagonist. If you have the guts, come upstairs and catch me. Nijimura Xingzhou on the second floor said this angrily and left the window, not even paying much attention to his younger brother Yaitai who was lying in the yard. Yamcha and Yasuke looked at each other and walked into the house. Before leaving, Yasuke specially healed Nijimura Okoyasu who was coded by him. Although Yasuke looks like a delinquent, he is actually kinder than anyone else. Koichi was left outside to notify Jotaro because he did not have the ability to fight. In fact, Yamcha didn't want to have too much entanglement with Nijimura Gyosho, but there were more people eyeing the arrow in his hand, and they were watching here now. There was not a single light in the dark room. I pressed the power button to turn on the light, but the ceiling light didn't respond at all. I guess the electricity was turned off because I hadn't paid the bill for a long time. I could only grope my way forward. The two of them soon arrived at the second floor of the villa, where Nijimura Gyosho himself was hiding, or rather, this guy was standing in the middle of the room. Nijimura Gyosho, surrender. Seeing Nijimura Gyoko standing in the room, Yasuke spoke, but this sentence itself was meaningless because it was obvious that the other party would not surrender. Do you think you have a sure win? Nijimura Gyosho looked as if he was sure of victory. The outcome was decided the moment you stepped into this house. The real battle begins now. With a buzzing sound, dozens of fighter planes the size of four-wheel drive vehicles were approaching at a very fast speed close to the ceiling. Then the ground shook slightly, and dozens of miniature tanks came along. These dozen or so micro-fighters and those micro-tanks are Nijimura Kaisho's trump cards. In such a small space and such a close distance, even if Yamcha could use stones to block the attack of the micro-missiles, he would definitely be injured. At least Yamcha couldn't resist missiles with his body. Moreover, there was not a single light on in the whole house. It was originally pitch black, and the heavy fog made it even more difficult to see clearly in the room. He could only vaguely see the other party's figure. Such an environment allows the evil squadron to better utilize the terrain advantage. Moreover, all members of the evil squadron are equipped with night vision goggles. The time and the place are all on my side, I don't know how I can lose. Kill them, my evil squadron. Nijimura Kicho gave the order in his mind. To be on the safe side, he didn't plan to make any sound so that the other party wouldn't be able to determine his location by sound. The bullets are loaded, the missiles are ready to go, and then... light. Nijimura Gyosho saw a blinding white light. No, to be precise, it was countless dazzling white lights. Damn it, my eyes! The sudden appearance of white light in the darkness instantly blinded his eyes, and even his brain went into a state of shutdown, causing him to scream out. How is that possible? Where does the light come from? Nijimura Xingzhou forced himself to open his bloodshot eyes, despite the discomfort. Through his blurry vision, he saw several objects floating above Yamcha and the others, near the ceiling. Is that a flashlight? To be precise, there were several high-intensity flashlights floating. As an Interpol officer, it makes sense to carry a few high-powered flashlights with you, right? Not only Nijimura Kicho was dazzled by the strong light, his evil squadron was also deprived of their vision, and even their hiding places were completely exposed. Kill them! Nijimura Kicho no longer cared about anything else and chose to attack directly. Yasuke! Yamcha shouted. Give it to me. Yasuke nodded in understanding, and Crazy Diamond's figure immediately appeared behind him. It would be much easier as long as we could see the trajectory of the attack. Tla-la-la-la-la-la-la. Crazy Diamond was seen waving his fists wildly, knocking away the incoming missiles one by one. The attacks of the evil squadron were completely unable to hurt the two of them. If one can see the opponent's movements clearly, Crazy Diamond with both strength and speed is very powerful. Especially in terms of strength, Crazy Diamond can fight with Star Platinum in a short period of time. As we all know, most stand users' Force A means their strength is only A, while Star Platinum's Force A means the highest strength value is only A. Damn it! Nijimura Kyojo cursed. Even though his eyes have not fully recovered yet, he really couldn't understand why Yamcha would carry several high-powered flashlights with him. Who in their right mind would do that? However, what he couldn't see was still to come. Yamcha smiled at Nijimura Kyojo, and that malicious smile made the other party feel uneasy. The moment he saw Yamcha take out something, his face turned green. Yamcha took out 2 round coins from his trouser pocket. Grenade. End of this chapter. Chapter 14 Art is Explosion. Chapter 14 Art is Explosion. Yamcha's real identity is a desert bandit, so he can afford some guns. It's reasonable for him to carry 2 grenades for self-defense, right? Yamcha's surface identity is Interpol, so it's reasonable for him to carry 2 grenades with him, right? No matter whether other people think it is unreasonable or not, Nijimura Kicho thinks it is unreasonable. How could he have such a thing? Nijimura Kyojo's eyes almost popped out. Even if Interpol carries grenades with them, it is too exaggerated. Don't the Japanese police care about it? Are you fucking sick? Nijimura Kishio subconsciously wanted to curse in anger. Then he thought of something and was horrified. Asshole, stop him. The narrow space does allow the evil squadron to exert its great power, but it also limits their actions. Especially under the illumination of strong flashlights, they lose their concealment and their range of activities is locked. Once they encounter a large-scale range attack. In particular, Nijimura Kicho moved away from the window in order to show off, standing in the middle of the room with his back against the wall. You are not in the right place at the right time. Yamcha waved his right hand, and countless stones formed a small stone wall to block the attack of the evil squadron. Then he threw 2 grenades with his left hand, and they drew a beautiful parabola in the air. At that moment, the only things left in Nijimura Kicho's eyes were the 2 grenades. Shooting! Nijimura Kyojo gave the order, but it was too late. Yamcha himself grabbed Yasuke and quickly left the room with lightning speed. In the end, Yamcha was kind enough to close the door. Then he raised 2 fingers and muttered something. Art is explosion. Drink. Boom. There was a loud bang, accompanied by roar and flames, and even the door that had just been closed was smashed away. Yamcha, is he okay? It took Yasuke a long time to recover from his shock. He swallowed his saliva, his voice trembling a little. Although he has good fighting qualities, he was just an ordinary high school student before. He only fought with other stand users for the first time not long ago. The number of grenades exceeded his expectations. Now he was worried that the other party would be killed. It's okay, it's impossible to kill him at this level. Yamcha said nonchalantly as he walked into the room. Of course, there were always stones floating around him just in case. These 2 grenades were the least powerful ones. Didn't they even blow up the room? They were just right for dealing with Nijimura Kyojo's evil squadron, without having to worry about actually blowing that guy up. And as long as you don't die immediately, Yasuke can save you. Look, am I right? Yamcha took out a deck of cards from his pocket slowly and threw them out like flowers from heaven. Under the control of telekinesis, the cards became extremely sharp as they spun at high speed. Telekinesis is a very versatile ability. The key lies in how you use it. These playing cards were pointing directly at the seriously injured Nijimura Kyojo lying on the ground. If he made the slightest movement, blood would splatter on the spot. Yasuke and Yamcha were unharmed, but Nijimura Kaish was seriously injured. It was obvious that the winner had been decided. Elder brother. At this time, Nijimura Otosu downstairs also woke up from his coma. He hurriedly ran to Nijimura Kyojo, who was covered in blood. You are under arrest. Yamcha had rehearsed the above battle many times to prevent any accidents from happening. What's more, Yamcha also has a plan B. If that doesn't work, there's plan C. Even if something unexpected happens and all plans fail, Yamcha can still travel through time and escape. In short, you must be steady and saving your life is the most important thing. Seeing that they were not killed in the explosion, Yasuke breathed a sigh of relief, walked up to them, stared at them and said, "Why are you doing this?" Elder brother. Nijimura Kyojo glanced at his very smart brother, sighed and said slowly, "Since you have won and we are prisoners, there is nothing to hide." Yasuke learned the whole story from Nijimura Kyojo's narration. The reason why the two of them were carrying the arrow and causing trouble everywhere was because of their father. Their father chose to be loyal to Dio and work for him for money 10 years ago. The granulation, Dio's cells, planted in his brain controlled everything by Dio and became his puppet. When Jotaro defeated Dio's group in Egypt and successfully killed Dio, the granulation in their father's body also went out of control, instantly transforming him into an extremely ugly and unintelligent undead monster. And everything they did was to find a replacement who could kill their father. What a tragic story! He is worthy of being the villain throughout the entire JoJo series. Dio, you are such a sinner. It is said that Nijimura Oyasu's bombing space can even cut off the space, but he cannot kill their father, because their father is also a stand user, but his specific ability is unknown. It is thought that he should be a survival type. Nijimura Kyojo's words left Yasuke silent. Just as several people were immersed in sad memories, Yamcha slowly threw out a universal capsule and started searching inside. The battle is far from over, and the enemies are not just the two Nijimura brothers. Now begins the second phase of the battle. Crackling, crackling. Tiny sounds were heard in the room, and just as they were reminiscing about the past, yellow sparks continued to emerge from the sockets in the room. These tiny sparks slowly combined and grew silently, and soon a golden monster with a bird's beak and a lizard-like body slowly emerged. Stand ability. A stand user who has been keeping an eye on this house, and who also wants the arrow. The boss in the first half of the fourth part of the JoJo series, Diamond is unbreakable, and the stand of Akira Otoshi, Chili Pepper. His ability is to travel anywhere through electricity and control electricity. As long as he is in a place with electricity, his physical strength is almost infinite, and his attack power can be increased with the amount of electricity. He is a very powerful stand. The most crucial point is that this guy can also digitize his body and thoroughly implement the principle of running away if he can't win, making him very difficult to deal with. The 6-dimensional panel is a 5A level divine panel with destructive power A, precision C, durability A, range A, growth A, and speed A. In terms of panel attributes alone, his destructive power A, precision B, durability B, range D, growth A, and speed B are even higher than those of Killer Queen, the stand-in of Kira Yoshikage. The ordinary office worker in Morio Town, the final boss of Diamond, is unbreakable. Even Dio, the final boss of the previous film, does not have a higher panel index than him. And once he absorbs full electricity, his frontal strength is so terrifying that even crazy Diamond cannot ignore it. But unfortunately, everything in the world is mutually reinforcing and counteracting, and this substitute has a fatal weakness. Let's try publishing both chapters together. Do you like it? End of this chapter. Chapter 15, the boss who just appeared and then left. Chapter 15, the boss who just appeared and then left. Nijimura Kyojo was shooting people with a bow and arrow in order to find a stand user who could kill his father. However, his aimless method had no meaning other than mass production of stand users. This guy keeps saying that his younger brother is a fool, but in fact his IQ is not much higher than that of Otaru. Since everyone knows the existence of Jotaro and that he is the man who defeated Dio, it would be much more useful for him to directly seek Jotaro's help as a victim than to act aimlessly like he is now. And it's not illegal. Human beings are the most greedy creatures, especially since he didn't know that one of the substitute users he created has already set his sights on him, and his strength has grown far beyond his imagination. And this man's attention is now entirely on the arrow in Yamcha's hand. I'll take that arrow. Xin Hongchili had already made up her mind. She planned to use her ability to transform into electric current at any time to launch a sneak attack, catch the man named Yamcha, and take the arrow from his hand. However, he didn't know that his existence had already been discovered. Nice to meet you, Mr. Odashi Akira's stand-in, Chili Pepper. Why did he know me? How did I get exposed? His identity was revealed in one sentence, and countless questions swirled in the mind of Yin Shiming, who was hiding on the roof. He really wanted to know how Yamcha got his information. He has not appeared so far. Unfortunately, Yamcha would not give him this opportunity. The moment Chili's body completely emerged from the socket, his telekinesis controlled the rubber bands to seal all the sockets in the room at lightning speed. Insulation is the weakness of spicy red pepper, it will be trapped by insulator. Then he took out a giant water gun. Then without saying anything, he shot it before Xin Hong Leijiao could react. The moment the water touched the spicy red pepper, the entire substitute burst out with a strong electric current, and the high temperature mixed with the dazzling light illuminated the entire room. Spicy red pepper, it short-circuited. Yes, the fatal weakness of spicy red pepper is that it is afraid of water, or to be more precise, sea water. It was specially prepared for it by Yamcha. The biggest weakness of spicy red pepper is that it can be electrolyzed by seawater, so once it comes into contact with seawater, its combat effectiveness will be greatly reduced. Even the user himself, Odashi Akira, was not aware of this weakness. Although Xin Hong Lajiao is powerful and has a 6-dimensional divine panel, it has too many weaknesses and is easily targeted. If it encounters an opponent with conflicting attributes, it will be suppressed. It is indeed powerful, but once targeted, the actual destructive power it exerts is not even as good as the silver water chain on its brother's panel. Seeing that the attack was effective, Yamcha did not intend to relax at all. Instead, he increased the hydraulic output of the water gun. A number of water guns with the same configuration flew out of the universal capsule and aimed at the spicy red pepper. Yasuke, be careful not to touch the water. If possible, please take the Nijimura brothers out of here first. Yamcha found time to speak to Yasuke. Fuck you. Even Xin Hong Leijiao, who had reacted, couldn't help but start swearing. Not only that, Yamcha also used his telekinesis to open the fire hydrant downstairs. A huge leather pipe was aimed at the spicy red pepper. The short circuit continued, and he made a painful sound and began to beg for mercy intermittently. But Yamcha had no intention of letting him go and continued to attack without saying a word. With a substitute like this with a divine panel, if one is even slightly careless, the opponent will likely overturn the situation, and Yamcha doesn't want to be overturned. The body of the spicy red pepper began to disappear bit by bit, as if it was dissolved in water. Only the branches were left on its left hand, and 2 fingers were missing from its right hand. Most of its head was also gone. It looked extremely miserable. Now Xin Hong Leijiao started to panic. Seeing that begging for mercy was useless, it no longer showed weakness. With a fierce look in its eyes, it was ready to fight to the death with Yamcha. Of course Yamcha was prepared for this move, so other things flew out of the universal capsule again. Thick layers of rubber cloth. With the help of telekinesis, he not only stopped the attack of the spicy red pepper, but also blocked its retreat. Ah, bastard! I'm going to kill you! Kill you! Not to mention a fight to the death, even getting close was impossible, and the spicy red pepper could only turn into cries of impotent rage. The body of the spicy red pepper gradually melted away bit by bit under the impact of the water flow until it completely disappeared. He just appeared and immediately left the stage, without even having the time to introduce himself. This midterm boss was really not worthy of being called a worthy opponent. People are different from each other. If this ability is given to Dio, he can do a lot of things with it. Unfortunately, the trouble caused by this owner of the 5A panel is not even as great as that of the great smart guy. There was no thrilling battle, no heavy casualties, and no sudden escape from the brink of death. Everything was the result of Yamcha's deliberate planning. This is actually the best outcome. Akira Otoshi, the culprit responsible for the serial electrocution deaths of Morio Town residents. In my capacity as Interpol, I now declare that you are under arrest. Yamcha didn't speak until he was sure that he had completely defeated the opponent. Well, it's a pity that you can't hear it now. On the roof of the Two Brothers from Nijimura, there was a man wearing a jacket and looking like a biker. His eyes were rolled back and it was obvious that he had lost consciousness. If the stand dies, theoretically the owner is also close to brain death. Just like in many movies where the police always arrive a step late, Jotaro, the fighting force in the fourth part, finally arrives late. After ordinary people gain supernatural powers, their inner desires will inevitably increase rapidly, especially for a very powerful stand like spicy chili pepper. In order to test his abilities, Otoshi Akira has caused several accidents. As expected, the person was naturally handed over to Jotaro. In the end, the two Nijimura brothers were not sent to prison by this fake Interpol. Okuyasuo and Yasuke have similar personalities and eventually become good friends. Nijimura Gyuko leaves his brother and his father, saying that he wants to start a new life and atone for his past sins. Don't know if it's true or not. However, Jotaro did invite him, and the conditions he offered made Nijimura Gyosho very excited. He is worthy of being a senior executive of the SPW group and a man with the ability to make a lot of money in this world. Can I have that bow and arrow, Mr. Yamcha? Jotaro, who was sitting opposite Yamcha, looked at the arrows and bow in his hands and said seriously. Jotaro cannot help but take the arrows that can be used to create stand users seriously, as the harm caused by stand users is far greater than that of ordinary people. End of this chapter. Chapter 16 So, I reject. Chapter 16 So, I reject. Mr. Jotaro wants it. Then I'll give it to you. Yamcha casually threw what he was holding to Jotaro. The bow and arrow that attracted countless people to fight for fell into Jotaro's hands, and Yamcha seemed to not care at all. Even Jotaro didn't expect to get the arrow so easily. He originally thought that the other party would not give it to him, at least not easily. Judging from Yamcha's performance, he definitely knows the value of this arrow. I have a question, I hope Mr. Jotaro can answer it for me. Yamcha sat in a comfortable position, his eyes fixed on the arrow in Jotaro's hand. What do you want to do with them next? Let me guess. Create more stand users? As far as I know, Jotaro is not so keen on power. Instead, he is more fascinated by research. If I hadn't heard the news about the stand users, I think you would still be doing the marine work you love. The reason why the fish maid Jiang is called the fish maid Jiang is because he became an oceanographer after he grew up. He has no desire for power and has never thought of becoming a savior. Jotaro was not surprised that Yamcha could say all this. Even he found the richness of Yamcha's information incredible. He even believed in his heart that Yamcha was Interpol. So, having said this, Yamcha paused and took a sip of the hot tea in front of him. Are you planning to destroy it? isn't it? Jotaro was slightly stunned when he heard this, and said as a matter of course, you have also seen the harm caused by Odashi Akira. Just a stand user has hurt countless innocent people. Yamcha sighed and said in a tone of expectedness, Mr. Jotaro must have learned about the ability of the stand. Do you think destroying an arrow will solve the problem? Do you know how many arrows of this kind there are in the world? If you can destroy one, can you destroy the others? Or do you know how many ways there are to create stand users in the world? This is a symptomatic approach, not a fundamental solution. When it comes to harm and destruction, the harm a stand user can cause is far less than that of modern weapons. Can Mr. Jotaro ask those countries to stop their arms research? This is true when it comes to not involving rule-based stands. In the final analysis, most stand users are not as threatening as a nuclear bomb. How many nuclear bombs do those powerful countries have? Then what do you mean? Jotaro said in a deep voice. It would be a shame to destroy it, keep it, and collect it. It will be useful someday. Or if you can trust me, you can give it to me. I can assure you that it will never be abused in this world. Yamcha placed emphasis on the word this world. Jotaro neither agreed nor refused, but sat there in silence, his eyes fixed on Yamcha. It is true that the arrow is a good thing, but Yamcha does not have to take it away. Firstly, this arrow is not a bug arrow that can evolve the stand. Secondly, Yamcha can come to this world at any time. Thirdly, Yamcha has nothing to use it on. There is nothing wrong with what you said, and I agree with your point of view, so I reject. If Jotaro was someone who could be persuaded by words, he wouldn't be Jotaro Kyujo. Ahem. Mr. Jotaro, let's stop talking about this topic for now and discuss the second thing now. I want to make a deal with the SPW Consortium. Under Jotaro's shocked gaze, Yamcha took out the universal capsule and his old jet car. These things are enough to take the SPW Consortium to the next level. Yamcha said so. These things? You are not the so-called Interpol. Who are you? Jotaro looked at Yamcha with a serious face. Even though he didn't know much about technology products, he knew that what Yamcha took out was definitely not something that could be found in this era. Relax a little, Jotaro-san. Yamcha spoke with a smile on his face, his tone indescribably relaxed. The main purpose of his coming here had been achieved, and what he wanted to do now was to find a way to improve the quality of his future life. Do you believe me if I say I'm an alien? Do you believe me if I say I'm from another world? It's not about who I am that matters. What's important is that I have no ill will towards you, towards Yasuke, towards anyone. After hearing what Yamcha said, Jotaro's nervous attitude eased a little. Just as he said, based on his current performance, he showed no malice towards either himself or Yasuke. Not only that, he even offered to help. So what do you want in exchange for these things? At this moment, Jotaro thought a lot, and his mind kept popping up the things that the other party might want, but Yamcha's answer was completely beyond his expectations. It is a very simple word, which is the most needed, simple and real thing for countless working people in their lives. Money. Seeing Jotaro in a daze, Yamcha added another sentence and drew a circle in the air with his hands. Lots and lots of money. 1 week later, at Morio Pier. Goodbye then. Don't miss me too much, Yasuke. Remember to come over when you have a chance. Yamcha waved goodbye to Yasuke Higashikata, and under the gaze of Jotaro Kyujo, boarded a ship bound for Country M. The explanation given to Yasuke and others was that they had received orders to go back and report. In reality, the purpose of this world has been achieved, and it is time to go back. Although the substitute I developed is of no use for the time being. Since you're leaving, you might as well put on a full show. Who knows, Yamcha might come back to this world someday. Crazy Diamond, this super nurse, cannot be wasted. Goodbye, world of Unbreakable Diamond. I'll come back if I'm destined to. Yamcha in the cabin first waved towards a certain place in the room, and then he took a step forward and disappeared out of thin air. Just as he came so abruptly, he disappeared so abruptly without leaving any trace. At the same moment when Yamcha disappeared, Jotaro Kyujo seemed to sense something and turned his head suddenly. The direction was exactly the location of the cruise ship carrying Yamcha. At the same time, a man's surprised voice sounded from the earphone on his right ear. That Jotaro-san? It's incredible that he disappeared. Hey? What did you say? Wait. Oops, Mr. Jotaro, I just received a call from the hotel. The arrow you placed in the room is missing. I'm tired, I'm tired. Jotaro said his usual catchphrase, with a calm face, and gave orders. Delete all the footage. Then he took out a piece of paper from his pocket, which was left to him by Yamcha before he left. There were several names written on it, among which the names of Kira Yoshikage and his father Kira Yoshihiro were clearly visible. End of this chapter. Chapter 17 My stand is Zavarado. Chapter 17 My stand-in is, Zavarado, please collect and read. Dragon Ball World, Desert Area. It was still the same house engraved with the sound of 1,000 hammers. Pool next door had not woken up yet and was snoring softly. The process of breaking the fourth wall does not consume time in this world, but time in Yamcha's body will still pass. That is to say, if Yamcha stays in other worlds for more than 10 years, his age will increase by 10 years. What a great harvest! Yamcha, who returned to the Dragon Ball world again, kept playing with the arrow. In the end, the arrow finally fell into Yamcha's hands. This was the biggest gain besides his own stand ability. It's a truly good thing, even though I can't use it right now. But good stuff is good stuff. Put away the arrow carefully. Yamcha's expression turned serious. As usual, there is an important thing to do next. Looking at the backpack that was as tall as a hill, Yamcha gradually revealed a smile that came from the heart. Take these things and exchange them for money. Before leaving, he sold his only remaining universal capsule to the SPW group behind Jotaro, and got a good price for it. Because the currencies of the two worlds cannot circulate, there are still some things that are in circulation, such as gold, jewelry, etc., and technological items can also be resold. So Yamcha purchased a lot of things in that world and brought them all back. Now he just needs to sell them and exchange them for money. Although this is more troublesome and will result in the loss of some money, you will still have money immediately. There's nothing I can do, I'm too poor. If we don't do this kind of business, we won't be able to afford food. The reason why I am still so embarrassed after traveling through other worlds is that in the worlds I visited before, things like the universal capsule cannot be exchanged for money. For example, what can you get if you give the universal capsule to Nobita Nobi? Or the black market in Doraemon's world? But pull it down. The people in that world have strange ways of thinking and don't know what's good at all. It would be better to exchange a nearly broken camera with Nobita, and get a superpower training box in return. If the Time Patrol hadn't been messing around, I could have used a bunch of junk and a spendthrift like Nobita Nobi to empty Doraemon's four-dimensional pocket. Yamcha thought angrily. Now let's take a look at my biggest gain this time. Come out, my stand-in. Yamcha's body began to emit waves, and a figure slowly rose behind Yamcha. It was a huge pink ball, well, a ball. Or it could be said to be a giant pink ball-shaped creature, with a huge mouth that occupies 2/3 of its body, filled with sharp teeth like a devil. The other third is a pair of cute big eyes, and if it doesn't open its mouth, it would be a cute creature. Under the giant body is a pair of almost invisible small hands. This is Yamcha's stand-in. The cafeteria is hot. Smash Verado. The moment Yamcha called out Zawarado, the pink creature's expression changed, and a face resembling Jonathan Joestar appeared before his eyes, and the whole face slowly turned into Jotaro's stand user, Star Platinum. But it was only a face. The huge pink ball has the face of Star Platinum printed on it, and combined with the short legs and arms, it always looks indescribably funny. The next moment, the whole world turned into white and black, and in a flash, the world seemed to be frozen and became quiet in an instant. Only Yamcha was the only creature that could move in this world. Time stop, the magical skill of pausing time. After about 0.2 seconds, everything returned to normal. This is Yamcha's stand, and his name is Red Heretic. 6-dimensional data, destructive power E, precision A, durability C, range E, growth, speed C. Judging from the attributes alone, this is a brothers panel that can't be any younger than the brothers. It has nothing good except for its precision, but there is a in the growth area above. In the panel attributes, it represents the unknown and uncertainty. It is not necessarily good or bad, the probability of good is higher. What it will eventually grow into depends on Yamcha's future mental state. But his abilities made Yamcha very, very satisfied. To put it bluntly, the ability values were not fixed but could continue to grow with the strength of his body. His current physical age was only 13 years old, and when he reached adulthood, his attributes would at least increase several times. Ability 1, Master of Imitation. Introduction, able to imitate the abilities of all stand users he has seen, although currently he can only imitate about 1/10 of the effects of the opponent's stand ability. For example, with Star Platinum just now, Jotaro can currently use a 2-second time pause, so Red Heretic can reach 0.2 seconds. Although it looks insignificant, Yamcha believes that as long as his ability continues to improve, he will be able to achieve 100% imitation effect one day. Ability 2, To Our Lost Youth. Introduce. Compared to Ability 1 which can imitate the abilities of all stands, Yamcha is not sure what the effect of Ability 2 is, and he has not figured it out yet. But Ability 1 alone is enough for Yamcha to benefit from for now. A 0.2 second time stop may not be very useful in other worlds, at most it can make you react faster. But in the Dragon Ball world, the concept is different. In Dragon Ball Super, Hit, the strongest being in the 6th universe, can only use his special move, Flash Time Power, for 0.5 seconds at full power. These 0.2 seconds were definitely enough for him in the early stages of the Dragon Ball world. If he could reach Jotaro's limit of 5-second time stop, his survivability would definitely be improved to countless levels, and opponents of the same level would basically be easily defeated. And it's not just time stop, he also has Crazy Diamond's healing ability, Pearl Jam's auxiliary ability, Bombing Space's space cutting ability and so on. Although it is only 1/10 of the effect. Even so, for Yamcha, it can definitely be said that his strength has greatly increased. Putting aside other things, even if 10 of his previous selves who went to the JoJo world came, they could not beat his current self. Moreover, he also learned a lot of pharmacological knowledge during this trip, which, combined with Pearl Jam, can greatly improve his training speed. There is such a big improvement in just one world. If you go to a few more worlds, you will be greatly protected even if you are in the Dragon Ball world. Yamcha is full of confidence in the future. Ola ola ola. As if sensing Yamcha's joy, his stand, the Red Heretic, began waving his fists. You know what, there was a moment when she really looked like Star Platinum. Unfortunately, with his current strength at the E level, he is destined to be useless in frontal combat except for his special abilities. Kira Yoshikige's arrow is not urgent, let's develop the stand first and then finish it. And the arrow did not say that Requiem can be developed. End of this chapter. Chapter 18, The Transaction with the Black Silk Army. Chapter 18, The Transaction with the Black Silk Army, please read and vote. Every time I travel through a world, I become at least 1 level stronger, and my survivability increases by 2 levels. Yamcha was very satisfied with this trip to the JoJo world. But it's not enough. We need to keep getting stronger. We need to be more cautious and careful. As long as we can keep our lives, there is hope. Time waits for no one. Let's start the next step of our plan to become stronger right away. Yamcha took some of the spoils he had harvested and took them with him. He wanted to exchange them for the most valuable things. The closer you get to Hawaiian Mountain, Flat Pan Mountain, the hotter it gets. Less than 50 miles away from Hawaiian Mountain, the temperature around has reached an astonishing degrees. This inhumane climate has made this area sparsely populated, and basically not many people live here. However, in such a hot area, several huge bunkers stand out, so conspicuous. A red RR logo shaped like a bow is printed on the top of the bunker. An exceptionally eye-catching logo. The Black Silk Army is the largest arms dealer on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, and is also an evil army that aims to conquer the world. The entire army is divided into several units, each of which is commanded and managed by a cadre. They are free to move around and collect resources at ordinary times, but once there is a mission, they obey the orders of the Commander-in-Chief Yuhei. The troops often force local residents to do manual labor in areas under their jurisdiction. With abundant funds and powerful military weapons, it is known as the largest and most evil army in the world, and even the official regular army of the Doghead King cannot cope with it. It is the most terrifying and largest evil organization on Earth. Its goal is to dominate the world. Everyone knows about it. Even the martial arts god Turtle Hermit who is in seclusion knows their name. However, although the military force is extremely powerful, it is extremely unpopular among the people, and the public support rate is almost zero. In the hearts of ordinary people on Earth in the Dragon Ball world, almost everyone is afraid of the Black Silk. In addition, almost all of its members are villains. Even if it were possible to conquer the world, it would be entirely because of the use of force. The Black Silk Army's influence is so great that they have established a branch even in the Flaming Mountain area where the dreaded Bull Demon King lives. However, although the Black Silk Army was brutal, they were open to doing business. The quality of their weapons was top-notch and the prices were very reasonable. Yamcha had purchased all his previous weapons from them. Ha ha ha, brother Yamcha, long time no see, how is your business lately? As soon as Yamcha stepped into the door of the Hawaiian Mountain Branch's arms sales office, a rough laugh echoed throughout the entire Hawaiian Mountain branch of the Black Silk Army. Walking towards him was a beast-like human wearing an American Air Force glasses and a leopard head, looking at Yamcha Road with surprise on his face. Captain Leopard of the Black Silk Army's Hawaiian Mountain branch. Yamcha had dealt with him several times before. He was the one who bought all the guns and grenades. Long time no see, Commander Leopard. Hey! I've told you several times. Brother Yamcha, it's still a long way to go for me to become the commander. With Commander Leopard's ability, it's only a matter of time before he's promoted to the commander level. Ha ha ha, it's still most comfortable to chat with you, brother. Although he was only the captain, person in charge, of a small branch, he was praised by Yamcha as a commander. You would be lying if you said he was unhappy. He patted Yamcha's shoulder and laughed, and the joy on his face was overflowing. No one doesn't like to be praised by others, especially by capable people. And for Yamcha, a few compliments can bring him closer to a regional leader of the Black Silk Army. It is a good deal no matter how you think about it. After all, saying a few words will not lose any meat. Don't be fooled by his fierce face. Even if he is laughing, he can scare a normal child to tears. Anyone with a discerning eye can tell at a glance that this guy is not a good person. In fact, in Yamcha's memory, Captain Leopard was already considered a good guy in the Black Silk Army. At least this guy never let his men bully civilians. This alone was a rare thing in the Black Silk Army. Captain Leopard is very principled and moral in his work, but it is a pity that being principled and moral is doomed to prevent promotion in an evil organization. Brother, how come you have time to come to my place today? I remember it was only a month ago that you last made purchases? Or have you thought it through? Are you planning to join our Black Silk Army? The leopard captain admired Yamcha's skills very much and tried to recruit Yamcha to serve the Black Silk Army several times, but was politely rejected by Yamcha every time. In addition to selling arms and establishing bases everywhere, the Black Silk Army also recruits unique people from all over. Although it is an evil organization, it attaches great importance to talent, especially for martial arts masters. The Black Silk Army respects the strong. Aside from Commander Black, almost all of the high-ranking generals are experts in martial arts or strong men with special abilities. It's a pity that most martial artists in the Dragon Ball world are very principled and would rather starve to death than work for an evil organization. In addition, the Black Silk Army has a very bad reputation in the outside world, and there are very limited martial artists willing to join the Black Silk Army, which makes the Black Silk Army even more eager for martial artists. I've already told you that there's nothing good about being a desert bandit, and you've even come up with this rule of robbing the rich and giving to the poor. Although Captain Leopard said this, he actually admired this about Yamcha very much, otherwise he would not have taken the initiative to make friends with Yamcha. Sorry, Commander Leopard, I don't have this intention for the time being. Yamcha shook his head slightly. He was not opposed to joining the Black Silk Army in essence. In fact, he really wanted to use the manpower and resources of the Black Silk Army to get things done. This was an organization with the strongest military strength and the most advanced technology in the world, Earth. Not to mention, Dr. Gero, who was able to create an android who could rival a Super Saiyan, was currently serving in the Black Silk Army. Anyway, it will be fine if you just clean it up later. Son Goku, the protagonist of the Dragon Ball world, can even forgive evil people like Frieza. But now is obviously not a good time. Considering the extent to which Captain Leopard is ostracized in the Black Silk Army, even if he joins he can only start as a private. If Captain Leopard really had influence, he would not have been assigned to the Hawaiian Mountain Branch, a remote place with a volcano in front and an endless desert behind. God knows when I can be promoted to general. Yamcha has no interest in working for the Black Silk Army. So what are you doing here, brother? Captain Leopard asked with some curiosity. Commander Leopard, I need your help with a few things. I want to buy some more arms. Please help me purchase a batch of universal capsules. I would also like you to find some boxing experts nearby to fight with me. Friends who have tickets, please don't be stingy with your monthly tickets. End of this chapter. Chapter 19. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing strength. Chapter 19. Actual combat is the only criterion for testing strength. Inside the Flame Mountain branch of the Black Silk Army, several beast-like humans carrying submachine guns and wearing wolf heads gathered together, chatting and playing cards while smoking cigarettes. From time to time, bursts of malicious and obscene laughter could be heard. For these vulgar ruffians, the content of their chats is nothing more than which young wife is pretty, which young wife is better at sex, etc. Even a principled superior like Captain Leopard should not expect all his subordinates to be good men and women. The Black Silk Army is an evil organization after all, so don't expect many good people among them. Come on, today's ring battle is about to begin. There was a commotion outside, accompanied by the sound of hurried footsteps. Is there another ring fight today? Seeing this, one of the wolf-headed beastmen who was playing cards immediately patted his butt and stood up, leaning his head to look around for a while and then asked in confusion. It seems so. Another wolf-headed beast-like person said, the frequency of the ring battles seems to be increasing recently. We had 3 battles yesterday. Then he said with admiration. As expected of him, I wish I had half his strength. It is the nature of all species to worship the strong, especially beast-type humans, who worship the strong more than ordinary people. Don't dream here, just play your cards honestly. That guy can take care of 10 little Karamis like you in one breath. The last wolf-headed beast-like man hit his friend. 10? I bet 20. 30. Hey, 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 stop looking down on others. The wolf head who was ridiculed was so angry that his face turned green. How long do you think these guys can last this time? At this time, the door of the room was pushed open, and a beast-like man with a bare head walked in from outside and interrupted. I just heard that the people on the ring this time include the owner of the Muay Thai gym in the south, the Jonin of the Koguryu in the north, and the ninjas from the west. None of them are mediocre and can at least last for an hour. 1 hour. The guy who claimed to be a 10th degree judo master couldn't even last a single round. I bet a month's worth of money on him, but he couldn't even last 3 minutes. About half an hour at most. Several people were discussing each other word by word. No fight, no fight. The wolf head who stood up first pushed the cards in his hand onto the table with an annoyed look on his face. I'm going to watch the game. This time I want to buy 5 minutes to be defeated. Hey, 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 stop playing dirty. You've obviously lost. Give me the money. Catch him. Don't let this thief get away. 3 minutes later. Everyone, thank you for letting me. Yamcha, wearing a white training suit, stood in the center of the ring with his hands behind his back. His breathing was steady, with only the ends of his temples slightly wet. Around him, there were people lying on the ground in all directions. Judging from the clothes they were wearing, they were the martial artists that the Beastman had talked about before. There were martial artists who had originally opened a martial arts hall near the Flame Mountain, and there were also martial artists who came here to teach Yamcha a lesson. Without exception, they were all defeated. In the early days of Dragon Ball, martial arts flourished. Many people spent money to practice martial arts and were eager to learn martial arts. This was the time when all the martial arts halls and martial artists were at their most prosperous. Yamcha set up a ring and announced to the public that no matter how many people came and no matter what means they used, as long as they could defeat him in the ring, they would receive a bonus of 50 soni. With the help of Captain Leopard, the news spread quickly and many people wanted to give it a try. You should know that the world's #1 martial arts tournament, which gathers most of the martial arts masters, has a prize money of only 50. This is a considerable fortune, at least before the currency in the Dragon Ball world becomes inflated. So challengers came in an endless stream. At the beginning, Yamcha still had some difficulty, but with the auxiliary ability of Pearl Jam, Yamcha quickly adapted to the battle. Although the imitation master version of Pearl Jam is only 1/10 of the effect, but if you do it 3 times a day, any internal and external injuries will be cleared up. As a result, Yamcha's strength improved rapidly during this period. Only 3 months had passed, and now he was able to defeat many gym masters easily without taking any damage. In fact, Yamcha's original intention was to find some real boxing masters and learn their moves. However, true masters would not look down upon such a small amount of money as 50 soni. It is not like the world's #1 martial arts tournament where one can gain fame, so the visitors are just ordinary masters. There are very few people who can even force Yamcha to use his Wolf Fang Wind Fist, let alone defeat him and force him to learn it. Fortunately, actual combat is the only criterion for testing one's strength. Even though he did not learn the boxing techniques he wanted, Yamcha made rapid progress through a large amount of actual combat. At least in these 3 months, his strength has at least doubled. As expected of you, brother Yamcha. Your strength is getting stronger and stronger. None of those self-righteous martial artists can be your opponent. The sound came before the person arrived. The long-lost rough laughter sounded again, and Captain Leopard walked slowly in from outside the door. Commander Leopard, why is the quality of today's challengers so bad? Yamcha exhaled a breath, jumped off the ring, ignored the admiring gazes around him, and took a glass of juice from the servant and started drinking. Commander Leopard was a little surprised and said, "Why? Brother, you haven't had enough fun yet." Yamcha bit the straw and answered casually, "Not enough. This is far from enough. This level can't even warm up. I just got a little excited and they all fell down. When will the next batch arrive? Let them come over now. The quality of challengers in recent times has dropped sharply, not to mention real masters, there are not even any characters with names from the original work. Even Yamcha suspects that these challengers are not as strong as his fellow disciple from Klingdoran Temple. After all, he has the confidence to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Speaking of the World Martial Arts Tournament, should I participate? If I remember correctly, the 747th World Martial Arts Tournament will be held next year, AD. The champion is King Jaiba. Before the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, it was held every 5 years. Starting from the 21st tournament, it was changed to every 3 years because of the sponsorship. After hearing what Yamcha said, Captain Leopard's mouth twitched slightly, and he said helplessly, "I'm afraid I have to disappoint you. All the guys who opened martial arts schools nearby have been here. Today's batch is the last one." He patted Yamcha's shoulder with both emotion and envy, and said sincerely, "Brother, you are so strong." End of this chapter. Chapter 20, A World Where Monsters and Heroes Coexist. Chapter 20, A World Where Monsters and Heroes Coexist. Is Yamcha strong? In Captain Leopard's opinion, he might have surpassed the scope of normal humans and was an absolutely strong man. In fact, Yamcha himself knew that he could not be compared with those top existences in this world. Even on Earth, he was an insignificant existence and could not even be called a strong man. Captain Leopard said with a hint of regret, "It would be great if General Yin came here." Captain Leopard's immediate superior is General Yin, one of the many generals in the Black Silk Army and also one of the few cadres in the Black Silk Army who likes to lead by example. General Silver. Seeing Yamcha asking, Captain Leopard immediately became interested. Yes, he is a boxing expert in the Black Silk Army. He admires the strong the most. I think he will like you. Although you are strong, brother, General Silver is even stronger. Captain Leopard said this with a serious expression, his admiration for General Silver almost reached the point of worship. Maybe General Silver is the strongest human in Captain Leopard's cognition, but he is really not as good as the Masters of Earth in Yamcha's impression. He can't even muster much interest in this General Silver. And if he really wants to challenge a master now, the easiest way is to find the legendary fortune teller. She is the sister of the martial arts god Turtle Hermit, who can freely travel between the yin and yang worlds and has gathered a large group of strange people under her. Absolutely top-notch on Earth. But if he were to challenge the fortune teller's subordinates with his current abilities, he would definitely be beaten up. He still had this self-knowledge. He couldn't even get through the first level. Although Batman was defeated rather suddenly, being defeated by the weaknesses of Garlic and the Cross, he at least defeated Krillin head-on, who had experienced the world's #1 martial arts tournament and successfully advanced to the quarterfinals. Without continuing to discuss the matter of General Silver with Captain Leopard, Yamcha, seeing that he had no opponent left, rode the latest jet car back to his home in the Great Desert. The car was purchased through the Black Silk Army. Not only that, he had a circle of the latest universal capsules hanging around his waist, which were filled with a bunch of miscellaneous things, including houses, cars, weapons, and almost everything else. Absolutely fully prepared. After putting some of the things away, Yamcha began his daily routine of staring at the box. The telekinesis training was barely completed, but the teleportation training had to continue. By the way, after spending a week with Yamcha, Poole went to the Transfiguration School, which was a closed school. An hour later, Yamcha stretched his body and stood up. It seems that if I want to learn truly useful boxing techniques, I can only choose to find a way in other worlds. When thinking of boxing, or strong boxing at that, the first thing that came to Yamcha's mind was a line of lyrics. "You are so stupid." Although it is called an assassination, in reality it is always a head-on super destructive punch. Fist of the North Star. Shaking his head, he drove the thought out of his mind, the temporary pass with a high risk factor must be at least as strong as me and able to protect myself. It would be best if it is a peaceful world. The world of Fist of the North Star cannot be described with just one word: chaotic. It is extremely chaotic. Except for a very few, the people in that world have generally lost their sense of good and evil and will do anything to survive. Soon, another world emerged in Yamcha's mind. A high school student who transforms into a woman when exposed to cold water and turns back into a man when exposed to hot water. Garbled 2/1. Not only is the timeline of this world set in modern times, it is also a peaceful era, and it is not too dangerous. Just be careful not to fall into those strange springs. It's just that the boxing skills in this world are a little lacking in lethality. But this is not the most important thing. I can't seem to get through. Yamcha sighed. He still hadn't mastered this innate ability well enough. If he could move his mind at will and go wherever he wanted. Yamcha can use this ability as invincibility. As long as I react quickly enough, theoretically no one can hit me. What other boxing techniques are there? Pegasus Meteor Fist? Just as Yamcha was daydreaming, an idea suddenly flashed in his mind. I think I know where I should go to learn boxing. But first we need to move the timeline forward a little, otherwise that world will be dangerous enough. Soon, Yamcha had all the equipment. Get ready and go. The next second, he disappeared again. Infinite possibilities are born from infinite worlds, infinite choices are born from infinite possibilities, and infinite paths are born from these infinite choices. If you have the power to travel through time, where would you choose to travel to? What do you want to gain? Is it endless money or the only beautiful woman who follows your lead? Is it supreme power or absolute strength? Or is it endless life? Yamcha's answer was very simple and unpretentious. He just wants to stay alive, drink and chat with the Z-Warriors, find a beautiful girl he likes, marry her, have children, fight with all the bosses of the Dragon Ball world, and then live to the end of Dragon Ball without dying. The difficulty of the last two items is absolutely SSSSS level. This is a modern world. The level of civilian technology is roughly in the 21st century, but this world has a lot of black technology. There is no concept of country here. The whole world is divided into cities named with 26 letters of the alphabet. This world was originally not much different from the Earth in other worlds. However, one day a few years ago, everything became different. Among humans, some people have physical mutations due to certain bad habits or some kind of stress. For example, people who particularly like to eat shrimp may become people who look like shrimps, and people who particularly like to eat live octopuses may mutate their bodies and grow octopus organs or turn themselves into a humanoid octopus. In short, they will become weird and look like normal humans. The people in this world call these mutants weirdos. As time goes by, monsters become stronger and stronger, their appearances become more and more peculiar, and their species are no longer just human mutations. As long as they are intelligent creatures that have abandoned their human identity or do not belong to the human category, they can all be called monsters. But they have one thing in common. They have an extreme hatred for humans and want to destroy them. Bizarre. A world where heroes and monsters coexist. But these are things of the future. At this moment, the profession of hero has not yet been born in this world, and the monsters are still in the initial stage of awakening. Many monsters still consider themselves human beings and continue to live their lives no different from the past. End of this chapter. Chapter 21 The Damn Money Power Person. Chapter 21 The Damn Money Power Person. K-City is a beautiful and prosperous metropolis. Behind the prosperous city is a fast-paced lifestyle. Before dawn, people are seen walking on the streets in large numbers like ants. Looking around, there are all kinds of heads. Any one of these skills can yield a large number of kills. A doctor from New York University once said, "A fast-paced life can enhance people's satisfaction and happiness." People gain a sense of accomplishment by being busy. In fact, if it wasn't for the sake of eating, no one would want such a sense of accomplishment. Lying down is the easiest way to increase your sense of satisfaction and happiness. Wouldn't it be nice for GEU to lie on the sofa like a salted fish? Why are there so many people here today? A man who looked at least 40 years old, but was actually only 4 years old, looked at the huge crowds of people on the mountain with despair on his face. Finally, he has a rare vacation and can get away from his heavy studies. This mature-looking man wants to find a quiet place with few people, climb a mountain or something to relax. He invited a group of friends to conquer the nearest hill, but was blocked by countless people who had the same idea as him. This time it's okay, we're stuck halfway. I can neither go up nor go back. Better to stay at home for a day. Kokong, you don't even know this. Kokong's friend, a man who also looked old, looked at him in surprise. Ku Chang was slightly stunned after hearing his friend's words, scratched his head, and replied in confusion, "No what?" Several other friends also cast surprised looks at him. "I thought you knew, so you asked us to come. When I heard you were dating us, I thought you had changed your personality. That's it. There are stupid fruits on the stupid tree, and me and myself under the stupid tree." This is a true portrayal of Ku Chang's inner feelings at the moment. It seems that you all know it but I don't. Seeing that Ku Chang's face was full of black question marks and did not seem fake, his mature-looking friends continued to explain his doubts. "Didn't you see the recent trending searches? The legendary martial arts master Bangu officially opened his gym today to teach disciples. Anyone who arrives at the gym before dark can become an official disciple of Grandpa Bangu." "What? I thought you knew and invited us here, but it turns out you really didn't know." When Ku Chang heard the words Bangu, teach disciple, he could no longer hear other words. "Are you talking about Bangu, the martial arts authority, the Grand Master of the flowing rock-crushing fist?" Ku Chang threw his arms around his companion's neck and shouted excitedly. In K City or the entire Human Federation, the name of Bangu is known to everyone. The title of the world's #1 boxing master is well known. Let me go now, I can't breathe." Although it was very painful, he could understand the bitter bug's feelings. That was bang. The flowing rock-crushing fist was a real kung fu that could transform a person into a Superman. It is no problem for it to cut through mountains and crush rocks. It is a martial art that develops the limits of the human body. Which man can resist such temptation? This is more addictive than lifting weights. I, Ku Chang, must become Master Bang's apprentice, then become handsome and strong. And become a master of the generation. Let's see who dares to call me a middle-aged short-legged bitter bug again. Practicing martial arts can develop the limits of the human body and transform the body, so it can definitely transform the face as well and make you more handsome. 15-year-old Ku Chang has a mysterious obsession with the word become handsome. At this moment, Ku Chang's eyes seemed to be burning with fire, and he was full of fighting spirit, which was in stark contrast to his previous dejected look. Another brown-haired boy nearby had the same idea as him. I, Kalanzi, must become Master Bang's apprentice and become popular with girls. Then he was pushed to the side by the surging crowd. Although Master Bang did not say it explicitly, the first person to arrive at the boxing gym would definitely be looked at differently. Everyone tried their best, and as a result, the team did not move. The conversation between Ku Chang and his companions was overheard by another silver-haired boy who happened to come here due to some accident. The boy's hairstyle was in a V-shape, which looked very strange. However, there is an uncle here who looks to be in his 40s but is actually only 15 years old. Overall, it is not that unusual. Master Bang? Martial arts? I don't really understand, but as long as it can make me stronger, that's fine. The silver-haired boy raised his lips slightly. I originally just wanted to do a part-time job, but I'm actually looking forward to it. Then he stood on tiptoe and looked at the densely packed heads in front of him. There are so many people. If we follow this group of people, we might not be able to reach the gym before dark. Why don't we? The silver-haired boy leaped up and landed right above the crowd. Using other people's heads as stepping stones, he began to rush towards the top of the mountain with all his strength. Damn it! Who stepped on my head? Don't squeeze me, asshole! There's no way we can reach the top of the mountain like this. The silver-haired boy moved very quickly. By the time others reacted and wanted to cause trouble for him, he had already run ahead of the old man. However, the behavior of the silver-haired boy gave others a lot of inspiration. So there is such a method. I am so disappointed. Ku Chang tried to imitate the silver-haired boy's method and planned to run past the person in front of him by stepping on his head. However, he did not seem to consider his own situation. He was different from the silver-haired boy. People are different. Especially tonnage. He leaped forward, and as expected, he knocked the big guy in front of him to the ground. Hey, uncle, are you looking for trouble? The big man stood up and grabbed Ku Chang's collar angrily. The ferocious look scared Ku Chang so much that his legs went weak. I'm sorry, but I'm only 15. Don't joke, uncle. Chalanzi, who originally had the same idea, silently gave up the idea after seeing the miserable condition of the bitter insect. At this time, a high-frequency da-da-da-da sound came from above everyone's head, accompanied by gusts of air. Everyone looked up when they heard the sound. The next moment, countless words and complaints turned into just one sentence. What the hell? F***ck, second tone. F***ck, first sound. What the hell, fourth tone. Is there still such an operation? I saw a helicopter flying in the sky above everyone's heads, speeding towards the direction of Banggu Gym. As the sound of the propeller faded away, it left behind a group of envious and jealous looks from those who wanted to become his disciples. If nothing unexpected happens, the first person to arrive at the boxing gym has been determined. Damn those people with money power. End of this chapter. Chapter 22, Anything is allowed unless prohibited by law. Chapter 22, Anything is allowed unless prohibited by law. There's no need to waste too much time on the road. My time is very valuable. Yamcha, sitting in the helicopter, said calmly as he looked at the gradually emerging mountain top. He was not interested in squeezing in with those people. Since there was a more efficient method, why not use it? Grandpa Banggu will accept anyone who arrives at the boxing gym before dark as his disciple, but he has never said what the specific method of arrival is. Taking public transportation is also a way, and if you can fly, that is also a way. This is called you can do anything unless prohibited by law. What he gained in the JoJo world has made him a wealthy man, and this will not change even if he comes to other worlds. Although the currencies of different worlds are not exactly the same, as long as they are on Earth, there is one thing that is in circulation. Of course, it is not the worthless street goods like diamonds that have carbon compressed to the extreme. It's gold. This product, which is only born from the Big Bang of a star, is extremely precious in any world and is considered hard currency. The gold in Yamcha's hands is enough for him to spend in any world, and even if he uses it up, he can always exchange it for other things. When traveling through the world, the thing you have the most is money. However, this almost cheating behavior also stimulated the crowd below. The crowd that was originally stuck in place loosened up at this moment. This method works? Then I'll have to work harder too. When it comes to enduring hardship, I, Ku Chang, will not lose to others. Ku Chang clenched his fists, looked at the helicopter flying away, and made up his mind secretly. There seemed to be a flame burning behind him. That is the flame of fighting spirit. At this moment, Ku Chang seemed to be possessed by the protagonist of a hot-blooded comic. He was full of fighting spirit. He was full of strength. I must succeed in becoming your disciple and be reborn." He raised his hands high and shouted to the sky, as if his small universe had exploded. Then the next second, he was swallowed up by the surging crowd. "If you are not the real protagonist, please don't scream." Rich man. Looking at the helicopter going away, the silver-haired boy wiped the tip of his nose and smiled disdainfully. He was seen moving through the crowd at a speed beyond Superman, surpassing most people in an instant, and soon arrived at the first echelon of the crowd, just behind the helicopter. "This is a skill I have acquired through years of working. I, Hungry Wolf, will never lose to you. The first place is mine." The physical fitness of humans in this world is extraordinary. Yamcha sighed as he looked down at the silver figure running wildly below. According to Yamcha's observation, the average physical fitness of the people on Earth in this world currently exceeds that of the Dragon Ball world, and they can easily reach the level of martial artists with just a little training. The Hero Association, which will appear soon, will divide the human heroes of this world into 4 levels, S, A, B, and C. Only the lowest rated C-level heroes are set to have physical fitness that is at least 5 times that of ordinary people. From the setting, every C-level hero in this world is at the same level as Captain America. But this is only in theory. After all, Captain America is evenly matched with anyone. Although the Earthlings in the Dragon Ball world are not the protagonists. The passing helicopter completely ignited the fighting spirit of the students at the foot of the mountain. Everyone put in all their efforts and was determined to fight for their place. Especially the Hungry Wolf in the lead was closing the distance with the helicopter at a speed visible to the naked eye. Pretty good physical fitness. I was probably about the same level when I was a desert bandit. Yamcha's eyes showed no disguising his admiration for Garu. So he told the driver, "Go at full speed and get rid of these poor bastards." Using one's full strength is the greatest respect for one's opponent, even if it is not he who is using his full strength. "Yes." The driver very obediently increased the speed by a level, instantly leaving the others with a gap that was absolutely impossible to surpass. After all, human power cannot defeat machines, at least not among the group of people at the foot of the mountain. Soon, the helicopter arrived near the boxing gym, and Yamcha asked the pilot to stop 50 meters away from the gate. Even if Mr. Bangu didn't prohibit riding helicopters, it would be too arrogant for you to park right above someone else's boxing gym. Crunch! At the moment Yamcha got off the helicopter, the door of the gym slowly opened, and a silver-haired old man about 5 to 60 years old, dressed very simply, with his hands behind his back and slightly bent over, walked out slowly from the door. From a distance he looked like an ordinary old man next door, but in fact the explosive muscles hidden under his thin clothes and his almost silent steps told Yamcha everything. The other party is a strong man, a real martial arts master. Bang, a legendary martial artist, master of the flowing water rock crushing fist, an authority in the martial arts world, and the third-ranked S-class hero of the Future Hero Association. At this time, Bang slowly raised his head and looked at Yamcha, and Yamcha also looked over at the same time. It is said that the eyes are the windows to the soul. In fact, this sentence also applies to warriors. A powerful martial artist can judge the strength of the opponent just by looking at him. The moment their eyes met, Yamcha felt a strong airflow rushing towards him, and the gaze pierced his eyes like a sword, so dazzling that people dared not look directly at it. He wanted to walk but his feet were completely out of control, and he even forgot to breathe. The slow footsteps of the person who came were like a small boat in the center of a huge vortex, which could be overturned at any time. The security personnel who were on the plane with Yamcha were lying on the ground before the old man stepped out of the door. A look, just a look was so terrifying. Just when Yamcha felt that he was about to be unable to bear it, the powerful airflow suddenly disappeared without a trace, and the sword-like gaze also instantly softened. There was only the kind gaze of the silver-haired old man. If it were not for the sweat on the palms and backs of his hands reminding him, Yamcha would have thought that the feeling just now was just an illusion. Old Master Bang looked Yamcha up and down with a scrutinizing gaze, stroked his beard on his chin, and spoke in a slow but not lukewarm voice. I have wondered before how the first person to arrive will appear. Should I follow the rules and take one step at a time to fight my way out of the crowd, or should I take a shortcut and choose another way? As Mr. Bangu said this, he looked in the direction behind him. There was a not very wide road there, which was in a completely different direction from the stairs that everyone was walking on. And your choice really exceeded my expectations. Bangu paused and glanced at the helicopter from the corner of his eye. They actually use the power of technology. He did not take the straight way, nor did he take the shortcut way, but he flew here without walking. End of this chapter. Chapter 23. From now on you will be my first disciple. Chapter 23. From now on you will be my first disciple. Interesting, really interesting. Bangu is not an old stubborn person. On the contrary, he is much more open-minded than young people in many cases. Times are changing, and as a martial artist, we cannot remain unchanged, sensei. Seeing that Bang did not pursue the matter, Yamcha immediately took advantage of the situation and directly changed his words to call Bang teacher. Bang agreed with what Yamcha said. The times are progressing, and as a warrior, he naturally needs to keep pace with the times. Martial artist? I haven't heard of this self-proclaimed title for a long time. Bangu spoke with a hint of nostalgia, a fleeting glimpse of reminiscence in his eyes, and then he said calmly, "Stand beside me and witness everything today with me. Let's see how many people can come up before dark." After Bang told Yamcha to stand beside him, he said nothing. He had no intention of explaining to Yamcha or talking to him. He just stood there quietly, looking into the distance, staring at the stairs leading to the boxing gym. Seeing that Bangu had no intention of speaking, Yamcha seemed to be thinking about something, so he stood there silently without saying a word, like a pine tree standing proudly in its place. This is a test. Standing is actually a kind of practice and one of the basic skills of martial arts. It's dull, tedious, and uninteresting, but it tempers one's character. The two of them stood at the gate of the boxing gym like this. When someone came to become their disciple, they would greet them with a few words, let the other person go inside the gym to rest, and then continue to stand there waiting, until the sun set and the moon rose high in the sky. Including Yamcha, a total of 129 people were accepted into Bang's gym. Despite the spectacular scene of crowds of people at the foot of the mountain at the beginning, in fact not many people can actually reach the boxing gym before dark. The seemingly endless staircase alone is enough to make most onlookers retreat, and only a very small number of people can actually reach the top. Most people in the world are like this. They shout slogans very loudly before doing something, but unfortunately when they are really asked to do the thing, they disappear. This reminded Yamcha of a saying, before a fight, everyone yells loudly, but when the fight really starts, no one charges. It is worth mentioning that, apart from Yamcha, only the second boy who arrived and called himself Garu was baptized by Bang's aura, while others, including the third one, were not. Apart from Garu, the second to last guy caught Yamcha's attention. A man with a double chin like an egg. His name is Ku Chang. In Yamcha's memory, this guy appeared in the martial arts tournament arc. He seemed to call himself the second disciple of Ryasui Rock Crushing Fist and created a boxing style called Bitter Worm style. However, there was no specific demonstration of his strength. Well, the second to last is still the second. After waiting for a long time, no one appeared on the stairs. Bang sighed and said, "It seems that these are all." There was a hint of regret in his voice. The road from the foot of the mountain to the top of the boxing gym is called the practice road. The tens of thousands of stairs are enough to make those who are just a little bit curious suddenly realize their mistakes along the way. Of course, there are exceptions like Yamcha who cheated by taking a helicopter. Think about it and you can understand it. Born in a peaceful era and an era of technological explosion, even if you are really a martial arts master, even if you are worshipped by thousands of people, how many people are willing to give up the convenience of technological life and practice boxing with you? However, this is martial arts. It's not like taking a pill and becoming someone with superpowers. The most basic requirement for martial arts is to endure hardship. Why practice martial arts if you can't even endure the physical pain? Isn't dancing good enough? Perhaps only when ghost-level monsters and dragon-level monsters are everywhere, people will realize the importance of strength. Without some ability, they can't even protect themselves, but by then it will be too late. Bangu was not sorry that the number of his disciples did not meet his expectations, but that there were fewer and fewer people who really liked martial arts in this era, and fewer people who truly loved martial arts. Even he only received more than 100 people. In fact, it is very simple for Bangu to recruit more disciples. He just needs to open a boxing gym at the foot of the mountain. This will ensure that there will be a constant stream of people learning martial arts. However, at least 80% of them are only active for 3 days and dry the net for 2 days. Your name? This was the first time Bang took the initiative to speak to Yamcha after calling him to his side. Yamcha. Yamcha replied respectfully. Bang nodded, turned around and walked into the gym. Okay, Yamcha, from today on you are my first disciple. Yamcha breathed a sigh of relief when he heard this. He knew that he had passed Bang's test. The concept of the first disciple is completely different from that of other disciples, and some are more than just a title. It means chief. It also means the future heir of the boxing gym. This means that when the time is right, Bang will teach Yamcha everything he knows. In fact, many boxing gyms are like this. This is the inheritance of martial artists. The first test is to climb a mountain. Only the first person to arrive at the boxing gym can take on the next test. In fact, Bangaman expects someone to come from another path, which means that the other person is not a rigid person and is very flexible. There is no shortcut to practice, but there is a way to improve. People with this kind of personality are a good thing for the boxing gym's inheritance of the Liashui and Suquan. The way Yamcha rode the helicopter was so unexpected to Grandpa Bang that he didn't know how to comment on it. The second test is standing. Don't underestimate this simple action. The simplest things are often the most challenging. They have to maintain the same posture until dark, which is not something that ordinary people can do. Grandpa Bang had already thought it through. Climbing up from the crowd step by step represents hard work, and being able to stand firm represents great perseverance. If one chooses to take that shortcut and arrives first, it means that he is flexible and agile enough, and if he can stand firm, it means that he has great ability. As for the fact that he was able to climb up but could not stand, it only showed that his ability was limited. As for the fact that he could not stand after taking a shortcut, it showed that he was just a person who was good at taking shortcuts and was not suitable to be the chief disciple. But if someone takes a shortcut and pretends to be on the path of cultivation, then he is a cunning and treacherous person with questionable character, and Bangu will directly drive him away. Yes, Grandpa Bang was not just looking for a disciple, he is also looking for a successor who is worthy of trust. Yamcha's situation is not limited to great abilities. He is also good at using tools while having strong abilities. This is a complete surprise for Grandpa Bang. Of course, the test is not over yet. The so-called chief disciple may be replaced at any time until the last moment. The key is whether Yamcha can keep this position. End of this chapter. Chapter 24 I am a super hungry wolf. Chapter 24 I am a super hungry wolf. The training time was very boring. Bangu did not teach boxing right away, but asked everyone to lay a good foundation first, that is, to strengthen their bodies. There is no quick way to learn martial arts, unless you can pay enough price, such as cutting off a part of your body to cure it permanently. Only by laying a solid foundation and having a strong physique can you better exert the power of boxing. Many people understand this simple truth, but only a few can actually do it. After all, most people are restless. During the entire process, Bangu never gave even one individual tutorial to Yamcha, the chief disciple. He ate, lived, and studied with the other disciples. Others might have their minds wandering, but Yamcha was completely focused, as if he was just an ordinary disciple. He studied very seriously and diligently. He knew very well how difficult it was to practice martial arts and have a teacher to teach him, especially since this was the first time he had formally and systematically studied in all these years. So he eagerly learned the knowledge taught by Bangu, and performed the most basic exercises carefully and meticulously according to Bangu's arrangements. 1 or 2 days passed, and some people began to slack off. A week or 2 passed, and some people started to become lazy. After a month or 2, some people could no longer hold back and wanted to leave. Among these 129 disciples, apart from Yamcha, the only one who was concentrating on the boring training was the second one to arrive, the boy named Garu, who was the most serious. During this period of training, some people left the gym one after another. One reason was that they couldn't stand the hardship, and the other was that training the body was a very boring thing. Modern people are used to a fast-paced life, and it is difficult for them to adapt to such a boring life. The number of people who came to Bangu's school decreased from 129 at the beginning to 113, then to 105, and finally to 96. Many disciples complained that their teacher Bangu did not teach them boxing seriously. In fact, during this period of training, Yamcha discovered that Bangu's teaching placed great emphasis on the word fate. The relationship between master and disciple is also a kind of fate. However, these people did not realize that Bang had actually incorporated the essence of the flowing rock-crushing fist into his daily boring training. If they don't find it, it means they are not destined to be together. If you want to master a new Kung Fu, you must start from the most basic, proceed with the most fundamentals, feel it with your heart, and experience it with your mind. Yamcha discovered this, and as time went on, he was gradually able to use some boxing techniques belonging to the flowing water rock crushing fist. Flowing water rock breaking fist is a combination of attack and defense. It can deflect the opponent's attack with a strange force and weaken the power of the attack. It can then attack the enemy in a point-like manner without stopping, like flowing water, with an unpredictable posture. It has a very huge destructive power. Especially when the opponent is humanoid, the lethality of the technique can be increased by at least several levels, but when facing non-human creatures, the power will drop by 1 level. It is a kind of boxing style that depends very much on compatibility. However, if you say that Bang is helpless or his strength is greatly reduced when facing non-humanoids, then you are wrong, because Bang does not only know the flowing water rock crushing fist. During the period of training in the boxing gym, I encountered many challenges. Since ancient times, there has been no first in literature and no second in martial arts. Even Bang, who has the title of Grand Master of Flowing Water and Rock Breaking Fist, is no exception. There is never a shortage of fools in this world. There are always many self-righteous and conceited guys. I don't know where they come from, but some self-proclaimed strong men try to defeat Bang and become famous in one battle. Of course, these people did not come up by climbing the stairs on the path of cultivation. They came up by car. After all, they need to conserve their energy to challenge the master. The result? Often they can't get past the level of Garu. This young man called Garu is indeed the most dazzling one among the many future bosses in this world. Not only is he extremely talented, but he is also crazy when it comes to training. In just 2 months, his strength has grown like a rocket to a terrifying level. It can be described as a complete transformation. After becoming Bang's disciple, the young man named Garu turned into a Bang fanatic. He hated it most when people said bad things about the gym, especially when they said bad things about Bang. The last time a warrior came to challenge the gym, he slandered the flowing water rock crushing fist as a boxing technique for the weak to defend themselves, so he was beaten up and thrown out. In fact, strictly speaking, it is not wrong to say that flowing water and rock-breaking fist is a boxing technique for the weak to defend themselves. This is the concept that Grandpa Bang has always adhered to. But giving self-defense to the weak does not mean that this boxing style is weak. On the contrary, this boxing style becomes stronger when facing a stronger opponent. At the same time, this boxing style has the characteristic of absorbing other boxing styles and recreating them. It's just that most people can never reach this level in their entire life. Martial arts also require talent. Not everyone is a hungry wolf, and not everyone is Yamcha. The gap between people is sometimes even greater than the gap between people and pigs. Hey cheater! Garu stopped Yamcha, who had just finished a day of training and was about to rest. Yamcha is Bang's publicly acknowledged chief disciple, but not everyone is convinced by this chief disciple, such as Garu. This matter has always been on Garu's mind. If Yamcha really got the first place based on his own strength, it would be fine. The key is that Yamcha used his money ability that day. He was dissatisfied with Yamcha from the bottom of his heart and never called him senior brother. He believed that Yamcha surpassed him not by relying on his own strength, but by cheating, and that he, as the second, should have been the first. So today, Garu came to find Yamcha. Is there something? Yamcha said expressionlessly as he looked at the hungry wolf in front of him. He was also rushing back to eat the special customized medicinal food that was airlifted from the neighboring city M by helicopter. For Yamcha, he could endure hardship physically but never mentally. Don't think that Yamcha doesn't like delicious food just because he can eat pickles and white porridge. He didn't have the conditions to choose before, but now that he has the conditions, he naturally wants to eat better. And for Yamcha, who has the ability of Pearl Jam, eating is almost equivalent to practicing. The wolf in white martial arts uniform jumped lightly and stood on one foot on a stone wall as high as a person. He looked down at Yamcha and hooked his finger. With a slightly exaggerated and provocative expression, he said, "I want you to fight with me. If you lose." When Garu said this, he pointed his thumb at himself and made the most classic gesture of a prince in the Dragon Ball world. "Just give me the title of chief disciple, and let me be the senior brother of flowing water rock crushing fist. I am very unhappy that I didn't get to test the waters. Cheer up and keep working hard on typing ing." End of this chapter. Chapter 25 Hungry Wolf, I should be the chief disciple. Chapter 25 Hungry Wolf, I should be the chief disciple. What if you lose? Facing Yamcha's question, Garu was slightly stunned, staring at Yamcha fiercely, pointing his thumb at himself again, and said word by word, "It is impossible for me to lose." Yamcha tilted his head, "So you plan to cheat if you lose?" The two of them made a bit too much noise, and soon many of their fellow disciples came over to watch the fun and join in the fun. Humph! The hungry wolf snorted coldly, looked around at everyone, and took a deep breath, as if he had made up his mind. "If I lose, I'm leaving here." "No. That doesn't make any sense to me." Yamcha shook his head and spoke in a peculiar tone that was neither fast nor slow. "What do you want? If you lose?" His eyes casually fell on the stone wall at the wolf's feet, and he pointed at a corner of it and said, "If you lose, break off that stone for me." "Stone? Are you looking down on me?" Garu glanced at the stone wall under his feet with an expression as if he wanted to eat Yamcha. He felt insulted. "Cheating bastard! You thought you had won. So are you going to do it or not? If not, I'll leave." The wolf's face was uncertain, but after all, he had nothing to lose, so he answered forcefully, "Okay. I must let you know how powerful I am, the hungry wolf." The next moment, the hungry wolf's muscles tensed up, and he had obviously entered a combat state. His whole body seemed to be burning with flames. He wanted to teach this guy a lesson who became the chief by cheating. The hungry wolf's eyes kept scanning Yamcha, obviously looking for a suitable place to attack. "You have flaws all over your body. You are just a rich bastard. You are not suitable for martial arts training at all. I will definitely win this time. The hungry wolf was ready to go, as if he could already see himself winning. Wait a moment. This is not the place for a fight. Yamcha spoke up and interrupted Garu's actions directly. After that, he turned around and left without looking back, not caring whether Garu behind him would make a sneak attack. Will the hungry wolf attack by surprise? No, he is a very proud man and disdains to win in this way. Those who came to challenge the leader before were all defeated fairly by Garu. If you want to fight, you have to go to the dojo where you are supposed to go. His tone was very calm, as if Garu had no intention of challenging his position but merely wanted to engage in a friendly exchange with him. Garu's momentum stagnated, and after hearing Yamcha's words, he followed him as if possessed. Why should I listen to him? When they arrived at the dojo, Garu suddenly reacted, but since he was already there, he might as well fight here. After I take away the title of chief disciple, I will make this guy obey me. He comforted himself in this way. Seeing that there was something exciting to watch, the other disciples followed spontaneously. Although most of them were also unhappy with Garu, they were even more unhappy with Yamcha, the cheater. No matter which side won the fight between the two, it would not be a loss for them. After arriving at the dojo, Garu stretched out 3 fingers, his tone even more arrogant than before. 3 moves. I will defeat you within 3 moves. As Garu declared his victory, he had already assumed the starting stance for the flowing rock-crushing fist. Wait a minute. Yamcha interrupted him again before Garu attacked. What happened again? Garu's momentum stagnated again, and he spoke in a bad tone, looking at Yamcha with dissatisfaction and impatience in his eyes. We have to bow to our opponent before a sparring match begins. Bang Sensei taught us that. Ah yes. When it comes to Bang, Garu becomes a completely different person and bows obediently to Yamcha. Damn it, why did I listen to him again? Next time, even if he interrupts me again, I will still fight back. The hungry wolf made up his mind secretly. Momentum is something that requires a strong start, weaker second, and ultimately exhausted. After being interrupted twice by Yamcha, Garu's momentum was no longer what it was at the beginning. However, Yamcha's continuous interruption of Garu was not to weaken his momentum, but to weaken his hostility. Violence is also a kind of momentum. Garu's style of behavior is very extreme, especially when he hears others insulting Ryasui Rockbreaker or Bang, he will attack with extreme viciousness. In other words, the hostility is very strong. This is not a good thing. If he continues to develop like this, he will become more and more extreme. Sooner or later, he will attack his fellow disciples and even do things that endanger the lives of innocent people. When you practice cultivation, you are not only cultivating your abilities but also cultivating your mind. It is also the duty of a chief to weaken the hostility of his junior fellow apprentice. The best way to correct it is just a beating. If that doesn't work, give him 2 beatings. The moment he bowed and turned around, Garu attacked fiercely. His patience had reached its limit. Garu is worthy of being the top villain with the highest growth potential in the later period of One Punch Man world, and he has extremely high talent in martial arts. After only a few short months of training, the flowing water rock-breaking fist had already begun to show results. He wielded it with great vigor, increasing his speed and strength to a level that was unimaginable to ordinary people. It is quite similar to the style of Yamcha when he was 12 years old and performed the Wolf Fang Wind Fist, that is, Yamcha before he got the Super Power Training Box a year ago. This evaluation is not low. Yamcha at the age of 12 is already much stronger than when he was 16 in the original work. Garu's talent, which can reach the level of him at the age of 12, is definitely worthy of the word top. It only took him a few months to learn from scratch. Flowing rock-crushing fist. Garu's body rushed towards Yamcha like a sharp arrow. In the eyes of his fellow disciples, they only saw a blurry afterimage, and he had already arrived in front of Yamcha. Fast, very fast. After practicing for a few months, Garu's progress has far surpassed that of his fellow disciples. While others may not even have reached the edge of the flowing water and rock-breaking fist, Garu can now perform it easily. People are different. Without saying a word, he launched a crazy attack on Yamcha. His pair of iron fists came like a storm. It seemed that they were a series of random punches, but in fact, each one was aimed at Yamcha's vital joints. Each part was attacked at least 8 times. Due to the fast speed, it seemed as if 8 arms appeared behind Garu. This move reminded Yamcha of a martial artist who appeared twice in the Dragon Ball world. In the preliminary rounds of the 22nd and 23rd World Martial Arts Tournament, the protagonist Sun Wukong's opponent is a martial artist whose fame is greater than his ability. 8-handed fist, Jiba King. Did you see that? Master Bang, this is how I've grown. I should be your top disciple. End of this chapter. Chapter 26 Hungry Wolf, are you ready to face the Wolf King? Chapter 26 Hungry Wolf, are you ready to face the Wolf King? Although it looks very similar to King Shiba's 8-handed fist, it is obvious that Garu at this time does not have King Shiba's strength. In the plot, King Jiba was defeated twice by Son Goku and seemed vulnerable, but he had won the championship of the World Martial Arts Tournament after all and was one of the top masters among humans on Earth in the Dragon Ball world. If he appeared in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, he would definitely be more difficult to deal with than Namu, the opponent Son Goku met in the quarterfinals. Flowing water and rock-breaking fist. Flowing water refers to the momentum of attack, which is continuous like flowing water, and rock-breaking refers to the power of attack. It literally means a fist that can penetrate water and rocks, split mountains, and break rocks, which means dripping water wears away rocks. From an outsider's perspective, this is indeed the case. In fact, according to Mr. Bang's own explanation, the 4 words flowing water and breaking rocks are just a metaphor, and even the name was chosen by him at random. This is a very casual style of boxing, with no fixed rules or routines. It responds to each move and grows with the user. If we have to compare it to a different martial art, it is similar to the boxing version of Dogu 9 Swords. There are 1,000 different routines when 1,000 people perform it. The strength of a boxing technique has nothing to do with the technique itself, it only has to do with the person who uses the technique. If a person is strong, his boxing skills will be strong. If a person is weak, his boxing skills will be weak. Rather than calling it a style of boxing, it is more like a school, a spirit, and a state of mind. Just like the Shinjin Ryu in the Hunter world, the Kame Ryu and Crane Ryu in the Dragon Ball world. The flowing rock-crushing fist performed by Garu was fast, accurate, and ruthless. The incredibly fast attack speed, the precise strikes to the opponent's body parts, and the destructive power generated by concentrating strength at one point make Garu stand out among his fellow disciples. Even if his fellow disciples are dissatisfied with him, the huge gap in strength makes them only able to talk behind his back. Even if they knew in advance that Garu was going to attack, his speed was far beyond the reach of ordinary people, and they would have no way to react. Garu is really strong, very strong, extremely strong. If his opponent wasn't Yamcha. If Garu's boxing style is characterized by speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness, then Yamcha's boxing style is completely different. Highlight the word strange. Strange. Under Garu's violent attack, Yamcha's body seemed to turn into a white mist, and every time Garu's fist fell, he dodged in a very strange posture. If Garu is compared to a storm, then Yamcha is the morning mist, floating in the wind and ethereal. It is clearly close yet can only be seen but not touched. His weird and strange moves are completely confusing. No matter how violent the storm is, you can't do anything to me. So close yet so far away. This is one of the Tao that Yamcha realized during his practice, but it is only a prototype at present and has not been fully formed, but it is more than enough to deal with the hungry wolf at this time. By the way, the Tao that Yamcha is best at is actually the same as Garu's, which also emphasizes speed, accuracy, and ruthlessness. With such a swift and fierce attack and strange and bizarre moves, Hungry Wolf fought for a long time but was unable to cause any substantial damage to the opponent. Although I don't like you, I have to admit that you are really strong. After the two of them fought for hundreds of rounds, Hungry Wolf gradually felt a little exhausted and said with a slight breath, I thought you were just a rich man who came here for vacation. I didn't expect that I still have some skills. As a man who aspires to be a great villain, Garu never says a second word when beating people up. He knows very well the truth that villains die because they talk too much. The fact that Garu has said 3 sentences now already represents his recognition of Yamcha's strength. We've fought at least 300 moves, right? Compared to the gradually weakening Garu, Yamcha's aura was still the same as at the beginning. It's been 3 moves long. Hearing Yamcha mention the victory declaration at the beginning of the war, Garu couldn't help but blush slightly. Don't hit someone in the face. So I quickly changed the subject to avoid this embarrassing conversation. Why don't you use the flowing rock crushing fist? Flowing water and rock crushing fist is not a fist technique that can be used against fellow disciples, so I will not use it against you. Yamcha did not give Garu a direct answer, but the fact that he did not deny it was already a disguised admission. You really have understood it. The Hungry Wolf's eyes lit up and he felt a little more friendly in his heart. This guy is the same kind as me. The change in address from cheater to this guy shows that Garu has identified with Yamcha. He is not a sore loser. The more setbacks he faces, the braver he becomes, the stronger he becomes, and he keeps improving until he surpasses all his opponents. In the process of hunting heroes, he still maintains a trace of kindness in his heart. The Garu in the original plot is simply a villain who is based on the template of the protagonist. This is why Yamcha has been playing with him until now. Because I like him. I'll beat you with another set of punches. As he spoke, Yamcha took the initiative for the first time, leaning his left foot forward and bending his right foot slightly, striking a classic pose. Garu, the next second he felt that Yamcha's entire aura had changed. It is no longer illusory and unpredictable, but more aggressive than myself. Speaking of extremes, Yamcha is more extreme than Garu, and his punches are sharper than Garu. How could a hungry wolf who grew up in the city be compared with Yamcha who fights with wolves all day long for survival in the desert? In the world of Diamond is Unbreakable, Yamcha had never used boxing skills, but they were fully displayed at this moment. That extremely aggressive aura shocked not only Garu, but also his other fellow disciples. It completely refreshed all of their cognition. Before this, everyone's impression of Yamcha, the chief disciple, was just a wealthy second generation with an introverted personality. Unlike the previous world, Yamcha didn't have good relationships with anyone. Apart from Grandpa Bang, the only person in the entire gym that Yamcha takes seriously is Garu. He does things with a very purposeful approach and won't waste unnecessary time on other people. His time is very valuable. Yamcha's aura reached its peak. He looked at the Hungry Wolf and said, "Your name is Hungry Wolf, are you ready to face the Wolf King?" Wolf King. The next second, Garu's eyes widened, because he saw the figure of a giant wolf emerging behind Yamcha. Under the gaze of those huge green eyes, Garu's heart seemed to be gradually pinched by an invisible big hand, and his body seemed to be petrified, and he even forgot to breathe. Wolf Fang. Wind Fist. Chapter recommends a book by a big guy. After marriage, the multi-line heroines all came to me. Tokyo harem style, fast speed, female thief, reverse NTR style. End of this chapter. Chapter 27, Cutting off the flow of water, Senior Brother Liashui in Chittarinkan. Chapter 27, Cutting the water flow. No, Senior Brother Liashui Yanswenquan. Good morning, Senior Brother. Good morning, Senior Brother. Good morning, Senior Brother. The greetings echoed throughout the gym. These were the heartfelt respect that Yamcha and his fellow disciples showed him. "Hello, fellow apprentices." Yamcha, standing in front of his fellow disciples, stood with his hands behind his back, like a straight pole. "Hello, senior brother. Although the sound is neat, it is not loud enough. Didn't you have enough to eat? You can't hear me at all." Yamcha just glared slightly, and all the fellow disciples tensed up. "Hello, senior brother. Very good, very energetic." It's not that Yamcha was torturing them. For a martial artist, what was important was momentum. The key was to gain the upper hand with a loud voice. If he couldn't create momentum himself, he could also use other methods, such as making a loud voice, which was also a manifestation of momentum. Inside the dojo, Yamcha's gaze swept over his fellow disciples and then fell on Garu. "Gorgon, train with me today." When they heard Garu's name being called, the others breathed a sigh of relief. "Yes. Big brother." Hungry Wolf responded respectfully. This would never have happened in the past. Before, Garu was respectful to his master Bang and had a cold attitude towards everyone else. Now there's another person named Yamcha. 2 months have passed since Garu's battle with Yamcha at the dojo. In that battle, Garu was defeated miserably. It can be said that he was completely defeated. When facing Yamcha's Wolf Fang Wind Fist, he had no ability to fight back at all. If Yamcha had not stopped in the end, Garu would have been a corpse now. Garu deeply understood the gap between himself and this senior brother, so his attitude towards Yamcha changed 180 degrees afterwards. If we were to say who respects Yamcha the most in the entire gym, it would probably be Garu. Of course, it was after that battle that the attitude of the other people in the gym towards Yamcha changed from indifference to respect, which led to the scene at the beginning. Yamcha is already well deserved of the title of Big Brother of the Broken Water Flow, Keek, and Flowing Water Rock Crushing Fist. During the 2 months, there were not many changes in the number of disciples in the boxing gym, and there were still 96 people. The reason was that Yamcha, the senior brother of Liashui Yanswenquan, was too powerful. Whether intentionally or unintentionally, Grandpa Bangwin trusted the management of the disciples to him, so no one dared to leave without permission. Of course, with the encouragement of their senior brother in practicing, the disciples' strength has improved greatly. Even if any one of them is released, he can be considered a master in the martial arts world. Yamcha likes to randomly call out names in the name of sparring partners when he has nothing to do. Those who are called out will inevitably be abused. After all, no one except Garu can fight with him. A brief but intense battle. "Goraiyo, your boxing skills are improving rapidly." Yamcha extended his right hand toward the hungry wolf that was slumped on the ground. "Even so, I couldn't force out senior brother's Wolf Fang Wind Fist." After Garu grabbed Yamcha's right hand and was pulled up, he said with regret on his face. Garu has made rapid progress during this period, but Yamcha's progress is even faster than his. With the help of Pearl Jam, Yamcha is growing at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Even without using the Wolf Fang Wind Fist and Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist, it is still beyond the reach of Garu. Big Brother's strength has increased again. I didn't even see how he attacked. This speed of progress is so terrifying that even the hungry wolf is left far behind. It would be great if I could be 1/10 as good as my senior brother. What do you mean 1/10? 1/20 is enough. Inside the dojo, fellow disciples who had watched the entire sparring process exclaimed in admiration. Big brother, big brother. The teacher wants you to come over. At this time, a junior fellow's voice was heard outside the door. As expected, it was Ku Chang. Although this guy's strength was not that good, he practiced martial arts very hard and had a good character, so Bangu often let him be his mouthpiece. Understood. Yamcha nodded, then signaled the other fellow disciples to move freely. Garu looked at Yamcha's departing back with longing on his face, and suddenly, for some reason, he felt an inexplicable skip in his heart, as if the other party was going to never come back. "I'm just thinking about something." After shaking his head, Hungry Wolf joined his other fellow disciples in practicing. Bang's room is located at the innermost part of the gym. Since he handed over the task of managing the disciples to Yamcha, Bang has rarely appeared in the gym. He would only give some pointers to his disciples when he felt like it. As for who is so lucky, it all depends on the word fate. "Teacher, I heard from junior brother Ku Chang that you were looking for me." Bang was standing in the room, looking at a painting on the wall, and slowly turned around after hearing Yamcha's voice. "Have you made up your mind? Do you really want to leave?" Yesterday, Yamcha expressed his intention to leave to Grandpa Bang, and the old man asked him to go back and think about it for a day. Yamcha has almost learned all the boxing techniques, and there is not much point in staying in the gym. The growth of his strength has slowed down, so he has to find a new path. "Yes, teacher, the world is so big, I want to go and see it. It's a good thing for young people to go out and have a walk, just like me and my senior brother did in the past." After hearing Yamcha's answer, Mr. Bang didn't say anything more, just nodded. "Follow me." Grandpa Bang opened the door on the side of the room, and an empty room appeared in front of the two of them. Bang took the lead and walked in. This is his own private training room. "Although I don't know where you are going or what you are going to do, I won't ask or care. Everyone has their own path to follow, and no one knows what the future will be like. If you want to leave, I will let you go." As Mr. Bang spoke, he tore off his clothes, revealing his exaggeratedly muscular body. Under his skinny body, he actually had the legendary 10-pack abs. "Your flowing water rock-crushing fist has already surpassed your own shadow. As your teacher, I don't have much to teach you about this. However, as your teacher, I still have one or two hidden tricks." As he spoke, his aura began to rise steadily. And Yamcha once again experienced the same exaggerated stormy pressure he had when he first met Bang. "Watch carefully. I will only demonstrate it once. How much you can remember depends on your ability." An hour later, Grandpa Bang put on his clothes again, turned his back to Yamcha, and his powerful voice reached Yamcha's ears. "Don't embarrass me. Remember, you are my favorite disciple, Bang. Is teacher." Yamcha bowed deeply to Bangu, and the word teacher came from the bottom of his heart. Just now, Grandpa Bang showed him everything he had learned in his life, even including the exploding heart release fist that he used when he was young but later sealed away and no longer used. Grandpa Bang sincerely treats Yamcha as his own disciple and teaches him. "Although I cannot use them for the time being with my current abilities, these boxing techniques are enough to benefit me for a long time." Before leaving this world, Yamcha kept traveling between cities, purchasing a lot of specialties from these worlds. When passing by City Z, he saw a crab monster, or to be more precise, a dead crab monster. Next to him stood a panting office worker with dead eyes. "Oh, well done," said Yamcha. "The beginning of everything in this world." End of this chapter. Chapter 28. The target is the Holy Land of Kalan. Chapter 28. The target is the Holy Land of Kalan. I'm back again. Familiar desert, familiar house, familiar room. The only difference is that Pool is not sleeping this time. He has gone to the transformation kindergarten. This time, the harvest was great again. Looking at the full contents of the universal capsule, Yamcha smiled from the bottom of his heart. As usual, take some of it and exchange it for money with the Black Silk Army. Money is the courage of a hero, money is the backbone. Maybe money is not omnipotent, but without money you can't do anything in this world. Just like in the world of One Punch Man, money can solve at least 80% of the problems and can also improve the efficiency of one's practice. The medicinal foods that Yamcha orders every day are all expensive treasures. Yamcha had thought about going through the formal channels and cashing in the things purchased in another world in this world. The money would undoubtedly be much more than it is now, but that would take too much time. It is not as quick and convenient as just handing it over to the Black Silk Army to cash it out. He would consider doing so when he had the time or energy. Of course, if there was someone he could trust to help Yamcha do it, he would be even happier. The Flame Mountain, Frying Pan, branch of the Black Silk Army. Captain Leopard's eyes lit up when he saw the various items as high as a hill that Yamcha brought over. Although Captain Leopard is principled, he is not the kind of person who despises money. If you really don't like money at all, then why join the Black Silk Army? Wouldn't it be better to join the Dog King's Kingdom Army? Commander Leopard, I need your help with something, he said after Captain Leopard deposited the money into Yamcha's account. Brother, if you have anything to say, just tell me. Who are we still friends? Help me find an address. No problem, I'll take care of it. After Yamcha reported the place he wanted to investigate, Captain Leopard arranged for his men to go and investigate. The Black Silk Army possesses almost all the coordinates of the entire Dragon Ball Earth, so it would be absolutely right to ask them for directions. Captain Leopard was in a very good mood at the moment. When facing Yamcha, his face was as bright as a blooming chrysanthemum. By the way, I have to tell you something in secret. From now on, I will be Lieutenant Leopard. This is all thanks to those things of yours. Even the least valued branch base will be valued after bringing in a large amount of wealth. Then I would like to congratulate Commander Leopard first. Without your help, I wouldn't have been able to advance so quickly. After a while of adults praising each other, Captain Leopard, no, Lieutenant Leopard finally remembered the main business and said. By the way, I just received a message from General Yin. He said that when he is done with his work and has time, he will personally meet with you, Brother Yamcha. You must be there at that time. Then he said with emotion, if you can get the appreciation of General Yin, you can at least be promoted to a sergeant, or even lead a team and become a lieutenant like me. With your ability, it is only a matter of time before you become a colonel. Sergeant, captain, lieutenant, these are pretty much the various levels at the grassroots level of the Black Silk Army. The next level up are senior executives like Major, Colonel and General. Lieutenant, here are the coordinates you requested. While Yamcha was chatting with Lieutenant Leopard, one of his men soon reported back. This is the coordinate you wanted. Kalan Holy Land? It's so remote. Is there anything special about this place? I remember there was a primitive tribe near this coordinate. Hasn't Commander Leopard heard of it? The Kalan Tower in the Kalan Holy Land is a legendary holy land for warriors. Those who successfully reach the top may be able to receive guidance from the immortals. P.S. This immortal is not a Chinese immortal, but refers to people who have a long lifespan and have been engaged in certain jobs for a long time, such as the rice immortal and the fried skewers immortal. Commander Leopard, are you interested in joining us? I'm not going. Lieutenant Leopard is not very interested in martial arts, he just admires the strong. Since you are going to such a remote place, you should pay attention to the wild dinosaurs in the deep mountains and forests, especially the group of pterosaurs flying in the sky. Although they can't cause any harm to you, they are still a group of very troublesome guys. Lieutenant Leopard kindly reminded. In addition to beast-type humans, another major feature of the Dragon Ball world is dinosaurs. Bulma's father kept many creatures like dinosaurs at home. The dinosaurs in this world are not only huge in size, but also have a certain level of intelligence. Pterosaurs are the most intelligent among them, and some of them can even speak human language. At the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, Goku's opponent in the top 16, Jilan, is the descendant of a pterosaur and some unknown race. There really is no such thing as reproductive isolation in the Dragon Ball world. According to the coordinates given by Lieutenant Leopard, Yamcha drove the latest model of jet away at high speed. In terms of money alone, Yamcha at this time has far surpassed the level of the original. Although Yamcha in the original was a desert bandit, his life was still quite difficult. He only had a jet motorcycle, a big sword, and some basic universal capsules. He didn't even have the universal capsules in the shape of a house. I remember that in one of the theatrical versions of the original work, Yamcha spent more than 30 years on loans to buy a cargo jet, and as expected, it was smashed to pieces by a villain. What a miserable one! Legend has it that the Holy Land of Karan was once a holy place for all martial artists hundreds of years ago. In the center of the holy place, there is a huge pillar, the Karan Tower, which reaches into the sky and reaches the horizon. It is said that the top of the Kalan Tower is connected to the heavens, and anyone who climbs from the bottom of the tower to the top by his own strength will meet an immortal at the top. If he drinks the immortal water given by the immortal, his strength will increase several times. Martial arts were popular at that time, and countless martial artists challenged the tower, but without exception, all of them failed. Some climbed for several days, but ran out of food and lost their strength and fell from the top. Others flew to the top in a hot air balloon in one breath, but also failed. It is said that those who do not want to climb up by their own strength will never see the top of the tower. That's just bragging. Yamcha said this while standing at the foot of the Kalan Tower and looking up at the endless stone pillars. If it is the temple of the gods that is protected by a special barrier, then it makes sense. But Karanta's words are just that. Yamcha shook his head. It's normal that the technology at that time couldn't reach the top of Kalan Tower, but it's different now. If nothing else, there would be no problem with the latest jet plane he was flying. However, climbing this tower is itself a form of practice, so there is no need to rely on cheating to climb the tower. Moreover, his goal is to get the senzu beans in the hands of the cat immortal, which is considered to be the biggest bug in the Dragon Ball world. It would be best if he could climb the tower himself. End of this chapter. Chapter 29, Climbing the Kalan Tower. Chapter 29, Climbing the Kalan Tower. Looking at the endless tower of Karan, Yamcha began to adjust his state. In order to avoid falling from the tower due to mistakes, Yamcha prepared many countermeasures. Who are you? What are you doing here? When Yamcha was about to climb the tower, a tall and strong man walked out of the dense forest beside Karan Tower. The man's appearance was similar to that of an Indian, with brown-black skin, an unusually sturdy build, red makeup on his face, a necklace made of animal teeth around his neck, his upper body naked, and a cross-shaped scar on his chest. These are the tribe members near the Holy Land of Kalan mentioned by Lieutenant Leopard. However, his information is too outdated. There are only 2 people left in the tribe now. They are the self-proclaimed guardians of the Holy Land of Kalan, Bola and his child Yuba. I'm here to challenge Kailan Tat. Yamcha was calculating the height of the Karan temple in his mind. How high are the Karan temple and the temple of the God of Heaven above it? This is one of the great mysteries in the Dragon Ball world. Putting aside the temple of the God of Heaven, let's only consider the temple where the cat hermit is. It is said that the first person to reach the top of Karan Tower was Master Roshi, and the second person, Goku, took a day and a night. From the animation, it seems that the end is so long that people would believe it if it was hundreds of kilometers. However, according to rumors in the Dragon Ball world, it is possible to reach the Kalan temple by flying, but it is not recognized by the immortals. The flying altitude of an airplane is about 8 kilometers to 12 kilometers. The flying altitude in the Dragon Ball world may be a little higher, so the altitude of Karan Tower should be in the stratosphere or mesosphere, which is between 11 kilometers and 85 kilometers. If it were just this height, Yamcha would still be very confident. Challenge Karan Tat. Bola looked Yamcha up and down for a while, shook his head, and advised, "It's too early for you now. Countless experts have tried to climb the tower, and all of them have failed. Don't lose your life in vain because of rumors. Others don't represent me." While Bola was looking at Yamcha, Yamcha was also looking at Bola. Even though Bola was killed instantly in the original plot, his opponent was the world's #1 killer, Tao Pai Pai. Tao Pai Pai, with a combat power of 150 points, is theoretically higher than Master Roshi's 139 points. He was truly the best in the world at that time, and even the young Sun Wukong suffered a great loss at the hands of Tao Bibai. In fact, to be able to become the guardian of the Holy Land of Kalan, Bola's strength is quite good. He is an expert who can resist guns with his body. At least that Satan, who fascinated him to death, couldn't do it. Seeing that Yamcha would not listen to his advice, Bola stopped talking and slowly walked towards Yamcha, intending to use force to drive Yamcha away, which was his duty as the guardian of the Holy Land. Not everyone is qualified to climb the tower. The main reason was that I couldn't bear to see a young man like Yamcha die like this. Without waiting for Bola to get close to him, Yamcha used his right foot to step forward and used inertia to rush to the top of the tower. He was so fast that by the time Bola could react, he had already disappeared from his sight. As long as you are fast enough, the best way to climb a tower is to run. This. Bola stared at Karanta in amazement. After a long while, he touched his head and said, "It seems that the challenger this time is a remarkable person. I hope he has the ability to reach the top of the tower." Bola picked up his spear and walked towards the forest. He had a hungry child at home waiting for food. 10 minutes passed, half an hour passed, and after sprinting for an hour, Yamcha still could not see the top of Karan Tower. The height of Kalan Tower was much higher than he had imagined. Yamcha's strength began to gradually fail. Continuous high-intensity sprinting consumes a lot of physical energy. Fortunately, I had already made corresponding preparations for safety reasons. Yamcha just hooked his fingers, and the universal capsule on his waist opened automatically, and several bottles of the latest sports functional drinks floated around. The most convenient thing about telekinesis is that you don't have to do it yourself. In the absence of senzu beans, the best way to replenish physical energy is this. Tons of ton. Tons of ton. Yamcha finished it in one breath and then started to sprint again. However, the energy was consumed much faster than it was replenished. It wasn't long before Yamcha's physical strength ran out. Physical fatigue could not be replenished with sports drinks, so he used his telekinesis to drag himself from falling, and at the same time he opened the second universal capsule on his waist. A tent, or to be more precise, a special tent specifically designed for rock climbing. Yamcha wrapped it around the pillar of Kalanta and fixed it firmly, then he went straight in and fell asleep. In the next few days, when Yamcha was awake, he sprinted towards the top of Kalan Tower with all his might. When he was tired, he opened the tent and stayed in to rest. He carried enough supplies in the universal capsule on his waist. He drank water when he was thirsty and ate when he was hungry. He focused on reaching the summit without distraction. A day passed, and there was still no end in sight. 2 days passed, and there was still no end in sight. 3 days passed and there was still no end in sight. 4 days, 5 days, 8 days, 9 days. 10 full days had passed, and there was still no trace of the Kalan temple. Yamcha remained calm and continued to climb the tower. Fortunately, these days were either sunny or cloudy, and there was no extreme weather such as storms or hail. This was thanks to Yamcha, who used the Black Silk Army's black technology to check the weather for nearly half a month before setting off. During the time of climbing the tower, Yamcha was certain of one thing: the previous calculation of the height of Kalan Tower was wrong, and the tower was definitely more than 85 kilometers. When Goku and Master Roshi were climbing the tower, their combat power had already exceeded 100. My own combat power must be below that, so it is normal for me to spend more time. The higher Yamcha climbed, the more he felt his climbing speed begin to decrease, and at the same time, he felt it was becoming more and more strenuous. This was not due to physical reasons, but because the altitude made the air around him thinner. Although it is much more strenuous, it helps with cultivation. The whole process of climbing Kalan Tower is a kind of practice. The young Gaku who was defeated by Tao Pai Pai became stronger by climbing Karan Tower, and after being guided by the Cat Master, he surpassed Tao Pai Pai in one fell swoop. It was only 10 days, but the effect was more powerful than 2 months of normal training. Yamcha could feel the growing power in his body. Even when he was training under Bang, the effect during those 2 months when his strength was skyrocketing was far less than it is now. Of course, this is also thanks to the assistance of Pearl Jam, who is truly a god-level auxiliary stand-in. At last, as the sun was about to set on the 15th day, a huge oval building gradually emerged in Yamcha's sight. End of this chapter. Chapter 30. You think I want holy water? Actually, I just want a free sparring partner. Chapter 30. You think I want holy water? Actually, I just want a free sparring partner. The Kalin temple is quite large overall, and is roughly divided into 3 floors. The first floor is filled with miscellaneous items of unknown purpose. Yamcha believes that there must be a lot of good things in it, and his goal is probably here. However, he did not search without permission and directly skipped this level. Taking something without permission would be considered stealing, so even if he wanted it again, he would at least have to obtain the consent of the owner. After reaching the top of the tower, Yamcha was no longer in a hurry and strolled towards the second floor of the temple. The second floor was much more spacious than the first. There were many large jars piled everywhere, covered with wooden lids. No one knew what was inside. Yamcha did not touch these things, but continued to walk upwards. The third floor. This is a spacious platform similar to the first floor. After looking around, a furry white fat cat holding a cane and squinting its eyes appeared in Yamcha's sight. This fat cat is the legendary immortal from the Kalin temple, Kalin the Immortal. Hello, excellent young man. Looking at the sage Yamcha Kalin who took the initiative to greet him, he had an expression as if he had known you for a long time. Don't underestimate Karan because he is just a big fat white cat. In fact, his fighting power is far superior to Tao Pai Pai, official data, 190, but he is just not good at fighting. You are the second person to reach the top of the tower in the past few hundred years. You are much younger than the first one. Needless to say, the first one is naturally LSP Rashi. The age of the immortal Kalin is over 800 years old, which means his lifespan is even longer than that of his direct superior, the old god who is located in the temple just above the temple. He is an immortal species with an extremely long lifespan. It is said to be a tribe of cats on ancient Earth. Hello, I guess you are the immortal Kalin. Yamcha bowed respectfully to the immortal Kalin. Even if you add the age of his previous life, it is not even a fraction of the other's age. His age alone is enough to deserve Yamcha's bow. After all, respecting the elderly and loving the young is a traditional virtue. Don't judge a person by his appearance. He's a very good boy. Kalin the Immortal patted his furry belly and looked happy. Then he used his walking stick to pick up a gem-studded and gorgeous bottle. This is the super holy water you want. Drink it and you will gain several times the power you have now. Then he hooked his finger at Yamcha and said provocatively. Come and get it if you want it. As long as you can snatch it from me, the super holy water will be yours. Like the gods, Kalin the Immortal likes to observe the things happening in the lower world when he has nothing to do, but the gods use looking directly, while Kalin the Immortal observes through a water tank. When Yamcha started climbing the tower, Karan the Hermit was observing him. In his opinion, Yamcha climbed here with such great effort just for the legendary super holy water. For warriors, the super holy water has an extremely fatal attraction. Of course, Yamcha's purpose was not to get the boiled water in the pot. But he would rather have the free sparring partner than miss it. Thank you, Immortal Karan. Yamcha's attitude was beyond Karan's expectations. He thought he would be as eager to grab it as the others. Funny little brat, meow. 3 hours later. The bottle of super holy water was spinning on Karan's fingertips, while Yamcha lay beside him panting, his chest heaving violently, his whole body soaked in sweat, and he looked as tired as a dead dog. The difference in combat effectiveness between the two is too great. Even if Hermit Karan is not good at fighting, he is still not comparable to the current Yamcha. You should know that at the beginning of the Dragon Ball Z chapter, Yamcha's combat power was only 177, which was still not as high as Karan's at this time. Not bad, little brat. You were able to see through my afterimage fist in just 3 hours. Your boxing skills are quite interesting. Kalin the Immortal, with his fat and soft belly, looked unfathomable and said in a very intimidating manner, "You are the most talented martial artist I have seen in the past 100 years. But wasn't I the first person to climb the tower in the past few hundred years?" One sentence instantly destroyed the image of a certain immortal. "You're so long-winded, little brat." Infuriated, Karan hit Yamcha on the head with his cane. "It hurts." Yamcha didn't even have the strength to cover his head at this moment and could only make a symbolic sound. "Here you go." Hermit Karan thought for a while and took out an emerald green bean from somewhere, then flicked it in front of Yamcha. "This is senzu bean. If you eat it, your strength will be restored immediately, and you won't be hungry for 10 days. Yamcha looked at the green bean, then calmly wrapped it with his telekinesis and kept it close to his body. "If my strength is restored, I will definitely still snatch your super holy water. Isn't this unfair to you?" Yamcha said righteously. In fact, he is just exhausted now, and he can recover by resting. Even if he eats the magic beans, it will only restore his physical strength, but there is no way to eliminate the mental fatigue. Even if he practices, he has to proceed step by step, otherwise it will be counterproductive. When you are hungry, eat; when you are tired, sleep. This is the only way to practice and make it more profound. The world is big, but sleeping is the most important thing now. I'll try harder tomorrow. After saying this, Yamcha took out a quilt from the universal capsule, got into it and fell into a deep sleep. Hermit Karan stared at Yamcha, who had fallen into a deep sleep, and couldn't help but fall into memories of hundreds of years ago. What an interesting little brat! If it were Wu Tian, he would not miss this good opportunity. As the hermit thought about this, he yawned and fell into a doze leaning against the pillar of the Kalin temple. After a few minutes, tossing and turning, unable to sleep. I still don't believe it. This kid must be cheating me. He will eat the senzu beans secretly at night to steal the super holy water. I must stay alert. Karan maintained this for the entire night. After a good sleep and enjoying some special delicacies of pearl jam, May felt refreshed. She looked at the immortal Karan with 2 dark circles under his eyes and said, "Immortal Karan, did you not sleep well last night? Stop talking nonsense, you annoying brat, and come over here." The next day, Yamcha found nothing as expected. Yamcha lay dead again. After a meal, he regained his strength. Are you really not going to consider eating a senzu bean before trying to snatch the super holy water? Day 3. Same thing. The 4th day was the same, but after using the afterimage fist with the cat immortal many times, he gradually mastered the essence of this fist. Use ultra-high-speed movement to create afterimages. It would be more accurate to say that he was teaching Yamcha rather than fighting with him. A good memory is not as good as a bad pen, and a bad pen is not as good as using your body to feel. Just like that, quickly, a month had passed. Yamcha finally. I still failed to snatch the super holy water, boiled water, from the immortal Kalin. End of this chapter. Chapter 31. Why didn't you take out so many fish earlier? Chapter 31. Why didn't you take out so many fish earlier? After all, it took Master Roshi 3 years to get the super holy water from Master Karan, and although it only took the young Goku 3 days, his combat power at that time had already exceeded 150. Although Yamcha didn't know his specific combat value, he thought it was not as strong as the 2 of them. However, compared to a month ago, he had undergone a complete transformation and his strength had greatly increased. Your talent is the best I have seen in the past 100 years. Hermit Karan narrowed his eyes, still with an expression that said I'm optimistic about you, and sighed again. Master Karan, I have heard this sentence no less than 100 times. I guess you have only seen me in the past 100 years. Yamcha complained as he refueled with a sports drink. Really? Meow. Ahem. My memory isn't very good as I get older, meow. And it's immortal Karan. Didn't you say yesterday that you had just passed puberty? Karan the immortal paused for a moment, then stretched out his two fat, furry pads, stretching them as far as he could, but unfortunately, his arms were too short. I had a longer adolescence. Believe it or not. Just put on the quilt, put on the pillow, and go to sleep. It was another day that he failed to grab the super holy water, but compared to the beginning when he was completely fooled, Yamcha now had the initial ability to fight back. Even the immortal Kallen has to deal with it seriously. It seems that it is only a matter of time before we snatch the super holy water from the immortal Kallen. It's another energetic day. Karan the immortal licked his front paws and combed the hair on them. When he saw Yamcha wake up, he shook his fat butt and suggested, why don't you do some pre-meal exercises before eating breakfast? For example, try to snatch the super holy water within 2 hours. Instead of agreeing immediately as expected, Yamcha just shook his head and rejected him for the first time. No, Karan. Hearing this, Karan put down his front paws, as if sensing something, and stared at Yamcha with narrowed eyes. There is something wrong with you today, could it be? Before he could express his guess, Yamcha spoke first. Master Karan, I think it's time for me to leave. Go? Where are you going? Asked immortal Karan. Let's go back to where we came from. I've been delayed here for too long. Although Karan is indeed a good sparring partner, he is just a sparring partner. If you want to grow quickly, you need more than just a sparring partner. 1 month, he has been practicing here for a month, and the afterimage fist has been basically mastered. He has also gradually mastered the movements of immortal Karan. If he continues to stay, he can only become familiar with the dodging method of immortal Karan and then take away the super holy water. But that has deviated from his original purpose, to become stronger. You don't want this anymore. The super holy water was spinning at the fingertips of the immortal Karan. He hadn't finished speaking when he paused as if he had thought of something. So you didn't come here for the super holy water, right? Before Yamcha could answer him, Karan nodded thoughtfully, then suddenly pointed at the super holy water and said, you know what it is? Right. Yamcha didn't answer him, but took out a bottle of water and shook it. There is no super holy water in the world, or there is super holy water everywhere. It's impossible to become stronger without hard work. There is no such thing as a free lunch in this world. You know it after all. There was no trace of surprise in Karan's voice, but instead a hint of joy. Although Karan is not a true immortal in Yamcha's mind, he is still a cat who has lived for more than 800 years. He has some abilities that others do not have, such as perception. Then you should leave immediately. After understanding Yamcha's intentions, Hermit Karan quickly waved his hands, as if to say, I have wanted to drive you away for a long time. Before I leave, Master Karan, are you going to give me something? After all, I climbed up here with great difficulty. You've pulled off quite a trick. Karan had been paying attention to Yamcha when he was climbing the tower. The tricks he was referring to were the equipment Yamcha used to help him climb the tower. I also climbed up step by step. That's true. So what do you need? Tell me first. Somersault cloud, gold, somersault cloud, black, super divine water. Immortal Kallen has a lot of good things. Strictly speaking, he has more than the gods living in the temple above. I want that thing you give me every day. Yamcha said that this was his fundamental purpose in climbing up the Kalent Tower. Fairy beans. He raised his eyebrows. You actually want that kind of thing? Hermit Karan looked at Yamcha with some surprise. He had lived for more than 800 years, but this was the first time he saw someone climbing the tower for the sake of senzu beans. Anyway, he had plenty of that stuff and it wouldn't be a big loss to give it to the other party, so he took out a small bag and threw it to Yamcha. No, give it to you. Yamcha caught them all and counted them carefully. There were more than 20 of them in total. Not enough, not enough, I want more. 20 or so senzu beans were a rare commodity in period Z, but now this is what Karan the Immortal has the most of. What do you need so many senzu beans for? Meow. In the eyes of the cat fairy, the magic beans are just something that can fill the stomach. The powerful healing ability has no meaning to the fairy Karan who lives in the Karan temple all year round. He can't get hurt and no one can hurt him, at least at this time. But this thing is of great significance to Yamcha. This is a true life-saving treasure. Yamcha didn't answer him. He took out a universal capsule from his waist. With a bang, a huge glass jar that almost filled the temple appeared in front of the two of them. It was filled with all kinds of fish. In just a moment, it attracted the full attention of Master Kallen. At that moment, he seemed to see the light. Even if he is a cat, he is still a feline, and it is his nature to like eating fish. It's just a small token of my respect. Boy! A hint of cold light suddenly flashed from the squinting eyes of Immortal Kallen. Yamcha only felt a flash before his eyes, and then countless Karan immortals appeared in front of him. Those were all after-image fists. After counting carefully, there were at least 10 Karan immortals. Multiple after-image punch. The next second, Yamcha felt a pain on the top of his head, and then with a bang, a crutch hit Yamcha's head with incredible precision. Hey, you're asking for a fight? Karan the Hermit shouted into Yamcha's ear in an almost roaring tone, with deep resentment in his voice. Resentment? I'm so angry. With so many fish, why didn't you take them out earlier? Don't you know that I love eating fish? Meow. End of this chapter. Chapter 32 Tiger Shark? Sweat and Oilcloth. Chapter 32 Tiger Shark? Sweat and Oilcloth. Fish, lots of fish, tiger sharks. Mine, everything is mine. The whole cat of Kallen Immortal was stuck directly on the huge fish tank. If it weren't for the little bit of rationality left in his mind that allowed him to maintain his image, he would probably have gone into the tank to catch fish. Resisting the urge to look at the fish tank, Karan said to Yamcha, "Tell me, how much do you want?" Meow. Yamcha held up a finger. 1 cylinder for another. Yamcha actually wanted all of Karen's senzu beans. Rather than having them wasted by a tanky Yasuo in the later stages, it would be better to keep them for him. If you just want all of them, Karan will definitely not give them to you, so just ask for 1 tank first. Anyway, it's still some time before the tank-equipped Yasuo appears. Of course, the tank of senzu beans that Yamcha mentioned was definitely not as big as his tank of fish. Hearing Yamcha's request, Karan wanted to refuse. Yamcha took out another universal capsule, 2 cylinders for 1 cylinder. But what he gave was really too much. It was 2 entire fish tanks full of fish, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, countless fish. Anyway, they are just some useless beans. Anyway, it won't be long before we can harvest another batch of senzu beans. Anyway, senzu beans are like leeks, you can harvest them one by one and they will grow again and again, and it will continue to grow. Changed. Immortal Karan directly took out a jar of magic beans, and then quickly put away the universal capsules filled with fish. Yamcha carefully put the jar of senzu beans he had exchanged into a universal capsule and kept it close to his body. Each of them saw what the other was doing. The man and the cat looked at each other and laughed at the same time. Kallen Immortal, next time we meet I will definitely snatch the super holy water from you. Ha ha ha, come over here if you have the guts. If you can snatch the super holy water from me, I will give you something good. What other good things does immortal Kallen have? The poison that can stimulate potential, super divine water. The legendary flying artifact, somersault cloud. Yamcha cannot use the super divine water for the time being, and as for the somersault cloud. To be honest, the somersault cloud is a good means of transportation, but only people with pure hearts can ride it. Although Yamcha thinks that he is not a bad person, he is definitely not pure in heart, so he didn't mention it at all. As for the black somersault cloud that people with evil hearts ride on, it only appeared in the TV animation version of Dragon Ball. One day later, the Black Silk Army Hawaiian Mountain Branch. Where have you been this month, bro? After a brief conversation with Lieutenant Leopard, Yamcha handed him a list. Commander Leopard, please help me prepare these things. As usual, swipe the card. Brother, are you going to war? Commander Leopard was a little surprised when he saw the items on the list, but he didn't ask any more questions and arranged for his men to handle it. I received a notice yesterday that General Yin will come over in about 3 days. Brother, don't go out these few days. When General Yin comes, you must behave well in front of him. Then we'll make a fortune together. 3 days? It's enough for me to go to another world. The Black Silk Army was quite efficient. It only took them a few hours to prepare everything on Yamcha's list. Brother, don't forget to come over in 3 days. Before leaving, Lieutenant Leopard did not forget to remind. He really wanted to bring Yamcha into the organization. Why don't you just get a house here? It's really inconvenient to be in that desert where you are without a soul. House? Yamcha's first thought was that ant nest in the desert, full of holes that could barely be called a house. Find a chance to renovate the house. At least make it stronger. That is to say, Yamcha has a bad reputation and the entire desert is sparsely populated. Given Yamcha's increasingly wealthy wealth, it is bound to arouse envy. We'd better get some more guards. Monsters, rare beasts, treasures, secret treasures, magic realms, secret realms. The magic power brought by the word unknown has attracted many powerful people. People call these strong men, hunters. This is the world called Hunter x Hunter, where adventure and the unknown are the main themes of this world. Under the dim street lights. Goods. Money has a familiar taste and a familiar recipe. After getting a bag full of this world's money from a man in black, he counted it in his hands. Although it was a little less than expected, it was enough for him to use for a while. It's not that this world is darker than other worlds, but the main reason is that arms are also rampant in this world, which is not much better than that in Dragon Ball, and may even be worse. Strategic level weapons like the Rose of the Poor can be obtained as long as you have money. In this world, if you exchange arms for money, you can only get a small amount. Only rare and precious goods can be sold at a high price. His main purpose was to get some money for the trip. There was no need to sell the good stuff in the underground organization. There was an open auction venue here. Yamcha was riding on the express train, staring in a daze at the scenery passing by outside the window. Yokiksenshi. Destination of Yamcha. A prosperous and decadent city, a city controlled by gangs. As long as you have money, this is a paradise and you can enjoy everything you can imagine. As for no money, that's worse than a dog. The world's largest auction is held in this city from September 9 st to 1 th every year, attracting at least 10 people. These participants are all either rich or noble. Yamcha arrived in Yokiksen City on August 8, and the auction would begin in a few days. The night is the source of all evil, especially in the bustling city with bright lights and wine, where unimaginable filth is hidden. Those souls that have nowhere to rest and those dopamine that have nowhere to release are quietly magnified by the ambiguity of the night. The same is true of the night in Yokiksen City. The first 20 floors of the magnificent hotel with bright lights are indeed the hotel's guest rooms, while the last 5 floors are a completely different scene. This is the base of a certain gang. On the stairs leading to the 21st floor there is a sign prohibiting entry into the gang's private territory. We cannot say it is an exaggeration, we can only say it is aboveboard. The A's here don't care about these things. To be precise, the A's in this city are basically made up of a certain gang. Kyler Mojito, the leader of the Mojito family and one of the many gang members in Yokiksan City. Although its status is not as high as the 10 old men, it is still one of the old gangs. Although it has been declining recently due to the loss of its main economic industry. Currently thinking about how to get a large sum of funds. It will cost at least 4 billion yuan, which is a huge sum. A strange voice sounded in his ears, and Kyler's hair stood up. He took out the micro-pistol hidden in his sleeve at the fastest speed in his life and pointed it at the man who suddenly broke in front of him. Who are you? End of this chapter. Chapter 33. This is not a human, it is clearly the god of wealth. Chapter 33. This is not a human, it is clearly the god of wealth. The purchasing power of Hunter World currency is much lower than that of Dragon Ball World. These 4 billion genies, Hunter World currency, are at best equivalent to 100 million Sonys, Dragon Ball World currency, in Dragon Ball World. Someone's breaking in here. Here comes someone. With a pistol in his hand and feeling a little more confident, Kyler pointed at the newcomer and shouted loudly outside the door. No need to shout. I'm worried that they will disturb the two of us, so I'll let them all rest for a while. I think you won't mind, right? There were at least 30 elites, and they were dealt with silently. Are you kidding me? The visitor didn't care about the gun in Kyler's hand at all. He looked around the office at the items in the display cabinet and even turned his back to Kyler. The stuff is pretty good. If you take it to another world, you can probably sell it for a good price. The sudden intruder was naturally Yamcha. I don't really like people pointing guns at me. Even though that thing has no effect on me, I still don't like it. Yamcha's eyes inadvertently swept over the miniature pistol in Kyler's hand, so can you please put it away? That indifferent voice woke Kyler up. You. As Kyler opened his mouth, he felt a flash before his eyes and the miniature pistol in his hand disappeared. When I saw it again, it had become a piece of scrap metal that had been twisted several times. I'm sorry, I have something I want to talk to you about, but unfortunately your front desk said I didn't have an appointment and wouldn't let me in. So I can only come to you this way. Yamcha sat down on the boss chair belonging to Kyler, with his legs casually resting on the other's desk. To be honest, he didn't come here to cause trouble. What do you want? Kyler breathed a sigh of relief when he saw that his life was not in danger for the time being. He seemed to recall hearing other gang leaders mention that the 10 old men had a team of people with special abilities. I think the person in front of me also has special abilities. Are all these people with special abilities so powerful? I don't like those roundabout ways. I prefer a more direct approach. I heard that Mr. Kyler is the person in charge of this auction. Do you have anything you like? Kyler said cautiously that if the thing the other party liked was not expensive, then he would buy it and give it to him. Even if the Mojito family is short of funds, they can still take out tens of millions of genies' money. He felt it necessary to make friends with a master who could deal with 30 elite gangsters without anyone noticing. Of course, if the other party's request is not excessive. No, I have a shipment of goods I want to sell. Yamcha's answer made Kyler pause slightly, but he quickly adjusted himself. Can I see the goods? Kyler is quite capable in business as he is entrusted by the 10 old men with the task of being in charge of the entire auction process. Of course. Yamcha took out 2 capsules. Kyler, who was originally thinking about how to get rid of Yamcha, opened his mouth wide the next second, and stared with his eyes wide open. This is really amazing. Where did you get these things? Jet aircraft, in this world where the only way to fly is by airship. It is definitely a product of the new century. The oldest type of storage type universal capsule, even this world considers it alien technology. Kyler has already seen the potential value of these things. As long as they are operated properly, he will definitely make a lot of money even if he only charges a 10% handling fee. A secret place. Kyler nodded. Faced with these new and strange things that he had never seen before, he knew that they could only be explained in those secret realms. There are innumerable secrets in the world of Hunter x Hunter, otherwise there wouldn't be such an adventurous profession as hunter. There's even the devil's music score here. The items are pretty good, they will definitely make this auction a big hit. If I do well this time, then the next auction of the 10 old men will be handed over to me and the Mojito family. Although the list of auction items has been released in advance, it's a little late, but the real good things will shine no matter where they are. Yamcha's stuff is as poisonous as a scorpion's shit. In this world, only rare items are the most valuable. Otherwise, what they think is exclusive is just a piece of cake for Yamcha, and they can still cooperate in the future. As for imitating jet planes, it is possible, but the universal capsule is absolutely impossible to imitate. Without the same technical level as Dr. Brief, it is absolutely impossible to create such a black technology item, even if this world has the legendary Dark Continent. Technology is like mathematics. If you don't understand it, you don't understand it. Even if you push yourself to the limit, you still can't solve a problem. Even if you ask Nanika from the Zaldik family to make a universal capsule, she will most likely twist you into a hemp rope. If you can't solve the problem, then solve the problem. These things. After deducting the auction's handling fee, I'll give you 20% of the proceeds. You need the money, don't you? With just one sentence, Kyler swallowed the words he was about to say, and even his original dissatisfaction and fear towards Yamcha's uninvited visit disappeared. Trademark gave too much. Make a deal. Any problem that can be solved with money is not a problem. Yamcha will not do anything unnecessary. He doesn't like to waste too much time on unimportant people. As long as the goal is achieved, the faster the better. His time is very valuable. In fact, the entire intrusion process tonight was intentional on his part. If you register for an auction through normal channels, there is a high probability that you will be hacked. Yokiksen is the territory of a gang. No matter how good their reputation is in the outside world, they are still a gang. Do you expect to talk about morality with a group of robbers? If it is just a small amount of money of tens of millions, it is definitely a century-old reputation. If the value is in billions, there is no such thing as a client. Don't talk nonsense. This is our gang's own thing. Therefore, it is very necessary to just charge in, make a shocking appearance, and show off your muscles, and then throw out enough baits. This combo can solve at least more than 80% of Yamcha's troubles. As for the rest, you just need to stretch out your claws and chop them off. May I ask how to address you? Just call me T. Mr. Yamcha, there are still a few days before the auction. Why don't you let me show some hospitality and entertain you? Now Kyler's eyes looking at Yamcha are completely different. This is not a human being, he is simply the god of wealth. End of this chapter. Chapter 34 Too much money is also a troublesome thing. Chapter 34 Tisk Too much money is also a troublesome thing. September 9th is the last day of the Yuxinchi auction. Good things are often put on display last, so there are the most wealthy people arriving at the auction on this day. The entire auction hall is packed, and all the wealthy people are choosing the items they want. As the items were sold one by one and the annual auction gradually drew to a close, the auction reached its climax. 35 million. 36 million. 37 million. After a fierce bidding, it finally came to an end. 40 billion once, 40 billion twice. 40 billion three times. Deal. Congratulations to President Plato for winning the Star of Hope. The person who bought the item was a skinny, monkey-like man. After winning the bid, he showed a smug smile, revealing a mouthful of gold teeth. His 10 fingers were all covered with rings, and the words "I'm rich" were almost written on his face. "Is this all the stuff you get at the annual auction? I just spent a small amount of money and it's gone." "It's not enough. The man called President Platos said so." A beautiful maid walked down, carrying a fist-sized blue gem that was emitting brilliant light. The name of the bidder was written on the plate with a label. "After the auction is over, go to the backstage to make payment and pick up your items. Please wait for a moment, everyone. The finale of this auction will be the next one." The host's words caused a commotion. Isn't the Star of Hope the finale? Such a precious gem. It seems like there's something behind this. Is it better than the Star of Hope? The eyes of those wealthy people who didn't win the bid for the Star of Hope lit up. It's not that they didn't have money, but they felt that there was no point in spending tens of billions to bid for a broken gem. "I remember the last item in the auction was the Star of Hope." "You didn't know?" "I knew it when I got here. There are 2 very special items being auctioned today." "You heard about it too?" "I purposely held back from bidding because I was waiting for the last item." Soon, a group of maids dressed very coolly came over pushing a cart covered with a piece of exquisite red silk cloth. "I think my well-informed friends have already known that in addition to the rare treasures on the list, this auction has added 2 more items." The host suddenly raised his voice and spoke with a mysterious expression. "A secret treasure from some mysterious secret place." His tone whetted the guests' appetite. "Let me reveal the answer to you all." As everyone was looking forward to it, the host lifted the red cloth. Completely different from an airship, this is a secret aircraft that can carry several people into the sky. A jet plane with a completely different style of painting appeared before everyone. After the host's operation, some wealthy people with business sense had their eyes lit up and immediately realized the commercial value of this thing. If it were just an aircraft, although it was rare, it could only be collected as a treasure. But this thing can be imitated. Currently, the transportation industry is monopolized by airship companies because they have no competitors at all. The emergence of this type of aircraft will definitely break that monopoly. Once it is thoroughly researched and mass-produced, it will mean an endless flow of wealth. But the prerequisite is that you have to take the photo. So the wealthy businessmen started bidding like crazy, and the auction price soared all the way, soon breaking through 10 billion. This number is something that only the super rich can afford. Even the arrogant President Platos was stunned by the numbers in front of him. He was rich, but this was too exaggerated. However, the bidding price did not stop. Instead, after a brief silence, it soared again. Almost every guest present started making phone calls frantically. There is only one purpose, and that is to raise money. You can't do this without raising funds first. This is the auction house in Yokiksen City. Cash on delivery is the iron rule here, which was set by the first generation of 10 old men. Playing tricks on gangsters will not end well here. They won't discuss with you about things like owing the money first and paying it back later. They only care about money. In the end, the price of the jet was settled at 50 billion. This was purchased jointly by several chambers of commerce after consultation. Such an astonishing price is rare even in previous auctions, and it stunned Kyler in the backstage. Even if we deduct the auction commission, giving him 20% would still be nearly 100. This is just the first one. Gudong Kyler swallowed his saliva. He felt his throat was dry and his body was hot. As for why the gangs don't keep the aircraft for their own production, if they really spend time and energy on the real economy, they will no longer be gangs, as their expertise is totally irrelevant. The following is the finale of the auction. A magic capsule that can store items and shrink them to a capsule size. With the hosts shouting, the whole audience was excited again. The name of the secret flying machine magic capsule is really bad. Yamcha complained about the name as he listened to the host's introduction. Forget it, as long as I can exchange it for money. The auction, which was supposed to end in the afternoon, lasted until late at night. The last two items caused such a huge sensation that everyone went crazy. It also set the highest price at an auction house in the past decade. After taking into account various tax deductions, paying taxes is the obligation of every citizen, and commissions at auctions, Yamcha would end up with more than 100 billion genies. Just by selling two not-so-valuable things in the Dragon Ball world, Yamcha became the richest man in the hunter world. Exclusive things are the most profitable no matter where you are. You asked why Yamcha didn't take out more universal capsules? Unique things are the rarest. If you have too many of them, they will become worthless. Anyway, there is plenty of time. If there is a chance, I can sell it next time, such as at next year's auction. How will this affect those who purchased it before? That's none of his business. Don't you know that the first release is the most expensive? The night after the auction, it was still the brightly lit hotel of the Mojito family and it was still Kyler's office. This is yours. Kyler respectfully handed Yamcha a black gold embossed card, which contained the proceeds from the auction. With so many nuns and so much wealth, it would be a lie to say that I am not tempted. But Kyler had never thought about or dared to think about traitors. Just because of Yamcha's elusive skills. He didn't dare to have any bad ideas. Yamcha looked at the balance on the black card, flicked it gently, and let out a sigh that was absolutely enviable. Too much money is a problem. P.S. A single memory card of the Greed Island game can be sold for 89 billion, so the price of billion is not an exaggeration. End of this chapter. Chapter 35, Is it great to be rich? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have? Chapter 35, Is it great to be rich? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Having a lot of money is not a problem, and having too much money is not a problem either. But if a person suddenly becomes rich and has too much money, that is a problem. If you don't believe it, you can search for the fate of all the previous top prize lottery winners of freedom and beauty. After the auction ended, many people had already started to inquire about Yamcha's news. Having too much money without the skills to match it is a hassle. Although Yamcha has the fighting power to match, the problem is that others don't know it. The world is so big and there are so many people, there will always be one or two guys with abnormal brains. Yamcha doesn't like trouble, and even less does he like dealing with trouble. Fortunately, there is a special profession in this world that is responsible for dealing with troubles. Yamcha walked decisively into the iconic building with 2XS on a black background and white lines. Hello, this is the Hunter Association, how can I help you? The receptionist greeted us very politely. Yamcha silently took out a black card and handed it over. This black card is certainly not the gold-stamped black card that Kyler gave him. Yamcha has deposited the money in more than a dozen black cards, and each card contains tens of billions. The one he has in his hand now is one of them. Don't think it's troublesome to do this. When you are away from home, never put all your eggs in one basket. Treasure Hunter. 1 billion ring need to solve trouble. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, hunters are responsible for handling these things. There are gourmet hunters who specialize in finding delicious food, bounty hunters who make money, relic hunters who discover secret places, criminal hunters who catch criminals, biological hunters who specialize in biological investigations, and so on. In short, as long as you pay them and post the task, there is nothing they can't do. Treasure hunters specialize in dealing with these troubles. Leave professional matters to professionals, and Yamcha only needs to pay a very small amount of wealth. 2 days later, in the Hunter Association VIP room. Mr. Yamcha, everything has been handled for you by Aragorn, the 2-star treasure hunter of the Hunter Association. Here you need to give an evaluation of this service. If you are very satisfied, please press 1. Still at the reception desk where Yamcha had been received before, She handed a tablet-like object to Yamcha while speaking. Before the other party could finish speaking, Yamcha directly pressed 1. Thanks for your review. When the other party was about to leave, Yamcha stopped her. Please wait a moment. I have another commission. Okay, Mr. Tea Drinker, please briefly describe your request. The receptionist immediately turned around and put on a formulaic fake smile. Yamcha held out a finger and shook it. 100 million genie, help me qualify for the next hunter exam. After hearing Yamcha's answer, the receptionist's fake smile finally showed a surprised expression for the first time. Are you really going to issue this task? Of course. Yamcha wanted to buy it directly, a hunter's license, but the Hunters Guild doesn't sell it. One must participate in person and obtain it with one's own ability. The licenses on the black market are all other people's, so there is not much point in buying them. But buying qualifications is different. The price of a hunter license on the black market is 100 million genie, and Yamcha spent 100 million just to obtain the qualification to take the exam. No matter how you think about it, the Hunter Association will agree to qualify for the Hunter examination with an elimination rate of over 99%. Yamcha was too lazy to qualify for the Hunter exam himself because it required decrypting puzzles and finding people, which was very troublesome. In Yamcha's opinion, it was a pure waste of time. So he planned to cheat directly and enter the Hunter exam in one step. Mr. Yamcha, your commission has been accepted, and we have registered you online, but the Hunter exam will be on January 1st. You can take it on January 7. The lady in charge of reception at the front desk informed them of some matters needing attention. It has only been a few days since the Yukiksen auction, so the current time is mid-September, and there are still several months before the Hunter exam. I have another commission. I need a gourmet hunter with extraordinary abilities to take charge of my meals during this period. In addition, I have another new commission based on this. Yamcha mentioned several commissions in a row. The Hunter Association is really very convenient. Except for criminal missions such as assassinations, any other missions can be accepted. As long as you offer the price. Not every hunter is called Kim Foolish, who is always elusive, and not every hunter is free from financial worries. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, money can buy most of the strong people to serve you. After the receptionist left, Yamcha let out a long sigh, pulled up the sleeve of his right hand, and on his arm, which had just approached the other person, a large number of goosebumps appeared. In the original novel, Yamcha would become stiff and even lose his fighting ability when faced with the approach of a beautiful woman. Although I am not that exaggerated, I sometimes feel a little uncomfortable, and goosebumps are one of them. This is not a psychological problem, it's a muscle memory problem. Before, he had never had much contact with women in either the One Punch Man or JoJo world, especially in the One Punch Man world, where the Ryusui rock-crushing fist gym was full of big men. But this is just a minor problem and does not affect the battle, and it will get better with more practice in the future. The next day, in a spacious private dojo somewhere in the Hunter Association. Hey, you're late. When Yamcha walked into the dojo, a burly man with his hands folded across his chest in the middle of the dojo, covered with scars and dressed like a savage, said with impatience on his face. The breakfast was quite rich, so it took me a little longer to enjoy it. Yamcha explained, looking the burly man in front of him up and down as he spoke. The 283rd Hunter Exam Passer, Licensed Hunter, Hubley, Bounty Hunter. Yamcha's second mission requires licensed hunters to give themselves special training. First, let's see the level of the licensed hunters, so that we can have a more accurate assessment of our own strength. Yamcha said, let's get started now. Although you have paid, I have to make it clear in advance that your commission requires you to do your best. If you get hurt, don't blame me. Is it so great to be rich? Do you think you can do whatever you want just because you have money? Hubley cracked his fingers and walked towards Yamcha with ill intention. He planned to give this late client a little look. 10 minutes later, Hubal collapsed to the ground, while Yamcha silently took out his cell phone. Please help me book the next coach immediately. He couldn't even warm up to the level required, and was far inferior to his fellow disciples of Liashui and Suquan. Being a licensed hunter does not mean being strong. Some licensed hunters are not as strong as candidates. The key lies in whether they have learned an ability that only formal hunters have. Above the licensed hunters are star hunters such as 1-star hunters, 2-star hunters, and 3-star hunters. It was a bit heavy-handed. Glancing sideways at Hubal, who was lying on the ground drooling, Yamcha could only blame his bad luck. He was in a bad mood because he had just had an argument with his chef, who refused to cook the dish he wanted and instead cooked something else. Surprisingly delicious though. By the way, the exclusive gourmet hunter chef hired by Yamcha is a 1-star hunter. End of this chapter. Chapter 36, Money really can do whatever you want. Directly enter the hunter exam. Chapter 36, Money really can do whatever you want. Directly enter the hunter exam. January 1999, 1, Hunter x Hunter Timeline, Section 7, Camellia Street, Kent City, Barbecue Restaurant. Welcome. What would you like to eat? Steak set. How do you cook it? Bake slowly over low heat. Sir, please come in. Seat 5. Under the guidance of a man in a suit, Yamcha successfully passed the hunter exam preliminaries and arrived at the official examination venue of the hunter exam through a barbecue restaurant. It was a wide and huge underground passage, at least 5 meters high. The man in the suit is the one who received the mission issued by Yamcha, an official hunter. Here, this is your number. The man in the suit threw a round name tag to Yamcha. When I opened it, I saw the number 1 written on it. The official cheating was really arrogant, and directly got the first place. Although this number has no practical meaning and is of no help to the entire hunter exam. The hunter exam is a 1 in a million selection competition. Millions of people take part every year, but only 1 in 10,000 makes it to the official test. There are all kinds of people among the participants. As a senior, I'll give you a piece of advice: don't provoke those who should not be provoked, or you'll get yourself killed. Good luck, kid. Remember to look for me next time. My name is Nobulu. The man in the suit said this before leaving. In his eyes, Yamcha is one of those rich, stupid young men who came here to experience life, and the probability of him passing the hunter exam is almost zero. Too bad he didn't know. During these few months, Yamcha had found several official hunters like himself to serve as sparring partners. The passage was empty and there was no one else there yet. It seemed that it would take some time before the exam officially started, so I would probably have to wait for a long time. Yamcha took out a universal capsule and threw it casually, and a sofa appeared. He leaned back on the sofa and closed his eyes to rest. After an unknown amount of time, the second person who passed the exam arrived at the examination room. He was slightly startled when he saw Yamcha, but he had no intention of approaching and chatting with her. Instead, he looked at her with fear and sat down in a corner. Soon the third person came and his approach was exactly the same as the second person. Then the candidates arrived at the competition site one after another. The strength of these contestants varied, but one thing was certain: they were all stronger than ordinary people, either in physical strength or brains. In short, they all had special skills. Yamcha didn't care, because no matter how many came, they were no match for him. Until the arrival of candidate number 44. He was a tall, muscular man with a thin waist and long legs. He had teardrop and star-shaped makeup on his face, his hair stood up wantonly, and he was dressed like a clown. His eyes were narrowed into slits and were almost invisible. What attracted Yamcha's attention the most was probably the other party's undisguised murderous aura. As we all know, anyone with clown makeup and squinty eyes is not simple, let alone he has both. He's an explosively strong guy. Hisoka calls himself a magician. He is a very popular and powerful non-master in Hunter x Hunter. Even in the later period, which should be the era of version update, this guy has not been eliminated and is still a very dangerous person. Don't provoke him if it is not necessary. It's not that Yamcha is afraid of him, but Hisoka is a complete battle maniac. If you arouse his interest, it will cause a lot of trouble. Think about Kurora. The next candidates were a group of characters who were slightly stronger or only slightly stronger than ordinary people, and their levels were similar to those of everyone else except Hisoka. Until the arrival of candidate number 400, there were only a few people who were worthy of Yamcha's attention. One is number 44 Hisoka at the beginning, and the other is number 301, a guy named Jitereko with nails stuck all over his face. He seems to be unable to speak and can only make a click 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 sound. Not only is Jitereko's name fake, but even his appearance is fake. His real name is Illumi, the eldest son of the Hunter world's top killer family. His strength is not inferior to Hisoka, and he is also an extremely difficult opponent. The last one is number 294, a guy named Hanzo who calls himself a ninja. He is quite powerful. Apart from himself and the two monsters mentioned above, he is the strongest. Below him, only Killua, number 99, is worthy of Yamcha's attention. He is the first male supporting role in the Hunter x Hunter world, you can also say the second male protagonist, and his strength improves very rapidly in the middle and late stages. At the same time, as a child of a killer family, he knows a wide variety of assassination techniques. If there was a chance, Yamcha would like to learn something from him. There is no such thing as assassination in the Dragon Ball world. Even the world's number one killer Tao Pai Pai kills people head-on. Just as Yamcha was looking at the other candidates, a ding-dong sound was heard, heralding the arrival of the elevator carrying the candidates. 3 noisy figures walked out. It instantly attracted the attention of most of the candidates around. A strange combination of a middle-aged man in a suit with an unshaven beard who looks to be in his 30s, a little kid with a puffy hair holding a fishing rod, and a blonde boy wearing special ethnic costumes. Wow, there are so many people here. The little devil with a flying head let out a cry of surprise, and it was obvious that he was a newbie who came here for the first time. Those veterans who have taken the hunter exam many times like these newbies who know nothing the most. The moment the cocky-haired kid opened his mouth, Yamcha had already seen several candidates, and they looked at the 3 of them with malicious eyes. It seems that he is looking for an opportunity to eliminate the 3 of them. At present, the number of license plates has reached more than 400, but there are only more than 300 candidates present. Needless to say, where the rest of the people are. It is so cruel. The hunter's world is more realistic than many worlds Yamcha has visited. But this time their plan might fail. The middle-aged man in a suit is called Leorio, one of the male supporting roles in the Hunter x Hunter world. The blonde boy in special ethnic costume is called Kurapika, also a male supporting role in the Hunter world and the one who has a lot of scenes. The last kid with a flying hair is called Gon Fulishi, the obvious protagonist of the Hunter world. The world of Hunter x Hunter also has another name, Where Are We Going, Dad? It tells the story of Zyja looking for his father. His father is Jin Fulishi, one of the 5 greatest non-users in the legendary Hunter world who is suspected to be made up by the author, and the pig among the 12 zodiac signs of the Hunter Association. A 2-star ruin hunter, his achievements have reached the level of a 3-star hunter, but he did not apply for it due to laziness. In the President Election arc and the Dark Continent arc, he inherited Zyja's position and became the protagonist. He is a man whose strength and ability stand at the top of the pyramid. End of this chapter. Chapter 37 Hunter Exam Round 1, Endurance, Stamina, and State of Mind. Chapter 37 Hunter Exam First Round, Endurance, Stamina, and State of Mind. Hey, is this your first time taking the exam? Looking at Zyja's group of 3, when some of them were about to lose control, a figure slowly walked towards them. He was a short and fat uncle with a big, round nose and a very kind appearance. He greeted the three people in a friendly and enthusiastic manner. Not only that, he also took the initiative to introduce some precautions for the hunter exam to the three of them. "Oh, by the way, you must be thirsty. I have a few bottles of juice here. I don't know what kind of test we will face next, so let's replenish our energy first." As the short and fat uncle spoke, he took out a few bottles of juice from the bag on his waist and handed them to the three people. The few people who had been unable to hold back before, all withdrew their gazes after seeing the short and fat uncle appear, and at the same time revealed expressions of gloating. This short and fat uncle is called Dongba. He has participated in the hunter examinations 35 times and enjoys eliminating newcomers. He is known as the newcomer killer. He is also nicknamed Dongba God, and is said to be a master with extremely hidden strength. In fact, he is just an ordinary uncle who is a little stronger. The juice in his hand is filled with a super strong laxative, and just drinking a little bit will make you doubt your life. But this guy also looks at the people he targets and only chooses those who look gullible. For example, Hisoka, Jitereku, and Yamcha. He had no intention of chatting with them. At this time a scream sounded in the crowd, both arms were suddenly broken, blood gushed out and splashed into the air, and the surroundings were immediately filled with a strong smell of blood. A student accidentally bumped into Hisoka, and he didn't apologize yet, so. It's incredible. The arm disappeared. Be careful. If you bump into someone, you must apologize. Hisoka said this without paying any attention to the man who had lost both arms. His actions made the candidates around him consciously make way for him. Ding 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 ha ha ha. Accompanied by an extremely unpleasant ringtone, a man with a small mustache and an invisible mouth appeared in front of everyone. The examiner for the first round of the hunter exam has arrived. The ringing just now means the time is over. I now declare that the hunter exam officially begins. Before that, I want to emphasize that the hunter exam is extremely strict. Those who are unlucky or lack strength may die in the process. Fights between examinees that lead to casualties also happen frequently. If everyone has no questions, then please follow me. The examiner with a small mustache was explaining to the candidates, but his steps were inadvertently getting bigger and bigger. I hope everyone can pass the exam smoothly. When he finished saying this, the examiner with a small mustache was already walking faster than an ordinary person could run. Some smart people have realized this. The hunter exam officially began the moment the mustached examiner announced the start. First test, first section test. Marathon. As the examiner with the mustache took bigger and bigger steps, his speed also increased. It was not until the examinees began to try their best to catch up with him that his speed gradually stabilized and did not continue to accelerate. But it was just a lack of acceleration. That speed was several points faster than the sprint of a long-distance runner. This is just the beginning. It's okay for a short time, but if it goes on for a long time, the candidates will complain bitterly. Half an hour later, several candidates ran out of energy and began to fall behind. After an hour, a small number of candidates gradually couldn't hold on any longer. An hour and a half passed, and more people began to fall behind. However, the winding and rugged tunnel ahead still had no end in sight, which continued to put pressure on the candidates and made them feel desperate. This is a test of endurance, physical strength, and state of mind. Those who lack physical strength and endurance will be eliminated in this test, and those who lack psychological endurance will collapse. Except for a few people, the other candidates are struggling to keep up with the main group. I forgot to introduce myself. I'm the examiner of the first exam, Sassy. The examiner with a mustache said from the front, I will lead you to the second exam location next. Please follow me. Sassy, a one-star relic hunter. Yamcha followed the other candidates easily, maintaining a pace that was neither too slow nor too fast. This level of physical exertion was almost nothing for Yamcha. If he wanted to, he could surpass the examiner's sassy at any time. Be steady and don't get too involved. He took another look at the protagonists who were trying to bond with each other. Play it safe and don't get involved to avoid changes. There is only one goal, to get a hunter's license. Then, in front of everyone's surprised gaze, the guy took out a pair of inline skates and put them on his feet. Cheating! This is simply cheating. Leorio, whose strength was gradually failing, was so angry when he saw this that he exploded and loudly criticized, saying that he had already said that when Killua was using a skateboard, but this one was even more excessive as he was using inline skates directly. Why don't you drive a car? As a hunter, you must be prepared for anything that happens. Don't blame others if you didn't do anything yourself. Yamcha said this to Leorio, then he kicked off with his left foot and instantly passed him, leaving him behind in the dust, helpless and furious. This is much easier now. In fact, this is only a surface phenomenon. The inline skates are suspended only 0.1 mm above the ground. Telekinesis. The so-called inline skating is for others to see, but the real purpose is to exercise the fine control of mind power. More than 6 hours had passed, and more candidates were beginning to give up, but examiner Sachi still showed no intention of slowing down. Coupled with the fact that some candidates secretly played tricks, the number of people eliminated increased rapidly. Finally, after the 7th hour, the passage came to an end, followed by an infinite staircase that made people even more desperate. Some people are good at running but not good at climbing stairs, let alone this kind of infinite corridor-like stairs. The elevator from the barbecue restaurant to the test site is 100 floors underground, which means that even if the two are parallel, this seemingly infinite staircase is at least floors high. Climbing stairs seems to hurt my knees. Yamcha said this, but his pace was not slow, and he was still in the middle of the group. Of course, the soles of his shoes are also floating. When Yamcha counted to the 100th floor, an exclamation came from the front. Ah, it's the exit. The light ahead was like the light of hope, lighting the fire in the hearts of the candidates. Everyone began to work hard, as no one wanted to be eliminated when they were about to reach the finish line. When people walk out of the seemingly endless underground corridor, what appears before their eyes is a primeval forest shrouded in fog. From time to time, strange cries could be heard from the dense forest, making people shudder. The first exam was actually only halfway through. Being eliminated before that would not pose any life-threatening risk, but the latter part was the most deadly. End of this chapter. Chapter 38. He has a mouth, so he is not a human. Chapter 38. He has a mouth, so he is not a human. Shimala Wetland, also known as the Trickster's Lair. This is the only way to the second exam. There are many unique and strange animals in this forest. Most of them are for food. They are cunning and greedy creatures that can even deceive humans. As the chief examiner of the first exam, Sachi still served as the commentator. Yamcha could feel many faint scents in the grass and forest. I guess they are all monsters hiding in the Shimala wetlands. However, Yamcha had no way of being sure of the strength of these monsters. If they were only at the level of licensed hunters, then there was naturally nothing to worry about. The creatures in this wetland will use all sorts of methods to deceive their prey as much as possible and take the opportunity to eat them. Please follow me carefully and be extra careful. If you are accidentally deceived. When he said this, Sachi's expression became very gloomy. You'll die. After hearing what Sachi said, many candidates swallowed nervously. The risk factor of the hunter exam officially increased from this moment on. So remember, don't fall behind and don't be deceived. Okay, follow me closely. Since we know it's a scam, who would be fooled? Some candidates are nervous, while others don't take it seriously. Everyone thinks they are smart and that others may be fooled, but they definitely won't. When everyone was about to leave, a slightly weak voice sounded. Wait a minute, don't be fooled. Looking in the direction of the voice, I saw a man in tattered clothes who looked seriously injured slowly walking out from the pile of rocks behind the crowd. That guy is not the examiner. The man pointed at Sassy and shouted. I am the real examiner. The sudden appearance of the man left all the candidates confused. Candidates from the larger branch still prefer to believe that Sassy is the real examiner, after all, they have come all the way here. The remaining candidates stood in neutral and could not distinguish the truth from the false. Come and look at this. The man threw the object in his hand heavily, and a corpse appeared in front of everyone. It was a humanoid monster with a face that looked about 70% similar to Sassy, and a monkey-like lower body. It is worth mentioning that Sachi has no mouth, but this creature not only has a mouth, but also a mouth full of sharp teeth. He is not a human being at all. The man pointed at Sats and shouted. The monster corpse thrown by the man made the candidates waver. So similar. How can it be false if there is evidence? Faced with the irrefutable evidence, the candidates who had originally stood neutral began to believe that the latter was the real examiner, and the candidates who believed in Sassy also began to waver. The seeds of doubt have taken root. Who is real and who is fake? Or are they both fake? The so-called lair of the fraudster, the game of deception has already begun the moment you step into the Shimalo wetlands. Some candidates looked at Sassy hoping that he could give a satisfactory explanation, but Sassy did not intend to defend himself at all. He just looked at them quietly, as if he was watching a monkey show. This is the Warcraft man-faced ape that lives in the Shimali wetlands. The apes like to eat fresh human flesh, but because their arms and legs are thin and weak, they can only pretend to be humans and use sweet words to lure people into the Shimali wetlands, and then capture their prey alive with other magical beasts. After this series of combined attacks, people with insufficient IQ are almost fooled. Who is real? Who is fake? I've felt something was wrong for a long time. How can a normal person walk so fast? This guy is definitely not human. Sassy's silence made the candidates' doubts grow louder and louder, and the man became even more excited. That guy wants to catch all the candidates taking the hunter exam in one fell swoop. Everyone, stay away from him. Follow me now. The man continued to deceive the crowd while approaching them, as if he wanted to pull someone to leave with him. The person closest to the man at this time was Yamcha. Don't get close to me. Roll. Looking at the approaching man, Yamcha shouted coldly. Although he was very curious about the monsters in the Shimali wetlands, he had no intention of letting them touch him. Who knows if these monsters carry unknown bacteria? Direct contact with raw materials is too unsafe. The most important thing is that the opponent is still a monkey. Apes are also monkeys. When you think of monkeys, you think of science, and when you think of science, you think of vegetable people, and when you think of vegetable people, you think of the posture of Jindian lying down and dying. So Yamcha has absolutely no good feelings towards monkeys. Little devil, don't be ungrateful. The man's answer was a black muzzle of a gun. Bump. Yamcha shot the man in the forehead without saying a word. Bright red blood gushed out. Because the distance was too close, the man's entire head was shattered. Have you ever seen a watermelon being broken? It looks exactly like the man's head at this moment. Too much nonsense. Fake. As Yamcha spoke, the facial features of the dead man gradually became distorted, revealing his mouth full of sharp teeth and face full of fuzz. This is a monster. This kid is so decisive, so dangerous. This incident raised many people's opinion of Yamcha to several levels. They looked at him with vigilance and subconsciously stayed away from him. There were candidates who used guns, but they were definitely a minority who opened fire at the slightest disagreement like him. Even if the other candidates had some suspicions about the man, they would not dare to act rashly. Even if there was a 90% probability of being sure, what if? If they were wrong, then they would be in trouble. This situation also fulfilled Yamcha's wish. Seeing that he couldn't keep a low profile until the finals, Yamcha simply changed his mind and appeared in an alternative and high-profile way. He portrayed himself as a dangerous person holding a gun, drawing other people's attention to the gun, hiding his own strength and avoiding a lot of unnecessary trouble. For example, some idiots who have no vision and overestimate their own abilities and look for trouble. As for such a small matter as carrying a gun, there is nothing in the hunter exam regulations that forbids the use of firearms, and some of the candidates are carrying sniper rifles. As long as you have the ability, it is not a problem to bring an RPG to participate. How did you find out? Only the examiner Sassy changed his previous attitude of watching the show and looked at Yamcha with interest. How did you find out? Yamcha was shocked when he heard that. He spread out his 5 fingers of one hand a few centimeters close to his face, without covering his eyes with his outstretched fingers. With the other hand he kicked the pistol back into his pocket and stroked it with his palm, posing in a posture that an ordinary person could not do, a posture that often appears in the JoJo world. At this moment, his painting style seemed to have changed, becoming different from everyone else. He just said in a serious tone, "He has a mouth, and you don't. So he is fake, a monster." End of this chapter. Chapter 39 The Combination of Beauty and the Beast. Chapter 39 The Combination of Beauty and the Beast. Just because of this? It would look more like a monster without a mouth. The candidates were talking in their hearts and gave each other expressions that said, "Are you kidding me?" At the same time, the risk assessment of Yamcha was raised to another level. No one likes dealing with someone whose logic is different from that of an ordinary person. That makes sense. Sassy stroked his mustache, looking agreeable. He seemed very satisfied with Yamcha's explanation. "You two are sick." Many candidates thought so. "I want to remind you." A voice that gave people goosebumps interrupted. Hisoka placed one hand on his face and pointed with the other hand at where the man fell. "Monster, there is still one." As Hisoka finished speaking, the corpse that was originally dragged by the man suddenly opened his eyes, jumped away, and ran desperately towards the dense forest not far away. That speed was faster than that of most of the candidates present. It's a pity that the moment he and his companions appeared, his fate had already been sealed. With a whoosh sound, a playing card caught up with the ape at a faster speed and stabbed directly into the back of his head. He fell to the ground with a thud and lost his life. You are really overestimating your own abilities, and your life is so fragile. The examiners of the Hunter exam are professional hunters appointed by the Hunter Association's examination committee. Without exception, they are all extremely powerful. Their strength is not comparable to any of us prospective hunters. After saying this, he glanced at the man who was already dead, with a look of disdain on his face. Such a weak character cannot possibly serve as an examiner. Thank you for your compliment, but this is not a reason for you to attack me. Sassy threw away the playing cards in his hand and looked at Sasuodeo expressionlessly. It turns out that while killing the ape, Hisoka also threw a card at Satsuki. "Oh, because I really can't help it. What if you are also fake?" That would be terrible. Although Hisoka said it was terrible, there was no trace of terrible in his expression. "From now on, no matter what the reason, if you attack me again, you will be disqualified from the exam. Please keep this in mind." "I understand." After saying this, Hisoka glanced at Yamcha without leaving a trace. He put a poker card to his mouth, and the corners of his mouth couldn't help but rise slightly. It was unknown what he was thinking. Fortunately, Hisoka didn't give himself a card just now. Otherwise, Yamcha would not have the confidence to block the poker with bullets without revealing part of his strength. It's okay that he's just pretending, his shooting skills are really average. It can only hit the target accurately from 100 paces away, and it can't even make the bullet turn or enchant the bullet, so it's really not worth mentioning. Then the exam continues. Under the leadership of examiner Sassy, a new round of long-distance rally began again. But this time it is not just a simple competition of endurance and physical strength, but also a test of eyesight, strength, and luck. The Shimalo wetland is shrouded in fog all day long. How thick is the fog? Ordinary people can only see things within 3 meters around them. At the same time, a large number of monsters of various shapes are hidden in the thick fog. There are killer turtles that mislead lost travelers and eat human flesh. There are giant man-eating frogs that hide their entire bodies under the grass waiting for their prey. There are mushrooms that explode like landmines. There are butterflies that can hypnotize humans, and so on. The ape just now was just an appetizer, and it was the weakest kind of magical beast in the Shimalo wetlands. Before they knew it, many examinees had already lost their lives at the hands of these monsters. However, these are not the most dangerous ones. As long as you are careful, stronger, faster, and can keep up with Sassy's speed and don't fall behind, your life will not be in danger. The route of Sats is an absolutely safe path and you will not encounter any danger at all, provided that you do not get lost or fall behind. The most dangerous factor does not come from the outside, but from a candidate. Because of the bloody excitement just now, one person couldn't hold back his murderous intent. He wants to kill someone. Hisoka, who calls himself a magician. His figure slowly disappeared in the thick fog, and the screams of the candidates and the strong smell of blood could be heard all around. Pity. If they want to blame someone, they should blame their bad luck for meeting Hisoka. If they want to blame someone, they should blame their lack of strength for not being able to deal with Hisoka. Strength equals hope of survival. Yamcha became more convinced of this. But he had no intention of going back to save people. Instead, he followed Sachi at a very steady speed without looking back. He had no intention of confronting Hisoka for these examinees. Whether he can win the fight or not is one thing, but the main thing is that it is none of his business. That is the examiner's job. Since the examiner didn't stop it, I won't bother with this matter. With great power comes great responsibility. No, with great power comes great responsibility. So, everyone, just wish you good luck. Goodbye to you. Yamcha followed closely behind Satsu without looking back. The end point of the first test is at the Viscon Forest Park, which crosses the Simalua wetland. The surroundings were very empty, with nothing but a garage-like building. After leading the first group of students to arrive, Sassy simply told them to rest on the spot and then stopped talking. He just stood there quietly waiting for the arrival of other candidates. Except for a few, most of the candidates were exhausted after arriving. From the initial team of more than 400 candidates, only a little more than a quarter remained. This is the location of the second exam. New examiners will take over the job soon. Seeing that most people had arrived, Sassy said to all the staff. Then let's say goodbye. Please continue to work hard. After saying this, Sassy's figure disappeared from the spot. So what should we do now? Where is the examiner? The candidates looked at each other in bewilderment. If the candidates could rate the examiner's service, it would surely be a record-breaking performance. At this moment, a thunder-like sound came from the garage-like building behind him. The door of the garage slowly opened, revealing a girl with a hot body, hot clothes, and even hotter looks sitting on the sofa with her legs crossed. She was wearing a fishnet bra, ragged denim shorts, and a pair of gothic boots. Overall, she was quite beautiful. The only flaw was her hairstyle. The hairstyle with all those pigtails was really ugly. At least Yamcha couldn't appreciate it. Behind her, there was a man as tall as a mountain, about 7 or 8 meters tall, sitting inside. The thunderous sound was the man's stomach growling. He is hungry. This Beauty and the Beast combination will be the examiners for the second exam. Strong 1-star food hunters, Menkai and Buela. End of this chapter. Chapter 40 The taste must satisfy me. Chapter 40 The taste must satisfy me. The topic of the second test is cooking. As long as you cook a dish that satisfies us, you'll pass. First, prepare the dishes I specify, said the fat man Buela. He was so hungry that he was about to faint. Meng Qi added, you can only cook the dishes I specify if you pass it. As long as we say delicious we will pass the test. The test will end when we are full. The two introduced the rules of this test. I'll be the first one. Buela drooled and looked impatient. I only have one request, a roasted whole pig. This is my favorite dish, as long as it's pig, any kind of pig is fine. Everyone is free to choose. The second exam officially begins. Following Buera's announcement, the candidates scattered towards the forest in a line. Although it is said that all kinds of pigs are allowed, there is actually only one kind of pig in this plain, the most violent and ferocious pig in the world, the porcupine. The first item of the second exam is a test of strength. Buela, you are so mean. At least 70% of these guys will be eliminated. Meng Qi patted Buela and said carelessly, looking like a complete tomboy. Mr. Examiner, the roasted whole pig you requested is ready. A voice sounded behind the two of them, along with a strong smell of meat. Yamcha came up to the two of them carrying a huge plate. So fast. Only a few dozen minutes had passed since the exam content was announced, which was barely enough time to bake it. This is not a big-nosed pig. Where did you get it from? Meng Qi frowned as he looked at the pig on the plate, as if he was determined to get to the bottom of it. What Yamcha served was naturally not a giant-nosed pig, but just an ordinary domestic pig. Examiner, it doesn't matter what kind of pig you are talking about. Yamcha did not answer Menkai's question. It doesn't matter what kind of pig it is, as long as it's roasted whole. Buela didn't bother with these things. Theoretically, it was true that there was only one kind of pig, the hogwarts, but it was not absolute. He took the plate from Yamcha, swallowed the whole roasted pig in one gulp, and after chewing for a while, he spat out a pile of pig bones. It's delicious. It tastes good. You passed the test. To be fair, it is not bad. After all, Yamcha has learned cooking from Toricity and he is just too lazy to cook normally. Menkai shouted angrily, Buela. Menkai, this is not a taste test, there's no need to worry about it, Buela said, patting his belly. The pig made by Yamcha could only be an appetizer for him at best. Humph, I won't be so easy to fool later. Meng Qi turned around and looked at Yamcha with resentment, and said word by word, I will definitely taste the food you cooked to repay your care for me some time ago. Yes, Menkai is the one-star gourmet hunter who Yamcha hired some time ago to cook for him. Menkai, your friend? Buela asked curiously. Tisk, he's just a guy I know. Meng Qi turned his head away and muttered, not giving Yamcha any good look at all. He actually dared to give orders about the food she cooked. Today, he will be in trouble. By the way, I have another mission. Do you want to accept it? No. Impossible. I will never cook for you again. I won't even give you any leftovers. Don't you still owe me 300 million? Well. Gourmet hunters are a profession that requires an extreme obsession with gourmet food, and Meng Qi is the most persistent one among them. So even though she is one of the world's most famous chefs, she still occasionally spends too much money accidentally. Not long after, candidates began to come back to register one after another, and without exception, they were all carrying a pig with a huge nose. The first test of the second exam had 148 participants and 60 qualified. 60 people qualified, which means that Buela ate 60 roasted whole pigs by himself. Eating as much as a scion. So scary, so scary. Another Menkai was very dissatisfied with this. She felt that Buela was not true to her taste. My test topic is sushi. I'm not as lenient as Buela. You have to make sushi that tastes good to me. Menkai crossed his arms, looked around and then looked at Yamcha. Especially you, don't try to get away with it this time with your clever tricks. Yamcha yawned out of boredom when he heard this. He naturally wouldn't use any tricks in this exam, because he wasn't planning on making any sushi at all. Sushi tests your knife skills and reflects the taste of the ingredients themselves. Generally, the fish used to make sushi are mainly marine fish. The location of the second exam is a long distance from the sea. Instead of going a long way to catch sea fish and make a sushi that may not be passable, it is better to close your eyes and rest for a while. Menkai said that she wanted to try different sushi flavors, so ordinary sushi would not pass. And this guy has bad habits. Based on what he has learned about Menchi over this period of time, even if he made sushi, he would not pass if his cooking skills could not reach her level. But Menchi is a world-class chef and cannot be compared to me, a half-baked chef who has only learned for a month. Her obsession with food has reached the point of madness. According to the normal plot, the results of this exam will be invalidated, so there is no need to show off your cooking skills. However, just in case, Yamcha also made corresponding preparations. Then we can only start Plan B. Ho ho. So Yamcha found a place to lean against and secretly fell asleep. Unqualified. Unqualified. Unqualified, all of you failed. He didn't know how long he slept before he was woken up by a loud noise. Menchi slammed the table, pointed at the examinees and shouted, "You guys have no respect for cooking. What you made tastes worse than shit. From the sound of this, have you ever eaten it? You are indeed a gourmet hunter. I respect you as a man." Yamcha walked in yawning, and happened to see Menkai, who was furious because no one made her favorite dish. Menkai also happened to see Yamcha, and she became even angrier. She thought about how she had been planning to make things difficult for Yamcha, but he just slept there without even serving her any decent food, and her blood pressure and anger rose even more. You guys have no respect for food. Apologize. Everyone should apologize. Menki's anger had reached its peak, and he slammed the table and shouted at all the examinees. I declare that no one has passed the second half of the second round of the Hunter exam. 60 people took the exam, and none of them passed. End of this chapter. Chapter 41 Who is the best candidate? Chapter 41 Who is the best candidate? I would not change this result. Menchi said stubbornly, no matter how Boela tried to persuade her, she still insisted. Courting death. Yamcha glanced at Menchi. Everyone present came for the hunter's license. Menki's willful behavior was undoubtedly destroying their hopes of getting a hunter's license. What do you want them to think? There are several candidates present who are stronger than the examiners and have very bad tempers. Yamcha has already noticed that Hisoka and Jitaraku are ready to make some moves. If these two people run away here, probably no one can survive except myself. Just when the candidate and the examiner were about to fight, Yamcha suddenly looked up at the sky. He vaguely felt that an extremely strong aura was gradually approaching. After all, he had trained with Karin Sage for several months. Although he did not master the aura, he could sense it a little. It is impossible to describe in words the aura that is so huge and terrifying as if it is real. He truly is worthy of being the pillar of the Hunter Association. He is already this strong even though he has hidden his power. A figure fell from the sky, accompanied by a slight tremor on the ground, and an old man with white hair and beard and a small braid tied on the back of his head appeared in front of everyone. One of the strongest forces on the human side of the Hunter world. The president of the Hunter Association, Netero. With the intervention of President Netero, Menchi, the examiner of the second exam, changed the test content from sushi to boiled eggs. Of course, the eggs are not ordinary eggs, but the eggs of spider birds that like to build nests on cliffs tens of kilometers high. This is what Hunter World calls the most delicious egg in the world. To be honest, the taste is really good. So Yamcha secretly collected a lot of spider bird eggs. A total of 40 people passed the second exam. The location of the third exam is very far away from the plane where the second exam is held, and can only be reached by airship. Candidates who passed the second exam boarded the airship one after another. Airships are a unique means of transportation in Hunter world. There are no such things as airplanes in this world. Although the level of technological development is similar to that of modern times, the technology tree is as crooked as that of the Dragon Ball world. To be honest, although the airship is not as fast as the airplane, it is large and spacious, and has all the facilities you need, including a restaurant, a lounge, and even an entertainment room. We will arrive at our next destination at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. You can move freely until I contact you. A strange creature with a short stature and a head shaped like a green pea was introducing itself to everyone. This is the bean-faced man from the Hunter Association. A strange mimic human, or a monster, is a unique creature in the Hunter world. Currently serving as the secretary to President Netero. What do you think of the candidates this time? While the candidates were resting in various places on the airship, the examiners of the first two exams were talking in the private room. The one who spoke just now was Mr. Sachi, who took a sip of coffee even though he had no mouth. This year's newcomers are quite good. Boela said this while eating the delicious food. In front of him, there was a pile of empty plates like a small mountain. I just don't know how many of them will make it through. Sats took over and said, high quality does not mean that many people pass. The Hunter exam is not a standardized test and is generally quite loose. In theory, as long as the examiner agrees that you are a human or a ghost, you can pass. Take Menkai for example. If Netero hadn't made a strong appearance, then if she said no one passed, then no one really passed. Have you found any candidates who are particularly outstanding or excellent? Menchi leaned back on the sofa and said, I think number 294 is good, even though he's bald. Number 294 Hanzo, a man who calls himself a ninja, is the only candidate who made sushi, although the sushi was evaluated as unqualified by Menkai. Sassy took another sip of coffee. I would choose number 99. He has great potential. Number 99 is Killua, the second male lead. I don't like that guy's arrogance and willfulness. Menkai commented on her impression of Killua, then looked up at Boera who had eaten another plate of pork knuckles. Big Belly, what do you think? Boela, although he is not a newcomer, he left a deep impression on me. That's number 44. Menchi nodded in agreement. That guy's murderous intent is really not concealed at all. The reason why I overreacted is because of him. He has been trying to cause us to argue with him. A very dangerous guy. The three of them unanimously agreed with the evaluation of number 44 Hisoka. The impression was too deep. Moreover, this guy had participated in the last Hunter exam and even injured the examiner at that time. It is precisely because of this that the one-star hunters were arranged to be the chief examiners for this exam, otherwise a licensed hunter would be enough. In addition to these people, I don't know if you have noticed that there is another newcomer who is very worthy of attention. Sassy put down the coffee in his hand and his expression became serious. Candidate number 1, Yamcha. Sassy's words caught the attention of the other two examiners. Boela was the first to speak. Number 1? Isn't he Menkai's friend? I already said they were just acquaintances. Menchi pouted and said angrily. Seeing the inquiring looks from his two companions, he continued, although I don't like that guy, I have to admit that he is very capable. Maybe even better than No 44. I have a hunch that if there is only one person who can pass the exam, that person must be him. I think you should remember that the association issued a strange task some time ago, looking for a sparring partner. The requirement was that the person could not be a star hunter. If you practice with him once, you can get 2,000 million genie. If you can defeat him, you can get million genie. Many hunters from the association went to the mission issued by Yamcha. Sassy and Boela thought about it and seemed to remember this strange task. In theory, Licensed hunters are not considered official members of the Hunter Association because there are so many of them. As for formal hunters, strictly speaking they can only be considered ordinary members of the association, while star hunters are the backbone of the Hunter Association and the most valuable assets of the association. So because of this additional requirement, this task did not attract much attention. 184. There are 184 hunters in the association who have accepted this mission. And he defeated 138 licensed hunters and 46 official hunters in a row in just 3 months. It sounds like they are quite capable. Sassy and Buela nodded in agreement. Being able to defeat a licensed hunter meant that the other party was good enough, and being able to defeat a formal hunter meant that the other party was strong enough. But if that's all, it's at most similar to the evaluation of number 44 Hisoka. Of course there is much more to it than that. End of this chapter. Chapter 42, Killua, a man must be persistent. Chapter 42, Killua, a man must be persistent. I'm sure that guy's strength is far more than this. He was just testing his own abilities from the beginning to the end. Or rather he was playing. Menchi was lost in memories as he spoke. You should know my personality and how persistent I am about cooking. Once I decide on a menu, I will never change it. Even if the other person is the king of a country, it is impossible. After hearing Menki words, a drop of sweat slid down the forehead of Buela, who was also a gourmet hunter. He had witnessed Menki's obsession with his own eyes. He didn't hold back. Suddenly he seemed to think of something. Could it be that? Could it be that? Yes, this guy actually wants to change the menu I ordered 3 days in advance. Speaking of this, although some time has passed, Menchi is still very angry. Once Menkai falls into the chef's obsession, it is a very scary thing. She will not listen to you at all, no matter how rich you are, even if you are her employer, unless... Yes, he brought me back to my senses when I was furious. Menchi said indignantly. You mean he subdued you? Buela asked in surprise. Hearing his companion's question, Menki's eyes were somewhat evasive, and he stammered, yes. To say that they were uniforms is a nice word, but to be more precise, they had no power to resist. Do you know what type of non-user this is? Sassy asked curiously. He was successfully aroused by Menkai's description. That's exactly my second point. Menchi took a deep breath and said, I am very sure of one thing, he did not use telepathy. In his own words. He can't read. Can't read. Sassy and Buera exclaimed at the same time. Menchi nodded seriously. If you hadn't seen it with your own eyes, it would be hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without using Nen, and could subdue yourself with Nen using absolute strength. Gone, Killua. You're almost there to snatch the ball from the president. Come on. In an empty room above the airship, Gon and Killua are working together to grab the ball from Netero, while Yamcha is standing by acting as a referee, cheering for the two from time to time. If you want, you can join them. As long as you can snatch the ball from me, you can get a hunter's license directly. Netero dodged Killua's sneak attack and turned to make a suggestion to Yamcha. Not interested. Yamcha refused without even thinking. His ultimate goal is not a hunter license. He will only consider grabbing it if Netero offers him a reward, such as personally teaching him the ability of mind if he grabs the ball. You can't grab the ball if you don't give it your all, and if you give it your all you will expose your strength. Reveal your strength in the hunter world? Too careless. This is very unstable. Oh ha ha ha. That's such a pity. Seeing that Yamcha was unwilling, Netero shrugged and stopped forcing it, and continued to tease Killua and Gon. Hey, Killua-kun, you spend limbs again, maybe you can snatch the ball from old Netero. Xiaoji, if you find the right opportunity to sneak attack, you can increase your chances of grabbing the ball. The three continued to play the game of grabbing the ball, with Yamcha occasionally interjecting with suggestions. It was just a little bit, it was really just a little bit, what a pity. Let Zyja take the main attack this time. And you use your bent limbs to look for opportunities for sneak attacks. You will definitely be able to grab the ball this time. The bent limbs he mentioned are one of the assassination techniques of the Zaldik family. It is a movement technique that uses the speed of footsteps to create afterimages to confuse the enemy. It is somewhat similar to the afterimage fist in Dragon Ball, but creates more illusions. However, it is not as practical as the afterimage fist. This guy has been learning secretly. Killua glared at Yamcha unhappily, but still obediently used the bent limbs. Although Yamcha's purpose was to steal the skills, the advice he gave was really useful. After watching the performance of bent limbs again, I roughly understand the principle. Dark steps, snake movements, and bend limbs, it was really worth the trip. I learned quite a lot of techniques. Of course, all of these techniques and moves were secretly learned from Killua, and they are all assassination techniques belonging to the Zaldik family. Young man, even if you have fully learned these skills, you must not use them casually in front of others, so as not to bring yourself unnecessary trouble. Seeing that Yamcha seemed to be secretly learning the assassination techniques used by Killua, Netero kindly reminded him. After all, these are all things of the Zaldik family. Although there is no copyright for things like moves, the title of the world's #1 assassination family is not just talk. Who knows if others will come to cause trouble for you? Don't worry, President Netero, I know what to do. Yamcha squinted his eyes and laughed, looking like he was in a very good mood. I don't care whether it's a killer family or not, unless you can cross dimensions to cause trouble for me. Then I, Yamcha, would like to call you the strongest. I don't want to play anymore. This old man didn't even move his left hand or right foot. He is just playing tricks on us. After another failed attempt, Killua, sweating profusely, simply admitted defeat. So we're not going to play anymore? What a pity. Yamcha said with a look of regret, it's too short-lived. As a man, you can't be short-lived. Hey! You're just trying to steal my skills. Killua said to Yamcha unhappily, and I'm just a 12-year-old boy now. Compared to the simple-minded Gon, the precocious Killua has watched the midnight TV station a long time ago, so he naturally knows what Yamcha meant by not lasting. 12 years old? I'm only 13 years old. Yamcha said with a smile. You must be lying. Yamcha shrugged, not intending to argue. Although Yamcha is almost 2 heads taller than Killua and now looks like an 18-year-old boy, his actual physical age is actually only 1 year older than Killua. Think about it, Leorio has a face that looks like he's in his 30s, but he's actually only 18 years old, so nothing is impossible on Yamcha's side. After Killua left, only Gon and Netero were left playing solo. At the same time, Yamcha also found an excuse to leave. Gon didn't learn anything secretly, and as for Netero, he simply relied on his physical fitness to crush the opponent, so there was no value in him staying. In addition, Killua was unable to snatch the ball from Netero, so it was naturally even more impossible with only Gon left. So in the end, Zyja was unable to touch the ball in Netero's hand. The ball-grabbing game ended with Netero winning. But Gon successfully made Netero use his right hand, which in a sense was a success. It was not until 10 o'clock the next morning that we successfully arrived at the venue for the third exam. It was a huge cylindrical building that towered into the sky. The well tower can also be called the trap tower. This is a prison located on a small island in the southern region. End of this chapter. Chapter 43. So what did I miss? Chapter 43. So what did I miss? The content of the third test is only one, no matter what method you use, as long as you reach the ground alive within the time limit of 72 hours. There's not even a window on the side of the tower. It's just a cliff. There are no hints. How can I get down? Do I have to jump down? One of the candidates stood at the edge of the tower, looked down and said, "Going down from here is no different from committing suicide. It is at least 10 kilometers from the top of the tower to the bottom, and there are only very small gaps around the tower, so even climbing down is very difficult. He, for ordinary people, going down directly is no different from suicide, but for a first-class rock climbing expert like me, it is a piece of cake," a dark-skinned man said as he started to reverse climb by grabbing onto a nearby rock wall. At the man's climbing speed, it would probably take him less than a few hours to reach the bottom of the tower. Then, he was taken away and eaten by a group of strange birds that flew from nowhere. "These little gems are really good looking," Yamcha said with disgust. Those strange birds all had babies' faces and limbs, their mouths were full of sharp teeth, their wings looked bald, and the hair on their heads and bodies was as messy as weeds. They were so ugly that it was beyond description. The creatures in the hunter world are all weird and casual-looking things. In comparison, the dinosaurs and beastmen in the Dragon Ball world look much more pleasing to the eye. The appearance of this group of strange birds prevented the candidates from climbing down the tower directly. Everyone was thinking about how to get off the tower. The Jianjing Tower is also called the Trap Tower. As the name suggests, there are traps everywhere. Of course, if you want to get down from the tower, you have to find the mechanism. Those who can reach the third test are not fools. In the time it takes to drink a cup of tea, half of the people at the top of the tower are gone. And as the number of people decreased, the remaining people began to get anxious and tried harder to find the mechanism to enter the tower. Only Yamcha sat there and began to doze off. Another hour passed and Yamcha was the only one left on the top of the tower. "Now that everyone has left, I can leave the tower now." He had no interest in playing the meaningless game of breaking through levels inside the Jianjing Tower or engaging in intrigue with a group of criminals. He had his own way. Thinking of this, Yamcha stretched his body a little, walked to the edge of the Jianjing Tower, and looked down from above. For Yamcha, who has experience in climbing Karan Tower, the distance of Jianjing Tower is really not too bad. What does that guy want to do? Liber, the chief examiner in Jianjing Tower, was eating snacks while watching everyone's actions through the monitor screen in front of him. The only remaining Yamcha attracted his attention. "Are you planning to climb the tower? Are you going to die? Didn't those strange birds give you enough warning? Even if you can fly, you can't deal with those strange birds. Or are you ready to give up? Being led by the examiner? This is too unsafe. It's better to use your own method." Yamcha took a step forward. Due to the force of gravity, it fell downwards at an extremely fast speed with a whoosh sound. He is crazy indeed. After seeing Yamcha's suicidal behavior, Li Bo stopped paying attention and shifted his attention to other candidates. Every year there are guys like this with poor psychological endurance. Jumping from such a high distance is no different from suicide. Moreover, there are strange birds everywhere around the tower. Even if you don't die from the fall, you will be caught and eaten by the strange birds. Just as Liber expected, a group of strange birds saw Yamcha falling and rushed towards him like crazy. In fact, Yamcha had been secretly using telekinesis to support himself and control the speed of his descent. In order to prevent anyone from monitoring him, he would occasionally slide on the tower's rock wall to pretend that he was descending in this way. When the group of strange birds flew towards him, he kicked his legs and stepped on the back of a strange bird. He punched the strange bird's head through the air. "Go down!" Accompanied by an unpleasant cry, a powerful force hit the strange bird hard, causing it to fall toward the ground. However, Yamcha was always controlling his speed with his telekinesis, and was only 1 centimeter away from the body of the strange bird. To outsiders, it seemed that Yamcha fell with the strange bird. Bang! The huge body of the monster bird was smashed into a pile of minced meat after hitting the ground under the influence of gravity. Yamu, who was standing on the back of the strange bird, walked out unharmed. From the top of the tower to the bottom, the entire process was as smooth as if it had been rehearsed countless times. The whole process took less than a minute. The third hunter exam passed. First place, Yamcha. It takes 1 hour and 1 minute, 1 hour to wait for other candidates to leave the tower, and 1 minute to leave the tower. Knock knock. Standing on the ground, Yamcha knocked on the door on the first floor of Jianjing Tower. The phone rang, and Liber picked up the phone. The next second, his eyes widened. What did you say? The first place is out. How did you get through? Liber quickly adjusted the surveillance camera and stared in amazement at Yamcha, who was sitting in the rest area waiting for other candidates. His face was full of confusion and he even forgot to eat the snacks in his hand. How did he reach the bottom of the tower even though he was only out of sight for a minute? How did he pass the test? Can he really fly? This feels like... Math class has just started. Math teacher, 1 + 1 =? Too easy. Oh, my pen fell down, pick it up. Look up at the blackboard again. C + 1, 1 + 1 + C, = 3C, 1 + C. Let, 1 + C, = K. Then 1 + C = K2, C = K2-1. K2, 1 + K, = 3, K2-1, * K. K, 1 + K, K3, K1, = 0. K *, 1 + K, 3-2K, = 0. K = 0 or K = 1, K = 3/2. When K = 0, C = 1. When K = 1, C = I1, complex number. When K = 3/2, C = 5/4. After verification, C = 1, C = 5/4, complex number C = I1. So what did I miss? Li Bo's face was full of question marks, and he immediately called up the surveillance footage from that time. After watching the entire surveillance footage, Li Bo fell silent. The other party is really skilled and bold. This is a very noteworthy candidate. Yamcha naturally had no idea what Li Bo, the examiner of the third exam, was thinking. He leaned against the pillar again and closed his eyes to rest. There are still 71 hours left. Hurry up and digest the assassination techniques I learned from the airship. If bent limbs are combined with the afterimage fist, it can exert considerable power if used properly. It is not very useful against opponents who can only rely on their own vision to capture the trajectory of their movements. Combined with the dark step to eliminate the shadow and reduce the footsteps to the minimum, it is simply a nightmare. The only pity is that the snake's attack skill, which was secretly learned, is slightly less lethal than expected. As for the other assassination technique that Killua has mastered, the heart-ripping technique, Yamcha has no intention of learning it secretly because it is too bloody. Even if he practices it to the highest level and his hands are not stained with blood, he still does not intend to learn it secretly. Yamcha waited for nearly 3 days, 72 hours. End of this chapter. Chapter 44 Hanzo, that guy is extremely dangerous. Chapter 44 Hanzo, that guy is extremely dangerous. Seeking monthly votes to be on the list. While Yamcha was waiting for several hours, candidates arrived at the finish line one after another. The second one was Hisoka, who claimed to be a magician and took 6 hours. This guy smiled for an inexplicable reason when he saw Yamcha, and Yamcha wanted to take out his submachine gun and shoot him. Next came the nail monster Jitereku and the ninja Hanzo. As expected, these people who had been noticed by Yamcha all passed the exam successfully, as well as Gon and his group, and so on. At this time, the hunter exam is almost coming to an end. Generally, there are only 5 hunter exams. The fourth test. The content is hunter and prey, which is a two-way statement. You can be a hunter and also someone else's prey. Simply put, it is the battle for brand names. Your own nametag is worth 3 points, the target's name tag is worth 3 points, and the rest of the people's name tags are worth 1 point each. To pass this test, you need at least 6 points. If you do not select a target nameplate and choose to take other people's nameplates, you will need to defeat at least 3 people. The goal is to select by random. Theoretically speaking, it is possible to draw your own brand with this method of drawing. Your own brand is 3 points and the target brand is 3 points, which means the same brand is 6 points. Does that mean you have passed directly? But unfortunately, he did not draw his own name tag. The box seemed to have the ability to automatically identify, perhaps some kind of telekinesis. Yamcha's number plate was 1, and the target he drew was one of the opponents he least wanted to face. Number 301 Nail Monster G-Tereku. G-Tereku, whose real name is Illumi Zaldik, is the eldest son of the Zaldik family, the number 1 killer family in the hunter world. The second male lead, Killua, the older brother of Zaldik. Although this is a guy with a face full of nails and a weird mohawk hairstyle, those are just disguises. His real image is a handsome young man with basically no facial expression, a pair of big eyes, and long straight black hair. He was once hailed by some women as one of the 3 most beautiful women in the hunter world. The other 2 beauties seem to be Hisoka and Kurora, the leader of the Phantom Troop. He is a killer who will stop at nothing to achieve his goals, and he also has a serious tendency to control Killua and a strong desire for control. None of this is the point. The point is that he is very strong. He stands at the top of the hunter world as soon as he appears. Even in the later period, his strength is still among the top few. There was basically no failure in the entire work. The only time he failed was when Killua made a wish and took Niga and teleported him away. He is an extremely dangerous guy with both good looks and strength. Just like myself. He knows all the assassination techniques that Killua knows, and he knows more and they are stronger. If I could learn assassination techniques from Illumi, I would definitely gain more. So. There was a gleam of light in Yamcha's eyes. After landing on the island where the examination was held, his gaze lingered on Illumi for a while, and then he disappeared into the dense forest. The 4th exam was different from the previous ones in that it did not start at the same time. Instead, the candidates were ranked according to the results of the 3rd exam and landed on the island one by one. Since Yamcha ranked first in the 3rd exam, he had the right to land on the island first. So he had plenty of time to find a suitable place to hide and set traps. Hours later. 1, 2, 3. Yamcha hummed a little tune and took away the name tags from the 3 people he ambushed and took away. 197, 198, 199, get. The owners of the 3 number plates are Imori, Umarai, and Yamalai, a triplet who are quite strong among the contestants. Because they are brothers and trust each other completely, they have a great advantage in numbers. The 3 of them worked together to pass the first few exams smoothly. The 3 of them also plan to work together in this exam. Who would have thought that Yamcha was ambushed as soon as he entered the forest? The score is enough, let's go. After getting the name tags of the 3 people, Yamcha had no intention of staying where he was, and decisively rushed towards the direction of the examiner. Only a fool would fight with Illumi just because he wanted to learn more assassination techniques or just wanted to practice. That would be too careless. There is no benefit in winning, and there is no meaning in losing. The lessons from Doraemon's world taught Yamcha that if you are not 100% sure, don't go out and waste time, especially don't do things that are beyond your control. There are always more variables than your abilities. Don't think about causing trouble until you have enough cards in your hand. So Yamcha decisively gave up on snatching Illumi's brand and chose to snatch a few more weak ones. Yamcha, who was walking quickly, suddenly noticed something and stopped. After looking around and finding nothing, he quickened his pace and disappeared into the depths of the forest in a few breaths. Almost discovered. The bald man hiding behind a big tree let out a breath slowly after making sure that Yamcha had really left, then slowly slid down to sit on the ground leaning against the big tree. That look just now almost made me collapse. As a senior ninja of the Kumagakure school, Hanzo is also a member of the Dark World. He thinks he has seen a lot of things, and even from extremely dangerous people like Hisoka, he would at most keep his distance and would not provoke him easily. But just now when Yamcha's gaze swept over him, he still felt a biting cold, a sense of danger that came from biological instinct. Every nerve and every cell in my body is warning me. Get away from where you are, as far away from that guy as possible. As expected of a character who won first place in the last exam. That guy is very dangerous. It is an existence that must not be provoked. This is how Hanzo labeled Yamcha in his mind. His target is Yumali, one of the triplets. After following the triplets for a while and planning to take action, they were intercepted by Yamcha. The original plan was to sneak attack Yamcha when he was not paying attention, or negotiate with him and exchange him for other brand names. I never thought that I would be discovered just as I had started thinking about it. Let alone a sneak attack now, Hanzo would also refuse to even go over and contact Yamcha. Forget it, I'd better go and rob a few more weak ones. Anyway, each brand other than the target is worth 1 point, so it's enough to grab a few more. Hanzo stood up with the help of a tree trunk, adjusted his mindset and went looking for other targets. More than 5 minutes after Hanzo left the spot, a figure slowly appeared on the branch just above where he was standing. It was Yamcha, who should have left long ago. I thought it was Hisoka or Illumi, but it turned out to be the bald Hanzo. He was very good at hiding, and I almost didn't notice him. Well, make sure they really left and there is no ambush. You can go now. Big guys, please give me monthly tickets. Bailei's monthly tickets are the lowest in the same period, which is miserable. End of this chapter. Chapter 45 Because he is the weakest. Chapter 45 Because he is the weakest. The fourth round of the Hunter exam has officially ended. There are 9 qualified candidates in total. 144995329430140340445. Except for the above 9 people, the rest can leave on the association's airship. Candidates who heard the broadcast and are still alive, please arrive at the port as soon as possible to board the plane. The bean-faced man was playing the radio. Oh wow, I didn't expect that 7 of the 9 qualified people are newcomers. When President Netero heard that there were 9 players who could advance to the final, he kept stroking his beard and looked very happy. Not bad, very good. It seems that the quality of the new recruits this time is quite high and their qualifications are quite extraordinary. You know, not a single person passed the last exam. On the sofas around him sat the examiners for the first to fourth exams. Is this situation common? Boela asked while stuffing food into his mouth. Well, generally speaking, when there are no qualified candidates for 2 or 3 consecutive years, outstanding young people will emerge explosively. Just like this. This is the 4th time I've seen this since I became president of the association. Menchi was surprised by Netero's words. President, how old are you this year? It is said that he turned 100 decades ago. Like Master Roshi in the Dragon Ball world, Netero's age is also measured in hundreds. By the way, what was the topic of the last exam? Sat said as he picked up a steak on his fork. When he finished speaking, the steak on the fork had disappeared. I plan to hold a unique competition. Several examiners looked at President Netero seriously, waiting for his next words. He didn't speak for a long while. Just when Menchi, who was the most impatient, was about to lose his temper, Netero spoke slowly. Actually, I haven't thought about it yet, ha ha ha. No one could guess what President Netero was thinking. After thinking for a long time, Netero told the other examiners his decision. So the final test is an interview. Several examiners looked confused after hearing Netaro's idea. Netaro stretched out a finger and waved it in front of everyone. No, 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 I just want to ask them a few questions before the final test begins. Is that all? Several examiners spoke in unison, looking at Netaro with disbelief. After spending a few days together, they understood one thing. Others might not do this. But as the Hunter Association's first accidental hunter, the cynical old boy Netaro, he would really make the interview the final test of the hunter exam. That's it. All right, go and notify the examinees to come here to talk in turn. Netaro didn't explain to others and gave the order directly. Yes. Even if the final test is really an interview, they have no choice but to do it. Because he is the president. At least he is the biggest one in the Hunter Association. Candidate number 1, please come to the reception room. Candidate number 1, please come to the reception room. The first interviewee was Yamcha, who performed the best in several tests. The interview took place in a Japanese-style tatami room on the spaceship. President Netaro sat cross-legged in the middle of the room, with a huge heart written in brush hanging behind him. The character is vigorous and natural. Simple or elegant, square or round, implicit or assertive. The strokes are as light as floating clouds and as agile as a startled dragon. At first glance it looks plain and simple, but upon closer inspection it seems to encompass the essence of the universe and contains some kind of martial arts principles. If you can comprehend it, you will definitely make great progress in martial arts. What? Do you like this calligraphy? Seeing Yamcha looking at the words behind him for a long time without saying anything, Netaro spoke up. The word heart came from his hand, and the day he wrote this word was the day he achieved great success in martial arts. On that day, he realized an extraordinary skill through Zen. And this word heart is not a simple word, it refers to the mind ability school that Netaro practices, the Heart Source School. It can be said that the word heart encompasses Netaro's understanding of martial arts for most of his life. Of course, only those who study martial arts can understand this, and they also need to have a very high level of attainment. Otherwise, even someone as strong as Hisoka or Illumi wouldn't have any understanding at all after seeing this word. In their eyes, it was just a word written a little sloppily. Like. Yamcha had no intention of concealing anything. He believed that with Netaro's ability, he could at least see all of his hidden strength. Otherwise, Netaro would never have asked me to be a referee on the airship that day. Netaro is not that boring. If you like it, I'll give it to you. Netaro waved his hand generously, and Yamcha hurriedly thanked him, but Netaro waved his hand to indicate that it was not a big deal. For Netaro now, this pair of words is of no use. Since someone knows the value of it, he might as well make the best use of it. It's really amazing that you have such martial arts attainments at your current age. I really want to know who taught you. Oh my eyesight isn't very good now that I'm old. I couldn't recognize you. I'm really old. It would be really amazing if you could recognize it. Bang, flowing water and rock-crushing fist. Yamcha had no intention of hiding it. No one would know who Bang was anyway even if he told him. Unless someone can break the dimensional wall like him and run to the world of One Punch Man next door, even if they run there, it may not be the world that Yamcha has been to. Netaro pulled his beard and thought for a long time, but he couldn't remember any information about flowing water rock-crushing fist. As for Bang, he had never heard of him. Maybe it's some hidden master? In 2 years, when you become an adult, your strength will increase dramatically. From now on, this world will belong to you young people. Master President, I still have 5 years to go before I reach adulthood. Yamcha corrected with a serious look on his face. Ho ho ho! President Netaro just shook his head and didn't respond when he heard this. Seeing Netaro's noncommittal expression, Yamcha knew that he definitely didn't believe that he was only 13 years old. He shrugged without further explanation. Enough of the small talk. After chatting for a long time, Netero finally got to the point. First question, why did you become a hunter? Become stronger. Become a hunter, learn an abilities, and become stronger. No problem. I see. Netero nodded, and then continued to ask, besides yourself, who among the other 8 people do you want to fight the most? Number 53, Bakuer. What's the reason? Because he is the weakest. Yamcha answered Netero's question very honestly. That's true, but why are you so cowardly? Shouldn't you yearn to fight against the strong? End of this chapter. Chapter 46, Match 3, Yamcha vs Killua. Chapter 46, the third match, Yamcha vs Killua. Finally, among the 8 people other than yourself, who would you least want to fight? Number 301 Jitereku, number 44 Hisoka. Reason? Because they are the strongest. Very decisive, very concise. Whether you can win the fight is one thing, whether you want to fight or not is another. Faced with Yamcha's answer, Netero fell silent again. Thank you for your hard work. You can leave now. After Yamcha left, Netero looked helpless and spared Yamcha's face. He had always thought that his idea was unexpected enough, but he didn't expect that such a thing would happen. He is obviously very strong, but his personality is surprisingly cowardly. Then the problem is coming. Where did he get that strength? Looking at the background wall behind him that became bare because the calligraphy and paintings were taken away, Netero fell into deep thought. After Yamcha left, other candidates came in one after another to answer Netero's 3 questions. Hisoka, I want to fight number 1 and number 99 the most. I don't want to fight number 405 and number 99 the most. Killua, there is no one I want to fight the most, the one I least want to fight is number 53. Baokuer, I want to play against number 405 the most, and I don't want to play against number 44 the most. Hanzo, I want to fight number 405 the most, and number 1 the least. Jitereku, number 99, number 44. Leorio, I least want to fight no 405. Kurapika, if there is a reason, I can fight anyone. If there is no reason, I won't fight anyone. Zyja, I want to play against number 44 the most, and I don't want to play against number 99, number 403, and number 404 the least. After collecting the ideas of all the candidates, Netero made a battle table. The final test of the Hunter exam. A one-on-one elimination battle. Unlike most people who want the winner to advance, Netero's special elimination match is conducted in a loser-advancing manner. In other words, theoretically, only one person fails to advance, and everyone else can become a hunter. As long as you win one game, you can successfully advance and obtain hunter qualification. Compared to the complicated contents of the other exams, this last exam was quite kind and simple. Yamcha's match ranked 3rd in the positive number. The 2 ahead of him were number 294 Hanzo versus number 405 Zyja in the first match. The loser between them will play against number 53 Bakuer. The second match will see number 44 Hisoka versus number 404 Kurapika, and the loser of them will fight against number 403 Leorio. In the third match, Yamcha's opponent is number 99 Killua. The loser among them will fight against number 301 Jitereku. What a pity, it's not number 53 Bakura, but no male character Killua. Yamcha looked at the battle schedule with a little disappointment. It's a pity that we didn't meet the weakest opponent. If we fail, we will have to fight Ilmi next. I don't want to run into that guy, so I'd better leave it to you 2 brothers to love and hate each other. So. Sorry. Yawn. Looking at the 2 people who were struggling on the field for a long time without a clear winner, Yamcha yawned out of boredom, tears coming out of the corners of his eyes. The first match was between Zyja and Hanzo, and the fight lasted for more than 3 hours. It was not that the two were equally strong, and the fight lasted for 3 hours without a clear winner. In fact, the difference in strength between the two was huge, and Hanzo defeated Xiaojia in almost the first encounter. The reason why the fight lasted so long without a clear winner was simply because Xiaoji refused to admit defeat. The final match of the Hunter exam did not have the rule of the World Martial Arts Tournament where falling out of the arena meant failure, nor did it have the rule of automatically losing the match if you lost consciousness for 10 seconds. Only when the person admits defeat personally can it be considered a loss. This rule is very restrictive. The match could have been decided quickly, but it had dragged on until now. Theoretically, as long as the two were patient enough and refused to admit defeat, it was not impossible for the match to drag on for days and nights. For 3 hours, Hanzo unilaterally beat Xiaojia for 3 hours. Yamcha and the others also watched Hanzo beat up Gon for 3 hours. Watched it for 3 hours. There's nothing better to do with these 3 hours. In the end, Hanzo was so worn out by Gon that he decided to admit defeat and start the next game as soon as possible. Then Xiaoji refused to give up. He was not as strong as the others, but he refused to admit defeat, and he also did not allow others to admit defeat. He insisted on winning fairly. This behavior, it's just pure rolling knife. Brother Xiaojia, you have already lost fairly. Yamcha really couldn't bear to watch it any longer. He just wanted these two to end this boring farce with no technical content as soon as possible. Now you are just being naughty and refusing to admit defeat. Don't be nice just to get an advantage. Hanzo just doesn't want to be cruel to you, that's enough. Yamcha's words caused several people who were on good terms with Xiaojia to glare at him, but he didn't care at all. He had never received any favor from the other party, and he was already running out of patience. To put it nicely, Xiaojia's personality is simple and stubborn. To put it bluntly, he is extremely self-centered. He doesn't care what the other person thinks, as long as he feels the same way. Under the threat of Yamcha's eyes, Hanzo knocked Xiaojia down with one move and admitted defeat to the referee. Xiaojia advanced successfully. Although Xiaojia won purely because of his cheating, he still refused to admit defeat after being beaten unilaterally for 3 hours. Yamcha also admired his stubbornness. At the same time, I became more determined not to have anything to do with Xiaojia. In fact, among the main characters of Hunter x Hunter, the one that Yamcha admires the most is Killua, who has a complicated family situation. Because from the later plot we can see that this guy is really a real guy. Although he comes from a killer family, he is definitely a good friend. As for the others, only Leorio, who doesn't have many roles, feels better, although he is really annoying now with all the noise he makes. The reason is the same as above. As for Kurapika, he will become a completely different person once he gets involved with the troupe. After all, it's a revenge for the genocide. If you can help him get revenge, he would be willing to sacrifice his soul. The second match, Kurapika vs Hisoka. The speed is surprisingly fast. Hisoka's strength was clearly superior to Kurapika's, but he admitted defeat after saying a few words in Kurapika's ear. So Kurapika successfully advanced. The third game. Killua vs Yamcha. I've always wanted to compete with you. Killua looked at Yamcha, who looked eager to try. Yamcha's performance in the exams showed his outstanding abilities. But even though they had gone through 4 exams, Killua couldn't see any of his opponent's skills except for the spear skills shown in the first exam. He was only slightly stronger than ordinary people. If it weren't for the contact on the airship, Killua would have thought that the other party was just lucky to get here. This made him very interested in Yamcha, and his interest was even second only to that of his peer, Xiaojia. Although in terms of physical age, the two were also of the same age. It's really exciting. End of this chapter. Chapter 47 Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Chapter 47 Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Not interested in. Yamcha walked slowly onto the field and slowly pulled out 2 pistols from his waist, Don't look at me with those burning eyes, I'm not interested in boys. I'm not interested in boys either. Killua immediately retorted, his face flushed and he stared at Yamcha with gritted teeth. Well, maybe. Yamcha shrugged. With the way you and Gon are playing each other so well, and your brother Khan, Aluka, nature, who knows if you really like boys. Damn it, let me show you how I'm going to deal with you. After the referee announced the start of the game, Killua took action immediately. Killua is so fast that ordinary people can't catch him at all. He is also very confident in his speed. It only takes a few seconds. Bump! With a gunshot, a bullet appeared in front of Killua's next movement trajectory, abruptly interrupting his next action. If you don't stop, you will definitely be shot. Killua didn't want to be hit by the bullet, so he had to brake suddenly and was forced to stop. Tisk, it's just luck. Killua thought so and launched another attack. As a member of a family of assassins, Killua has been engaged in assassination work since he was very young. He has assassinated and killed countless guys with guns. He has a lot of experience in how to kill opponents who use guns. As long as he approaches the opponent as quickly as possible, the gunman himself is just a weakling. If you don't have any other skills, I can kill you with one move. However, bump! Another bullet appeared in front of Killua's next move, blocking his way again. Impossible! Bump! Bump, bump, bump. Accompanied by several consecutive gunshots, Killua's attacks were interrupted by Yamcha's bullets, and each bullet appeared in his trajectory with incredible precision. If you don't dodge, you will be shot. Every attack would be anticipated by Yamcha, and Killua would be forced to turn around every time, resulting in him getting further and further away. I was completely immersed in Yamcha's rhythm. This is very uncomfortable. Instead of shortening the distance between them, it grew larger. My actions were predicted. Killua thought to himself, but an excited look appeared on his face. Interesting. It's been a long time since I encountered such a tough opponent. I must see what else you have. Killua exerted force with his feet, veins popped out on his legs, and his speed increased, but he was not in a hurry to attack. Instead, he chose to roll over a few times to avoid Yamcha's bullets. Then they began to circle around Yamcha at a fast or slow speed. With that strange pace, more than 10 identical Killua appeared in front of everyone, like clones. And there was no sound at all. The clone technique. Leorio rubbed his eyes to make sure he was not seeing things. Except for Illumi, who was disguised as Jitaireku and had a blank expression on his face, the others all had surprised expressions, and even Hisoka showed a hint of excitement. Using the combination of dark step and limb bending so quickly, it seems that Killua is really going all out. Combining dark steps with limb bending can confuse the enemy with limb bending, and using the silent characteristics of dark steps to approach the opponent, it can be called the silent killing technique in the hunter world. I just don't know how it compares to the silent assassination technique of the Kirigakuer. Let's get serious. Even though the gun is powerful, it's useless if you can't hit anyone. Killua's voice came from all directions. It was impossible to tell where it came from just by the sound. It seemed that he used some secret assassination technique that Yamcha didn't know. Don't give in, or I'll be very unhappy. Since we can't tell which one is the real one. Facing the countless approaching Killua, Yamcha put away his pistol, calmly reached into the backpack behind him, and took out a huge tubular black object. Then we can solve it all at once. Namo Gatling Bodhisattva. Take my 6 purification bullets. As a desert bandit, it makes sense for him to carry a Gatling gun with him, right? Da-da-da-da. With the powerful firepower of the Gatling gun, all the illusions created by Killua disappeared in an instant, and even Killua himself was almost hit by the bullet. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and retreated directly to the corner of the wall to escape. Just kidding. When Leorio saw what Yamcha took out, he couldn't help but swear. He yelled angrily at the referee and kept calling for a timeout. Pause. Pause. Pause for me. The referee called a foul, and this is allowed? It's cheating. It's cheating. It's not fair. His actions were so exaggerated that he was even more excited than the person involved, Killua. Faced with Leorio's questioning, the black-clad referee could only signal to suspend the game and looked at President Netero with great embarrassment. As a referee, he also felt that using a weapon as powerful as Gatling was no different from cheating. President Netero, there is nothing in the rules of the competition that says you can't use weapons. In the face of Leorio's questioning, Yamcha simply retorted lightly. Fair? Do you think Zyja's match was fair? Didn't he win because of the rules of the game that he had to say surrender? Otherwise, with his strength, how could he be a match for Hanzo? He would have been eliminated long ago. Guns, bows and arrows, spears, and daggers can all be used, so why not Gatling guns? Those are other people's weapons. This is also my weapon. Asshole. Leorio was so furious that he was unable to win an argument with Yamcha, but unfortunately he couldn't do anything. He tried to rush over to help Killua several times but was stopped by the men in black from the Hunter Guild. He could only stand outside in helplessness and rage. At this time, Netero said, "Oh ho 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 ho, indeed, the rules don't say that weapons can't be used, and this Gatling gun is indeed Yamcha's weapon. Are you kidding me? Who can deal with this kind of weapon?" Leorio continued to get angry. Yamcha once again responded coldly, "That's just your ignorance. Just because you don't know doesn't mean it doesn't exist. Not to mention other worlds, there are many non-users in the Hunter world alone who can withstand Gatling attacks head-on. The Phantom Troop's Wajan sniper rifle can be blocked with the face. You are talking nonsense. If this weapon works, then what if we use a rocket launcher next time? Then I will definitely win if I drive a tank into the game." Leorio continued to rage helplessly. RPG. Yamcha repeated Leorio's words and silently pulled out a larger cylindrical object. "I do." Leorio felt extremely uncomfortable. As if there was something stuck in his throat. Then Yamcha spread his hands and said, "But the tank is really gone." End of this chapter. Chapter 48 4-Layer Disguise X Zaldik 2 Brothers. Chapter 48 4 Disguise X 2 Zaldik Brothers. Asshole. Leorio tried to hold it in for a long time but could only utter these words. Ignore some incompetent clowns. Ignoring Leorio's impotent rage, Yamcha patted Gatling and hooked his finger at Killua, then Killua-kun, let's continue. Referee, I surrender. Seeing that he was unable to stop Yamcha from using the Gatling gun, Killua raised his right hand very decisively, without any intention of competing with Yamcha. I'd never fight you. Killua made a face in his mind. Even in his short career as a killer of a few years, he had rarely encountered an opponent using such a powerful weapon. The last time I encountered someone using such a dangerous weapon was when he assassinated a certain underworld boss 2 years ago, and I paid a price for it. Those opponents were just ordinary people, and they were no match for Yamcha, a dangerous guy who even carried an RPG with him. I'm just a little curious about Yamcha's strength. I'm not as stubborn as Zyja. Gon's right choice is to give up at the right time. The current Killua is still the young killer who would choose to give up as soon as he encounters the slightest danger. He has never experienced crying while having a needle pulled out, and he has not yet grown into the warm-hearted man who would sacrifice everything for his friends and confront his brother Illumi and turn against his family for his younger brother, sister. Seeing Killua admit defeat, Yamcha nodded, very satisfied with his performance. Very good. We achieved victory without even the first layer of disguise being completely exposed. Yamcha arranged several layers of disguise for himself. First level, sharpshooter or gunner. The second level, superpowers, telepathic power has not yet been revealed. The third level, martial artist, not yet exposed. 4th level, stand envoy, not yet exposed. If you want to know Yamcha's true strength, you have to see how many layers of Yamcha's disguise the other party has seen through. Yamcha is confident that Netero will not be able to see through the last layer unless he actively exposes himself. Damn it! Leorio was still feeling indignant. When Yamcha passed by him, he kindly reminded him, "Uncle, instead of complaining here, you should worry about yourself. Your opponent is Hisoka." "What uncle? I'm only 18. Liar." Leorio was so angry at Yamcha that he stamped his feet, powerless and furious plus 10,086. "I won't give up this time." Facing Jitereku, whom even Yamcha was very afraid of, Killua said with a relaxed look and assumed a fighting stance. Unfortunately, he made the wrong judgment again. He absolutely did not want to face the true identity of the person in front of him. "Long time no see, Zyoki." This was the first time that Jitereku spoke during the entire game, and it wasn't the click-click-click sound that only Hisoka could understand in the past, but real words. Killua was completely stunned. This voice is so familiar. Without giving Killua time to think, Jitereku pulled out the nails on his face, and the shape and color of his hair and his entire face began to gradually change shape. In just a few seconds, Jitereku transformed from a freak with an ordinary face full of nails into a handsome black-haired man with dull eyes. The eldest son of the Hunter World's top killer family, Illumi. A powerful nin-user. "Brother," Killua said tremblingly as he looked at the handsome black-haired guy in front of him. Yamcha heard extreme fear and terror in his voice. It was as if that was not his brother, but a demon. For Killua, Illumi is indeed a demon or a nightmare that hangs over Killua. Illumi is a brother Khan, to be more precise, a Killua Khan with a very strong desire for control. "You stabbed your mother and your second brother." "Mom, she's crying." Of course, anyone would cry if their own son murdered them. Leorio was muttering indignantly. She was very touched. "She said you have grown up and become a successful person." "Leorio? Is there something wrong?" The Zaldik family has a unique way of raising their children, especially Killua's biological mother, Kikyu Zaldik. Even if Killua wants to kill her, she will only be happy about her son's cruelty. But... Thinking of this, Yamcha paused and looked at Killua with a strange look. According to the setting, Killua's mother, Kikyu, was brought back to the Zaldik family from Meteor City by his father. In order to give birth to excellent bloodline for the Zaldik family, she was taken away as the strongest person in Meteor City at that time, and also the most beautiful. Kikyu is not much older than Crollo, the leader of the Phantom Troop, and almost all members of the Phantom Troop were born in Meteor City. Judging from the strength of all the members of the Phantom Troop, if Kiju was the strongest in Meteor City at that time, then Kiju must be a super master of Nin, otherwise he would not have been noticed by Silva Zaldik. With Killua's current strength, there is no way he can be a match for any Nin user, even if the opponent is just a pawn. So how did he injure Kisho? Or did she not react at all when Killua attacked Kikyu? No, you are a killer. You are not qualified to be a hunter, and you don't need friends. Killing is in your nature. You just need to get pleasure from killing. Under the powerful oppression of Illumi, Killua expressed his desire to be friends with Gon, but he got a cold answer from Illumi. He denied everything about Killua. In his heart, Killua just needed to be his puppet and stay by his side obediently. Yes, as a puppet controlled by him. A puppet who only listens to him, doesn't need any emotions, and is at the mercy of him alone. So, I want to kill Zyja. The murderous aura emanating from Illumi showed that he really thought so. He muttered to himself in a voice that everyone could hear, and then walked towards the lounge where Zyja was. Hey, what are you going to do? The referee in black blocked his way, but before he could finish his words, he was killed instantly by a nail thrown by Illumi. Didn't block a single move. As a referee and bodyguard of the game, he is really a weakling. Seeing that Ilmu was serious, several people led by Leorio gathered together to block Ilmu's path, while Netero, the president of the Hunter Association, just watched from the side without any intention of stopping Ilmu. But his breath has already locked onto Ilmi. Although Illumi is a super master, Netero is a top master who is stronger than him. As long as Netero takes action, Illumi will not have a chance. Yamcha was also watching from the side, quietly waiting for this farce to end. All that's left is for Killua to kill the old man with the spear and everything will be over. Hey? That old man seems to have been eliminated. End of this chapter. Chapter 49 Explosion is Art. Chapter 49 Explosion is Art. What a headache. I need a hunter's license to complete the mission next. And if I kill these people now, Xiao Qi will automatically advance. That's too bad, it will be the same if I kill Xiao Qi. No, I have to pass first and then kill Xiaojia. Illumi's words brought great pressure to Killua. He had lived under the shadow of his brother since he was a child, and Illumi had done some tricks to him. Now he had no way to resist Illumi. You will help me, Xiaoqi. You know in your heart that you don't need friends or partners at all. You like blood, and you like killing people. Killing is your nature, your duty, and your innate instinct. Illumi continued to exert pressure, his words were like heavy hammers, hitting Killua's chest, and lingering around Killua's ears like a spell, making him breathless, and sweat kept dripping down his forehead. I give up. Killua raised his hand mechanically. Illumi was very satisfied with Killua's attitude and whispered a few words into his ear. Then Killua stood there in a daze as if he had lost his soul, and his eyes lost their former brightness and became dull and lifeless. It feels like being a puppet being manipulated by someone. Controlled by Illumi? Illumi's telepathic ability is the telepathic nail that can control others and turn them into his puppets. As long as they are pierced by his nail, their thoughts and actions will be controlled by him and they will become his puppets. If it weren't for that old man, Killua wouldn't have given up because of killing him, becoming the only one eliminated in this hunter exam. If I were Illumi, what would I do? Will he definitely choose a weaker guy to kill, causing Killua to be eliminated, or avenge his previous humiliation? Then the goal is to explode Cure, or... It's me. With a whoosh, the sound of breaking wind came from behind Yamcha. Killua came behind him at some point. He put his 5 fingers together, veins bulged, and his nails stabbed towards Yamcha's back like sharp knives. As someone trained by a family of killers, even someone as strong as Yamcha would be injured if he were caught off guard by this move. However, Killua's hand actually went straight through Yamcha's body, and then Yamcha's body made a hissing sound and gradually disappeared like a phantom. It's an afterimage. This is the afterimage fist, one of the martial arts in the Dragon Ball world. Yamcha has been on guard the whole time. With Killua's current strength, he could not hide it from Yamcha at all, even though most of Yamcha's attention was on Illumi. Your actions are very dangerous. Yamcha's voice came from the other side, and he appeared in front of everyone again, fully armed. He was wearing thick protective clothing, with a row of grenades on his waist, a Gatling gun in his left hand and an RPG in his right hand. There were several submachine guns hanging behind him, and even a small pistol tied to his leg. A mobile arsenal. Your outfit is dangerous. Leorio made another accurate comment, but he tried to call out to Killua after he finished speaking. Although Leorio has always emphasized that he is a person who can sell everything for money, in fact, that is just his slogan. His dream is to become a doctor and provide free medical treatment to people who cannot afford it. He will also take the initiative to stand up when he encounters unfair things. Unfortunately, he overestimated his position in Killua's heart. Killua had no intention of paying any attention to him. He just attacked Yamcha again silently, and was then forced back by a volley of bullets. Even though Yamcha was carrying such a heavy load, he ran very fast. Hey, what do you want to do to me by controlling your brother? Yamcha said to Ilmi while controlling the Gatling to force Killua back to the corner again. Even when facing the extremely aggressive Killua, most of Yamcha's attention was still on Illumi. Theoretically, if one must kill a weak person present, Baokuer is undoubtedly the easiest one. But I was the one chosen. So, is it, carrying out the mission? Am I on Ilmi's killer list? In this case, the Hunters Guild has not solved their problems at all. So should I file a complaint? Ah, I was seen through. Ilmi tilted his head and said expressionlessly, his tone still without any fluctuation, I underestimated you. How did you tell? Hey, referee over there. Yamcha didn't answer him, but said to the black-clad referee beside him, I was attacked, so why don't you disqualify them? If you do this again, I'll fight back. The moment Illumi chose to attack him, Yamcha also felt a trace of murderous intent in his heart. The reason why he didn't take the initiative was that he was worried that the other members of the Zaldik family would take action. In that case, I would be forced to leave the hunter world. Furthermore, Netero is good friends with Killua's grandfather Gino and his grandfather's grandfather. Yamcha didn't think that the old man Netero would stand on his side and watch Illumi being killed by him. This old fox is not as kind as he appears. The best way is to assume the other party's most malicious intentions and prepare corresponding countermeasures. In addition to the above, there is also Hisoka, who is on good terms with Illumi on this field. Tisk, that's really troublesome. Killua, please stop your behavior, or I will disqualify you from the competition. The men in black clothes and sunglasses who served as referees were really weak. Yamcha had already made it so obvious, but they still hadn't realized that Killua was being manipulated by Illumi. I'm very curious, can you answer me? Seeing that Yamcha didn't answer him, Illumi took out 3 nails. I also want to know why you chose me. Yamcha asked back. Someone paid for it, it's that simple. As expected, the complaint was filed. Yamcha glanced at Netero calmly and found that this guy had no intention of taking action. Instead, he seemed to be just watching the show. Who? It's a trade secret. Can you answer me now? We didn't agree on this. If you tell me, I must tell you. After a brief silence, the murderous aura on Ilmi became even stronger, as if he was angry. I'll let you tell me yourself. 3 nails mixed with Illumi's thoughts shot towards Yamcha rapidly. Killua also took action again under Illumi's control and attacked Yamcha in a double team. It's really annoying. Yamcha calmly picked up the Gatling gun and fired at Killua. With his other hand, he pressed the button of the RPG at Illumi's nails, muttering to himself. Art is an explosion. Sensation. The entire stadium was shaking. End of this chapter. Chapter 50I, Yamcha, have nothing but a lot of money. Chapter 50I, Yamcha, have nothing but a lot of money. OM. Along with the roar of the explosion, the sound of breaking wind rang out again. With the blessing of mind, Illumi's mind nail completely ignored the explosion of the RPG, broke through the smoke caused by the explosion and shot towards Yamcha at a rapid speed. It was very fast, but unfortunately Yamcha's reaction was even faster. He just stepped sideways to avoid the attack of 3 mental spikes. It's just an ordinary nail that has such great power after being attached with Nin. I want this kind of power even more. Looking at the mental nails that were deeply embedded in the floor, Yamcha felt deeply that the ability of mental power was powerful and changeable, and he also yearned for this power even more. Although the chi in the Dragon Ball world is very powerful, it has no ability to cause additional damage. Contestant Illumi, I'm warning you, if you and Killua attack contestant Yamcha again, I will disqualify both of you from the competition. It was only then that the warning from the black-clad referee came belatedly. But it doesn't make any sense. Ilmi didn't listen to him at all. Whoosh! At this moment, a small figure rushed towards Yamcha at a very fast speed through the smoke and dust raised by the explosion. The smoke and dust all around could not block his sight at all. That was Killua. Successful. Illumi thought expressionlessly that his goal was to disqualify Killua and kill Yamcha at the same time. After receiving the warning from the black-clad referee, he stopped attacking and instead manipulated Killua to continue attacking Yamcha. In his eyes or in the eyes of most people, Yamcha is just a character who uses modern firearms to attack. Although he has some ability, it is just so-so. He is very confident in the close combat ability of his younger brother Killua. Once Killua gets close to Yamcha, there is only death. When an archer faces an assassin at close range, the former will be killed no matter how you think about it. Among the people present, except for Netero who had seen through Yamcha's disguise, Hanzo was the only one who felt that Yamcha was very extraordinary and definitely more than just that. Everyone else thought that Yamcha would definitely lose. In terms of skills alone, Killua's strength is obvious to all, and his performance in several exams is among the best among all the candidates. However, at this moment, Ilmi only felt the hairs on his back stand up, and beads of sweat secreted on his back as if being pointed by a sharp sword. The last time I had this feeling was when I was injured during a mission a long time ago. As the eldest son of the Zaldik family, Illumi's 5 senses have been cultivated to an extremely sharp level, and he has even cultivated the legendary 6th sense. Could it be that Zyoki was defeated? Ilmi had no time to think about it, he exerted force on his feet and was about to leave the spot. At this moment, Yamcha's clear voice also came. Explosion is art. Boom. 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 Where Ilmi had just stood, a row of grenades exploded. A huge flame covered half of the stadium. The impact of the aftermath of the explosion set off waves of heat. Only when the smoke cleared did everyone see the situation clearly. Yamcha raised one hand slightly to strangle Killua, his eyes gleaming. And Killua was fixed in midair as if he had been cast into a spell. Simple telekinesis locking, although simple to use, is very practical. In fact, the principle of this move is very simple, that is, to lift Kia with telekinesis and lock him in the air, leaving him with no place to gain leverage. Unless he can step on his left foot and fly on the spot with his right foot, he will never be able to break free. Yamcha's other hand was also slightly raised, aiming at the position where Ilmi was just now. It turned out that the grenade that Yamcha had controlled with telekinesis just now quietly went behind Ilmi and pulled the ring. Countless grenades floated around Yamcha, forming a series of minefields. The telekinesis is exposed, revealing the second layer of disguise. Yamcha's performance changed everyone's expressions. Netero was still calm, while Hanzo and Riber had the same expressions as expected. Leorio, Kurapika, and others looked impressed. It's a really nice apple. I really want to. It's a pity that I can't read it yet. Be patient. Hisoka covered his lips with a poker card, his murderous intent bursting out uncontrollably. Blood hurt? Ilmi touched his shoulder that was scratched by the aftermath of the grenade, stared at Yamcha, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and a murderous aura that was even colder and deeper than Hisoka's surged from his body. He underestimated his enemy and got himself hurt. Killua has been disqualified from the competition. Illumi, please stop your actions immediately, otherwise we will regard it as a provocation to the Hunter Association. The man in black clothes and glasses issued a final ultimatum, and at the same time, they gathered in 2s and 3s to surround Ilmi. Even though they knew they were no match for Ilmi, they could not let him trample on the dignity of the association again and again. Never mind. Just when everyone thought that Ilmi would continue to attack, he suddenly changed his tone and stopped. I don't want to continue wasting my energy. I advance and Xiaoqi is disqualified, that's enough. There was no light in Ilmi's eyes, and no one knew what he was thinking at this moment. After making sure that Illumi had no intention of continuing the attack, Yamcha released Killua and said, I am willing to pay the other party double the fee and entrust the Zaldik family to help me assassinate the other party. This way, you don't have to worry about not completing the mission, and you can get double the assassination fee. Yamcha didn't believe that Illumi would give up just like that. It was likely that he realized that Yamcha was a little difficult to deal with and just gave up temporarily. If this guy goes all out, he will at least have to reveal his martial artist disguise. He has no intention of confronting the Zaldik family for the time being. The good things in the hunter world are no less than those in the Doraemon world. So Yamcha decided to solve the problem once and for all and from the root. Good idea. Ilmi clapped his hands and agreed directly, then let Zyoki kill the other party on his way home. When you hire the Zaldik family to take action, you also have to worry that your enemies will hire them. It's not the first time they have done this. As long as it's not the same person doing it, it's fine. Go home. Mom and the others are still waiting for you. Remember, you are a killer. You have no friends, and you don't need friends. You just need to obey the orders of your father and me. You will only get pleasure from killing people. By the way, let's stop by Yokiksen City before going home. Illumi came to Killua and whispered a few words in his ear. Killua nodded and left the stadium like a puppet. No matter how Leorio shouted, it was as if he didn't hear anything. Unless he can remove the mental needles that Illumi planted in him, Killua will never be able to escape Illumi's control for the rest of his life. Cheng Hui, 2,000 million for the monk, do you want to pay by card or cash? Yamcha directly handed a card to Illumi. There are 10 billion yen in this card. If you receive a mission to assassinate me again in the future, I will double the amount and the cost will be deducted from this card. If it's not enough, come to me for more. Yamcha has nothing else now but a lot of money, and there will be more in the future. End of this chapter. Chapter 51 I want to complain to the Hunter Association. Chapter 51 I want to complain to the Hunter Association. The subsequent process went smoothly, and Yamcha got the hunter's license as he wished. It was a card made of special material with Yamcha's identity abbreviated on it and the Hunters Guild logo printed on the back. On the black market, the Hunters Guild's license can be sold for hundreds of millions of dollars. It is something that countless people dream of. Not only is it valuable, it is also a universal pass that allows free entry to almost 99% of places, and many confidential information can also be queried. Rather than saying it is a license, it is more of a symbol of identity and status. Obtaining a hunter's license is only the first step to becoming a formal hunter. Now Yamcha can be called a licensed hunter. If you want to become a formal hunter, you need to acquire a certain ability. That was exactly Yamcha's ultimate purpose of coming to the hunter world to take the hunter exam. Learn the ability of Nin. The ability of mind is different from the telekinesis that Yamcha obtained through the superpower training box. The latter can be called telekinesis, which is a form of superpower that uses the mind to manipulate objects to attack or defend or even freeze. The former is a complete set of abilities that integrates defense, lurking, attack, insight, etc. into a more systematic system of power. There are many forms of expression of the skills of using mind abilities. For example, Ju can completely eliminate one's own aura and not be detected by the enemy. For example, Jo, use the technique of entanglement to wrap one's own thoughts around objects that are in contact with the body. The reason why Illumi's nails were able to exert such great power was because of Jo's power. For example, condensation, focusing the energy on a particular part of the body, such as the eyes, can greatly improve insight and see through the enemy's disguise. Another example, Jian, a technique that uses more energy than usual to cover the body in order to increase one's offensive and defensive capabilities. There is also, hard, concentrate all the energy on a certain part of the body, which is a high-level application technique for attacking or defending mental abilities. The use of abilities is varied and has its own merits compared to the 6 types of the Navy in the One Piece world. The most important thing is that in addition to the above-mentioned application skills, the ability of Nen also has a special skill, development. You can develop your own unique ability according to your own situation. This ability is similar to the stand user in the JoJo world. Some abilities can even change the rules or even make the rules. Hey, why are you still here? You already got your hunter's license, you can leave here. A sudden voice interrupted Yamcha's thoughts. Yamcha turned around and found that the person coming was the examiner of the second round of the hunter exam, a one-star gourmet hunter named Menkai who had a hot body and an even hotter personality. I'm asking you something. Menchi looked furious, and no one knew why he was so angry. The hunter exam is over. You can leave the association now. Yes, all the players who obtained the hunter license except Yamcha have left. Including Gon, who woke up the next day and went to look for Killua with Leorio and Kurapika. Yamcha has been here for 3 whole days. Apart from eating, he has been taking out the calligraphy given to him by Netero and comprehending the essence of martial arts contained therein. You seem to have forgotten something. Yamcha tasted a bite of the pastry made in the association cafeteria, then silently put down his fork. I said that I would release new missions again after the hunter exam is over. My opinion is that the cooking skills are not as good as those of the Black Silk Army's chefs. Menki's attitude seemed to soften a little after hearing this. Really? Then publish it right away. As soon as he finished speaking, he seemed to realize something and quickly explained. Don't get me wrong, I just want to pay the money back as soon as possible. Before that, come with me and do something. Yamcha simply stopped eating and stood up. What? Menchi asked curiously. Yamcha deadpanned, I want to file a complaint against the Hunter Association. Menchi was horrified. You are not going to complain about me, are you? I warn you, you haven't issued the task yet, and I haven't accepted it, so your complaint is invalid. Yamcha? What are you talking about? Why should I complain about you? Ah? You're not going to complain about me. Of course it has nothing to do with you. I have issued a task before. After realizing that Menkai had misunderstood, Yamcha gave a brief explanation. So what are we waiting for? Let's go. As long as they don't complain about me, it doesn't matter to others. The after-sales service of the Hunter Association is still good. At least after Yamcha filed a complaint, someone came to deal with it quickly and made a certain amount of compensation. Yamcha did not ask for money, but instead exchanged it for some equal amounts of rare treasures. Many things in the Hunter world cannot be bought in other worlds. I have other tasks to post. After coming out of the mission hall, Yamcha returned to the association again, and Menkai followed behind him. Yamcha, who had only taken a few steps, suddenly said, Menkai. What's up? You are my instructor, right? Yamcha suddenly said. Menchi, who was still trying to organize his words, was shocked when he heard this and blurted out without thinking, How did you know? It was uncertain before, but now it is certain. Passing the hunter exam and getting a license does not mean you are officially a hunter. In fact, the Hunter Association will arrange for someone to teach you, and if you pass, you can become a formal hunter. You can find out about this kind of thing by just looking it up on the internet. Don't forget that after you get a formal license, you can access some confidential websites. Yamcha said as if it was a matter of course. Licensed hunters have great authority. Although some confidential content cannot be viewed, the content that Yamcha mentioned is public. The Hunter Association has no intention of concealing it, and it can be found as long as you put in some effort. Many people become complacent after passing the hunter exam and naturally won't waste their energy on such things. There won't be anyone who doesn't know, right? No way, no way, no way. Menchi. She really didn't know at first. Number. His tone is so annoying. Menchi suppressed his anger and continued to ask, Then how can you be sure that I am your instructor? Yamcha glanced at Menkai and said. You are too proactive. You were not so proactive when I hired you before. Did you expect Menchi to follow you like he does now? What a joke, this guy is rarely seen except when he is cooking. Even when he is cooking, he would have a big quarrel with Yamcha every 3 days over the menu. How could he be so quiet like now? Number. Menchi gritted his teeth and said, are you saying that I have a bad temper? What else? Yamcha continued to provoke as if he hadn't noticed, do you think you have a good temper? I'm going to kill you. I'm going to make you into a dish. I'm sorry, you can't do that. End of this chapter. Chapter 52, Practicing Nin to Cheat to the End. Chapter 52, Practicing Nin Ability, Cheating to the End. Getting a hunter's license is only the first step to becoming a real hunter. There is a magical power in this world. Only after mastering it can you become a formal hunter. That ability is called mind. Now that Yamcha had seen through the trick, Menkai began to teach him seriously. At this moment, Yamcha also began to formally practice his Nin ability. There are 2 ways to learn telepathic abilities. One requires a long period of practice, just like practicing martial arts secrets in novels, which requires slow practice step by step. It cannot be acquired overnight. The other method is to accept the Nin ability of the user and force him to learn it by opening the spirit pores. The former requires a lot of energy and time to learn from a very young age. The time it takes to learn depends on personal aptitude. Even if you spend a lot of time and energy, you may not be able to learn it. The latter can master it as long as they can retain their mind abilities. However, due to the extremely high risk and the extremely painful process, if you are not careful, you will lose too much energy and die. Apart from the different processes, one is gradual and the other involves certain risks, there is essentially no difference between the former and the latter after acquiring the ability of Nin. Compared to slowly practicing the ability of mind, directly stimulating it will undoubtedly save a lot of time. So, I choose to practice slowly, said Yamcha. The latter has certain risks. Just because there are no failed people in the anime doesn't mean it doesn't exist. This is very unstable. In fact, the failure rate of the latter is very high. Are you kidding me? Do you know how long it takes to practice Nin from scratch? It will take at least 3 years. Yamcha had enough patience, but Menkai was not in such a good mood. She just stretched out a finger and shook it. 1 week. I will teach you to read within 1 week. Yamcha. I don't know where you got the confidence to teach me to read in a week. Fortunately, I have a plan B. A week flies by. Under Menkai's rote teaching, Yamcha has mastered a lot of theoretical knowledge. However, it is just theory. In just 1 week, you have already mastered the 4 major elements of the Nin ability, all thanks to my teaching. Menchi said proudly, her expression like a hen that had just laid an egg. It seems that I am still very suitable to be a teacher. Yamcha rolled his eyes in his heart. Apart from being somewhat useful when demonstrating Nin and allowing Yamcha to experience the ability of Nin up close, Menkai's theoretical knowledge was completely rote memorization. Netaro's calligraphy is more useful than yours. I think now you have a deep understanding of mind, and you can barely sense a little bit of mind in your body. This is not nearly enough. The next part is the most important. I will open all the energy holes in your body and use Fa on you. I have demonstrated the power of Fa before, but don't worry, I don't want to hurt you. Instead, I want to stimulate all the Nian in you. You must use the entanglement technique to seal these essences in your body and prevent them from flowing out, forming a cycle. This is also the most important step. If you fail, you will definitely die. No one can help you in this process. The only one who can help you is yourself. Although you are quite stupid, I would be sad if you died. After all, you are my first disciple. Don't worry, as long as you follow my instructions, you will be able to master the ability of Nen smoothly. Yamcha made his preparations silently, stuffing things into his mouth one by one until his mouth was full. Menkai ignored Yamcha's actions and put his hand on Yamcha's shoulder. Then I'm coming. A white airflow emanated from Menki's body, just like the explosion of the Z warriors in Dragon Ball. A powerful aura spread from Menki's body. If there was a combat power detector, it would definitely be able to detect that Menki's combat power had increased by several levels. Yamcha only felt a warm current coming from Menkai's palm, and then his body became very hot, as if something was about to rush out of his body, like a boiling kettle. Then, Yamcha's body was enveloped by the same white airflow at a speed visible to the naked eye, and the white airflow gushed out from his body in all directions. Those things are essence. Coming. All of Yamcha's vital energy pores were opened, and the vital energy in his body dissipated into the air at a speed visible to the naked eye. It's time to use the entanglement technique to seal the vital energy in your body. When Menki's voice sounded, Yamcha immediately calmed his mind and concentrated on controlling the vital energy around him. The first step is to use the entanglement to seal the essence, and the second step is to let the essence circulate in your body like blood. Let the energy start from the top of the head, go to the shoulders, then to the right hand, right foot, thigh, tailbone, left foot, left hand, left shoulder. Step by step, little by little, forming a cycle. Let the flowing air gradually stop, and imagine that the flowing air is surrounding you. Yamcha followed Menkai's instructions and combined the information he had read in the association in the past few days to control the chi in his body. He didn't know how long it had been, but gradually he began to no longer be able to hear Menki's voice. His entire brain began to empty, and he immersed himself in the process of controlling his energy, forming one cycle after another. The thin essence formed layer upon layer of film on Yamcha's body. In the hunter world, those who can become Nen users are undoubtedly geniuses among millions. Don't think that people with Nen ability are not precious just because there are so many of them in the original work. In fact, considering the huge population base of the hunter world, people with Nen ability are only a very, very small group at the top of human society. Even if Yamcha knew that he was a member of the Dragon Ball Z warriors, according to the original plot, his qualifications were among the best among the Earthlings in the entire Dragon Ball world. But he didn't dare to gamble on his qualifications in the hunter world or his Nen ability qualifications. So, what's in his mouth is the key. This time it's not some sports drink. Senzu beans. The senzu beans in the Dragon Ball world can replenish physical strength and heal injuries at any time. Except for viruses and physical defects, they are simply the top healing holy product and can be called a bug. Just one senzu bean can restore a person to full health instantly from near death, let alone just a little bit of essence. Senzu beans are one of the preparations made by Yamcha, and also one of Yamcha's biggest backup plans. Therefore, he would never die from exhaustion of vital energy. If one senzu bean is not enough, then get 10. If 10 are not enough, then get 100. If 100 are not enough, then get more. With this state superimposed, even a pig can cultivate the ability of mind. Cheating. But this time, Yamcha didn't cheat with money, but with senzu beans. End of this chapter. Chapter 53 I actually have a tank too. Chapter 53 I actually have a tank too. Strictly speaking, this cannot be considered cheating by Yamcha. The four Taoist principles of practice are Dharma, land, wealth, and partner. The wealth here does not only refer to money, but also includes natural treasures and other things that assist in cultivation. As the saying goes, without wealth, one cannot cultivate the Tao. These things are indispensable on the path of cultivation. Besides, how can something that involves scholars be called cheating? Yamcha is simply making rational use of the resources at hand. I don't know how much time had passed, but when Yamcha opened his eyes again, he had completely sealed his essence in his body. The endless life energy continued to surge in his body, forming a huge cycle. At this moment, he felt that the whole world had changed. I gently clenched my fists, carefully feeling the surging power of my body, and couldn't help but sigh. Is this Nen? Is this the ability of Nen? What a powerful force! It's getting stronger. Yamcha grinned, revealing a row of white teeth. Although he didn't know how strong he was now and what his combat power was, Yamcha knew that compared to his strength before he developed his Nen ability, his strength had improved again. Moreover, after thoroughly mastering other application techniques of Nen ability, his strength can be further improved. Yamcha, who had just said "I've become stronger," seemed to have thought of something and his expression suddenly changed, and he quickly reached out to touch his head. That feeling is... The hair is as lush as ever. Fortunately, my hair is still there. Although it has become stronger, I am not bald yet. That's a lot of lush hair. Being strong is just a temporary thing, but being handsome is a lifelong thing. The senzu beans were definitely not all consumed. To be precise, not a single one was consumed. To be fair, Yamcha's aptitude was actually quite good. So based on the principle of absolutely no waste, he picked out the senzu beans from his mouth one by one and put them separately in a small bag. After smelling it and finding that there was no odor, I plan to dry it and use it later. The effect should still be there even if it is not eaten. After all, in the original plot, even if a senzu bean is broken into two halves, it still has the effect. Why not give it to others to try first and see how it works? At this moment, the door of the room was pushed open, and Menchi came in with several plates of delicious food. After seeing Yamcha wake up, he blurted out with a look of surprise. You made it. But after saying this, Menki's face changed. Humph, I'm not concerned about you. I'm just worried that your death will affect me. Yamcha, Don't you know that Sundara has retired? Yamcha glanced calmly at the several uneaten plates on the table. Including the one in Menkai's hand, there were 6 in total. It took me 2 days? I remember Zyja and his team finished it in one night, right? Coo. After smelling the aroma of the food, the thunderous sound of my stomach sounded at the right time. Yamcha was hungry after not eating for 2 days. Yamcha is reluctant to spend a single senzu bean just to fill his stomach. Satisfying the taste buds is a very enjoyable process. People always have to live for something. And don't think that Yamcha still has a jar of senzu beans. If you ask him if he has a lot of senzu beans, then he will definitely answer. Is it a lot? Not much. He took the plate from Menkai and started to eat with relish, even finishing up the cold food on the table. To be honest, Menkai's cooking skills are really amazing. Even after being stored for a while and past the best consumption period, it is still delicious. It's a pity that it will not be so convenient to eat such delicious food in the future. It's time to leave. His goal has been achieved, and staying here will not make much sense for him to become stronger. Yamcha is quite persistent when it comes to becoming stronger. Or maybe he has a strong sense of utilitarianism. After all, that is the world of Dragon Ball, a terrifying world where a planet can be destroyed with just a flick of the finger. Yamcha will only feel at ease if he is at least 2 versions ahead of the other Z fighters. However, favors must be repaid, debts must be repaid has always been Yamcha's principle. Menkai has been guarding him for 2 days, he will remember this favor and will find a suitable opportunity to repay her in the future. Come with me to the Hunters Guild. I have some quests to issue. A week later, Yamcha, who purchased a large amount of supplies, left this world. Before leaving, he reluctantly left a gift for Menkai. Menchi looked at the things that Yamcha left for her when he left, and she was so angry that she became irritable again in an instant. A little kid is a little kid. He actually gave me a toy. Menchi looked at the capsule-shaped gadget in his hand with disgust on his face. They actually said that if you throw this thing out, something will appear. Do you really think I'm a fool? How could this happen? Although she said this, Menkai still tentatively followed the method that Yamcha taught her before leaving, pressed the button on the universal capsule and threw it out. The smoke cleared, and when Menchi saw clearly what was in front of him, his eyes widened and his jaw almost dropped in shock. It was a one-man tank from the Black Silk Army. The tank that Leorio was talking about, Yamcha actually has one. And it's not just tanks, Yamcha has prepared far more than you think. The crescent moon hangs high above, and countless stars outline a beautiful Milky Way picture in the sky. The chilly autumn wind makes people shiver. A few sporadic wolf howls were heard in the distance, and then we returned to this place full of yellow sand. A vast desert area. Compared to the member rooms of the Hunter Guild and the luxurious suites in Yokiksen City, Yamcha's residence in the Dragon Ball world is much more simple. But he didn't mind this. In fact, with his current financial and material resources, he could easily buy a property somewhere else. Even in the most prosperous Western capital in the world, it would not be difficult to buy a large villa. But he was unwilling to move away. Because this vast desert is his home, where he has lived since he was born. Even if the living environment needs to be improved, it was he who improved this desert. To be honest, Yamcha had thought about this, transforming this vast desert into a secret base. After all, he has too many unknown secrets. Ding ding ding. The cell phone on the table rang at this time. Yamcha picked up the phone and heard Lieutenant Leopard's excited voice. Brother, come here quickly. I have good news for you. According to the latest notification, General Yin will come to our branch in 3 hours and specifically wants to see you. Brother, you are rich. Silver General? Yamcha paused slightly, recalling what Lieutenant Leopard had mentioned to him before. So do I want to join the Black Silk Army? Of course I joined. End of this chapter. Chapter 54, Someone's Sense of Deja Vu. Chapter 54, Someone's Sense of Deja Vu. The Black Silk Army is currently the largest organization on Dragon Ball Earth, and its military strength is even greater than that of the official kingdom's regular army. Its leader, Black Marshal, once said in the plot that compared to making a wish to the dragon to rule the world, he wanted another wish more, because with the strength of the Black Silk Army, it would not be difficult to unify the world. The key is to enjoy the shade under the big tree. You can do a lot of things by using the Black Silk Army. As for the evil deeds of the Black Silk Army, aren't there people on this earth who have the ability and obligation to take care of it but they don't? Right, God? Right, Master Roshi? The Flame Mountain branch of the Black Silk Army. In addition to Lieutenant Leopard and his subordinates who should have been here, there was also a group of troops with fierce eyes. From their more advanced equipment, it could be seen that this troop did not originally belong here. Standing at the front of the group was a man who looked to be around 20 to 30 years old. He was wearing a blue fur coat, had a refreshing short brown-red hair, and his chest was exposed. Those strong 8-pack abdominal muscles combined with his good looks are very suitable for the character of the domineering president falls in love with me. If he shows them outside, he will definitely cause a lot of screams from little girls. The powerful high-ranking figure of the Black Silk Army, General Yin. Responsible for leading the Silver Team. General Yin, people are coming. Under the leadership of Lieutenant Leopard, Yamcha met General Silver, whom he highly respected. Although Lieutenant Leopard praised him highly as one of the strongest men in the world, he actually gave him a mediocre impression. And Yamcha really wanted to ask him, isn't it hot? This is Hawaiian Mountain, where the temperature outside is so hot that anyone would faint, and yet this guy is still wearing a coat. Are you the Yamcha that Lieutenant Leopard mentioned? I heard that you are pretty good at martial arts and have defeated all the masters nearby. General Yin's attitude was very enthusiastic. He was the general who loved fighting the most and was good at various types of boxing. It was said that he had reached the level of 20th level in boxing. His fighting skills were also second to none in the entire Black Silk Army. However, since he is the youngest of all the generals, he has not had any decent subordinates so far. So after hearing Lieutenant Leopard report on Yamcha's situation, he has been very interested in him, so he took the time to come here. His dream is to form a special force composed of martial arts masters. The Black Silk Army loves talent the most. General Yin suggested, "Are you interested in fighting with me? No matter how much you hear from others, it is better to see it with your own eyes. Since we are recruiting, the most important thing is to check the strength first. I want to make it clear that I am different from the people you have fought before." Actually, I don't see any difference. Yamcha thought secretly. How should I describe the feeling that General Silver gave him? Wasn't it similar to those martial arts gym masters he had defeated before? Ha ha ha, let me show you my strength first. No one knew what General Yin was thinking. But he just winked at his men. The subordinates immediately understood. After a while, they came over with a sandbag and a dozen bricks. "Drink!" General Yin took a deep breath and shouted in a low voice, then threw a straight punch, hitting the sandbag. The tough sandbag was immediately pierced by his punch, and gravel continued to slide down from the broken part. Then he shouted again and threw out a straight punch in the same way, but this time his target was the bricks and tiles. When General Yin retracted his fist, the bricks and tiles had already shattered all over the ground. There are 10 floor tiles in total. Amazing! As expected of General Silver. Too strong. The flattery of the minions continued to be heard all around. General Silver patted the dust off his fist and asked Yamcha, "How is it?" "Yamuti. Why do I feel like I'm seeing someone else? Do you want to take out your fighting champion's gold belt again?" Not bad. Yamcha took a long time to come up with the word "not bad." To be honest, it's a bit weak. Ugh. Very weak. However, General Silver thought that Yamcha was frightened by his own power, so he comforted him. "Don't worry, I will control the strength and you won't get hurt." "Are you serious?" In a sense, Yamcha was indeed shocked. This is the Black Silk Army's top fighting expert? The weakest disciple in Liashui Yanzuquan boxing gym is stronger than this. "Brother." Lieutenant Leopard patted Yamcha on the shoulder and said, "Don't worry, General Silver will act with discretion. It's fine if those minions didn't have the vision to see it, but how come even you can't see it?" "Well, you don't have much vision." Seeing that Yamcha was slow to respond, General Yin was a little disappointed. It seems that he is not the kind of expert I imagined. "Forget it, how about this, I'll let you punch me first." General Yin spoke again, "Come on, hit me. Let me see your strength." "You sure? Don't be afraid, come on. Punch me with all your might." "I'm afraid that if you punch me, I will kneel on the ground and beg you not to die." "What are you waiting for? You're dithering like a woman." "Well, that's what you said." Seeing that Yamcha was finally going to take action, General Silver smiled. "If you are half as good as me, then the position of sergeant will be yours." Yamcha's action was completely beyond General Yin's expectations. He didn't even see how the other party made the move. He just felt a sharp pain in his abdomen, as if his internal organs were mixed together. He fell to his knees on the ground with his hands folded, holding his stomach, like a cooked shrimp. It seems that in the Black Silk Army chapter of the plot, this guy was about to fight young Goku in a duel, and then was knocked down by a punch. Well, it looks pretty much the same as it does now. This is the case when I have used 90% of my strength. Lieutenant Leopard, Sigma, Degree. Other people. Quiet, very quiet, the entire base was as quiet as death. The legendary Silver General who was said to have the strongest mixed martial arts skills in the Black Silk Army was knocked down in one blow? Just when everyone was at a loss. Ha 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 ha. A low laugh came out of General Yin's mouth, and he was seen tremblingly crawling up from the ground. His subordinates wanted to help him, but he pushed them away. I'm fine, it doesn't hurt. Looking at the other person's face with tears in his eyes and twisted features, Yamcha felt sorry for him. As expected, the expert recommended by Lieutenant Leopard is indeed an expert. Compared to the physical pain, General Yin was happier to be able to recruit such a great master. He is the youngest newly promoted general in the Black Silk Army. He has few capable men under his command and his foundation is the most unstable. If the upper echelons want to target him, he will be the first to bear the brunt. So he has always been in a state of thirst for talent. From today on, you are the major of the Silver Team and the right-hand man of my General Silver. End of this chapter. Chapter 55, Become a Disciple of Master Roshi? Chapter 55, Become a Disciple of Master Roshi? Major Brown, this is the address you requested. At the Huoyan mountain base, several soldiers respectfully handed an instrument to Yamcha. The Black Silk Army likes to use colors as codes. Yamcha named his own code name Brown because most tea is brown. 3 days had passed since the day he defeated General Silver, and after being appointed major, he replaced Lieutenant Leopard and became the head of the Flame Mountain base. A major rank can control a branch base. There are many places with better conditions under General Yin's command, but Yamcha does not want to leave here, so the Flame Mountain branch was handed over to him. Lieutenant Leopard didn't mind this at all because Yamcha gave him a large sum of money, a sum that made him very satisfied. In general, the Black Silk Army has a high degree of freedom. As long as they can complete the tasks assigned by their superiors on time, there will generally not be too much trouble. However, all expenses of the branch base need to be borne by themselves. Everything, including equipment, costs money. Do you want the latest weapons from the headquarters? Yes, just spend money to buy it. Not only that, a sum of money needs to be handed over to the headquarters every year. Under this management model, the Black Silk Army developed very rapidly, but it also had its drawbacks. For example, loyalty. The subordinates of each general almost only obey the orders of the general they belong to, and the general also has direct power over personnel appointments. This was also thanks to the fact that the Black Silk Army headquarters was powerful enough, so powerful that even if several generals joined together, they could easily suppress it. In addition, because the development of branch bases requires a lot of money, the Black Silk Army in each region basically relies on exploiting local civilians to make money. This practice has given the Black Silk Army a very bad reputation among the people. Almost talking about black change. Yamcha is not short of money, so he naturally wouldn't use this method. Of course, if you can complete the tasks issued by the headquarters, you can also get a large reward. I'm going to be out for a bit. If you need anything, please talk to Lieutenant Leopard. If it's urgent, notify me by radio. Thanks to the Black Silk Army's extremely powerful intelligence network, Yamcha was able to find the coordinates he needed. It can be said that in the current Earth of the Dragon Ball world, as long as you say a place name, the Black Silk Army can find it for you. Yes, Major Brown. Yamcha walked out of the base, took out a universal capsule, pressed the button on the top of the capsule and threw it. With a bang, a latest jet plane appeared in front of him. Yamcha got on the plane without saying a word and started it, moving rapidly in the direction indicated by the instrument. Although Yamcha's Nen ability is enough to support his body and fly, there is no need to waste extra Nen power when he can use a flying vehicle. Maybe the place Yamcha was going to was too far, and even the latest jet plane would take a long time to drive there. We encountered several huge pterosaurs along the way. With the help of our powerful weapons, we killed several of them before we drove them away. The creatures in the early days of the Dragon Ball world were really bizarre. Unfortunately, decades later, pterosaurs like this disappeared just like the beast-like humans, and are rarely seen again. After an unknown amount of time, Yamcha finally found his destination in the boundless ocean. In the middle of the sea, on a sandy beach less than 300 or 400 square meters, stands a red two-story villa. The legendary Kame House, where the Kame Hermit lives. Yamcha parked the plane on the beach, straightened his clothes and knocked on the door of the house. It's so rare that there are guests visiting. The person who opened the door was a talking turtle, who gave a human-like expression when he saw Yamcha. The legendary pet of Master Roshi, whose combat power is as high as 0.0001. Excuse me, is this the home of God of Martial Arts Master Wu Tian? As Yamcha finished speaking, the answer came from the TV. 1, 2, 1, 2, 1, 2. 1, 2, 3, 4. Raise your legs, put your hands on your hips, and tighten your hips. Good, do it again. This was accompanied by an obscene voice. Oh, oh. Big, big, really big, really big. Slurp, slurp. Inside the room, a bald old man wearing a flashy shirt and carrying a tortoise shell on his back spoke with a lewd look on his face. His eyes seemed to be about to break through his sunglasses and stick to the TV screen. If Yamcha didn't know the other party's identity, he would be a simple LSP and an elderly and disrespectful LSP at that. Master Kame-sensei, a guest has arrived. The big turtle shouted at Master Roshi with a helpless look on his face. However, Master Roshi seemed to have not heard it at all. Thanks to the sea turtle's unremitting efforts, Master Turtle reluctantly turned off the TV. It's rare that someone comes here. Young man, what brings you to my place? When he said this, Master Roshi had already changed his tone. It was as if the obscene expression just now was just an illusion, or maybe it was his mentally ill brother. During my martial arts training, I have heard of your reputation as the god of martial arts, so. Teacher Wu Tian, I want to take you as my teacher. Yamcha had no intention of hiding his purpose and spoke directly to the point. I'm sorry, young man, you've made this trip in vain. I retired decades ago and no longer accept disciples. So, please go back. Master Roshi refused without even thinking. As expected, since he is not the protagonist, not Sun Wukong, it is almost impossible for him to become Master Roshi's disciple from the beginning. Master Roshi stopped accepting disciples decades ago. The reason why he lived in seclusion was that he did not want to care about the disputes in the outside world. It was because of the relationship with his grandfather Son Gohan that the then Master Roshi made an exception and accepted young Goku as his apprentice. As for Krillin, he was just lucky as he happened to meet Master Roshi who wanted to take the young Goku as his apprentice. If he had come a few days earlier, he would have been rejected anyway. It doesn't matter, Yamcha has a plan B. Then, Yamcha took out a universal capsule from his pocket. With a click, a huge box appeared after the universal capsule was opened. Can't these things be used as apprenticeship gifts? The box was filled with little Liu Bei. At that moment, Master Roshi's eyes widened. Young man, I don't know where you heard all this. You should follow the right path and don't always think about these crooked ways. Master Roshi said righteously, picked up a book with a righteous look on his face, and scanned it with a critical eye. You are wrong. I, Wu Tian, am not that kind of person. Even if you give me all of these, I will not accept you as my apprentice. Master Roshi said righteously. It would have been more convincing if he had looked at himself when he said this and had moved his eyes away from it. After a long while, Master Kame reluctantly withdrew his gaze. These are all good things. Young man, I will not accept any more disciples. This time, Master Roshi's tone was very firm. End of this chapter. Chapter 56 No, worship the crane immortal as your teacher. Chapter 56 No, worship the crane immortal as your teacher. Seeking monthly votes to top the list. Since you insist on not accepting it, I won't bother you anymore. We'll see each other again if we're lucky. Seeing that Master Rashi was determined not to accept a disciple, Yamcha decisively chose to leave without waiting for him to finish his words, without further entanglement. Get on the plane, turn on the instrument, enter the address, and start the plane. Accompanied by the roar of the plane, it rushed towards another place shown by the instrument. The swift and decisive attitude took Master Rashi away from reacting for a moment. At present, if Yamcha wants to improve his combat power quickly, he can only learn from a famous teacher besides continuing to travel to other worlds to learn. He plans to learn from Master Kame, but he did not say that he must learn from Master Kame. Before he came to visit Master Kame, he had an idea. If he could successfully become Master Kame's apprentice, that would be great. But if not, we can only start Plan C. Master Rashi is currently the strongest human on earth. He learned from a generation of martial arts master Wu Taidu. Back then, in order to seal Piccolo who almost destroyed the world, Takeshi used all his strength to seal the demon sealing wave and died after exhausting his physical strength. Before his death, there were only 2 disciples left in Takeshi's lineage, one of whom was Master Rashi. Master Kame is the founder of Kame Senryu, and that person is the founder of Crane Senryu. Crane Immortal. If you don't teach, someone else will. My time is very valuable. Yamcha asked the Black Silk Army to check not only Master Kame's address, but also Master Crane's address. The address was different from Master Kame's, so Yamcha was very confident that Master Crane could teach him. Although Hermit Rashi and Hermit Crane are from the same master, their teaching philosophies are completely different. In terms of teaching, Kame Senryu focuses on laying a solid foundation, which is the so-called master leads you to the door, but the practice is up to you. Crane Senryu, on the other hand, focuses on skills, and he will teach you everything he knows, even some powerful but dangerous moves, such as the Kikong Cannon. One teaches people how to fish, the other is selfless. It is hard to say which one is better or worse. The key lies in how you understand it. For example, none of Master Kame's disciples knew the 10,000 nations shocking palm, sleeping technique, drunken fist, etc., and he had no intention of teaching them. The Kamehameha was all learned by his disciples on their own. You could say he was hiding his incompetence. In contrast, Master Crane never hid anything in this regard. Look at the moves of the Tian Shin Yankai. He almost took away all of the Crane clan's moves. For example, Hermit Crane never teaches his disciples morality. In the early stage, Tian Shinyan appeared as a villain. According to the original plot, Tian Shinyan broke Yamcha's leg in the ring not long after they met. This was the second time that Yamcha became a stepping stone. In terms of character, state of mind, Master Rashi is definitely an impeccable teacher who crushes Master Crane. Without him, there would be no Saiyan Son Goku who grew up on Earth in the future. From different perspectives, the two have their own characteristics. But what Yamcha lacks at the moment are cultivation, techniques, and skills. He has Bang's instruction on the basics and he takes it very seriously himself, so it doesn't matter much whether he has Master Rashi's instruction or not. As for his character, state of mind, he has already found a teacher who is more suitable than Master Rashi. This young man has an incredible future. Looking at Yamcha going away, Master Rashi sighed. Then why don't you accept him as your disciple, Master Kame? The old turtle looked up at Master Kame, his face full of confusion. His motives for becoming a disciple were not pure. And Master, I've said before, I've retired and won't accept any more disciples. Some mistakes are enough to be made once. Master Rashi looked into the distance, his eyes full of reminiscence. An expression of melancholy mixed with regret flashed across Master Rashi's face, and he looked like a hermit who had seen through the world. Master Turtle, are you still worried about what happened to Bull Demon King? Master Rashi had 2 apprentices in his life, one was Son Gohan, and the other was Bull Demon King. However, after Bull Demon King finished his apprenticeship, he became a bandit and committed crimes. After this incident, Master Roshi went into seclusion. Old turtle, don't mention him anymore. Master Roshi coughed, interrupting the old turtle's words. His expression became solemn and he spoke seriously. There are more important things right now. Old turtle. Under the astonished eyes of the old turtle, Master Roshi pounced on the bunch of little lubies that Yamcha did not take away with a lewd look on his face. Old turtle. The place where Crane Hermit is located in Tsurumi Mountain in the southern region. Unlike Kame Hermit who lives in complete seclusion from the world, Crane Hermit is much more high profile. In the quaint and bustling downtown area, with the streets bustling with people, the Tsuru Senryu Martial Arts School is located in the center of Tsurumi Yama. There were a few scattered disciples in the martial arts hall practicing on the playground. Unlike the Kamizen Ryu lineage which is not revealed to the public, the Cranezen Ryu lineage does not have so many rules and regulations, and anyone can join as long as they pay money. But paying money does not mean you can become Crane Immortal's disciple. Paying money is just the basis for entry. If you want to learn the essence of Crane Immortal style, besides having superhuman talent and being a rare martial arts genius, the most important thing is need more money. You have to pay a lot of money. No money? Don't even think about entering the door. So after getting the address, Yamcha went to Master Roshi first. Maybe the teaching levels of the two were similar, but Master Roshi was more famous and was also the protagonist's master. After being rejected by Master Kame, there is nothing wrong with going to Master Crane as the next best option. The entry fee is 2,000 million Sony. Hermit Crane didn't even look at Yamcha and casually quoted a price. When he heard that someone wanted to become his disciple, Hizionran rarely came out of his room. If the other party can't afford it, break his legs and throw him out. Not just anyone can come and go freely here. Yamcha didn't care about Hermit Crane's attitude. Even though he had become much stronger now, he was still far behind a martial arts master like Hermit Crane. After all, Hermit Crane's combat power is 120, which is currently among the top 5 in the Dragon Ball Earth world. Throw out a universal capsule. With a thud, a pile of coins as high as a mountain appeared before his eyes. This is 100 million. It's a gift to you, my teacher. 100 million is just an insignificant number to Yamcha now. The most he has now is money. But the effect is not bad. Interesting, interesting. Crane Immortal glanced at the money indifferently, looked up and down at Yamcha, and showed a satisfied expression. Your qualifications are not bad. Can Hermit Crane tell someone's martial arts aptitude at a glance? Of course not. Hermit Roshi doesn't have this ability either. He was just being polite for the sake of money. If you give him 1 billion, he will say that you have amazing talent and it would be a pity if you don't practice martial arts. I only heard Hizionran pause and then said, 300 million Sony tuition fees per month, assessment every 3 months, if you fail the assessment, you will be kicked out. But you can retake the exam if you pay another 1,000 million. This is the purpose of Hexionran. To sell courses. If you have no questions, please come in with me. After saying that, he took a step forward with his hands behind his back. The whole person was actually half floating in the air, slowly drifting towards the martial arts hall. Although flying is a common skill in the later period, even a small fry can fly in the sky. But for now, flying is the unique martial art of Hexian Liu, the art of flying. Controlling the energy in your body to achieve the purpose of flying is a very practical skill that is more convenient than telekinesis. I don't care who you are, and I don't care what you are going to do. It doesn't matter who you are. I can teach you if you can afford it. End of this chapter. Chapter 57, Crane Immortal School's Three-Eyed Bald Man. Chapter 57, The Three-Eyed Bald Man of Hexian Liu. 2 months later. Tsurumi Yama, Tsurusen Ryu Martial Arts School. 2 young men of similar height were fighting. One of them was very handsome with long, thick, and flowing hair. This person was naturally Yamcha. The other person who fought with him was also handsome, but his expression was a little gloomy, which made him look inferior. He also had a shiny bald head and one more eye on the top of his head than ordinary people. This bald man has 3 eyes. Bald men have always been extraordinary. The strength of this 3-eyed bald man is also extraordinary. His strength is almost the same as Yamcha, and his attacks are extremely ruthless. The 2 men moved very quickly, and ordinary people could only catch a series of blurry afterimages. The constant collision sounds in the air indicated the intensity of the fight between the 2. Whenever a collision sounded, the 2 young men's figures could be seen briefly appearing. Hermit Crane sat calmly on the side, and next to him stood a short child, who took a sip of tea from time to time and commented on the 2 men's kung fu. Instructions like the left hand should be raised a little, the right leg should be lowered a little, the right hand should punch harder, and the left punch should have 30% of the force. With his eyesight, he could easily catch the traces of the 2 people. The moves used by the 2 in their fight were all the unique physical techniques of the Hexian Ryu. Even though they were just ordinary fist and kick skills, they were a level that ordinary martial artists on Earth would find difficult to reach in their entire lives. In the Dragon Ball world, there is a huge gap between having inheritance and not having inheritance. Just like the werewolf with 22-degree boxing skills in the ND World Martial Arts Tournament, who was easily played by Wu Tian, who used the alias Cheng Long. The bald boy was careless for a moment, and Yamcha took the opportunity to hit him in the chest. The bald boy quickly blocked, but he didn't expect the long-haired boy to change his palm into a fist and hit the bald boy in the face, knocking him out. Tian Xinyan. The little child standing next to Hermit Crane saw the bald boy injured and couldn't help screaming without caring about Hermit Crane next to him. The child looked very strange. He wore a black melon-shaped hat and a blue-green Taoist robe with the Hexian Ryu logo printed on it. There was an abnormal blush on each side of his cheeks that looked like blood, and his face looked like it was covered with a thick layer of foundation, making it look frighteningly pale. Just like the paper figures displayed in a paper-making shop. Coupled with his large, unfocused eyes, it is still very creepy to see him at night. This level of damage can't hurt me, don't worry, Jiaozi. The boy who was replaced by Tian Xinyan rubbed the place where he was hit hard, and the expression on his face became more and more gloomy. Gyoza and Tian Xinyan are the only 2 disciples officially accepted by Hermit Crane. It must be said that the difference between having a famous teacher and not having one is really huge. In just 2 months, he was able to achieve what Yamcha had spent more than a year practicing. Even though he constantly faced challenges from martial arts masters in the Flame Mountain branch of the Black Silk Army, his progress was not as fast as with just a few simple words of guidance from Crane Hermit. He is indeed one of the most powerful martial arts masters in the world. Even though Crane Hermit appears as a villain in Dragon Ball, and is described by Kame Hermit as having gone astray and taken the evil path, in fact, Crane Hermit's level is still very high, second only to Kame Hermit. After all, both Crane Hermit style and Kame Hermit style originated from Takeshi Tato, and there is no essential difference between them. Gently wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, a hint of murderous intent flashed in Tian Xinyan's eyes. Tian Xinyan's whole body trembled, and every muscle in his body began to tremble. The left and right sides of his back quickly bulged, and then 2 arms gradually took shape. 4 arms like the Pokemon monster power. 4 demon fists. This is the most powerful move in the Crane Senryu martial arts that Tian Xinyan has mastered so far. He is going to get serious. The combat effectiveness increased by 4 arms is not just the attack of 2 more arms. Combined with the inside of the third eye on Tian Xinyan's forehead, it is like having 1 more person, which doubles the pressure on Yamcha. Seeing that he had the upper hand, Tian Xinyan attacked even more ruthlessly. Although it was just a simple sparring, every move was aimed at Yamcha's vital points. At this time, Tian Xinyan was still following the example of Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 killer, and was aiming to become a killer. He really didn't care about the lives of others except for Jiaozi, who joined the sect with him, and he was not really a good person. Of course, Yamcha, who joined the Black Silk Army, doesn't consider himself a good person. Although Tian Xinyan had an extra pair of hands, making his already fierce attacks even more powerful, his opponent was Yamcha. After experiencing several worlds, receiving training from Karin and instruction from Crane, Yamcha would definitely not be flustered just because the other party had 2 more arms. He handled Tian Xinyan's attack with ease, of course without using any cheating abilities like Nen. Since this was a martial arts competition, he was just fighting as a martial artist. The most important point is that he didn't even use the Wolf Fang Wind Fist and the Flowing Water Rock Shattering Fist. What he used was pure Crane Senryu martial arts, but it was the Yamcha version of Crane Senryu that incorporated his own characteristics. If the characteristic of Tian Xinyan is viciousness, then Yamcha is the ultimate pure simplicity. Fast, accurate and ruthless. Tian Xinyan was beaten back step by step. He knew clearly what his opponent was going to do, but he couldn't defend himself. Blood began to seep from his arms, cheeks, and chest even though he tried his best to protect himself. Even though they were both 13 years old, Tian Xinyan at this age was still too immature compared to Yamcha. Let's stop here today. Just when the winner was about to be decided, Hermit Crane suddenly spoke up and stopped the 2 of them. Well done, Yamcha. Your strength is improving rapidly. He first said to Yamcha with approval. Even through the glasses, he could feel the satisfaction in the other's eyes. With your current strength, you are already qualified to practice the secret techniques of the Crane Immortal School. Go and practice well first. And ask me if you have any questions. Crane Hermit first praised Yamcha and told him to practice on his own, then said to the somewhat disappointed Tian Xinyan. Tian Xinyan, you disappoint me. You are too impatient. I've said before that if you want to be a killer, especially a good killer, you have to stay absolutely calm at all times. Being too eager for quick success will only make your strength stagnate. You have fought Yamcha no less than 10 times, but you have never won even once. Don't you understand why? It's too early for you now. Go back and practice Hexian Ryu's martial arts for a while. And dumplings for you. Yamcha had already left the Crane Immortal School's martial arts hall. With Crane Immortal's approval, he was finally able to learn the Crane Immortal School's unique secret technique from the early days of Dragon Ball. Wukong Jutsu. End of this chapter. Chapter 58 gives too much. Chapter 58 gives too much, please recommend. Please collect. Dance Air Art. It is a secret technique of the Crane Senryu that allows practitioners to fly in the air, allowing them to move freely in the air without being restricted by gravity. It is a secret technique that even Newton's coffin could not hold down. In fact, at first, Crane Hermit had no intention of teaching Yamcha the Crane Hermit-style secret techniques, but he did not expect that Yamcha's learning speed was beyond his expectations. In just 1 week, he mastered the basics of Hexian Liu, and was completely on a different level from those idiots in the martial arts gym. Such extraordinary talent naturally attracted the attention of Hexian Ren. Of course, this is not the most important thing. In addition to his extraordinary talent, Yamcha has been given so much. Ever since Yamcha started studying here, he has been receiving various gifts. He often gives 100 million Sony tea money, 200 million Sony throat money, 500 million Sony nutrition money, and other high-end facilities and equipment as if they were free. Even Crane Immortal, who thought he had seen a lot of storms and waves, was dazzled by this combination of punches. Otherwise, why do they say money corrupts people's hearts? He has a talent for martial arts, knows how to behave, and most importantly, he has money. It would be embarrassing if Master Crane didn't teach him carefully. This is why there was the battle between Yamcha and Tian Xinyan just now. Master Crane personally came out to teach him. By the way, Tian Xinyan and Gyoza are different from other people in the martial arts hall. They have extraordinary identities and status. They were picked up by Hermit Crane since childhood and raised as sons to inherit his mantle. Like Hermit Crane never married, but Hermit Crane has a younger brother, Tao Pai Pai, while Hermit Kame has an older sister, the fortune teller. The fact that Hermit Crane allowed Yamcha and Tian Xinyan to compete with each other shows how much he values them. The practice of flying technique is not difficult, the only difficulty is to initially master the Qi. Qi is the name for internal energy in the Dragon Ball world. Everyone has it to a greater or lesser extent. It is the most fundamental energy in a living organism. With practice or training, one can freely manipulate this energy. Although Qi cannot be seen, it does exist. This is Qi. This was mentioned by Son Gohan in the later part of Dragon Ball when he was teaching Videl the aerial dance technique. Qi has many functions. It can enable the body to surpass its limits, sense the opponent's strength, and hide one's own strength. Unfortunately, the Hexian Liu only has some of the most superficial and basic uses of Qi. As for the advanced use of Qi, this earth probably only has it at the top of the Kylin Tower, the gods in the temple and Bobo. Although it was only a vague initial application, Yamcha practiced it extremely seriously. He knew the importance of laying a solid foundation. If one wants to accumulate knowledge before making a breakthrough, one must lay a solid foundation in the early stages, especially in the early stages of martial arts. Therefore, he was not in a hurry to make himself fly, but instead constantly honed himself through the use of Qi in the art of flying. Anyway, now you can fly with telekinesis. This training took several months. There was a knock on the door of the courtyard where Yamcha was, and the person who pushed the door open was none other than Tian Xinyan. "You came," Yamcha said with a smile, his tone sounding as if he was used to it. Yet, Tian Xinyan had a calm expression, nodded at Yamcha, and spoke somewhat stiffly. "It's the same as before, please teach me." After saying that, Tian Xinyan took the opening stance of the Crane Sen Ryu. Then the two began to spar in the courtyard where Yamcha lived, and in the end, Yamcha won by half a point. "Thank you very much for your advice." With his back to Yamcha, Tian Xinyan paused and said in a low voice, then left. Since the day he was lectured by Crane Hermit, Tian Xinyan would come to Yamcha for a sparring match almost every other day, and Yamcha was happy to have such a sparring partner. Just training without thinking can never compare to actual training. After several months of competition, the relationship between the two has greatly improved. Tian Xinyan even recognized Yamcha's strength and became much more polite in his tone. In fact, Tian Xinyan is not a bad person by nature, he is just not very good at communicating with others. When he was young, he always admired Tao Pai Pai, the world's #1 killer. In addition, since Hermit Crane only teaches skills and not the mind, his three views were naturally distorted. In the eyes of outsiders, he appears to be ruthless, arrogant, and a trash talker, but in fact he is very dull and shy inside. Tian Xinyan lives up to his title of a martial arts genius, making tremendous progress in the past few months and is worthy of being a character that has a place among the Z fighters in the later period of Dragon Ball. More than half a year has passed. Yamcha stretched his body and let out a long breath. White mist came out of his mouth straight like a ray. During the past 6 months with Tsurumiyama, Yamcha only returned to the Huoyan mountain base a few times, and most of his energy was focused on basic training. Although constantly traveling to other worlds and using information gaps can gain stronger powers than the current ones, such as devil fruits and gourmet cells, which can be eaten without paying any price. But Yamcha prefers to make himself stronger step by step through training little by little. Becoming stronger quickly saves time, but the corresponding price is an unstable foundation, and an unstable foundation is not a good thing. Therefore, after visiting each world, Yamcha would basically choose to digest for a while before setting off again. Now that Yamcha feels that he has almost digested it, it is time to continue on his journey. You want to participate in the world's #1 martial arts tournament to test your abilities. Crane Hermit said with a little surprise, and as he spoke he took a sip of the nutritious tea that Yamcha had given him as a tribute to moisten his throat. Since he was leaving, he naturally needed to find a suitable excuse. In another month, it would be the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, which was the previous one in the main story. This is the perfect excuse. I know that. Martial arts masters from all over the world will gather here. It is indeed a good place to test your abilities. Although I have only taught you for half a year, I can see that your martial arts talent is stronger than Tian Xinyan's. So if you can't win the championship with your ability, don't come back. Don't lose face for my Hexian Liu. Oh, by the way, there is one thing I want to emphasize to you. Although I haven't heard of it yet, if you encounter someone from the Kame Senryu in the martial arts tournament, do not hold back and teach them a lesson. When mentioning Kame Ryu, Crane Sennin's tone was full of resentment, as this was his old enemy that he had fought against for hundreds of years. Humph, you pervert, my apprentice is definitely better than yours. In the eyes of Master Kame, Master Crane is a fellow disciple who has gone astray and is a stupid crane. In the eyes of Master Crane, Master Kame is a pedantic, ignorant, and stupid turtle. I want to attack Sanjiang. Please collect and recommend it. I would like to recommend a book by a great guy. The link is below. End of this chapter. Chapter 59, Your First Kiss Was Not with Xiao Xiao but with me, Dio? Chapter 59, Your First Kiss Was Not with Xiao Xiao but with me, Dio? The 19th century was a dazzling era. The technological and economic progress brought about by industrial reforms changed human life, and various natural science disciplines such as physics, chemistry, biology, geology, etc. gradually took shape. This is also an era in which the gap between the rich and the poor is huge. England is an island country surrounded by the sea. The ever-changing weather is synonymous with this country. Maybe it was sunny one second and it was pouring rain the next. But today is an exception, the rare good weather lasted for the whole day. Liverpool is a city located in the northwest of England and is the second largest commercial port in England. After a whole day of playing, the boy and girl waved goodbye reluctantly in the sunset. On the tree trunk next to them were engraved their names, wrapped in a love heart, which was the boy's love for the girl, and the girl accepted it with a blushing face. If nothing unexpected happens, the two are destined to walk into the marriage hall. Behind a big tree not far away, a handsome blonde boy watched all this happen silently with cold eyes, and his eyes showed no disguising his hatred for the girl. If looks could kill, the girl would have been killed by him dozens of times. The moment the boy's figure disappeared from sight, the blonde boy strode towards the girl and quickly stood in front of her. Seeing this, the two followers behind him immediately followed. I heard your name is Elena. The blonde boy tilted his head with a wicked smile on his lips. He glanced at the girl out of the corner of his eye with a condescending look. You and Xiao Xiao have a good relationship. The blonde boy said as he patted the tree trunk next to him, on which the boy and girl's names were carved. I just feel like something is wrong. That guy should be depressed, but he's been very happy lately. When mentioning Xiao Xiao, the tone was very contemptuous. The blonde boy stared at the girl, his eyes full of indifference, as if he was not looking at a person but an object. It's all because of you. Although I don't know who the other party is, it is obvious that he has bad intentions. The girl turned around and tried to leave without saying a word, but the blonde boy grabbed her wrist. The boy was very strong and it was not easy for the girl to break free. The blonde boy then moved the girl's body back and grabbed her shoulders with his other hand, holding them firmly. The person you kissed for the first time was not Xiao Xiao, but me, Dio. The blonde boy had already thought of the next script in his mind, and he quickly leaned forward towards the girl. Just wait, Jojo, I'll take everything from you. Let's start with your woman. The cold and slippery touch came from his lips. The blonde boy closed his eyes and planned to enjoy it, but he immediately realized something was wrong. What he saw when he opened his eyes was not the delicate face of the girl, but a very strange face. Thick lips, a huge nose, eyes separated by two sides, and not a single hair was visible. Pink should represent cuteness, but there was not the slightest trace of it on this face. The most important point was only a head. The flat blonde boy swore that this was the ugliest face he had ever seen in his memory. Almost comparable to that of his scumbag father. What about that girl named Alina? How did she become like this? The sudden change overloaded the blonde boy's brain. A strong stench hit my nose, it was the smell of rotting seafood. Vomit. Before he could vomit, he felt his shoulders sink and an irresistible force came from behind him, bending his body 90 degrees. Forcing a girl to do something she doesn't want to do is not a gentleman's act, young man. Standing in front of the blonde boy was a burly man wearing a white shirt and a black suit, holding a cane in his hand, a long gentleman's hat on his head, a single frame glasses with a gold rim on his right eye, and a slightly curved mustache on both sides. A perfect English gentleman. Also, you did something unspeakable to my dinner tonight. The man's other hand was holding the face that the blonde boy had just kissed. To be precise, it is not a face, but a fish that looks like a human face. Blobfish, a fish from the deep sea. Uncle Potter. The girl called out with joy after seeing the man's appearance. Oh, my niece Alina, long time no see. The man called Uncle Potter by Alina spoke in an accent that was both strange and familiar, with an indescribable weirdness. Let me go, bastard! The red-faced blonde boy covered his mouth and roared, but he couldn't break free of the man's right hand no matter how hard he tried. The two henchmen who were following him had already run away after seeing the man. Where did this bastard come from? We had made sure there was no one there before. Oh my God! You are such an impolite child. The man threw the blobfish aside and pulled the blonde boy aside and continued to preach. You need to apologize, my child. Who is your child? I told you to let go. The angry blonde boy raised his fist at the man. Do you think I will let you go after you did such an excessive thing to me? Lie down. He threw a confident punch at the man's face. You are so rude. The man easily dodged the blonde boy's fist and slowly swung the civilized staff in his hand, hitting the blonde boy's elbow as expected. The force was not strong, but it caused the blonde boy extreme pain. He even lost his balance and fell to the ground. I heard your name is Dio. The man narrowed his eyes, looked down at the blonde boy and said, next time I see you bullying my dear niece, I promise to kick your ass hard with my boots. Get out. After weighing the gap between himself and the other party, Dio covered his hands and walked away from the two people in embarrassment. Before leaving, he did not forget to throw a harsh word at the man. Do you dare to tell me your name? Harry. Harry Potter. If you want revenge, come find me at Hogwarts. The man said, I'll be waiting for you at platform 9 3/4 at Kingdom Cross Station. After sending the beautiful girl Alina home safely, the man who called himself Harry Potter walked alone on the quiet streets. The streets of Liverpool in the 19th century were unusually quiet at night. Of course, quiet does not mean safety. Night is when those who do dirty work are most active. After crossing an alley, the man's body gradually became blurred, and then he took off his gentleman's hat, gold-rimmed monocle and fake beard, and finally turned into another person. Yamcha. End of this chapter. Chapter 60 Dio is not a bad kid. Chapter 60 Dio is not a bad kid, asking for monthly ticket. This is the world of Phantom Blood, the first film in the JoJo series. It is the source of everything and the starting point of the century-long dispute between Dio and the Joestar family. After coming to this world, Yamcha found the family of the girl Alina Benrudo, claiming that Harry Potter was a member of the Potter family, a distant relative of the Benrudo family. The appearance is fake, the image is fake, the background is fake, everything fake is fake. At first, the other party didn't want to acknowledge Yamcha as a relative, but facts have proved that as long as the money is in place, even if they are not relatives, they are still relatives. He also paid for a knighthood from Queen Elizabeth. So Yamcha, who changed his name to Harry, naturally became a distant relative of the Banrudo family. Alina Banrudo is the wife of the first-generation JoJo Jonathan Joestar in JoJo's Bizarre Adventure, and the grandmother of the second-generation JoJo Joseph Joestar. Although he does not have any special abilities, he is no less famous than others. By the way, Alina Banrudo is the great-grandmother of Yasuke Higashia from the world that Yamcha visited before, and their timelines are more than 100 years apart. However, for Yamcha, who can travel through any work at will, it is not surprising to go to the world of the fourth part first and then to the world of the first part. The two are not the same world. This is the power of Yamcha's breaking the fourth wall. Although he cannot freely control the timeline of a certain world, he can only move forward and not backward. He can choose to enter a parallel time and space. He spent so much effort because this time he was interested in Ripple Qigong. This is an ability that was active in the first and second parts of the JoJo series, but disappeared in the later parts. Ripple Qigong uses a unique breathing method to continuously strengthen the blood and cells, generating ripples in the body, thereby strengthening the body's abilities and even resisting aging. Joseph Joestar's mother, Lisa, is clearly in her 50s, but she looks no different from someone in her 20s. In addition to these ripples, there is an additional property that has the effect of sunlight. Compared to the various strange, varied, and whatever you want stand users that appear starting from the third part, the ability of Ripple Qigong is a bit too monotonous. So after 3 books, the author seemed to have forgotten this ability. Gradually withdrew from the main theme stage of the JoJo series. But this does not mean that the ability of Ripple Qigong is not good. In Yamcha's opinion, it is an ability that is no less than that of a stand user. Sir Joestar, it's been a long time. In the beautiful Joestar manner, Yamcha said while leaning against the windowsill. Yes, respected Sir Potter. The last time we met was 7 years ago. I didn't expect to see you in this image this time, cough cough cough. George Joestar, who was lying on the bed, couldn't help but cover his mouth as he spoke, and coughed violently. When he took his hand away, there was a bright red bloodstain on his palm. Although only 7 years have passed, George Joestar, who is only 50 years old, is not in better physical condition than a 70-year-old man. His former blue hair has long since faded, replaced by a head full of white hair, like a candle in the wind. Your illness is very serious, sir. Yamcha emphasized the word illness and emphasized the tone. Yet, cough cough cough. George Joestar didn't seem to hear Yamcha's implication, or maybe he knew it already and just pretended to be confused. You know everything, but you just don't say it. Yamcha looked at the snowy scenery of the manor outside the window, and suddenly turned his head to look at George Joestar on the bed. Just sir, is it worth it? I just can't bear to see that kid fall into depravity. If he's put in jail, his life will really be over. As a business expert in the import and export trade, how could George Joestar not be aware of his own situation? If they were so naive, the Joestar family would have been swallowed up long ago. So many things had happened since Dio came to the Joestar family, and his little tricks had long been seen through. Moreover, George Joestar had been exchanging letters with Dio's father, Dario Brando, and the description of Dario Brando's illness before his death was exactly the same as his current condition, so even a fool could have noticed that something was wrong. After all, he is just the child of a drunkard and thief. No matter how precocious they are, they will only use despicable and mean means. George Joestar truly regarded Dio as his son, and that was why he indulged him. Even if the other party wants his life. You want to awaken Dio's conscience and inspire Jonathan's fighting spirit. Yamcha paused for a moment and continued, but sir, have you ever thought about what would happen if you failed? Before he could finish his words, he was interrupted by George Joestar, who said firmly, "I believe in my child. He will inherit everything from me and become a true gentleman. And Dio. That child is not a bad person at heart." Even Yamcha was shocked by George Joestar's words. Speaking of the worst of villains, the savior of villains, Dio, is not a bad person at heart. I, Yamcha, would like to call you the strongest gentleman. 7 years have passed since Dio's unsuccessful attempt to kiss Arena. Arena, Dio, and Jonathan have now grown up, but Yamcha did not stay in this world for 7 years. In total, he only stayed there for less than a month. Using the ability to travel through the world, I pushed the timeline back a little when I came to this world next time. It is not possible in other worlds for the time being, but in the world of JoJo Phantom Blood, Yamcha can freely control the time of entry. The only pity is that he can only postpone it and not go back. Things turned out just as George Joestar expected. His son Jonathan Joestar discovered something unusual and took away the medicine that Dio brought. Dio wanted to snatch it but was easily subdued by Jonathan. In the past 7 years, Jonathan has made his body very strong and is far superior to Dio. Dio, I will never let you near my father again. Once I have analyzed the composition of the drug, I will definitely send you to jail. You patricidal bastard. In order to save his father, Jonathan handed his father to the care of a professional team of doctors, and then went to the infamous Ghoul Street alone to find an antidote. He met Robert E.O. Speedwagon, a close friend worthy of his lifelong trust. An evidence of Dio's patricide. At the same time, the distraught Dio discovered the secret hidden in the stone mask while killing 2 drunkards. When blood covers the stone ghost's face, countless sharp stone spikes will extend out like a mechanism. If the mask is worn, these stone spikes will penetrate the skull and enter the brain. Of course, this is not a torture device, but a transformation tool that can transform people into vampires and gain absolute power that surpasses everything. Its only weakness is sunlight. That day, as night was about to fall, Jonathan and Dio, along with the police officers, met at the Joestar family's mansion. Please also post some pictures of Bulma, Ranka, and number 21. End of this chapter. Chapter 61 Welcome to the Earthly World, Sir Joestar. Chapter 61 Welcome back to the world of the living, Sir Joestar. Jojo, I learned one thing from my short life. The more a man schemes, the more likely it is that his schemes will fail due to unexpected circumstances. Humans have limits. Dio, who was forced into a desperate situation and seemed to have completely given up resistance, continued to speak to himself. What the hell are you talking about, Dio? So. Dio took out the stone mask from his arms and put it on his face. He took out a dagger with his other hand and stabbed Jonathan. I'm not a human anymore, Jojo. I want to surpass humans. Jojo, I want your blood. Before Jojo could react, a figure stood in front of him, a sharp dagger pierced into his body, and blood gushed out. However, it was not Jonathan who was stabbed with the dagger, but Jonathan's father, George Joestar. He stood in front of his child and blocked the fatal blow. The Joestar family's once-in-a-lifetime teleportation is activated at this moment, thick fog. Dio smeared George's blood on the stone mask. The blood activated the function of the stone mask, and the sharp bone claws stretched out and pierced into the back of Dio's head. The pupils of the stone mask turned blood red. At this moment, Dio officially left the category of human beings and was transformed into a vampire. Jojo, I hope you don't hate Dio. I was wrong. Even at his deathbed, George Joestar was still persuading his son and teaching him to be a true gentleman. Although since Jonathan, there are no more gentlemen in the entire Joestar family. Just as Jonathan was crying for his dying father, something strange happened. Hit by numerous bullets, Dio's body disappeared. Only a bare stone ghost mask was left on the ground. Puff. A guard standing in front of the window was killed, and his head was split into two halves like tofu. Blood spurted out from the wound like a fountain, staining the entire carpet red. A figure jumped down from the windowsill. It was Dio, who was supposed to be dead. Golden pupils and sharp fangs. He is back. Dio is resurrected and has climbed out of hell. It's time to hunt. Faced with Dio, who was like a devil, the guards pulled out their pistols and shot. The bullets only left bullet holes on Dio's body, which healed in a short while. Human firearms could not cause any injuries to Dio, who had turned into a vampire. However, his fingers could easily penetrate the human body, and in just a few seconds he could suck a living person dry, leaving only bones and skin. Ordinary humans are not even prey in front of Dio, at best they can only be considered bread. Even Jonathan is just a stronger piece of bread. Not only that, the corpses whose blood has been sucked out by Dio will also turn into terrifying zombie monsters and obey Dio's orders. Although not as strong as the vampire Dio, he is still stronger than ordinary people. There is absolutely no chance of winning. As Dio himself said, humans have their limits, and he has surpassed them. Everyone, including Dio, was so immersed in this killing game that no one noticed that the stone mask, who was lying on the ground, suddenly disappeared, along with George Joestar. Watching George's face gradually regain its rosy complexion and his chest gradually rising and falling, Yamcha, who was standing next to him, was writing something in a small notebook. Well, those senzu beans will also be effective if they are blown dry. Long before Dio entered the Joestar mansion, Yamcha was already lurking there, and asked the red heretic to imitate the appearance of Crazy Diamond and lurk around George, saving his life at the critical moment. Anyway, people without a stand user cannot see the stand. If there was a stand user present at the time, then from his perspective, he would see a strange scene of a creature with only a crazy diamond head, waving its short arms and hammering George's chest continuously, shouting "It's all la la la" over and over again. Because 1/10 of the crazy diamonds was not enough to fully restore George, Yamcha fed him another senzu bean. Yes. It's the same bag as before. I have some friendship with you, and I don't want a kind-hearted person like you who repays evil with kindness to die in front of me. Yamcha murmured to himself as he watched George Joestar gradually recover under the effect of the senzu beans. Although my philosophy is to repay evil with justice and kindness with kindness, this does not prevent me from admiring you. What a kind fool! But I don't hate it. To be fair, if this happened to him, Yamcha would definitely not be as open-minded as George Joestar. If he had an adopted son as ungrateful as Dio and wanted to kill him, he would have killed him in secret long ago. Use your own death to make the other party feel guilty and awaken their conscience? Ha ha ha! Yamcha said, looking towards the Joestar mansion which had turned into a sea of fire. Your strength has increased so much. After transforming into a vampire, Dio's combat value became not just a little bit stronger, but increased by dozens of times. Dio, who already had considerable strength, now has a fighting power so high that it is despairing. Well, compared to ordinary people, if Dio let the fight go, he could easily destroy a city. Hard steel and solid city walls are no different from paper in front of him. Combined with his super strong and fast regeneration ability, even if he loses his limbs due to carelessness, he can quickly recover to his original state. Except for the sun, he has no weaknesses. And judging from Dio's performance, he is definitely more powerful than other vampires of the same level. Although according to the settings they should be the same. But people are all strong and weak, so why are those who are transformed into vampires through the stone mask necessarily equally strong? All we can say is that their starting points are the same. At least other vampires cannot develop the vaporization freezing method and the space-splitting eye shock in a very short time like Dio. If it weren't for the weakness of being afraid of sunlight, the stone mask would be a quick way to improve your strength. Yamcha stood in the distance, secretly observing Dio and analyzing him. If you want to not be afraid of the sun, you have to at least become a perfect creature like Kaz. And I don't know how long it will take to become a pillar man. The most important point is that even a perfect creature like Kaz cannot resist the outer space. He can only wander around and give up thinking. It's better to spend this time on other things. At least for now, the cost effectiveness is not high. But the stone ghost mask is a good thing. Let's keep it together with the bug arrow. As he said this, Yamcha quietly put the stone mask away. He might not need it himself, but someone else might need it. I just remembered that I was dead, didn't I? With a light snort, Sir George Joestar, who had been cured by the senzu beans, rubbed his extremely dizzy head and slowly climbed up from the ground. Welcome back to the world of the living, Sir Joestar. The earthly realm. George Joestar, whose head was still a mess, looked confused. He hadn't figured out the current situation yet. End of this chapter. Chapter 62, Attack me with your fistful of ripple power. Chapter 62, Attack me with your fistful of ripple power. Sensation. The huge collapse sound startled the two of them. They looked over and found that the old house of the Joestar family finally couldn't stand the burning fire. Collapsed. That seems to be my house. George Joestar, who had just recovered from his injuries, was confused again. Can anyone tell me what exactly is going on? How could such a big house of mine collapse? It's a long story to tell that a child has no mother. Through Yamcha's narration, George learned what happened after his death. I never thought Dio would turn into such a monster. It's all my fault for not disciplining him properly. A true gentleman indeed. Sir, now is not the time to be sentimental. I think we should go find Jonathan first. After one day. Aside from the resurrected George Joestar, only Jonathan and Speedwagon managed to survive the Vampire Dio incident. Thank you very much, Sir Potter. Without you, my father. You're welcome, Jonathan. I just happened to realize that Sir Joestar is not really dead. In response to Jonathan's thanks, Yamcha just waved his hand. Besides, we are a family now. Yamcha said this and pouted at Alina and Jonathan, and the boy and girl's faces turned red instantly. Because of his intervention, Alina's first kiss was not taken away by Dio. During these 7 years, her relationship with Jonathan couldn't be better, and it was just a matter of time before they finally got married. Have you thought about what to do next, Mr. Jonathan? Dio, no, that monster is not dead. He just suffered some non-fatal injuries. I'm sure he will come back for revenge soon. Jonathan has made up his mind to settle the matter with Dio, who almost killed his father and turned into a monster, but the gap in strength between the two is too big. You don't have to worry about that. A strange voice interrupted their conversation. The speaker was a man wearing a white suit and a plaid hat. Apart from the style of his clothes, he looks 70% similar to Harry Potter disguised as Yamcha, especially the small mustache on each side. Who are you? You followed us all the way. Young man, relax. The man exerted force on his feet, jumped high up to a height that ordinary people could never reach, and landed gently. This scene shocked Jonathan and Alina, while Yamcha looked at each other carefully. I didn't expect you to survive the hands of someone possessed by the stone mask. Maybe it's fate that lets me see your talent. As he spoke, the man approached Jonathan at an incredible speed and suddenly punched him hard in the abdomen. After a brief period of dry retching, the arm that was broken by Dio was miraculously restored. Not only that, Jonathan's strength suddenly increased several times. Looking at this incredible scene, Yamcha, disguised as Harry Potter, narrowed his eyes. You can't be wrong. That is the power of life. It's very similar to the ability of mind, but it's not. How did you do it? Facing Jonathan's question, the visitor simply replied in a very relaxed manner, don't make a fuss. I didn't do anything. I just changed your breathing and made you breathe in a special way now. I call this unique breathing method Ripple Qigong. It's also called Immortal Way. I finally waited for you, Mitsui no, Master Zeppelin. William A. Zeppeli, Baron, user of Ripple Qigong. And the mentor of the first JoJo Jonathan. Because his father accidentally wore the stone mask and became a vampire, Zeppeli was determined to destroy the stone mask and eliminate vampires. In order to track down the whereabouts of the stone mask, he traveled to the UK. After hearing about Jonathan's story, Zeppeli found here. Zeppeli was straightforward. After seeing Jonathan's innate talent for ripples, he decided to teach him Ripple Qigong. Ripple Qigong, Master, why don't you teach me too? Seeing that Zeppeli was going to teach Jonathan Ripple Qigong, Yamcha on the side spoke up. The purpose of his coming to this world is for this Ripple Qigong. The reason why he stayed by Jonathan's side was to wait for Zeppeli. You. Zeppeli looked Yamcha up and down for a while, shook his head and sighed, no. Why? One more person at this time means more strength. Learning Ripple Qigong requires extremely high talent, and it is a 1 in 10,000 talent. A person like Mr. Jonathan will only appear once in a million. Even I have practiced for decades to reach my current level. Zeppeli said decisively, you don't have that kind of talent, you can't learn the Ripple Qigong, Sir Potter. Not qualified. It was exactly the same as the one he used to evade Speedwagon in the plot. If he continued to pester him, he would hit him in the stomach in the name of teaching him a lesson. From the beginning to the end, the only person Zeppeli wanted to teach was Jonathan, and during this period, there were still some sectarian views on the matter of teaching ripples. I knew it wouldn't be that easy. Plan A failed. After clearly refusing to teach Yamcha the ripple technique, Zeppeli began to teach Jonathan the ripple technique as if no one was around. He was not afraid that Yamcha would learn it secretly. If Ripple Qigong was so easy to learn, it would have been everywhere long ago. Those who can practice Ripple Qigong are geniuses who are 1 in a million, and Jonathan's talent is 1 in a million. The most important thing is that it is impossible to learn it with just a few theories without physical experience. JoJo Yamcha suddenly called out to Jonathan, you should have mastered the wave Ripple Qigong by now, right? Can you use the wave ripple? Ah! Mr. Potter. Upon hearing this, Jonathan took a deep breath, and then a faint light covered his right hand along with his breath. There seems to be no problem using it. But I need to practice for a while before I can use it in battle. Yamcha's eyebrows jumped when he saw this. Jonathan's talent was truly terrifying. It only took him one morning to gain a preliminary grasp of the ripples, and in just a few hours he had integrated the breathing method into his normal life. Even if ordinary people have talent, it would take at least 1 or 2 years for them to reach this level. His combat power has at least doubled compared to yesterday, and he has leapt from an ordinary person to one who can fight against vampires. The growth rate is simply like a cheat. As expected of the protagonist. It's so horrible. It's so horrible. He is worthy of being the man with the highest cultivation talent in the entire JoJo series. If Jonathan can avoid death and continue to practice Ripple Qigong, he will be able to reach a level that is unprecedented and unparalleled. Yamcha nodded, then said seriously. Very good. Then use your fistful of ripple power to attack me with all your strength. End of this chapter. Chapter 63 Ripple Messenger Supermarket Delivery. Chapter 63 Ripple Messenger Department Store Supermarket Delivery. Yamu's tea talk surprised several people present. Especially since Jonathan just smashed a piece of stone easily with his ripple-covered fist. If this hit a person, he would have to be sent directly to the hospital, or even passed away. This Jonathan naturally couldn't punch Yamcha. Putting aside the fact that Yamcha was Alina's uncle, the fact that he was his father's savior was enough to prevent him from using force against Yamcha. Are you still not giving up? Sir Potter. Zeppeli pinched his beard and frowned deeply at Yamcha. The power of the ripples is not something that an ordinary person like you can withstand. Even a child can easily defeat a strong man after mastering the ripples. You underestimate this power. It's almost like saying clearly not to overestimate your abilities. Please be patient. Yamcha naturally would not listen to Zeppeli's advice. He was determined to learn the ripple power. If he could not learn it here, he would go directly to the second part of the JoJo series, Battle Tide, to learn from Caesar, Lisa or even Streak. I just want to feel the power of the ripples. Feel how magical this power is. Humph, you stubborn fellow. Seeing Yamcha's persistence, Zeppeli was a little angry. Jonathan has just mastered the wave Qigong and is not proficient yet. If he can't control the strength of the wave, he might hurt you. How about I do it? Yamcha nodded, thank you very much. He doesn't care who uses the ripples, but he must experience the magic of ripple Qigong for himself. This is critical. Seeing De Qiao's worried look, Zeppeli said in a comforting tone, don't worry, I will be gentle. Then he extended his little finger to Yamcha, I will stimulate the membrane in your lungs to produce slight ripples, feel it carefully. Oh, it will be a little painful at first. Zeppeli said maliciously. It doesn't matter. Then I'll come. Zeppeli suddenly punched Yamcha in the abdomen. Even if Zeppeli didn't use ripples to strengthen his body at this time, this punch was enough to knock a grown man to the ground. He was going to teach Yamcha a lesson. However, the abdomen was not as soft as expected, and the punch was like hitting a steel plate. The severe pain from the fist made him stagger and almost lose his balance. So hard. Is this a normal human abdomen? This guy must have a steel plate. When I looked up, I saw Yamcha's smiling face with squinting eyes. Baron Zeppeli, this is just a normal attack. Or is this just the ripple Qigong? No way, can it really deal with vampires? Attacks of this level are not painful at all. How disappointing. Provocation doesn't work on me. I actually underestimated you. Zeppeli straightened up, his expression became serious, and he waved his hand, using the power of the ripples to heal the injury on his fist. A pale golden light like the sun enveloped the whole body. Then pay attention, I'm really going to use the power of ripples this time. Seeing Zeppeli like this, Yamcha nodded with satisfaction. Come on. Bang. Zeppeli's fist hit Yamcha's body hard, and an indescribable huge force came from his arm. The force was so great that Yamcha flew up, drew a graceful arc in the air, and then fell heavily to the ground. Oops. I think I used too much force. Zeppeli suddenly woke up and immediately felt guilty. After all, Yamcha is just an ordinary person, and a normal person would at least break a few ribs if hit like this. He shouldn't have been so harsh. I hope no one. Yamcha got up from the ground as if nothing had happened and exclaimed, the power of my punch has increased by at least 5 times, no, more than 10 times, what an amazing ability. This guy's body. Zeppeli's eyes widened. The moment his fist touched Yamcha's body, he was absolutely sure that there was no trace of ripples in his body. But this terrifying physical fitness is comparable to that of someone who has practiced ripple Qigong for decades. What did this thing eat to grow up? However, the shock that Yamcha had given him was far from over. He just stretched out his right hand towards Kaiblin. Baron Zeppeli, look! A light as pale golden as the sun covered Yamcha's entire right arm. Both the color and the luster were exactly the same as the previous Zeppeli, and he himself exuded layer upon layer of ripple-like aura. Ripple Qigong. I think I've got it. It's not as difficult as you say, Baron Zeppeli. Uncle Potter, you are really amazing. Jonathan exclaimed sincerely. As a beginner in ripple Qigong, he didn't know what it meant for Yamcha to master the ripple in an instant. Zeppeli looked at Jonathan, then at Yamcha. A genius who only took one afternoon to master the ripples, and a genius who mastered the ripples instantly after being hit by the ripples, a genius who may not appear in millions? A pervert? A monster? What kind of monsters are these? Normally, you can't even see half a person with the Ripple talent, but now it's like the Ripple messenger is being delivered to department stores and supermarkets. Zeppeli suddenly felt that his decades of experience in Ripple Qigong was nothing more than this. Ripple Qigong, which can also be called ripple breathing, is just like throwing a stone into the water will cause ripples. It uses special breathing methods to produce ripples in the body, thereby generating powerful power. To put it bluntly, it's just a breathing technique, but it's very special. In particular, it can produce the same effect as the sun. It is a kind of life energy, which is very similar to the essence and the ability of mind. Therefore, for Yamcha, who has already mastered the ability of Nen, the difficulty of getting started is directly reduced by several levels compared to normal people. Yamcha saw through this point, but he couldn't comprehend it out of thin air because he was missing the finishing touch. In the world of Hunter x Hunter, there are cases where someone learns the ability to read Nen by being attacked by an user. Yamcha intends to learn from this method and experience the ripples firsthand by enduring a fist filled with ripple power. There is no more intuitive feeling than this. Then, as expected, he succeeded. Zeppeli's punch was like opening up his Ren and Du meridians, allowing him to successfully perform the Ripple Qigong. This is his plan B. Of course, if it fails, he still has Plan C, Plan D, Plan E, and Plan F, but they are no longer useful now. Baron Zeppeli, teaching 1 is teaching, and teaching 2 is also teaching. Please teach us more skills together. End of this chapter. Chapter 64 I'll kick your ass with my boot. Chapter 64 I'll kick your ass with my boot. That guy Dio is in that castle. After dealing with the Corpseman criminals, Jack the Ripper, Corpseman heroes, the two knights Braho and Takas, and the Corpseman army created by Dio, Jonathan and his party came to a gloomy castle. The castle where Dio lives, Dio Castle. I have to say that Dio is really a character with great aura, and he has made the most of the vampire's abilities. Thanks to Yamcha's intervention, Zeppeli was saved from death. After reuniting with his master, Dopey, and fellow apprentices, Adon and Strite, the team fighting against Dio was extremely powerful. After dealing with a bunch of zombies that Dio kept for his bad taste in Dio's castle, the anti-Dio team officially came in front of Dio. I'm back from hell, Dio. You're still alive, Jojo? As the two talked, a fateful showdown began. I will execute you without mercy. I won't feel the slightest bit of guilt if I kill you. Just when the two were about to confront each other, Zeppeli's junior fellow apprentice Danya stopped him. Jojo, please step back first. Leave this to me. As Zeppeli's junior fellow apprentice, Danya's strength is naturally needless to say. In the decades of traveling around the country, he has killed more vampires than the corpses Jonathan has seen in the past 2 days. Even though Dio was a unique vampire, he didn't take it too seriously. It's just a little kid who has been a vampire for a few days. He took action to let Jonathan see the fighting method of Ripple Qigong. After seeing the talents of Jonathan and Yamcha, several people have regarded them as key training targets. You guys watch carefully here. How to properly kill a vampire. Don't be careless. This guy named Dio is extremely unusual and cannot be compared to ordinary vampires. Zeppeli reminded him that if Yamcha had not acted in time, he would have almost died at the hands of the corpse created by this guy. The Corpseman alone has such terrifying abilities, and he must not be treated as an ordinary vampire. Don't worry, he's not an ordinary vampire, and I'm not an ordinary Ripple user. As he spoke, his figure became plural along with Danya's footsteps. This move is somewhat similar to limb bending, but the technique is too different. At most, it makes people feel visually blurred and cannot confuse the opponent. Then, as soon as they fought, he was frozen into a big ice cube by Dio. Dio is worthy of being the final boss of the first and third parts, and he is also a genius among geniuses. After being defeated by Jonathan with fire for the first time, he has been hiding in the dark. Through the process of constantly using corpses to test De Chiao, he realized that he is not invincible even at night. There is a kind of ability in this world that can restrain vampires, ripple qigong. As long as the ripples are transmitted to his body, he will be defeated instantly. So in order to deal with the ripple qigong, he developed a unique move, the vaporization freezing method, a move that instantly vaporizes the water on the body to take away the heat, and instantly freezes the opponent's body as long as it comes into contact with it. This is a unique move that belongs only to Dio, and no subsequent vampires can master it. Danya was frozen because he touched Dio's body. You came here only to die in vain. Dio, who had Danya firmly under his control, laughed triumphantly and said, I will kill you in the most cruel way. Then you will all be killed by me one by one. I am the king of the world. The whole process was very short and no one reacted. By the time they wanted to rescue Adam, it was too late. Dio's plan was to kill an opponent's teammate with lightning speed, terrify the others, and then defeat them one by one. Although he was not a martial artist, he had mastered the momentum very well. Is everything under his control? Just when Dio was about to tear Danya, who was frozen into ice, into pieces, he suddenly felt a pain in his wrists, and then a huge force came from his tailbone, and the whole person flew up. Dio's reaction was also quick. He did several somersaults in the air and then stood steadily. Hoo! Both wrists were broken, and a red substance boiling like magma flowed out. The corpses immediately came forward and surrounded Dio. He looked around ferociously, trying to find the guy who attacked him. The target was soon discovered. Yamcha had no intention of hiding anything. He put down the frozen Danya and asked Zeppeli and the others to thaw him. He turned around and said to Dio, the strange tone of the translator appeared again. Hey man, you shouldn't do such cruel things. I told you that if I see you bullying someone again, I'll kick your ass with my boots. At this time, there was an obvious footprint on Dio's butt. It's not very harmful, it's very insulting. Harry, Lee, breaks, port. As the saying goes, enemies become more jealous when they meet. 7 years ago, it was Yamcha who taught him a lesson, and now it was Yamcha who ruined his plan. Even Dio, who is very cunning, couldn't help but shouted angrily, I will kill you. Oh, I mean, I bet you can't kill me, I swear to the Virgin Mary. You look like Aunt Susan's apple pie next door. It has expired cheese, and it stinks. Asshole. The nails on Dio's hands quickly extended, becoming like sharp blades. He rushed towards Yamcha at a speed that was almost like flying, determined to cut him in half. To outsiders, his speed had surpassed any animal they knew. But he was fast, and Yamcha was even faster than him. Easily dodged Dio's attacks and trash-talked like crazy. Oh, you rude bastard, you make me so uncomfortable with everything you say, but for God's sake I will just throw you into old Tom's filthy sheepfold, which is as filthy as vomit and insufferable as a sewer. Oh, God! I am such a kind man. Dio, wryy. Oh my God, I can't believe what you're saying, man. Uncle Potter doesn't like stubborn kids. Dior, boxers 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 boxers. Oh my dear God! Look at what you are doing. Oh, to be honest, this is really unreasonable. I swear, if my eyes stay on it for a moment longer, my ancestral diabetes will flare up. I'm going to tell Pastor Jerry next door right away. Damn it. Dio, muda. Yamcha took strange steps and dodged Dio's attacks easily. He was just a little bit short each time, but Dio just couldn't hit him. Even though his nails had been extended to an exaggerated length of 30 centimeters, they were still half a centimeter away from Yamcha's body. That's horrible, you talk like a Mexican. Well, I mean, if you talk like that again, sir, I swear, I'm going to kick your ass with my boot again. Dior. Dio was furious. It was the first time he was so angry. He kept attacking Yamcha. Unfortunately, he didn't even touch a hair of Yamcha. Finally, he got kicked in the butt. One on the left and one on the right, the footprints on the buttocks are perfectly symmetrical. End of this chapter. Chapter 65, Information on the world's #1 martial arts tournament. Chapter 65, Information on the world's No. Martial arts tournament. Dio, who got up again, had regained his composure. He did not take the initiative to move forward, and his fearful eyes remained on Yamcha. This was the first time since he was born that someone had played him around. The most important point was that as a vampire, he was at a disadvantage in physical confrontation. Is this person a monster? Dio, who was a monster himself, suddenly thought that the other party was the monster. Are you not going to continue? Hurry up, you are just a little bit away from hitting me, king of the world. Yamcha teased Dio provocatively. However, Dio just looked at him with fear on his face and no longer took the initiative to move forward. Zeppelin, did you teach this Sir Potter? Zeppeli laughed at himself and said, I don't have this ability. This guy is simply a monster. He even learned the wave ripple after only being punched. I learned to breathe in waves after being punched. This is a talent. Adam and Strat, two ripple masters who can be considered one in a million, fell silent after hearing Zeppeli's words. Master Dope decide that there is always someone better than you. Seeing that Dio was no longer coming forward, Yamcha could only say to Jonathan with regret, Hey, man. This guy is yours now. You know, if it weren't for this merciful god, I would have killed these bugs with a Lenten accent, Dio and corpse people. Yes, just like Uncle Martha's puppets, they don't speak or move. Once you start translating, you can't stop. Yamcha was having a lot of fun, but he did not participate in the battle with Dio. He left Dio to Jonathan and went to deal with the endless stream of corpses with Zeppeli and others. After understanding the principles of Ripple Qigong, one only needs to poke the corpse lightly and the corpse will turn into ashes. Although Dio now wanted to kill Jonathan, Yamcha, and others, he had already begun to think of retreating after being beaten up by Yamcha. Dio is a very heroic character. After realizing the gap between himself and Yamcha, it is basic common sense for him to run away if he can't win. Unfortunately, the reckless Jonathan would not give him this opportunity and followed him with sword in hand. The two fought for a while, and finally Jonathan's fist pierced Dio. Looking at Dio who was falling and turning into ashes, Yamcha fell into deep thought. Dio is dead. Yamcha clearly saw that the Dio of this world, along with his body, turned to ashes. So the question is, if Dio dies, will this world still have the story of the Third Stardust Crusaders 100 years later? If Stardust Crusaders didn't exist, then the 5th and 6th parts wouldn't exist. If the 6th part didn't exist, the priest wouldn't speed up time to create a new world. So, except for Kaz who is a character that must appear in the 2nd part, all subsequent plots wouldn't exist. So what direction will this world take? Let's do an experiment. With the death of Dio, the first generation of the anti-Dio team soon disbanded. Danya and his companions said goodbye to everyone and continued their journey to find the stone mask, while Zeppeli stayed and continued to teach Jonathan Ripple Qigong. After hosting the wedding for Jonathan and Alina, Yamcha also quietly left this world. But before he left, he spent all his money and took away countless treasures, the most precious of which was a gem. It was a perfect red stone without a trace of dirt, and it was said to have been passed to the Roman emperor. This ruby has a nice name, Ig Redstone. But the biggest gain of this trip was the ripple breathing. This special technique is amazing and can complement Yamcha's other abilities. This is why Yamcha is so determined to get the ripple breathing technique. Practicing Ripple Qigong through breathing method equals enhancing vitality equals enhancing mind and Qi equals enhancing strength. It is much better than simply enhancing gravity practice. Qi, Ripple Qigong, and thoughts are essentially life energies. By integrating Ripple Qigong into Qi, the speed and quality of the accompanying practice are multiplied several times. Dragon Ball World. Yamcha carefully collected the precious Ichi Red Stone, which was the treasure that allowed Pillar Man Kaz to evolve into an ultimate creature. As for what the Kaz of that world is looking for to replace him, that has nothing to do with Yamcha. Again, it's none of his business. The transformation plan for the Great Desert has already begun. With the huge financial support of Yamcha, all kinds of instruments, equipment, and high-end materials were invested in the construction without spending any money, especially the practice room, which must have the most advanced instruments. Even a cunning rabbit has 3 burrows, but Yamcha will not be satisfied with only one shelter. Especially the Great Desert is where he has always lived. Pool is still in the transformation school because he hasn't graduated from kindergarten yet. It's not time for vacation yet, so I will definitely give him a surprise when he comes back next time. Major Brown, here is the information you requested. A non-commissioned officer of the Black Silk Army respectfully handed a thick stack of documents to Yamcha. There are densely packed names on it, which is the list of contestants in all previous World No. 1 martial arts tournaments. Yamcha had previously told Hermit Tsuru that he was not just talking about participating in the 20th World Martial Arts Tournament, he was really planning to participate, so the first thing was to confirm one thing, to be precise, the information of a contestant. Master Roshi's sister and the most capable subordinate of the fortune teller, Devilman, the messenger of hell. The protagonist Sun Wukong starts from the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament. The champions of previous martial arts tournaments are unknown, but according to the content of the plot, it was mentioned that this demon man had participated in the World Martial Arts Tournament twice and won the championship twice. Being able to get the title of the best in the world among countless martial arts masters shows that this is an extraordinary player. Of course, strength is not the most important thing. Devilman has a move called Devil's Ray, which is his trump card. It is a terrible move that can make other people's evil hearts expand infinitely and cause explosions. Even a trace of evil thoughts will cause tons of damage. Only people with pure hearts can be immune. Yamcha believes that he is not a person with a pure heart, so he will definitely be hurt by this trick, so he must prepare countermeasures before that. Yamcha is not a coward, but a cautious person who will not fight a battle without preparation. After all, according to the plot of the Dragon Ball game Thunderbolt 3, when Frieza came to Earth after the Battle of Namek, Trunks and Goku did not come. Instead, he blocked Frieza and his son, and killed them despite the absolute gap in combat power. Yamcha didn't know whether the demons in the world he lived in had this ability, but this trick was definitely worth his attention. After all, there was no comparison between himself and Frieza now. According to the information, the devil has participated in 2 world martial arts tournaments and won the championship. Yamcha shook his head with some regret. In fact, he really wanted to fight with the devil man to test his current strength. Corporal Xiang, I need you to pass on this news. If anyone can achieve a good ranking in the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament in a month, then he can join my direct unit. Yes, Major. The strength of his subordinates is a bit weak. If there are qualified personnel, he can try to train them. Yamcha is not interested in working for the Black Silk Army himself. Using the world's No. 1 martial arts tournament to test the strength of your subordinates and make selections based on that is a good method. The current time is April 7th, and there is still a whole month left. I can use this month to go to other worlds. Sergeant Wolf, buy me the order according to this list. Looking at his subordinates who were busy, Yamcha turned around and walked towards the training room. It was nice not to have to do it himself, which saved a lot of time. End of this chapter. Chapter 66 A World Known for Peace. Chapter 66 A World Known for Peace. In the training room, countless iron blocks surrounded Yamcha at an extremely fast speed, like satellites orbiting a planet. Practice of telekinesis. The next second, the iron blocks broke away from Yamcha's body as if they were out of control. Just when these iron blocks were about to fly to the roof, they suddenly fell towards Yamcha at an extremely fast speed. At the same time, countless machine guns appeared from various corners of the training room and began to shoot at Yamcha frantically. Yamcha calmly made a starting pose, and then his two arms seemed to disappear without a trace. Of course, they did not really disappear, but his hands formed an impenetrable wall around him at a speed invisible to the naked eye. He caught the bullets easily and smashed the iron blocks one by one. Fast, accurate and ruthless. He has mastered the essence of the flowing water and rock-breaking fist thoroughly. After firing a round of bullets, the machine gun was retracted, and the next moment it was replaced by a cannon barrel. As the red light came on, shells poured towards Yamcha as if they were free. With the number of these shells, it would be easy to destroy a house. What? However, facing the attack of the artillery shells, Yamcha just shouted loudly, clenched his fists and placed them on both sides of his body, thrust his chest forward, and stood still without dodging. Even Dio, who had transformed into a vampire, had to choose to avoid the attack of cannonballs because his body could not withstand such a level of attack. Yamcha chose to fight back with his body. Boom! The shell exploded immediately when it hit Yamcha, raising a thick cloud of black smoke. The huge roar made people's eardrums buzz and the earth trembled slightly. Humans wage wars to gain more power and satisfy their greed. With the birth of war, weapons emerged, from the earliest cold weapons to modern hot weapons. Even the dinosaurs, which were tens of meters tall and once dominated the world, could only die on the spot in front of these hot weapons. This is the power of technology. A hand stretched out from the smoke and dust, then waved forward with force. The smoke and dust seemed to be pinched by an invisible force at the throat and quickly dissipated. Yamcha himself was seen standing there unharmed, with even his clothes not torn. What's outrageous is that he was like a strong pine tree standing in the cold wind, not moving even a single step. The explosion that could impact the earth failed to shake him. If Dio saw this scene, I wonder if he could still say humans have limits. Even if he chose not to be a human, he could not reach this point. However, this level of achievement is just a small and insignificant achievement in the Dragon Ball world. This is the power of human beings. If someone observes carefully, they will find that a very, very thin film appears on Yamcha's body. It is this film that blocks the attack of those shells. Advanced application of non-ability techniques can greatly increase one's own defense capabilities. After a round of bombing, the gun barrels were retracted and countless alloy doors slowly closed, blocking Yamcha's advance. Yamcha took a deep breath and exhaled slowly, then he took a step forward, lowered his waist slightly, and punched the alloy doors. Sparks flew from his fist, and it seemed as if a miniature sun appeared. Bang! The huge noise continued to echo in the training room, and the buzzing sound could not be calmed down for a long time, and the sturdy alloy door in front had been broken into countless pieces at this time. Ripple kigong! I heard a slight buzzing sound beside my ears, and a mechanical mosquito only 1/5 the size of a fingernail flew out at some point, flying in the training room at an abnormally fast speed. Its small size, rapid speed, and irregular movement trajectory made it difficult to understand. Yamcha scanned the area, found the right moment, and quickly extended a finger, lightly pointing forward. A yellow light burst out from the fingertips, instantly piercing through the body of the mechanical mosquito. Dong dongbo! The plane was destroyed and the insects died. There was an endless buzzing sound, and several mechanical mosquitoes of the same size flew out. Yamcha pointed at the air several times, and countless rays of light destroyed those mechanical mosquitoes with incredible precision. Missless shots. The above is the content of Yamcha's training, which is repeated over and over again. Sometimes the shells will be changed into grenades, the bullets will become high-speed flying vehicles, and the alloy doors will be changed into the latest robots of the Black Silk Army. And sometimes Yamcha not only uses the flowing water rock-breaking fist, but also the wolf fang wind fist. When Yamcha came out of the training room, it was already a mess. This is a practical training method that Yamcha came up with himself. This training method has enabled him to improve his strength rapidly. The only drawback is that it is quite expensive, as most of the training equipment needs to be repaired or replaced with new ones. Fortunately, Yamcha himself is not short of money. In fact, in addition to the above contents, Yamcha also commissioned General Silver to order a gravity chamber, but it has not been produced yet and is expected to be delivered in 3 months. I think the only person who can make this kind of thing is Dr. Gallo, the chief scientist of the Black Silk Army. Change them all in one day. Yamcha walked out of the training room and said this to the soldier standing guard outside the door. The soldiers nodded repeatedly, as if they were used to this. It is now late April, and the world's #1 martial arts tournament is getting closer and closer, with only a few days left. By the way, in March, Yamcha officially turned 14. After drinking a whole bottle of sports drink in one breath and replenishing some of the energy he had consumed, Yamcha leaned back on the sofa and took a nap. After a long while, he stood up again and walked towards the bathroom. After taking a nice bath, Yamcha went straight to bed. Eating, practicing, and sleeping are basically the contents of Yamcha's day. It is a simple and fulfilling routine. But on the second day, Yamcha did not continue to practice as usual, but changed into different clothes. He planned to go to other worlds before the world's #1 martial arts tournament. In fact, that world is not very urgent, and it can even be put at the back of the plan, but Yamcha just wants to go there, see it, and relax at the same time. Recently I have been traveling to other worlds, constantly seeking ways to become stronger, without stopping for a moment. My nerves are quite tense. Although I have made rapid progress, this is not a good thing. The right way is to have a good balance between relaxation and tension. After putting away the specially prepared universal capsule, Yamcha chose a corner where no one else could see him and disappeared on the spot. The breeze is blowing, the fragrance of flowers is everywhere, and the warm sunshine is shining on my body. I feel warm and take a deep breath. My nostrils are filled with the faint smell of grass. What comes into view all around is a picturesque scenery. Everything is so harmonious and peaceful. Very suitable for human habitation. This was Yamcha's first impression of the world. End of this chapter. Chapter 67 Mastering the Perception of Qi. Chapter 67 Mastering the Perception of Qi. A world known for its peace, a world where people live in harmony with nature. Although the existence of bad people is inevitable, they are essentially not the kind of vicious and evil people in other worlds. The air here is even fresher than in the Dragon Ball world. It has absolutely not been polluted by modern technology. Even the primeval forests in the hunter world cannot compare to it. He walked slowly to a stream not far away, bent down, scooped up some water with his palm, put it to his mouth and drank it bit by bit. The water is sweet, really sweet. Yamcha swore that this was the best stream water he had ever tasted. At this time, a black head popped up downstream of the stream. The thing looked about 70% similar to a tadpole, but its body size was dozens of times that of a tadpole. It had a big head and round eyes. At this time, half of its body was hidden in the stream, looking at Yamcha curiously. Mosquito, a tadpole Pokemon, is a water-type Pokemon with a slippery black skin that is thin and wet. Although its skin is so thin that its whirlpool-like internal organs can be seen through, it has the elasticity to bounce back its fangs. Yamcha raised his hand slightly, as if he wanted to say hello to the tadpole. However, the other party seemed to be frightened after seeing Yamcha's action, and hurriedly turned around and plunged into the water with a splash and disappeared. The world of Pokemon, Pokemon World. Yamcha is located in the forest near Pallet Town, Pure White Town. Zhengzhen is the pure white color that symbolizes a journey, implying an unpolluted place. This is the starting point of everything and where dreams begin. He slowly closed his eyes, feeling the breath of the forest, as if he was a baby in his mother's arms. This feeling can only be understood but not described. At this moment, Yamcha felt that his heart had calmed down. I don't know how long it took, but when Yamcha opened his eyes again, I don't know if it was his illusion, but he always felt that his strength had improved a lot. What a great place! Yamcha lowered his head and sighed softly. There was a slight rustling sound all around, and it seemed that countless lives were hidden in the stream, in the grass, in the bushes, and in the gaps between the branches and leaves. Those were elves who were curious about him. They were curious but did not dare to approach him. They all stretched their heads and cast curious glances at Yamcha. Is this Chi? Yamcha felt the little guys hiding, muttering to himself uncertainly, and suddenly raised his head with a hint of enlightenment in his heart. Chi is an invisible and immaterial substance that originates from life and nature. The spiritual energy generated by living things when they breathe and move is Chi. Everything has its own unique Chi. Although the perception was still very weak, he really felt the Chi. Being able to use Ki attacks, whole waves, and sensing Ki are two different concepts, especially the perception of Ki. Although it is said to be very common, in fact, there are not many people who can do it in the entire Dragon Ball arc. It's just that most of them seem to be common because they are the main characters. For example, all members of Frisia's army except Vegeta, and the vast majority of Scions, can use Ki to attack, but cannot sense Ki. Or for example, in the Z-Bu arc, Gohan taught Videl how to fly with Ki. However, even after Videl mastered the use of Ki, she was still unable to sense other people's Ki. When she was in the junior group of the World Martial Arts Tournament, she couldn't even assess the gap between Goten and Trunks' strength and her own and her father Satan's. At this stage on Earth, the only ones who can fully master the use of Chi are the gods in the Temple of Heaven and Piccolo, who is sealed deep in the sea. Master Roshi, Master Crane, and Master Karin are slightly inferior in this regard. The familiar names of Caterpillar, Bobo, Rattata, Magikarp, Seduc, and Poliwag passed through Yamcha's mind one by one. I once thought that it would be nice to be born into this world. Now that I have really come into this world, I feel really good. Thank you for your help, see you again. In a good mood, Yamcha waved to the elves. As if they had noticed Yamcha's kindness, the elves came out one after another, still watching Yamcha go away with curiosity. Pallet Town is not a prosperous village. Theoretically, it is a rural area within the countryside, and few people would deliberately set foot on this land. The fame of Pallet Town was only raised because Professor Oak, an authority in the research field, settled here. The whole town is not big and there are not many residents. Single houses are located in 2s and 3s beside the road, which can be regarded as a unique landscape. If possible, I would also like to buy a property here. Thinking this, Yamcha left Pallet Town. Although I'm here for a half vacation, I still have to do what needs to be done. If it is in the game, when Yamcha is about to step into the forest, an NPC will come out to stop you and tell you that it is very dangerous to travel in the wild without an elf. However, this is the real world, so there are naturally no such NPCs. Yamcha naturally walked into the dense jungle. Most elves are born with a strong sixth sense, so Yamcha did not encounter even a single attack while traveling through the forest. We arrived at the nearest city to Pallet Town, Tokiwa City, very smoothly. Ghosts have their own ways, and humans have their own ways. Even in this peaceful world, there are still places like underground black markets. Gold is also hard currency in the world of Pokemon, game props, gold beads, priced at 5,000. So Yamcha easily earned his first pot of gold in this world. The people in this world are relatively simple and trustworthy, and things like black robbing black never happen. 3 days later, Yamcha arrived at the port of Koya City and boarded the luxury cruise ship, Saint Anne, bound for other areas. Yamcha usually does things with a strong purpose, and has no intention of wasting time even when coming here for vacation. During the 3 days, he took time out to go to Rainbow City, where he bought a large amount of juice, props and the like in the department store, and also bought some special perfumes. Finally, he went to the famous Little Steel Ball Game Hall. After spending an unknown amount of money, Yamcha successfully exchanged the grand prize from the game hall. In the world of elves, the grand prize is naturally an elf, and is now pinned to Yamcha's waist. This means that Yamcha now has his first Pokemon, and in a sense he is also a trainer. I took the express train to Golden City, bought a lot of Moo Moo milk to restore my strength, and visited the Scorched Tower where the legendary Phoenix King once lived. The props in this world have very magical abilities. For example, the effect of Moo Moo milk is second only to senzu beans, and most importantly, it tastes very good. End of this chapter. Chapter 68 Daigo, are there any stones? Chapter 68 Daigo, are there any stones? While enjoying the delicious meal on the Saint Anno, Yamcha himself was not idle either, and was eavesdropping on the conversations of the nearby trainers. Most of the trainers on the cruise ship would communicate and share through the method of exchanging again. In the eyes of these people, perhaps Pokemon are just a tool for showing off. Although his purpose was not simple, Yamcha did not like their attitude towards the elves. After rejecting the proposal of several boys dressed as rich boys to exchange elves, Yamcha planned to go back to his room to rest. "Hey, guy over there! I have something good here. Would you like to come and take a look?" A man dressed as a fishmonger called out to Yamcha. Yamcha knew what the other party was going to say with just a glance. The other party seemed not to notice Yamcha's gaze and continued to introduce himself. "I'm only telling you one person, I have a carp that lays golden eggs." "Magikarp lays golden eggs? That's impossible. Even in this magical world, it is impossible for a creature to give birth to golden eggs." The man's purpose is naturally self-evident. Trick Yamcha into buying his Magikarp. Fraud exists in every world. Magikarp is the most widely distributed and most numerous water-based Pokemon in the world. It can be found in almost any living water, be it streams, lakes, rivers or even the ocean. After maxing out the two talents of survival and reproduction, other aspects are naturally unsatisfactory. The racial value in the game is 200, which is almost the weakest elf. Fortunately, in the game, Magikarp can evolve from Magikarp with a race stat of 20 to Gyarados with a race stat of 200 by upgrading to LV540. It can be regarded as the most useful and easiest to obtain powerful Pokemon in the novice period. However, this is not easy in reality. There is no such thing as an experience bar in the real world, and it is not possible to gain experience points by using learning devices or exchanging elves. The key is that Pokemon like Magikarp are very stupid. Their entire bodies are covered with hard scales, and they can basically not learn any moves except flapping their arms and legs. In reality, it takes several times longer to breed Magikarp into Gyarados than other Pokemon, and it is very likely that it will not be able to be bred. The difficulty is not much different from the fish leaping over the Dragon Gate. This is a rare treasure that only comes once in a century. If I didn't see that I like you, I wouldn't tell you. Do you want it? The fishmonger kept bragging to himself, and he almost believed what he said. Not interested. Yamcha looked at the fish tanks on his stall. There were only Magikarp and Magikarp. He was a Magikarp professional. If there's nothing else worth seeing, bye. Also, if I were you, I'd better not use this method to cheat again. You'll be beaten to death. Throughout history, there is no good ending for swindlers. They take advantage of other people's greed and the gambler mentality to commit fraud. Those deceived gamblers have spent a lot of time and energy cultivating Magikarp. Once they know they have been deceived, and when their beautiful expectations turn into bubbles, they will not know the severity of the consequences. If someone from another fantasy world heard Yamcha say this, then the other party would most likely take out something good that he didn't know about but that the protagonist could see at a glance, and then sell it at a very low price, thinking that he had made a profit. But this is the world of Pokemon. The person in front of Yamcha was just an ordinary uncle selling Magikarp. The most he could do was to take out a Pokeball painted with gold. So Yamcha got nothing. I was considering whether to stop you, but I didn't expect you to be sober. Not long after Yamcha passed the fishmonger's stall, a very friendly voice sounded in the corridor on his right. He was a man with short hair that looked like a silver-blue equilateral triangle. He was looking at Yamcha with a smile that had a unique affinity. Daigo, you can also call me Daihao. The man introduced himself very friendly. The familiar name made Yamcha pause slightly. It's so rare to meet him here. Zifuka Daigo, son of the president of Devon Manufacturing Co., Limited, champion of the Hone Region Pokemon League, and third among the 8 masters. Yamcha nodded and said, "Hello, Leaping. You know me?" Daigo asked curiously. "The champion of the Hone League." It would be hard for anyone who pays even a little attention to Pokemon battles not to know this, right? Daigo looked very happy. "I didn't expect that people in the Kanto region knew me. I thought you only knew Watari." The dragon messenger Adu is as famous as Daigo. He is the champion of the Chengdu region and one of the 4 heavenly kings of the Kanto region. He is the idol of countless young trainers in Kanto and Chengdu. He is a very popular trainer and ranks 4th among the 8 masters. The two had a very pleasant conversation. Daigo invited Yamcha, who had originally planned to go back to rest, to sit in the lounge of the Saint Anyun, and Yamcha readily agreed. Yamcha noticed that the color of Daigo's pupils looked a little empty, and suddenly remembered that Daigo was originally a blind champion, but he was sure that Daigo in front of him was not blind. "The milkshakes here taste good." After listening to Daigo's introduction, Yamcha ordered a cup for himself. After taking a sip, his eyes lit up. The unique refreshing taste lingered between his lips and teeth. It tasted really good. Sakura milkshake is a combination of sakura fruit and cream milk fairy's cream to create a unique flavor. Of course, it doesn't mean that 2 elves have to be killed for every milkshake sold. There is no killing without buying and selling. This is ridiculous. The principle is similar to Moo Moo milk. It is made from a small part of the elves' own production. It can be offset by using a growth skill. I heard that the Fossil Research Institute in Nibi City discovered a strange stone, so I took a boat from Green Ridge City to come here. But when I got here, I found out that it was just an ordinary moonstone, but with a strange shape. Daigo tells the reason why he came to Kanto with a look of regret. Although moonstone is also a rare stone, Daigo has too many of them in his collection. He is an extreme stone enthusiast whose hobby is collecting various precious stones. He is even willing to give up the title of league champion for this hobby. Leaping, if you find any rare stones, please contact me. Stone. Yamcha touched his chin and said, "I think I have a spot here. Do you want to see it?" As he said this, he reached into his pocket and took out a stone. Daigo's eyes never left the stone when he saw it. "What is this?" End of this chapter. Chapter 69. I hope this iron dumbbell can help you. Chapter 69. I hope this iron dumbbell can help you. This is a stone I have never seen before. Daigo carefully examined the stone in Yamcha's hand. Gray, irregular, and full of age. Yamcha was a little surprised after hearing Daigo's high evaluation, but before he could speak, Daigo skillfully took out a magnifying glass. He ran his fingers along the edge of the stone, stroking it gently, closing his eyes and contemplating it carefully. These faults must be caused by humans. What a pity! Then Daigo took out a miniature flashlight and studied it carefully with the light on. It seems to reflect a light that does not belong to this world. There must be a big story hidden behind this strange stone. Yamcha looked a little strange when he heard this. It is true that there is a story, but... Yamcha gave Daigo a calm look. Do you remember the bet when Garu challenged Yamcha at Bang's gym? The stone in his hand is actually the one that Garu lost to him in the One Punch Man world. Well, to be more precise, this is a corner of the wall of Bang Guai's boxing gym. This thing is not from this world at all. Of course, it can be said that the luster does not belong to this world. Because it was broken off, it is naturally caused by human factors. Good baby, good baby! Daigo exclaimed in admiration, his eyes acting as if he was looking at a beloved lover. After a long while, he reluctantly withdrew his gaze, then looked at Yamcha and said, although it is presumptuous to say this, can you give it to me? I can exchange it for anything. In the game Platinum, there is a very interesting story. The original owner of the scenic area villa bought the villa in order to collect precious stones in the Sinnoh region. When he left the Sinnoh region, he transferred the villa to a stranger. He likes precious stones, is rich and generous. Then this rich man is most likely Daigo. As long as you have the precious stone, he is your half-brother. It's not so easy to give away those villas or something like that. But Yamcha itself is not short of money. I just mentioned this stone casually at the time, and I almost forgot about it. The most important point is that he has a good impression of Daigo. So he shrugged and said, if you like it, I'll give it to you. How is this possible? Daigo shouted excitedly, it's already very presumptuous of you to give me such a precious stone. How can I let you give it to me? Yamcha's eyelids twitched when he mentioned the word precious. Is this thing precious? As long as he wants, he can build a wall for you at any time. Just say that he is repairing the dojo for Bang Sensei. I think he is willing to do so. It's common for friends to give each other gifts, right? So you can't refuse the first gift your new friend gives you. Yamcha said as he placed the rock in Daigo's hand, not giving him a chance to refuse. That's okay. Daigo looked at the strange stone in his hand, and then looked at Yamcha's sincere eyes. If he refused again, it would mean that he no longer considered the other party as a friend. However, although he accepted it, he had made a certain decision in his heart. I don't know what you are going to do in Hon, leaping. It's actually nothing. Yamcha said as he took out the only pokeball from his waist. With the flicker of white light, a sharp-edged elf composed of red and blue appeared in front of the two. A Porygon, 3D dragon. I want to find a prop to help this child upgrade. There will be a very important matter in the future that will require the help of this child. Yamcha gently stroked Porygon's head, and the latter narrowed his eyes, revealing a happy look, as if he was enjoying it very much. Generally speaking, Pokémon like Yamcha, which are not captured by oneself, are mostly not obedient. However, Yamcha has a very strong natural aura, which makes him very compatible with elves. Upgrade data and suspicious patches. Daigo nodded and made up his mind. As the eldest son of the president of Devon Company, Daigo has too many resources at his disposal. In fact, Yamcha needs more than just Porygon. He also needs the assistance of 2 elves. But there is no rush. It is said that there are some at the Meteor Waterfall in Fengyuan. I can just catch one myself. That was my original plan. By the way, can you tell me your contact information? Of course. Normally, the Pokémon Encyclopedia can be used as a means of communication, but Yamcha doesn't have that kind of thing, as he is an illegal resident in the Pokémon world. Fortunately, there is more than one way to communicate in this world. Each region has its own communication tools, such as the Pokémon Navigator in Fengyuan, but the most common one is the Pokémon Watch in Chengdu. Yamcha naturally purchased one, although it can only be used in this world. After about one night, the cruise ship arrived safely in Kana City. After learning from Yamcha that his destination was Meteor Falls, Daigo handed a pokeball from his waist to Yamcha. It's still too dangerous to take only one Pokemon with you, so please take this child with you. He's about to evolve, and I hope he can help you. After saying this, he left the cruise ship with other passengers without giving Yamcha a chance to refuse. After Daigo left, Yamcha looked at the iron dumbbell in the pokeball in his hand and fell into deep thought. It seems that the purpose of coming to Fengyuan area has been achieved. So I turned around and walked towards the cruise ship. What? Guests? You said you wanted to go back by boat. After hearing Yamcha's request, the sailor was full of questions. The sailor said that he had seen many storms and waves, but this was the first time he had to go back just after arriving. In the end, Yamcha boarded the cruise ship back to Kanto. Without Daigo, his relatively talkative friend, the journey back was rather boring. Apart from occasionally eating some exquisite food in the restaurant, Yamcha basically rested in the room. It has to be said that the food made with Pokemon tastes delicious. Even Yamcha, who is used to eating food made by gourmet hunters, had to nod in praise. Today's dinner is salt-fried cod meat made from light cod. Although the overall taste is light, it is very delicious. The light cod has a strong regenerative ability. It will discard the fat on its body to make itself lighter before attacking its prey. This flesh is used to make delicious cod meat. Just as Yamcha was quietly enjoying the food, he suddenly sensed something, put down the fork in his hand, slowly turned around, and looked into the distance. There's a strong smell there. Just in the direction Yamcha was looking, an unknown island suddenly burst into flames and a mushroom cloud slowly rose. Boom! In an instant, dark clouds gathered, strong winds blew, and lightning and thunder appeared. The storm that shouldn't have happened suddenly came. End of this chapter. Chapter 70 Your name is Mutuo. Chapter 70 Your name is Mutuo. Zindao, at the junction of Chengdu area and Kanto area, stands a special island with the most advanced equipment. Countless fanatical scientists gather here, and they have a common goal. Creation. They tried to create a whole new life. In fact, they succeeded. They used the cells of the elf ancestor Mew to create a brand new elf by adding cells from other elves. Mutuo is the name of this elf. While scientists were celebrating their success, the life they created was in confusion. Who am I? Where is this? Why did I come to this world? Mutuo didn't know where he came from or where he was going, and no one could answer his questions. Money, fame, desire. These things were displayed nakedly in front of Mutuo without any disguise. What do you take me for? A girl's face flashed through his mind. It was a memory deep in his heart. The tears in the girl's eyes were in sharp contrast to the ugly faces of the scientists in front of him, which made him feel deeply disgusted and hateful. What do you take us for? Humans always put themselves in a superior position. In their eyes, Mutuo is just a successfully made experiment, a doll that can be manipulated at will. But what they didn't expect was that the power of this life they created was beyond their expectations. That means they can't clamp him. I didn't ask anyone to give birth to me, nor did I beg anyone to create me. Mutuo slowly floated in the air, its eyes filled with blue light, which was exclusive to psychic-type Pokemon. Psychokinesis. However, Mutuo's telekinesis was so powerful that just a glance could cause the equipment in the laboratory to explode. Countless mechanical claws extended from the ceiling and tried to control Mutuo's movements, but this action only angered Mutuo even more. Why did you give birth to me? The energy released by just one finger was enough to blow away the robotic arms and the entire laboratory ceiling. I didn't ask you to do that. Blue light burst out from Mutuo's body, and the surrounding instruments exploded one after another, and the entire laboratory was engulfed in a sea of fire. Only then did scientists realize how terrifying Mutuo was. Mutuo's abilities had exceeded everyone's expectations, but now it was too late. The scientists who were lucky enough to survive scrambled to escape, but were devoured by the merciless fire, and intensive explosions covered the entire institute. Why did you give birth to me? Mutuo shouted angrily to the sky, but no one could answer his question. Dr. Fuji, the leader of the Mutuo project, slumped on the ground, staring blankly at the figure in the sky. What on earth have I done? All of this is simply not something an ordinary Pokemon can do. This is not a Pokemon at all. But God. They created a god. A cruel god with only resentment and hatred in his heart. The next moment, with Mutuo itself as the origin, a terrifying blue light engulfed everything in front of it and rushed straight into the sky. The entire research base disappeared into smoke, and the entire new island turned into a sea of fire. Diagonally above Nyajima, a helicopter was hovering in the air, with a middle-aged man in an orange suit sitting inside. This middle-aged man did not look much different from most middle-aged people. He sat upright, stroking a cat, his meticulously combed, shiny hair. The only difference was his eyes. Those eyes were filled with a desire to dominate, and they were staring down at this moment. It appears, the spirit I've always dreamed of. Go down. The middle-aged man said calmly. But boss, it's very dangerous down there. The driver in black uniform said quickly. Are you questioning me? The middle-aged man's indifferent tone made the driver feel cold in his heart. No one could question his decision, no one. Having destroyed everything on the island, the Pokemon named Mutuo stood in the sea of fire. The raging flames around him seemed to be blocked by an invisible wall, 1 meter away from him. Okay. Mutuo seemed to sense something, stretched out his left hand forward, and with a light wave, all the flames in front were extinguished. It was a human boy he had never seen before, and he was blocking the flames in the same way as he did. The familiar operation showed that he also possessed telekinesis. A person with superpowers? Who are you? Human. Mutuo looked at the boy in front of him in confusion. He didn't know when the boy appeared, and why he could remain intact under the outburst of his Nin ability. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation, although it had only been a few dozen minutes since he was born. You can call me Yamcha in this world. Yamcha was originally on the return cruise, but sensed Mutuo's presence and came over to take a look. He rarely used a pseudonym when facing Mutuo. Yamcha. Mutuo looked at Yamcha. He was somewhat curious about the human who appeared in front of him, but the confusion in his heart never diminished. Is this your name? Then what is my name? Why did I come to this world? Who am I? He clearly didn't open his mouth, but the voice still rang out. This was telepathy, an ability that only powerful elves possessed. Who am I? Why am I here and where am I going? The ultimate question of this philosophy has no standard answer. You are not anyone, you are you. Your name is Mutuo. A clever answer. Mutuo stared at Yamcha, and the other's answer aroused his interest a little. Then do you know why I am here? I never begged anyone to bring me into this world. No living thing has to ask for the consent of its offspring before it is born. Nothing has the power of choice in this regard. Descendants. Mutuo grasped the key words. His momentum began to rise and his emotions became a little excited. You said I am a descendant of humans. Yamcha continued as if he hadn't seen it. Logically speaking, you are indeed a descendant of humans. Do you know about in vitro fertilization? Yamcha changed the subject and asked Mutuo, who nodded subconsciously. There was a lot of knowledge in his head, which was instilled into his brain by the computer during the gestation period. Not all men and women in this world can give birth normally. There are also cases where people cannot conceive naturally, and in such cases, they must rely on external forces. Artificial in vitro fertilization using male sperm and female sperm. Although this situation is not common among humans, it does exist. Can you say that children born under this situation are not human? Can you say that they are not born by their parents? They are no different from you in my opinion. End of this chapter. Chapter 71 What is your dream? Chapter 71 What is your dream? The resentment in Mutuo's heart is more about the lack of a sense of identity. He does not consider himself an elf or a human being, and he lacks identification with his own existence. He can be said to be a model of innate knowledge. He knows a lot of knowledge right after he was born. However, he cannot understand it without any education or teaching. He is very confused or afraid of this strange world. He has no mother, no family, no friends. Everything is so strange. So Mutuo is very sensitive during this period. At least a little stimulation will make them go crazy. Even after the counterattack, Mutuo is still confused. He believes that he and other clones should not exist in this world and are not recognized by the world. After all, Mutuo is just a child who was born only a few dozen minutes ago. No matter how mature he behaves, he is still just a child, a precocious, sensitive, confused child who lacks a sense of identity. Being born knowing everything is one thing, but being able to understand it is another. Although Yamcha has changed some concepts, it is not wrong in a sense, and it is useful. What Mutuo lacks is a sense of identity. Then Yamcha will give him enough sense of recognition. Then who is my mother? And who is my father? Your mother is Mu and your father is human. You are a combination of human and elf. You are Mutuo. You are a brand new life. You are a life that exists in this world just like me. You are a unique existence. You have been born, this is already a fact. So why not enjoy your life to the fullest? Searching for the meaning of your birth is meaningless in itself, because you are already here, and what you need to do is to make your existence meaningful. To be honest, Mutuo was almost convinced by Yamcha's lies. Mutuo is very easily influenced during its infancy. That makes sense, but it's not comprehensive enough. A very magnetic voice suddenly sounded, interrupting the conversation between the two. The voice seemed to have some kind of attraction that made people believe it unconsciously. A man walked out of the firelight, with his hands in his pockets, his head held high and his chest puffed out, as if he didn't care about anything in the world. It was the middle-aged man who was in the helicopter before. The cat boss was still following at his feet, but when the cat boss saw Mutuo, his body began to tremble instinctively. Human, who are you? Mutuo tilted his head and looked at the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man seemingly casually put the cat boss into the poke ball, and then introduced himself to Yamcha and Mutuo. You can call me Ben Mu. Mutuo nodded. After the conversation with Yamcha, his heart gradually calmed down and he was no longer as aggressive as when he destroyed the research institute. So Ben Mu, what did you just say? When Mutuo called Itsuki's name, in a sense he had already agreed with Yamcha's words and acknowledged the fact that he was Mutuo. There is still one thing missing, a very crucial thing. What? Mutuo asked curiously. It's desire. When Ben Mu said this, he looked at Yamcha, and when he saw that Yamcha did not refute, he continued. Whether it's an elf or a human, as long as it's a living thing, it will have desires. Power, money, strength. Some Pokemon want to become stronger, some Pokemon want to evolve. And some humans want to become a good trainer. Desire is the driving force for progress. Desire makes people progress. Desire makes humans the rulers of a continent. So Mutuo, what is your desire? What is your dream? What will your future be like? Future? Dreams? Desires? I do not know. Mutuo looked at his hands, not knowing how to answer Itsuki's question. If you ask a newborn baby about his future, it would be strange if he could answer you. Even many adults don't know how to answer this question. Suddenly, the image of a little girl appeared in Kaimeng's mind, and then the picture changed to a lake, and he himself was at the bottom of the lake. A pink elf flashed in front of him. What are these? I can't even think about them anymore. I just feel that they are both extremely familiar and extremely strange. Maybe this is my dream? Hearing Mutuo's answer, Itaka's mouth corners slightly raised to form a perfect arc. So, do you two want to join my organization? Maybe you are already very powerful, maybe you are more powerful than a dream, maybe you are already at the top of this world, but you are not truly invincible. There are more monsters hidden in the deeper levels of this world. But you are different from them in one way. You can cooperate with humans. Ban Mu stood there and talked like a speaker, with the ups and downs of his voice. He stretched out his right hand towards Mutuo. Mutuo didn't quite understand the meaning of this action. In his memory, people in the research institute seemed to have done the same thing, so he looked at his hands. Ban Mu is Ban Mu after all. Faced with such an embarrassing situation, he did not stop his speech or retract his right hand. Instead, he held his right hand with his left hand, and the content of his speech became even more emotional. The union of humans and elves is the eternal truth of this world. With your strength and my ability, our combination will become the strongest in the world. As long as we work together, whatever your dreams are can come true. I have a dream. Ban Mu spoke without hiding his desires. Even Mutuo, who was like a newborn baby, could understand his naked ambition. But I have to say that Ban Mu's words are very contagious. Just a few simple sentences from his mouth make people involuntarily yearn for it. Come on, join me, join Team Rocket. Let's become the king of the world together. Ban Mu extended an olive branch. Not only for Mutuo, but also for Yamcha. Although he didn't know Yamcha and didn't know his background, the fact that he was able to stand here intact and in front of Mutuo was enough to prove that he was worthy of recruiting. Join Team Rocket? I just joined the Black Silk Army not long ago, and now the boss behind Team Rocket invites me to join them. Do I have any buff that will definitely attract the villain organization? So is the next step to join Frisia's army? What are the benefits of joining Team Rocket? By using the Rocket Team's power in Kanto and Chengdu, he could obtain a large amount of resources at the fastest speed. Moreover, the Rocket Team's technology was second only to the Elf Alliance. There were many doctors in the team, so it was very convenient for him to research anything he wanted. No matter from which angle you look at it, it is beneficial and has no harm. So, sorry, I refuse. There is no need to learn anything too complicated. Every world I learn is useful. The answer will be revealed soon. End of this chapter. Chapter 72 Tao is Tao, Devil is Devil, and I am me. Chapter 72 Tao is Tao, Devil is Devil, and I am me. Yamcha shook his head slightly. I don't have any ideas in this regard for the time being. Ban Mu is indeed a very charming villain with leadership, ambition, and strength. He is a complete hero. I believe it must be very interesting to cooperate with him. But Yamcha doesn't like Team Rocket's attitude towards Pokémons. It's that simple. He likes this peaceful world, he likes this world that makes him very comfortable. If possible, he would also like to stay in this world and go on an adventure at any time, but he cannot be lazy, and he cannot stop moving forward. Looking up at the sky, Yamcha said, I'm leaving. He just snapped his fingers lightly, and his feet slowly left the ground and flew into the air. Mutuo, before you leave, I'll give you a sentence that I really like. Tao is Tao, Devil is Devil, but I am me, and even gods cannot decide my fate. I hope to see a different you next time we meet. And I am me. Mutuo muttered to himself, savoring the words and looking at his hands as he fell silent. And Mr. Itaki, it's nice to meet you. Me too, it's a shame we can't work together. Ban Mu said softly, his tone full of regret and sincerity, and his face remained indifferent throughout the whole process of Yamcha rejecting him. But when he saw Yamcha flying, a different light flashed in his eyes. Neither Mutuo nor Itsuki had any intention of stopping Yamcha. But just as he was about to leave, Mutuo called him again. Can we be partners? I want to be partners with you. As long as you agree, we are already partners. After getting Yamcha's reply, Mutuo's originally tense face softened a little. He stood there and watched Yamcha leave until he disappeared on the horizon. Then he followed Ban Mu away, wanting to see if he could find the answer he wanted from him. However, Yamcha, who knew Itsuki's personality well, knew that Mutuo was destined to be nowhere to be found. But for some things you have to do them before you know the results. Ban Mu was satisfied because he successfully obtained the purpose of this trip, Mutuo. Although it was only a temporary partnership, he believed that with his abilities he could make this cooperation permanent. Yamcha was also very happy because he caught the cruise ship's midnight snack, scallion dip and cream of mushroom soup. This scallion is not an ordinary scallion, but an extremely delicious scallion. After eating Yamcha once, I feel that I may never forget this taste in my life. Cream of mushroom soup is of course not an ordinary cream of mushroom soup. The cream is made from moose milk, and the mushrooms are cultivated using mushroom spores from an elf who grows mushrooms on his back. After a good night's sleep and a delicious breakfast the next morning, the cruise ship arrived safely at the port of Vermilion City. Not long after, Yamcha arrived in Golden City again and boarded the express train to Manjin City. Male sheep cannot fight, the winner is Yamcha. With the referee's announcement, Yamcha won the elf battle. Good job, Iron Dumbbell. Yamcha patted the iron dumbbells and praised sincerely, receiving a cheerful response from a buzzing mechanical sound. After all, it was an elf cultivated by Daigo. The iron dumbbell he gave was extremely powerful and almost crushed the boy in shorts on the roadside. What a great trainer! What great dumbbells! Too strong, almost one at a time. There were exclamations of admiration from the audience all around. Just passing through 2 cities, Yamcha achieved a record of 35 wins. The main reason was that there were too many challengers, and most of the challengers' Pokémon were either Rattata, Pidgeot, or Caterpillar. You basically didn't need to use a second move to defeat them. Occasionally, there would be a few Geodudes, but they were basically knocked over. The gap between Pokémon trainers is sometimes even greater than the racial value between sunflower seeds and Gyarados. Amid the amazement of the boys in shorts, Yamcha boarded a long-distance bus. After taking a look at the map, Yamcha closed his eyes and began to rest. The second-to-last stop of this bus is Yamcha's last stop in this world. We have arrived at Kinch Cliff. Please go down first and then go up. The voice of the pretty ticket seller woke Yamcha from his doze. He was the only one on the bus who got off here. After getting off the car, Yamcha took a deep breath and sighed softly. The air here is comparable to that of Pallet Town. Kinch Cliff is a very remote place in Chengdu, famous for its delicious water. It is surrounded by countless mountains and vast forests. The steep terrain makes it difficult for humans to climb, so the top of the cliff is in a natural state undisturbed by humans. On average, only one long-distance bus passes by every week. This place is also famous for its bad weather. Due to the terrain and air currents, the weather around Kinch Cliff is very unstable. When it rains, mudslides will occur, accompanied by strong winds with speeds of up to 40 knots per hour, and tornadoes are not uncommon. Yamcha did not go to the motel at the foot of the mountain, but quietly began to climb the clear cliff. Although the mountain was indeed very steep, it was not a difficult task for Yamcha, who had even climbed up it. The most important point was that Yamcha could fly. In just less than a quarter of an hour, Yamcha had already reached the summit of Kinch Cliff. Above the mountain is a plain, and in the center of the plain is a huge lake. Mingjing Lake, the name of this lake, you can also call it by another name. Fountain of Life. It is said that Dream, the ancestor of all elves, was born here. Mirror Lake is the main water source for this forest. The lake water gushes out of the ground of Clear Cliff, nourishing many wild Pokémon. Yamcha scooped up a pool of clear water with his hands, and the moment the water entered his throat, his whole body was shocked. Clear and sweet, it leaves a lasting aftertaste. He had never tasted such delicious water. It could even be described as delicious. Delicious water. Of course, the water in this lake is more than just delicious. Even if you have a serious injury, you can recover little by drinking the water from Mingjing Lake. Yes, the lake water also has the effect of healing injuries. Although it is not as immediate as senzu beans, its effect is unmatched by ordinary medicines. The reason why Yamcha traveled thousands of miles to come here was just for this lake. He snapped his thumb, and with a bang, a large water tank appeared in front of him. Universal Water Storage Capsule. Yamcha was in a good mood as he watched the water tank being filled up little by little. During the period of filling, bead rills and Butterfree flew by from time to time. But no accidents occurred. There are a large number of insect-type Pokémon living near Mingjing Lake, and water is the precious resource they depend on for survival. However, they do not prohibit other elves or humans from drinking water. As long as they do not go too far, they will not care. But if you plan to take all the lake water away, these insect elves will definitely attack you in groups. Although Yamcha knew that the lake water was very precious, he only planned to take away some of it. He was not willing to do something as extreme as wipe out a whole family. Come out, Porygon, iron dumbbell. 2 red and white balls were thrown, and accompanied by white flashes, 2 elves appeared by the lake, looking left and right like curious babies. After Yamcha fed them a few sips of lake water, the 2 elves narrowed their eyes, looking very enjoyable and happy. After shaking happily for a while, the iron dumbbell suddenly stopped moving. A strong white light suddenly burst out from his body. This is this. Yamcha opened his eyes wide, watching the magical scene happening in front of him quietly. The energy in the iron dumbbell was becoming stronger at a rapid speed. End of this chapter. Chapter 73 The 2ND World No. 1 Martial Arts Tournament. Chapter 73 The TH World Martial Arts Tournament. It is evolution. This is the light of evolution. When the white light ended, the size of the iron dumbbell doubled, and its weight increased from 95.2 kilograms to 202.5 kilograms. The iron dumbbell successfully evolved into a metal monster. I have to say here that the physical fitness of humans in this world is far better than that of humans in any other world Yamcha has ever visited, especially those who have not been trained. For example, elves weighing dozens of kg can stand on your shoulders, elves weighing hundreds of kg can be held in your arms like plush toys, and even elves weighing 999 kilograms can be held and played with in one hand. This isn't even the most exaggerated thing. A 100,000 volt electric current hitting the body would only cause paralysis, or being poisoned would only require lying down for a while to recover, or playing close combat wrestling games with elves with superpowers who could break mountains and crush rocks. There were countless exaggerated performances. Especially in the place called Pallet Town where Yamcha first came, the above-mentioned ones are most abundant. One of the most reckless ones even tried to break Mewtwo's telekinetic barrier with his fists, and used his body to withstand the bombardment of countless legendary Pokémon. The people in Super Real New Town are so scary. If Yamcha had not experienced several worlds, he might not be able to gain a foothold in this world. Looks like I'm lucky. Yamcha looked at the metal monster who was adjusting to his new body and smiled again. In addition to the Pokémon that must have specific items to evolve, there are many reasons that can make the Pokémon evolve, not just reaching the level in the game. Anger, sadness, rage, joy, can all be the key to evolution. Yamcha didn't know which type the metal monster belonged to, after all, he was not Professor Elf. As long as he could complete the third and final evolution of the metal monster, he would be one step closer to his goal. The only thing left is the evolution of Porygon. Upgrade data and suspicious patches. But it's not safe enough. It's better to prepare more. Ah, why didn't the alarm ring? I'm going to be late for my appointment with the doctor. The boy, wearing yellow-green pajamas and with Z marks on both sides of his cheeks, screamed and rushed out of his house at an extremely fast speed, running forward at a speed of at least 100 km per hour. In this world, as long as you are 10 years old, you can get your first Pokemon and embark on an adventure. And yesterday the boy just turned 10 years old, so today was the day he received his first Pokemon. However, on such an important day, the boy was late because he overslept. This was totally inappropriate. He rushed to the research institute in a hurry, but unfortunately the 3 elves he expected had already been taken by someone who arrived on time. The boy only has one choice left, the 4th elf prepared by the doctor. A Pikachu that is not very obedient. As soon as they met, she gave the boy and the doctor a love shock. Then after leaving the institute, she gave another love shock to the neighbors who came to see them off. Yamcha, who was sitting on a tree branch and looking at the fat electric mouse from afar, spoke softly. A legendary journey is about to begin. Pikachu is still quite fat at this time, and is not the image in Yamcha's memory. However, as they travel together, they will eventually become the image in his memory. It's not like Yamcha hadn't thought about intercepting that Pikachu. After all, that was an extraordinary Pikachu that could use Z moves, Gigantamax, and even release Friendship 100,000 volts. However, is the Pikachu that is not with Zai still the Pikachu in his memory? You have a very good companion, cherish him. Before leaving, Yamcha said as he passed by Zai and Pikachu, and patted each other on the shoulder. Ah? Really? He Zai wiped his nose shyly and laughed foolishly when he heard the other party praising his Pokemon. Pick up. Pikachu tilted his head and looked at Yamcha, seemingly not understanding what this sentence meant. Looking forward to seeing you next time. Yamcha turned his back to Satoshi and Pikachu, waved his hand, and disappeared into the Viridian forest. Yamcha returned to his own world once again and began to sort out his harvest. Due to the short time in the Pokemon world, there is basically no major improvement in his own combat power. He just has 2 more Pokemon, some more Pokemon World items, an extra capsule of Mirror Lake water, and has initially mastered the perception of breath. Overall, there has been a small improvement. At least after mastering the ability to perceive Qi, I will be more confident in the upcoming World's #1 martial arts tournament. This is a test. Test your current strength. Only when you have an accurate understanding of your own strength can you better carry out the next plan. The best way to measure your own strength is to fight, a fist-to-flesh fight. The values measured by the combat power tester can only be used as a reference. The most important thing is that Yamcha does not have that thing in his hand now. The time of cultivation passed quickly, and in the blink of an eye, May 5 arrived as scheduled. Yamcha took an ordinary plane and successfully arrived at the legendary martial arts Holy Land, Papaya Island. The Black Silk Army has a bad reputation in the outside world. If they participate in the competition in a flying vehicle with the Black Silk Army logo, what if they encounter a few hot-blooded martial artists who want to enforce justice? As long as you can achieve a good ranking, you can become my personal guards. After getting off the aircraft, Yamcha said with his back to the Black Silk Army soldiers who had changed out of their uniforms. The Black Silk Army had only 28 members, excluding Yamcha. Even if the branch base is too remote, there are at least several hundred people. In addition to the capital investment in this period, it has expanded to nearly 1,000 people. When Yamcha proposed to use the martial arts tournament to select his personal guards, everyone in the base agreed and expressed their willingness to actively participate. However, facts have proved that most of them are just powerful in words, but few can be relied upon when they are really needed. Even for these 28 people, it is because most of them are newcomers, and those old veterans who have been idling around should not count on them. But it's better this way. At least I have an excuse if I want to eliminate them. By the way, Lieutenant Leopard was planning to come, but the base couldn't be without someone in charge, so he was rejected by Yamcha. Since weapons are not allowed in the world's #1 martial arts tournament, Yamcha estimated that these 28 soldiers would most likely be eliminated before they could even make it through the first round. But as long as he can win a game, he can barely be included in his own guards. However, the facts proved one thing: the Black Silk Army never disappoints people when it comes to disappointing people. All 28 people were eliminated in the first round. End of this chapter. Chapter 74 Crane Immortal Flow, Yamcha. Chapter 74 Crane Immortal Flow, Yamcha. Including the 131 soldiers of the Black Silk Army, there are a total of contestants participating in the World Martial Arts Tournament. All participants have come from all over the world and are very confident in their own abilities. Although these were just passing supporting characters in the comics and animations, in fact, each of them is a master in a region and has his own unique skills. They are much more powerful than the boxers that Yamcha challenged when he first set up the ring. Soon, after several rounds of competition, the list of the top 8 was released. It must be said that, after all, this is a world-class grand competition, and the aura of a few people is worthy of Yamcha's attention. Winner of Zone A, Yamcha. Winner of Zone B, Kataru. This is a sturdy man who is about 3 meters tall. His muscular body is very impressive. The winner of Zone C, Chen Dequan. Although the middle-aged man looks ordinary, his aura should not be underestimated. Winner of Zone E, Violent Bear. The beast-like human, as the name suggests, is a guy with a bear head and his aura is similar to Kataru. Winner of Zone D, Aiya. The man in the Zhongshan suit looked like a boxer and had a weak breath. Winner of Zone F, Shizi. A beast-like human with a lion's head, with an average aura. Winner of Zone G, Deuterium. The beast-like human with a crocodile head has an average aura. And the one with the strongest breath among these people. The winner of Zone H, King Jiba. Sure enough, it came. Yamcha looked at the man who looked like an Indian, and his information appeared in his mind. The eight-handed fist Jiba King once won the world's #1 martial arts championship. Although in the original plot he was eliminated twice by Sun Wukong in the preliminaries of the 22nd and 3rd World Martial Arts Tournament and became a stepping stone for the protagonist, in fact, this guy is really strong. The main loss was due to exiting too late. At least if he were to appear in the 21st World Martial Arts Tournament, no one except Master Roshi would be able to defeat him. He is much stronger than Namu, one of Son Goku's top 4 rivals. He is one of the rare masters in the Dragon Ball world. Everyone, please come over to me. We will now draw lots to determine your opponents and the order in which you will appear. The young host with blonde hair and sunglasses held a small metal loudspeaker and shouted to the 8 contestants who passed the preliminaries. The host of the world's #1 martial arts tournament is also a legendary figure. He appears throughout the entire martial arts tournament. If he hadn't really grown older, one would have thought he was a hidden figure like Otsutsuki Ichiraku. The drawing of lots will begin soon. Yamcha drew number 7, which is the second to last. His opponent was the 3-meter-tall strong man, Cat Lu. Game 1. Violent Bear vs Deuterium. It was a civil war between beast-type humans. The two started wrestling from the very beginning of their contact. As expected by Yamcha, the crocodile man with the weaker breath was defeated by the bear head. Game 2. Chai Ba Wang vs Shizi. The match was even faster than before. In just one encounter, the lion-headed man named Shiza was defeated. No one in the audience could see clearly how King Jiba made his move. As it stands, 8-hand fist is almost unbeatable. Game 3. Chen Dequan vs Aiya. Both sides fought with boxing. Aiya used the Shizi style of boxing, which sounded good, but it was far from satisfactory in practice. He was eliminated by the opponent without even touching the corner of Chen Dequan's clothes. He did not test the opponent's true strength at all. The fourth scene. Yamcha vs Ketru. Both sides came to the ring. In front of the 3-meter-tall Katlu, Yamcha was as small as a chick. Katlu crossed his arms over his chest and said confidently, "If you don't want to get hurt, I advise you to surrender as soon as possible." His exaggerated physique is his capital of confidence. Judging from the perspective of ordinary people, body size and strength are linked, especially in terms of muscles alone. Katlu is far superior to Yamcha. Although in Yamcha's eyes, the other party's muscles were just for show, the audience didn't know that. "It looks like the first place this time will be decided between me and that violent bear." Katlu's gaze shifted to the violent bear outside the field, but he quickly retracted his gaze and continued. "To tell you the truth, even a bullet can't hurt me at all." There was great pride in his tone. Being able to withstand bullets with his body, he is probably at the level of Yuba's father, Bola, or maybe even higher. For an ordinary human being, this is really good. Seeing that Yamcha still had no intention of surrendering, Katlu revealed his identity again and emphasized it. "I'll tell you a secret. I'm still the strongest guard of the king's army." Pfft! Before he could finish his words, Yamcha punched him hard in the abdomen. How is this possible?" Katlu covered her stomach, her eyes bulged out, and she staggered back 2 steps. The huge body fell to the ground with a loud bang, unable to get up again. "The game has already started, but you are still looking around. This is the first reason for failure. You underestimated your opponent and even revealed his flaws. This is the second reason. You talk too much nonsense. This is the third reason. If you take it seriously from the beginning, maybe even I would have to do some work." When a lion fights a rabbit, he also uses all his strength. Unless he is deliberately hiding his cards like Yamcha, what Katlu is doing is simply stupid. It's amazing that Yamcha defeated Kataru with just one move. A bit? No, to be precise, he was hit by 3 heavy punches. Yamcha hit him 3 times at a speed that ordinary people could hardly catch. However, Yamcha's actions just now attracted the attention of the 2 masters present. He's very decisive in his attack. He's a strong enemy. Chen De Quan. It's a little slower than my 8-handed punch. King Jaiba. The list of the top 4 is freshly released. Since the quarterfinals ended too quickly, the semifinals began on the same day. In the first match, Jaiba Wang defeated Baoxiang in the same way as Yamcha, and to outsiders, it looked like a one-punch KO. "I hope you can give me a great game." King Jaiba stood in the center of the ring and said in a threatening tone. The second match started soon, with Yamcha and Chen De Quan standing on the ring at the same time. Chen De Quan bowed first and said very politely, "Star Stream, Chen De Quan. This is the etiquette before martial artists compete with each other, but it has not been used for a long time. It was very popular during the Wu Taito period, but that was hundreds of years ago." But since the other party had said it, Yamcha naturally gave his own name and returned the greeting in the same way. Tsuru Senryu, Yamcha. End of this chapter. Chapter 75 King Jaiba, Please Don't Die. Chapter 75 King Jaiba, Please Don't Die. Chen De Quan was not surprised at all when he heard the 3 words Hexi and Liu. He simply nodded and assumed a fighting stance. Although in name Crane Hermit is a martial arts master as famous as Kame Hermit, in fact Crane Hermit and Crane Hermit Ryu are not as famous as Kame Hermit and Kame Hermit Ryu, and he does not have the title of God of Martial Arts. In addition, Crane Hermit himself only cares about money and rarely goes out. His reputation is only spread in a small range. Maybe someone remembered him 100 years ago, but in this era, almost no one knows him. Of course, if you change it to his younger brother, then his fame would be ridiculously high. The world's #1 killer, Tao Bibai, is known to almost everyone. Drink. Yamcha and Chen De Quan launched an attack at the same time. Chen De Quan's martial arts style is the star flow, and he has a superb fantasy heart fist. He can make his fists appear like phantoms, so that people can be hit without knowing it, In addition, his speed is also extremely fast, at least he is the fastest human that Yamcha has ever seen in the Dragon Ball world. Obviously, this is a fast break player. Unfortunately, his opponent is Yamcha. If Chen Dequan's boxing skills are an illusion, then Yamcha himself is like a mirage, which can be seen but cannot be hit. Yamcha created a unique technique by combining the assassination technique of limb bending that he stole from Killua with the martial arts of the Crane Senryu. After the two fought for several rounds, Chen Dequan was already at a disadvantage. He launched another attack, and his fist passed through Yamcha's body, but as expected, it missed. Over there! Chen Dequan suddenly turned around and swung the straight punch that he had been accumulating for a long time behind him, and it was Yamcha who appeared at that position. I've seen through the illusion you created by slowing down your steps. Illusion Heart Fist. Chen Dequan's fist hit Yamcha's body as expected, but there was no feeling of hitting a solid object with his fist. It went through, Chen Dequan's fist went through Yamcha's body. Another phantom? No, this time it's not an illusion but an afterimage. To be precise, it's the afterimage fist. I'm sorry, you didn't see through it. Yamcha's voice came from behind Chen Dequan. Limb bending is just a flaw that Yamcha deliberately exposed, the afterimage fist is the move that can truly confuse the opponent. Oops! Chen Dequan, realizing he had been tricked, quickly turned around to defend himself. However, if you lose one step, you will lose at every step. Yamcha's palms landed on Chen Dequan's shoulders as expected. In just a moment, his hands were paralyzed. Most of Chen Dequan's abilities are in his hands, and the fact that Yamcha paralyzed his hands has already made him lose his ability to fight. And Yamcha's attack is far from over. He squatted down and kicked with a sweeping kick to make Chen Dequan lose his balance, and then followed up with a whip kick to make him fall out of the arena and lose his qualification. The winner is contestant Yamcha. Yamcha won the victory without any suspense. Chen Dequan's strength is actually quite good. He is probably stronger than himself when he first participated in the 21st Martial Arts Conference in the original plot, but he is even stronger now. First, use that strange step to create an illusion to confuse the enemy, then use high-speed movement to create an afterimage, and finally attack unexpectedly. It's a very good tactic. Even if it's my first time, I will inevitably be fooled. In the finals, Jiba Wang praised Yamcha unabashedly, acting like a big shot. At your age, it's a rare thing to be able to reach this level. If I weren't here, you would have been the champion of this martial arts tournament. Unfortunately, I'm here and I've seen through your tricks. You have no chance of winning. As the referee announced the start of the match, the two men entered into a fierce battle. King Jiba's hands turned into countless afterimages, as if 8 arms really appeared. Even Yamcha couldn't help but sigh that the 8-hand fist was indeed very fast. If he had not become a disciple of Crane Hermit, he would not have been able to avoid such intensive attacks. Afterimage punch. Yamcha used the afterimage fist again, but it was easily broken by Shivuba King, and Yamcha was hit by Shivuba King several times. You can't defeat me with the same moves. King Jiba was extremely pleased to see that his tactics were effective, and he even thought that he had a clear understanding of Yamcha's strength. I think this is the limit of this boy. What an amazing kid! Ha 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 ha! King Jiba, feeling very relieved, began to laugh out loud. I am very happy, really very happy. It has been a long time since anyone could fight me head-on for so long. But do you think this is my limit? I only used a tiny bit of my strength. King Jiba stretched out his right hand and opened a tiny gap between his thumb and index finger. If you don't show your true ability, don't blame me for eliminating you. His words made Yamcha suspicious, and he stared at the other person for a long time. There was no change in his aura, but he didn't sound like he was joking. Could it be that the Jiba King in this world is very powerful? And is he hiding his aura? This possibility cannot be ruled out. I still am not sure what kind of world the Dragon Ball world I am currently in is. It is not impossible that the Jiba King here is very powerful. Then let's try him first. First reveal your second layer of disguise. Ripple Messenger. Ripple Kikong Mode. He slowly closed his eyes, accompanied by a unique rhythmic breathing. Golden electric current spread all over Yamcha's body, and the hair on his head began to curl up slightly. When Yamcha opened his eyes again, his eyes seemed to burst into golden light. The next moment, Yamcha disappeared from the stage. I told you, the same moves won't work on me. King Jiba confidently posed, look at my 8 hands. Before he could make a move, Yamcha's fist had already hit his body. Puff! King Jiba spat out a mouthful of blood at that moment, and without any sign of stopping, he flew backwards like a cannonball. With a loud bang, a wall of the martial arts arena collapsed instantly, and half of King Jiba's body was buried in it. His legs trembled slightly and twitched a few times, and then stopped any movement. At this moment, Yamcha was stunned. Didn't you say I should only show a little bit of my strength? Didn't you say I should show my true strength? I just took out a part of it. So you are just pretending? To be honest, Yamcha could have said that classic line at this point. Before I even tried. You fell. Wait, this is not the crux of the problem now. Yamcha's face changed drastically and he rushed towards the ruins. King Jiba, please don't die. End of this chapter.